absolute beings who had created countless universes since time immemorial in search of infinity. These beings possessed a power beyond any limits of imagination, and their desire for knowledge was inexhaustible. The absolute being kept on creating more and more creations, and so laws, souls, and various matter were born. But nothing could dispel the boredom of the absolute. He began to watch the warfare of the creatures he created, studying their conflicts and intrigues. In every battle, in every clash, he sought answers to the questions that had troubled his mind since he began to create universes. He was also interested in the destructive power of these creatures. The creatures had to fight, die, and be reborn again in an endless war, and it was all to amuse their creator. This was the case until the unforeseen happened. An absolute being watching the battle was destroyed by his own creation. Absolute beings from other dimensions, upon learning of this, gathered together, turning their gaze to the world that had lost its creator. The death of their kind by a creature born of his hands was a dark omen. In these shadows, echoes of past evil lie the true power of created beings. However, this fact did not excite the absolute beings. They only had one thought: the power that lost its owner would belong to the one who would be the first to take it away. The young boy, Suho, said that he had been accepted into the Korean National Institute of Arts. He still couldn't believe it. His friends couldn't believe that he was telling them the truth. They thought it couldn't be. Their facial expressions changed a lot. They didn't want to believe it. They doubted that such a rude person could pass the Art Institute entrance exam. One of them cried and said that he should have retaken the exam. Suho laughed with them and said that he finally had freedom from this hell. But suddenly he heard someone behind his back congratulate him on passing the entrance exam and asked if he got into the Art Institute. He turned around to see who it was. Suho saw that it was Kim Song-chol, who approached him again. Kim Song-chol said that he didn't think he had a talent for it. He was wondering, since when did he become good at drawing? But the guy got mad at him. He told him that his name wasn't Kim Song-chol, but Lee Un-chol. But Suho didn't care that he was mad at him. He pretended that he didn't mix up his name on purpose. He said that thanks to Suho, his plan to go to a high school failed. Suho replied that thanks to him, he was able to graduate. The other students noticed that Un-chol was provoking him again. They realized that it wouldn't be long before they would have graduation, yet he continued to act like a child, ignoring the maturity and responsibility that was already required of him at this important moment. The students couldn't understand why Yun-chol was picking on a man who was trying his best to live a happy life after his parents disappeared. Lee Yun-chol wanted to hit him. He shouted his name loudly and started to attack him, but Suho stood still. He was completely calm and sure he could repel his attack. Suho reacted incredibly fast to his attack, striking him back, which made Lee Yun-chol fall to the floor. Leaving, Suho told him to be quiet until graduation. But suddenly, Lee Yun-chol stood up, determined and ready to continue the fight. His eyes blazed with determination, and he made it clear that he had not given up yet despite the difficulties. He told Suho that he was not hurt at all. His hand was covered with an unknown energy that Suho saw for the first time. This power seemed mysterious and unfamiliar to him. Lee Un-chol unleashed an incredibly powerful attack that Suho was miraculously able to dodge thanks to his reflexes. His face reflected fear and surprise, while the other disciples were also shocked by Lee Un-chol's strength. The force of his punch was tremendous. It pierced through the nearby iron lockers. Suho, who was lying on the floor, was in a complete daze and couldn't do anything, completely paralyzed from terror and shock. Lee Un-chol's entire body was shrouded in a brightly glowing aura that emanated from him with incredible power. He looked truly formidable and powerful, capable of crushing any obstacle in his way. 2 years had passed since that incident. Suho was already a second-year university student, walking down the street, immersed in his thoughts. He often remembered that day. He heard a man telling the passers-by that all the classes in the main building had been moved to the neighboring building and asked all the students to go there. Suho thought that the hunters were currently conducting a gate sweep and noticed the guards telling everyone to stay away from the danger zone. One of them asked how long it had been since the hunters had arrived. The staff member replied that it had been a little over an hour. Considering the gate was rated as D-ranked, they should have arrived soon. Suho heard an announcement stating that only hunters could approach the gate. He thought that there was a new gate again, was given the increased precautions and strict restriction on access. He remembered that 3 years ago, strange gates had started appearing all over the world, and since then, things had changed. Their former world no longer existed. The gates worked as doors leading to a dungeon, from which demonic beasts would emerge after a time, destroying everything in their path. But at the same time, with these changes occurred in the people themselves. There were people able to control magical energy. Such people were called awakened. In their rapidly changing world, the chaos, which felt like it should have lasted for a long time, ended much sooner. An awakened man named Wu Jinshul created an association of hunters, gathering all his kind together and founded the specialty of hunters. Thus, now all people were divided into two groups. There were the awakened, and there were the ordinary people who couldn't awaken. While some had to break through obstacles like ants, others had it fall straight from the sky into their hands. In this system, the ants were clearly aware of their boundaries. Suho realized that no matter how hard an ordinary person tried, he was no match for even an awakened E-rank hunter. But if the hunter didn't close the gate, this world would be destroyed. In other words, people couldn't survive without the awakened ones. But the hunters could manage without the ordinary people. Suho was grateful to the hunters for this, that the unawakened, like him, could live peacefully. And yet he felt anxious whether he could get used to what he couldn't have. It all started from his parents missing, to depending on others for his right to survive. It all went against what he once could have gotten. He lost what he had, and the resulting void was filled with helplessness. He remembered that his mother often told him that he had taken after his father. He wondered how his father would have acted in his situation. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. His memories were interrupted by his teacher, who came up to him to tell him that he had had pretty good concentration today. He looked at his drawing and asked if it was interesting to draw like that. Suho replied that he just did it without thinking, to which the teacher replied that his ant was quite ingenious for an insect. But looking closer, he said that it was not just an ant, but a human ant. Suho looked at his painting and could not understand why he had drawn it in the first place. All of the staff who were fencing the gate saw that the hunters were coming back, and everyone had to get ready to meet them. The people gathered around the gate noticed that the atmosphere around them was relaxed, which meant that their raid was a success. One of the staff members thanked Hunter Kim Jong-soo for their work, to which he replied that the dungeon had been successfully cleared, and he had information to pass on to the association. He said that they had found a new species of demonic beasts. They were humanoid-like creatures that spewed blue flames from their eyes and mouths. They used claws and fangs, but their killing power was low. The hunter said that he was a little hurt, but since no complications had been revealed, they were just harmless monsters. And yet, they definitely hadn't met such demonic beasts before, so he was glad that they weren't dangerous. When he told them about the new beasts, the staff asked him to detail everything in the association report. Suddenly, blue flames appeared from the hunter's wound, and the hunter felt a sharp pain. He let go of his sword and hands. It was as if an unknown force enveloped him. He lowered his head and froze. The staff member noticed that his eyes were sparkling with blue flames. He called out to him, but there was no response from him. Before the employee could speak, the hunter turned around and attacked him. He was under the power of the blue flame and could not resist it. It destroyed the employee standing next to him. The hunters who were walking behind him were shocked that their leader had destroyed a man who posed no threat to him. They realized that the flames in this dungeon were not ordinary. It had infected the hunter, after which he could infect anyone he would bite. The people panicked and began to retreat from the gate, terrified that the hunter had just destroyed a human. They feared that he might turn against them and quickly searched for a safe place. An unexpected noise outside interrupted the drawing class, and the students went to the windows to see why people were shouting. Suho raised his head and couldn't understand what was happening there. Looking through the window, the students couldn't understand why people started attacking each other. They were all enveloped in a blue flame that was driving them crazy. They noticed that their eyes were glowing blue, which meant that it was definitely demonic energy. They thought that the dungeon had not been cleaned up. The people outside didn't know what to do. Some were trying to find a safe place and stay away from the blue flame-possessed people. Others were shouting that they should have waited for the hunters who could save them. One of the students told Professor Talim that he was also an awakened one and asked him to do something, to which the professor replied that he couldn't help. He was only an E-rank hunter. Suho noticed that one of the hunters, engulfed in blue flames, was heading straight toward them. He managed to warn everyone to run away from the windows quickly and find a safe place. After his words, The hunter's body burst into the classroom window and began to destroy all the people present in the classroom. Suho turned around and began to run away, shouting for everyone else to do the same. Suho, while running away, noticed that one student was lying on the floor, crying in pain. She couldn't escape from the classroom. Her legs were injured. She was begging to be helped, to get out and escape. He didn't know what to do or how he would be able to help the girl. He turned around and rushed to run further. He shouted to her that he ran for help and would definitely come back for her, but already with the hunters. Suho ran and could not understand who he could call for help. He thought that he had left the girl to her doom, but he realized that as an unawakened man, he could only do one thing. He closed his eyes and thought that it was all because of that stupid awakening, but if he only blamed the situation, nothing would change. He realized that it was up to him to find a way out of the situation. Suho closed his eyes and thought about what his father would have done in his place. He turned around and saw the possessed hunter already approaching the girl. The girl was screaming and calling for help, but there was no one around her. She saw that she was being attacked by the hunter. She covered her face with her hands and started screaming loudly. Suho came to her rescue, and with the help of a fire extinguisher, he was able to repel the hunter, saving her from imminent death. Suho knew that in his place, his father would have done the same thing. He would not leave the girl in trouble and would have saved her. Then Suho received a notice that he had fulfilled all the conditions of the secret quest, Courage of the Powerless. He remembered that once he had a dream. He remembered it clearly, as if it was really happening to him. Suho thought that in this dream, it was as if he was in some game where he had power attack gloves in which he fought against monsters. In order to defeat the monsters that were getting stronger each time, Suho had to find new ways and methods to be able to resist these increasing threats. To prevent the monsters from killing him, he raised his level as much as possible and fought endlessly with the monsters. With each new destruction, his level increased, and he became stronger and stronger. Suho realized that the stronger the monsters became, the stronger he became. Soon, he came across only powerful monsters. He used all his skills and all his weapons to fight the strong monsters. Time passed, and he managed to get to the last level where the strongest monster was waiting for him to fight. Suho remembered that the boss he met there was very strong. Although he was his enemy, his power caused him respect and even envy. Yet, for some reason, the boss was a character he wanted to wake up to. He couldn't and didn't want to fight him, and he couldn't wake up either. The main boss in the last level was his father. When he saw him, he realized that he would not be able to destroy him. He thought that maybe he was just a projection of his dream, his strong and unflappable father. He wondered how his father had gained such strength. Suho took the fire extinguisher to save the girl from the mad hunter. He kept thinking about his father. He wondered what he would do in such a situation. He ran at the monster and thought that if his father were in this abnormal situation, how would he deal with the hunter who wanted to destroy them? The hunter's entire body was engulfed in a blue flame that completely took over him. He went mad and started to infect other people, turning them into similar monsters. Suho fought the hunter as best he could. He hit him with a fire extinguisher, preventing him from biting everyone in the class. He was sure that his father would have done the same thing, sacrificing himself to save an innocent person, so he decided to do the same. He managed to fend off the attack of an incredibly strong hunter. He realized they should find a safe place, but he knew it wouldn't last long and didn't know what to do next. He had heard that the unawakened couldn't hurt monsters without magic. Suho realized he had been too reckless in running to save the girl. He hadn't thought of the consequences, and now his life was in danger. He had no magic and wouldn't be able to stop the monster. He noticed something strange. The monster didn't fall down. It was like it was suspended in the air. Suho couldn't understand what kind of magic it was or who possessed such power. He looked at the girl, who also froze and didn't move. Everything around him froze. He couldn't understand what was happening. He received a notice that had not been opened yet. He was shocked that time had stopped around him. His thoughts were racing through his head, one after another. He opened the notification and read that he had successfully completed the secret quest, The Courage of a Weakling, and the system was offering him the chance to become a player. Suddenly, he realized this was just like his dream, where he had to fight his father in the final battle. He thought that if this was really like his dream, he couldn't refuse such an offer to become a player. Suho smiled and confirmed that he would like to become a player. Now, his life would change. He didn't know what was ahead of him, but he was ready to accept the change. The system congratulated him for becoming a player. he was rewarded for completing the task. The mage Candiaru granted him a powerful spell, and from now on he would always be in good health. He also received the enhancement of long life without disease. He was immune to all diseases, poisons, and other negative effects. The system warned him that this was not a dream, and to be careful, he only had one life. Looking at his stats, Suho thought the window was just like in the game, just like in his dream, and he was happy about that. The system notified him that he had a new mission. He needed to destroy the fog burn and increase his level. Burn of Mist was an awakened hunter who had been infected by the blue flame after a failed attempt to clear the gate. Suho, after receiving all the notifications, noticed that time had unfrozen. He looked at the girl and told her to run away from there soon. Now, he could see all the inscriptions above the heads of the hunters. They were all mist burns that he needed to destroy. They were simple, unawakened people. He saw 2 unawakened demonic beings and 1 hunter in front of him. He realized that he needed to defeat them to level up. Suho saw 2 fog burns running at him, ready to destroy him. The surviving humans were fleeing to safety. He stood calmly and waited for them to approach. He knew that if he was truly awakened, he now possessed magic capable of destroying the monsters. So he decided to test it. Suho took the fire extinguisher and hit the first monster that tried to attack him. This blow knocked the monster back a few meters. He threw the fire extinguisher away and decided to test the power of his punch. He swung and aimed his fist straight at the monster's head. Suho was incredibly focused and angry. He gathered all his strength and shouted for the monster to feel the full force of his attack. His determination and rage were palpable, and for the first time, he was not afraid of them. The power of his strike increased several times. Now he was no longer an ordinary, unawakened man. He struck the monster and it pierced the ceiling with him. Suho couldn't believe he had such power. He was easily able to defeat the monster who had previously been able to destroy him with a single blow. The system notified him that he was able to defeat Burn Mist unawakened. He looked at his fist and couldn't believe he was able to do it with just 1 blow. The monster saw that he was standing still and decided to attack him, but Suho was able to dodge and counterattack, which destroyed the monster. The system confirmed that he was able to defeat the second monster, and his mission was complete. He was incredibly happy that he had such abilities. Suho was able to level up. He had successfully completed the training where he had to destroy the fog burn and level up. The system gave him a reward for completing the task. He couldn't believe that this was actually happening to him. He decided to test his new powers. He attacked the monster and finally realized that he had truly awakened. He now had abilities and could wield magic. Suho struck, but this time it was different. The monster took his blow as if it didn't feel any pain. This surprised Suho and made him realize that the upcoming battle would be much more difficult than he thought. He was quite astonished that he was unable to destroy the monster. He realized that his opponent had become much stronger than expected. This caused him to not only be surprised but also anxious, leading him to search for new ways to defeat it. The monster launched its attack right after Suho failed to destroy it. With each passing moment, the attacks became more and more fierce. Suho realized that he now had to endure a veritable storm of power and fury to survive and find a way to defeat this invulnerable enemy. Mistburn had severely wounded Suho in one of its attacks. Feeling the sharp pain, Suho realized he was in big trouble. The situation had become critical, and he knew he had to change his strategy to survive and continue the fight. Suho gathered his strength and kicked the monster, which allowed him to break free and jump back to a safe distance. Once at a distance, he took a deep breath, realizing that this temporary escape gave him time to think about his next move. He saw the heavy wounds on himself and thought that now he could turn into a demonic creature after such an injury. It scared him because he had only just awakened. The system notified him that they had detected life-threatening injuries, and now the effect of long life without sickness had been activated. He couldn't figure out what the skill was, but then he remembered that the ability was in one of the notifications he had received as a reward for killing monsters. The monster pounced on him and knocked him to the ground, trying to inflict maximum damage. It was incredibly strong, and Suho could hardly contain it. He thought that since he was weaker than a D-rank demonic creature, it meant his rank was E. He was glad that he was able to awaken, but didn't understand why he had such a low rank. Suho tried his best to restrain the monster and prevent it from biting him. He didn't know how to defeat it, but he didn't give up. Suho realized that any action he took could be decisive in this deadly battle. Suddenly, Suho received a reward notification. He was given skill points and strength points. The enhanced abilities gave him a chance to win the battle with the monster. After receiving the reward, Suho was able to strike the monster and release his hand from its death grip. He became stronger, and now he could overpower the monster. He was able to throw the monster off him, sending it crashing to the floor. He had to get up and counterattack to finish off the monster before it could get back on its feet again. The monster quickly got up, and their deadly duel continued. Suho didn't know what the monster would do, but he realized that he needed to urgently destroy it before it inflicted a fatal wound on him. Suho started to attack and delivered a heavy, powerful blow. This attack was so strong that the monster recoiled, clearly stunned by the power of the blow. He continued to pursue his target, leaving the monster no chance. But the monster took all the blows and still tried to destroy Suho, who couldn't believe the monster was able to attack him back after receiving such heavy blows. Suho thought that even with such strength, he couldn't overpower the monster. He decided that the skill points given to him would have to be invested in strength. He invested the skill points and his strength increased. He thought that this would be enough to defeat the monster, who was an incredibly powerful opponent. Suho thought that an awakened who had increased his level, he had never heard of such a thing before. The rank of an awakened was determined upon awakening, and it was impossible to overcome this rank. He dodged the monster's attack and prepared to attack it. He didn't know that he determined the ranks of the unawakened as well, but that was the least of his worries right now. He had a dangerous monster to defeat. Suho thought that, apparently, he had the power to go beyond this unfair system. Feeling a new power and capability, he felt that he was now able to overcome the limitations and change the course of events in his favor. He struck another incredibly strong blow. After he increased his strength, the monster flew several meters away and could only stop when it hit the wall. Suho decided that it could not be given the slightest chance. He started attacking it before it could get up, and his strikes reached their target and were much stronger than the past attacks. There was no stopping him. He delivered blow after blow, and the monster could do nothing. It did not defend itself and only took all the blows. After a series of monstrous attacks, Suho struck it in the hope that he had managed to destroy it. The tension and fatigue were making themselves felt, but Suho was determined. Suho was breathing heavily. It was becoming difficult for him to continue the battle. He approached the monster's body to see if he had succeeded in destroying it. The system notified him that he had defeated the monster. He was able to increase his level by several levels. The enhanced abilities and new abilities gave him confidence, and he felt that his efforts were not in vain. Suho decided to sit down and rest. He needed to catch his breath. He was happy that the monster was finally finished. He looked at his own hand again, which was slightly bloody. He clenched his fist and finally realized that he had become an awakened player. Suho realized that now he would have a completely different future. Now he didn't feel like an ant. Now he was more confident and knew what he had to do next. He was sure that now he would succeed. Now that he was awakened, he could save people and deal with all the chaos that enveloped his world. The unknown hunter moved through the other monsters towards the building where Suho was. In his hands was a heavy sword that he dragged along the ground. As the hunter approached the building, he jumped incredibly high in the air. His movements were swift and graceful. His goal was clear, and he aimed to reach it with maximum precision and speed. Suho went to the window to see what was happening outside, but suddenly he noticed that a swift attack was launched at him. He saw the fog burn was already nearby, drawing his sword to attack. Suho, in a slight daze, didn't know what to do. He had to find a way to avoid being hit and work out a plan of action to avoid falling victim to the swift attack. He was attacked by an incredibly strong monster. It was a mist burn awakened. It was C rank, and stopping it would be quite difficult considering Suho's own rank. Burn Mist launched an attack that sent piles of rocks flying down. The debris piled up all around, creating clouds of dust and chaos. Suho needed to quickly orient himself to avoid the effects of the attack and find a way to continue fighting. Throughout the city, an announcement was sounded to the residents. It was very important, and it came from all corners of the city and was repeated more than once. There was an escape from an underground prison in the Korean University district. Residents in the surrounding areas were to evacuate immediately. The soldiers stood on one of the rooftops and watched what was happening below. They were not supposed to interfere with what was happening and waited for the proper order. They were upset that the people below were dying, and they were supposed to just stand by and watch it. The commander asked when the hunters from the association would arrive. His subordinate replied that they needed time to allocate them B-rank hunters, but the other soldier was surprised by his answer. He thought a D rank was needed here. He replied that the Hunters Association assumed that hunters in the area could have encountered serious harm. Looking over the list of infected hunters on his tablet, the soldier saw a familiar face and couldn't believe that he was also infected. He couldn't believe that even C-rank hunters could be infected, given their level of training and defense. Suho saw the dangerous mist burner in front of him, who had jumped onto his floor. He was holding his sword and was about to attack him. He looked at him and thought that he had only frightened him with his attack. He couldn't believe that he had come running to him from the lowest floors. In front of him was an S-rank awakened by the fog. Suho realized that, judging from the fact that it came to him with weapons, it was different from other monsters. But Suho was confident in his strength since he had recently managed to raise his level. He had no doubt that he would be able to fight him for life. The monster launched its attack and tried to damage him with its weapon, but Suho managed to dodge the swift attack in time. Suho, after dodging the attack, felt his heart beat faster with excitement. He quickly recovered, trying not to lose concentration, and prepared for the next step to respond to the attack. The monster did not launch another attack, leaving Suho in the dark. This temporary lull only increased his tension, and he tensely waited to see what would happen next, preparing for the monster's possible attack. Suho thought that he was a psychopath. His cruelty and unpredictability made him feel uneasy. Suho realized that he was facing an enemy whose motives and habits were difficult to understand, making him even more dangerous in this intense battle. The monster once again drew his sword, intending to attack Suho, who was standing near the wall. He was incredibly strong and vicious. He was ready to destroy anyone who would stand in his way. As soon as the monster made its attack, Suho threw a fire extinguisher at it, which the monster chopped in half, and its contents filled the entire room. The entire room was shrouded in a thick fog that was formed after the recent attack. It made it difficult to see. Suho, in the midst of this darkness, felt the tension building up and knew that any move he made could be decisive. In such conditions, he decided to take advantage of the situation and escape from the room while he had the chance. He decided that the monster was too strong to continue fighting. Suho thought that it was too much to have such a monster. There was a reason why his awakening level was divided. He realized that he needed to hold out until the other hunters came. He tried his best to leave the building, but there was already a monster behind him who saw where he was headed. Suho was not going to stop and continued to run. The monster was smiling sinisterly, his eyes burning with an eerie, evil light. His confidence and hatred were evident, and his every movement radiated menace. Suho realized that now he was going to face even more danger, and his every action must be carefully calibrated. He turned around and saw that he was being chased by the monster. As he ran past the window, the monster suddenly stopped and looked through it. He saw 3 people on the roof who stood quietly, unsuspecting, and didn't even see him. On the roof were 3 frightened girls who were sure that they had to wait here until the hunters came, but they did not know if they would come to save them. The monster decided to change his target and started to attack the 3 girls, who couldn't resist him or escape from him. He was about to give them a fatal blow. Suho stopped and saw that the monster was no longer chasing him. He also saw that he had jumped out the window, and he realized that he was now attacking someone else. The monster did not manage to hit the girls with his sword, who started to run away in panic, their frightened screams spreading throughout the city. Suho heard the screams and became incredibly angry. He realized that he had to find a way to resist the strong monster, not flee. He ran and jumped after the monster. He thought that he did not have time to wait for the hunter. The monster did not stop at anything, and only he could save the girls. The monster didn't notice Suho jumping out after him and was stunned when Suho suddenly attacked him from the back. Suho took the moment to strengthen his position and prepare for the next step in the battle. Suho was determined. He realized that he had to stop this monster before it destroyed most of the people. His attack only angered the monster, who, as if he didn't feel the strong blow, turned around and attacked him with his sword. Suho barely had time to dodge the sword attack, feeling the blade sweep within centimeters of him. His reflexes went into overdrive, and breathing heavily, he quickly assessed the situation to make his next attack. He was at a safe distance from the monster, thinking that if the monster hit even once, it would be enough to kill him. Suho looked around and saw that the monster was able to destroy a few of the girls standing on the roof of the house, and thought that it was necessary to avenge them. He realized that now he couldn't let it leave quietly. He had to stop it here without letting it kill more people. Suho began to give him a huge amount of body blows in hopes that it would slow him down and he would be able to give him a decisive blow. He continued to beat it with his bare hands. He kept hitting it harder and harder, but the monster still stood on its feet. Suho realized that it would take more strength to break this stubborn monster. Once Suho's strikes began to slow down, the monster decided to seize the moment and struck him with a sword that was able to wound Suho. Suho was in incredible pain from the wound, so the monster decided to finish him off and gave him a physical attack that sent Suho flying straight into the wall. The monster approached him to deliver a decisive blow and destroy him while he sat on the ground, unable to recover. Suho saw that his health level was low. He felt that death was near. He would not be able to continue the fight. He thought that he had lost this fight, but he kept thinking that he was lucky that he didn't die immediately. He thought that the system didn't want him to fall at the hands of the monster yet. The monster suddenly began to laugh evilly. He realized that he had already been able to defeat Suho, and this realization gave him even more evil confidence, making him an even more dangerous opponent. Suddenly, Suho felt a strange tingling sensation inside him. The sensation was unusual and seemed to penetrate him to the core. He realized that something had changed in his body. He raised his hands and thought that these new sensations could be related to his abilities or unexpected powers that he had not yet fully realized. These sensations intensified more and more, leaving Suho stunned. Each tingling sensation was like an electric shock. It took over his mind and body, causing mixed feelings of fear and curiosity. Suho was immersed in this inexplicable state, trying to understand what was happening and how it could affect his future actions in battle. But the monster was already close and attacked him. The system notified him that his level of fatigue was high. He slowly began to lose consciousness. He could no longer defend himself and continue the fight with the monster. Suho thought to beg for mercy as the monster approached him to destroy him. The roof of the house suddenly began to crack, and after a moment was destroyed. An unknown monster destroyed the roof. Suho could not understand what kind of creature it was, but he was sure that it had appeared in time, thus saving his life. Suho and the monster collapsed down from the roof. Suho had no strength to stop his fall and was rapidly approaching the ground. He realized that he could not avoid the impact. He fell to the ground with all his might, punching the ground with him. The huge impact created cracks and knocked out pieces of earth. The monster also couldn't avoid falling. Suho, immersed in the darkness and dust, felt his strength draining. He was already bleeding to death. He thought that he was saved by an ant before waking up. He was an ordinary man who often drew them. It was him that Suho thought of at the threshold of death. The ant confirmed that he was the one who saved him. He apologized for arriving too late. Now he would not let the monster destroy him. He looked at the monster that had crippled Suho and brought him to the brink of death and was ready to avenge him. He realized that the monster was too weak for him. The ant was extremely angry at the monster. He thought they were insects that had ruined the health of a noble man like Suho. He was able to easily destroy the monster with one deadly attack, after which the monster shattered into small pieces. The monsters walked around the Institute, looking for new prey to destroy and infect with blue flames so that they would continue to create the same monsters. One of the monsters saw a living man who was standing with a mop in his hands, unsuspecting. He was immersed in his thoughts and did not realize the approaching threat. Seeing the monster, the man was frightened and froze on the spot. His face turned pale with horror, and he could not understand who or what it was, so monstrous. Panic seized him, and he frantically tried to think of how to save himself, but fear paralyzed his actions. He threw the mop and started to call for help, grabbing his head with his hands. He lowered his head down and didn't see that the monster attacking him had been destroyed. At that moment, all the monsters were destroyed in a matter of seconds, and there was a huge echo throughout the city as Broi began to emit a wave of magical energy. The soldiers who were standing nearby couldn't understand what had just happened because they felt something strange and very strong nearby. But Broi immediately went back to his master, Suho, and told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that he was very happy to see his little master now. Broi remembered back to when Suho was a little boy, drawing shadow warriors in his room. When he looked up, he saw before him the mighty Broi, who was holding in his clutches the drawing that Suho had made. Broi was very surprised that his young master had drawn him. He couldn't hold back his tears because he was so touched by this beautiful creation. Now Suho began to come to his senses and opened his eyes. He couldn't understand where he was, but as soon as he opened his eyes fully, he saw that he was in bed and covered with a blanket. The first thing he could say was, "Ant," but the doctor standing next to him couldn't understand what he had just said. A little later, he started calling his uncle, and the doctor still couldn't understand what he was saying. But it didn't matter because the doctor just asked him how badly he was hurt and that the world was too cruel and dangerous, and he would hire a couple of bodyguards for him. But Suho told her he was fine. Then he started to watch TV, and they showed the government commenting on the incident at the University of Arts. The incident, which injured many people, became a hot topic of discussion. It was the discovery of the Mist Burns monster, which charges hunters and turns them into monsters. Although the incident occurred in the heart of the city, the Hunter Association was unable to react quickly, and when the hunters arrived on the scene, they saw utter chaos and destruction. But what was even more amazing was that all the monsters were destroyed, and the only question was, who or what destroyed them? Some witnesses started saying that suddenly, the people who had turned into monsters came out of nowhere. Suho, watching all this, couldn't realize that he wasn't really dreaming because it was really real, and it wasn't just some stupid dream, and that the awakened one becomes stronger by increasing his level. At the moment, Suho is level 5, and he realized that it must be true that he got a small rank during a battle with a hunter who was charged. But he couldn't understand how he managed to survive. At that moment, he heard a voice that said it was because Beru got rid of those parasites. As soon as he looked down at the floor, he saw a huge shadow looking at him with its huge eyes. As soon as Beru regained his shadow form, he said it was good to see him again after all these years as a young lord, and that as a young lord, he had grown up and become such a wonderful person. Beru couldn't contain his feelings. Suho slowly began to put the pieces of lost memories together, and he realized it was the ants because, as a child, he loved them very much. He was one of the black creatures that had been with him in his childhood, but he couldn't understand why he could only remember it now. Beru said that the young ruler had crossed the measurement boundary to meet him. Still, Suho couldn't understand why he had lived with these black creatures as a child, but now he was asking himself too many questions. For now, what was more important were his memories. He was bigger, but Beru replied that traveling through a dimension requires a lot of mana. When he came out, he was big and intimidating, but the card system indicated the level of a soldier. As soon as Beru found out that he was down to a common soldier, he was furious. He didn't like that he was down to a common soldier. Suho immediately got to his feet and started to say that he was feeling better and that it was really his doing, to which Beru replied that it was true. No matter how you looked at it, he was a great healer, and his original mission was to dispel the shadow seal. But it seems he's already broken it of his own free will. Indeed, he is the young ruler. But Suho couldn't understand what this seal had to do with him and Beru. Beru began to explain that Suho could accept that all he had seen was what he had really lived through, and that he had become much stronger since he had fought him last. The great Shadow Lord, Sung Jinwoo, had sealed his power along with his memory because he wanted Suho to live an ordinary life as its lord. But Suho couldn't believe his own ears because Sung Jinwoo was his father. So he's in touch with his father, who left home. But Beru said he didn't leave home, he went into space. Suho couldn't understand what space was, but Beru began to explain briefly that the Shadow Adeka is in space now, fighting monsters for this world. His father is defending their world with his own life, fighting powerful beings. More specifically, he's fighting against powerful opponents, and the Iterum is a creature trying to take over their world by sending his apostles to battle. His father and Beru fought many enemies on the way here, and the opening of the gates on Earth is also the effect of the war that is still going on right now. But Suho asked him what it means that his mother is out there too, because she disappeared on the day when he was still with his father, and he thought they were together somewhere. When he heard that, Beru got really angry because he couldn't understand how it was possible that Miss Hain had disappeared. Beru said it was probably the apostles' trickery. There was no doubt about it. Suho heard this and asked if he wanted to say that it's all the fault of the Itarim, and his parents can't come back because the Itarim interfered in their lives. But Beru realized that the young lord really wanted to meet the two of them. Suho replied that, of course, he wanted to, and now there's only one way to get stronger, to save his mother and meet his father. But Beru said that because of the Dark Lord's war, he can't return to Earth, so the young lord needs to become stronger to find and rescue Miss Hain in himself. Now, they will use this key to raise his level, and at that moment a notification window appeared that showed he has a new quest. Quest, Shadow Test. He is the son of the Great One, and now all his innate abilities are sealed. To deal with this great power, he needs to prove his qualifications and enter the Dark Dungeon and prove his abilities. This item is the key to the Dark Dungeon. This key will allow you to travel to the Dark Dungeon. It can be used in the shadow of the Sacred Protector. Baru immediately said that the young master must insert this key into his own shadow. As soon as he did so, shadow gates began to appear in front of him. In the shadow gate, there was a portal that he had to go through right now. Baru briefly told him to go in and get back the powers that belong to him alone. But Suho, thinking about it, couldn't quite believe that there's a cosmos, a war of the gods, a lord of shadows, and it all just doesn't make sense. But now all he has to do is gather his strength and save his mother and father, because if he can only face them when he's stronger, he decided that he would level up as much as he could just to get strong enough to fight. Beru, behind him, was very excited by this speech and started to remember when his Shadow Lord told him to go to the ground and break Suho's seal. Beru said that he was talking about the seal of the Shadow Lord, to which Sung Jinwoo said that the Itarim could invade the earth as well, and he should return his son's memory to the seal and let him protect the land. Otherwise, he should act at his discretion depending on the situation on Earth. Beru finally realized that if this task was entrusted to him, he would stay by the young lord's side and help him level up. At that moment, Suho began to enter the portal, and on the other side, he slowly started to come out of it. Beru began to explain that this is the abode of the dead, where no living person dares to enter without the master's permission, and this is the dark dungeon inhabited by many creatures. Suho immediately realized that it is a dungeon of shadows and looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon. But suddenly, he couldn't understand why he felt uncomfortable here, yet it also seemed very familiar to him, as if he had been here before. At that moment, his thoughts were shattered by the notification system, which started showing him a status window. It said that the leadership of the task of survival in the Dungeon of Shadows will never recognize such a weakling as a master in its lands. He must hold on for the allotted time and prove his competence. Suho read the notice and realized that he had been allotted an hour. As soon as the trial began, a creature appeared behind Suho that didn't hesitate for a second and started to attack him in the back. Suho sensed its presence, swung around and kicked the goblin, causing it to fly off to the side. Suho realized that he had to keep his eyes open because this goblin had come out of nowhere. But when he looked closely, he saw that it wasn't just any goblin, but a scout goblin, to which Beru said that if the scout was here, there were other goblins around, and that he should deal with it before it called its friends. Suho rushed into battle, but Beru warned his young lord that of course there were goblins, but he should not be so careless. He immediately told Suho that the goblin didn't even have a name or color, and that it was weaker than him by several times. Grabbing its hand, Suho started to squeeze harder, and taking the goblin's stone axe out of his inventory, he began to attack the enemy. In a matter of seconds, he destroyed the goblin with a single blow. Then, the notification system began to show that he had destroyed the goblin scout. Suho immediately told Beru that those who are stronger than him have different colored names. But at that moment, the two of them began to hear a strange sound. As soon as they turned to where the sound was coming from, they saw a goblin sitting on the roof, calling out to its friends. This made Suho angry because he realized there was another scout. Just a minute later, other goblins with yellow-colored names showed up. The goblin captains also arrived after the others. Seeing all this, Suho started to ask Beru if he could help him, and Beru replied that he was willing to fight, but he was too far away from the Overlord, so he couldn't replenish his magic power. He had to save his strength, and besides, if he participated in the battle, the amount of experience points Suho would get would be greatly reduced. Suho immediately realized that meant he wouldn't help, and at that moment, he started to use a skill and decided that he would try to do it himself. The goblin axe that was behind him began to rise into the air, and with it, the battle axe flew towards our hero. At the same moment, he started to use the skill and control it in the air, destroying all the goblins in his way with the help of his skill, which was indicated in the status window as if he had acquired an invisible hand. But at that moment, an arrow flew towards our hero, narrowly missing his head, but he raised his hand in time to catch it. Looking up, he saw that the arrow came from another goblin who was standing on the roof. The goblin pulled back the magical bowstring, preparing another shot, but in just a second, the goblin archer was destroyed. As Suho watched the battle, he realized that he was adaptable, and this unusual birth of a hero from myths was similar to the childhood story of the Little Lord. The little lord was free to use the power of the lords, but this power was created to destroy everything, so it was harming the peaceful world. But now that the apostles are invading the land again, the little lord's village is finally beginning to blossom. At that moment, Suho leveled up, and he realized that the ruler's strength could raise no more than a kilogram. Just then, another goblin came behind him and attacked him in the back, smiling evilly, pleased to have wounded the young Shadow Lord. But a retaliatory strike came in, killing the goblin in a matter of seconds. Baru noticed this and started asking how he was feeling, but all that was overshadowed by the appearance of a new creature on the battlefield, emitting a huge red energy. It was the strongest goblin, the Centurion. Suho didn't pay any attention to it, but drew his weapon and slowly started to turn towards the goblins that were attacking from all sides. He was ready for them and got into a fighting stance. He began to fight, swinging his blade and taking down one goblin after another. Then, he threw the dagger he was holding straight at the goblin centurion, and with incredible speed, the blade reached its target. Suho began to realize that he felt more alive than when his powers were down, and now he was ready to fight with all the strength he had at the moment. As he fought, the opponent's points slowly dropped, but it wasn't over. He fought with all his might, certain he could beat them and hold on for 4 hours, as it was his best chance to level up against tough opponents. Just a few minutes later, the notification system showed that he had learned the resilience skill, and his level had been raised. Soon after, he managed to take out all the goblins in his way. The notification system also said he had minutes to complete the mission. Baru said he was doing great and had no doubt for a minute that he would pass the challenge. The notification system also said that Suho had received a reward for completing the challenge, and the reward was a runestone. If he used it, he would gain the shadow extraction skill. Baru was very happy because the young lord would be extracting shadows. Suho also noticed that during the battle, he had gained the resilience skill, so after awakening, he could now access the skills and the level up system. Compared to the time before his awakening, he had become much stronger. Baru explained that Suho's leveling system was an improved version of the system that the Lord had used in the past, and it was also a means for his steady growth. He thought he wasn't awakened, but he turned out to be the strongest Shadow Lord ever. He received the runestone, which he could break and absorb. Once Suho cracked the runestone, the notification system said he had learned the shadow extraction skill. He realized he could now create shadow soldiers. This skill allows the dead body of a monster to be turned into a soldier like himself. This is the power that makes the current Shadow Lord, Sung Jin Woo, exist. It's similar to a necromancer's skill, but Suho could only control those weaker than him. He had heard that the summoning skill wasn't very popular with hunters. As soon as Suho wanted to extract the shadow, the notification system prompted him to name the command for the shadow extraction skill. Suho realized he needed a special command to extract it. Baru started to suggest that the command should be something intuitive. After a moment of thought, Suho used the same phrase as his father, rise up. As soon as he gave the command, the shadow began to gather and rise. Suho saw a small green hand appear on the wall, and once the preparations were finished, he saw the first-level shadow goblins appear. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was shadow extraction, and it wasn't as bad a skill as he initially thought. The shadow soldiers created from extraction were a little weaker than when they were alive and smaller in stature. The notification system showed that they would disappear after 24 hours. Baru was surprised that Suho didn't have the shadow power skill, which affects intelligence and level. This would be a very useful skill in the future. It was an incredibly good skill. Suho realized this and told him not to be upset. But now he realized that he hadn't eaten in a day. His stomach started to growl. He asked Baru how he could get out of there, and Baru said that with the key to the shadow dungeon, he could get out at any time. So they decided to go and eat. A little while later, Suho was sitting in her hospital tent, enjoying her meal. He also had no idea that hospital food was so delicious. Baru, watching him, said that his little overlord, he would explain what to do next. They were given only 3 tasks. The first was to protect the Earth from demons from outer space. To this, Suho suggested they go into the dungeon and catch demonic creatures. Baru confirmed that as they hunted the creatures, their level would increase, and the stronger they were, the safer the Earth would be. The third task was to find his missing mom. Suho asked if there was any way to find out where she was, but Baru said that if they kept catching these creatures, maybe they could find a clue. Eventually, they needed to go to the dungeon. The final third task was the most important one. Beru had to regain his strength because he didn't like the regular soldiers and wanted to show him all his enemy power. Suho started asking what he should do to regain his strength, and Beru replied that he could absorb some of the knowledge and magic items. It used to be an ineffective way to use the item, thus becoming a shadow soldier. But since he couldn't get magic power, there was nothing left for him to do but eat something magical. Anyway, Suho decided he had to go to the dungeon, and now they were going to prepare. But to enter the dungeon, the Hunter Association would determine the level of magical ability. Determining the level of magical ability, he was an awakened man who was raising his level. He now had to check what grade he'd get because it would be great if it was S rank. But the next day, when he went to the Hunter Association, the girl said that his magical ability level was E rank, making him the weakest hunter. A little while later, he left the Hunter Association and decided he had to figure out something to get into the dungeon. Beru started to say that he had heard that a hunter's level was determined by the amount of magic power, and the little lord, focusing on increasing his physical stats, would certainly prove to be inferior to his skills. But Suho said he shouldn't be comforted. It's more frustrating that way. The Shadow Powers were evaluating the level of whether he could defend the land so early, but he still needed to raise his level because he heard that hunters of this rank couldn't just join the team. Entering the dungeon would be a problem. But there was one way he was going to check out right now. The capture team fights in the dungeon, then there's the collection team that takes the bodies of the creatures, and finally there's the extraction team, which is the extraction team. That way he could get into the dungeon. Except for the capture team, hunters of low rank, even with E rank, can enter the dungeon. A little later, the dungeon workers started carrying magic crystals and bringing them out. Suho, who was standing near the magic crystals, that began to scratch his head because he had no idea it was such a hard job. He turned around and began to tell another hunter who was standing next to him that he was thankful to know him because he didn't know anyone else. This guy was a teacher's aide in the art department of a Korean university. He was also a self-awakened E rank, and was lucky to have him around because he was able to work in the dungeon. But suddenly, the guy asked Suho to start apologizing to him for giving him problems at the university because there were no other awakened people there besides him. He got scared and ran away. Suho recalled this situation when he was told that he was an awakened person and should do something, to which he replied that he had an E rank. Now, he was apologizing for not doing anything at the time, but Suho told him to raise his head because he was also an E-ranked awakened hunter. The association said that E-rank hunters should run away as fast as they could when they encountered a demonic creature, but that guy was just surprised that Suho was also an E-rank, to which Suho replied that his magical ability scores are equal. But that guy couldn't believe it was true because when he was running away, he saw Suho fighting a demonic creature on the roof. Now he couldn't realize if it was true and if he was wrong. If his rank had gone up after the creature attacked, then he's really cool. But at that moment, Beru appeared next to that guy and started saying that the little lord is cool. The guy turned around to see whose voice it was, and as soon as he saw the shadow soldier, he immediately sidestepped and started yelling that there was a demonic creature here. Suho didn't understand why he came out of the shadows, but the shadow soldier answered that the little lord was now at the level of a weak ant larva, and so it would be safer if he stayed close to him and protected him. The guy started to get to his feet and asked if he had awakened as a summoned hunter, to which Suho replied that it seemed so. There are a lot of hunters who have no skills at all, but he was lucky. But this guy had a skill, so Suho teased him about whether that was why he was running away from the monsters so fast. As soon as he spoke, the guy sat down and got nervous. Suho said it was just a joke and then turned around, starting to tell Suho that he had finally killed him. Suho started looking into the cave and realized that this was the first time he was in a dungeon other than the Shadow Dungeon. Now he's facing a task force going after demonic creatures. This looking at what appeared to be an empty dungeon, and judging by the fact that they had only come across demonic wolves, but wolf pelts are worth a lot of money, they needed to collect that stuff too. But there are also sometimes groups of magic stones, so there's nothing left to do but keep looking. Don't get frustrated, just go through the dungeon to the end to find out. But at that moment, a guy showed up and started telling the cast something here. As soon as they got inside, they saw this huge room that was glowing brightly. They couldn't figure out what the ruins were, and maybe they should go out and call for backup. They couldn't recognize any demonic creatures, but they couldn't understand why there was such a structure but no monsters. Now they decided to find out. At that moment, they saw some strange weapon in front of them and nobody could understand what it was. Was it treasure hidden here instead of the boss? The guys couldn't figure it out because they didn't even think there could be a weapon stuck in the ground. Really cool. So the guys decided to try to see what it really was. But one of the guys said they'd have to test it to know for sure. It looked like a great weapon, but the other guy said to be careful. There could be traps with such a treasure. The captain approached the ball and said he'd take it and not leave. When he touched the sword, it began to glow a bright color, and the captain said that even if he had a C rank, he could overcome it. But at that moment, there was a bright flash of light that showed through the entire space in the dungeon, and the captain couldn't understand what it was because he saw a whole different place. The other guy standing next to him said there didn't seem to be any trap, but the captain should be careful with that sword. They didn't know what it was, and he'd have to be more careful next time. But at that moment, the captain swung his sword and destroyed his first comrade. The other hunters couldn't understand what he had just done, but the captain began to turn into some strange creature and said that whoever dared to take the sword was the Lord of the Fang, and now he must destroy all those who invaded the Fang Lord's domain. So the captain began to destroy one hunter after another. But in the other dungeon, the workers couldn't realize that they had just been closed. Suho started to show his comrade he had the ability to summon goblins. The guy started to say that he had heard that these abilities only summon 1 or 2 creatures, and he had summoned 3. This guy's power was definitely abnormal, but he couldn't understand why he was so low ranked. You can only summon 3, and to use shadow extraction, you need a body, which is inconvenient. But you can just get goblin bodies from the dungeon and use them as free labor. Suho just now realized that shadow extraction is a really good ability. A hunter with a low rank is classified by the Hunter Association and cannot enter the dungeon alone. Since he started to divide the hunter's rank, a lot of time has passed and more mistakes are made by the measuring machine. So when he hangs up the level, maybe his rank will be measured again. Suho started to tell the taker that if he remembers their 3rd mission, they can do it here because he said that it regenerates if it eats something magical. I'll tell you how many magic crystals these crystals contain, magical powers, and that it doesn't help with the loot anyway. So why don't I do it now? Suho suddenly asked. Beru, did the Overlord really show up here? Maybe something his father, but Beru replied that it wasn't like that. His father wasn't the only Overlord. If it was his father, his village would be rebuilt in a second. But this creature and that odor were something else entirely, and right now they needed to be wary. The other diggers who were in this dungeon couldn't figure out what that noise was coming from. As soon as they turned towards it, they realized that all that rumbling was coming from the cave right in front of them. Then they wondered if they had any direction to where their capture team was headed. But that's when they started looking closer, and they noticed that some strange creature had begun to emerge from the cave. As they got closer, the diggers realized it wasn't human, and this was a demonic creature. But they could not understand where it came from because the hunters had recently entered the cave. At the same moment, they started to turn around and run with all their might towards the exit to escape. But one of the workers started waving at the demonic creature in panic, and although he was gripped by panic, he desperately continued waving his pickaxe. But the demon dog came closer and grabbed the pickaxe with its huge mouth. The miner, looking at the destroyed pickaxe, could not understand how this monster managed to destroy it in a matter of seconds. At that moment, he realized that he was about to be finished. With a desperate cry, he began to call for help from the other hunters. Just as the monster was about to attack the worker jumped back, at which point Suho intervened and ran up from somewhere and hit the demon dog on the head with all his might. Suho, at the same moment, shouted to his partner that he would buy them time and they should get out. Desperately, his comrade started to run away with all his legs, and lastly said only that he was grateful to him. Suho, for his part, started looking at the demonic dogs and realized that their names were highlighted in orange, and that meant he was not at the same level as the Mistburners in that women's university in Korea. But now he realized that he could handle them alone quite well because he had already raised his level and was now much stronger than before. But suddenly he felt angry and started telling him that he was ordering him to run outside. After all, he didn't have to help every time of his own free will. But his comrade replied in a desperate voice that he was all alone and would try his best to help him. Suho, on the other hand, turned his head and asked him to intercede if he was in danger. He would still leave 3 goblins to protect him just in case. Now, he took out his inventory and began to select the weapons he would use to fight against the demonic dogs. After all, this was the goblin weapon he had gotten in the Shadow Dungeon, and right now it would be better than a pickaxe. His comrade didn't understand. Could he really even summon weapons, and where did he get such abilities from? Without thinking long, our hero with all his might began to rush towards the demonic dogs. Not even a moment later, the notification system showed Suho that he had defeated the steel-toothed lichen. The comrades left behind only looked on and rejoiced that their young lord was so strong. But Suho reached back and began to command the demonic dog to let his shadow rise. The three goblins and his comrade looked on in horror as he was able to summon the demonic dog. And as soon as the demonic dog was summoned, it immediately started attacking the other demonic dogs, thus helping Suho. Baru, who was watching his little lord, was happy that he was already getting used to fighting using shadow power. But our hero realized that retrieving and summoning shadows didn't waste his mana. If he could summon more creatures as his magic power increased, he would have an entire region. Once he destroyed the demon dog, he immediately decided to summon it. The goblin who was standing beside our hero's partner watched with the same amazement as he summoned another demon dog. At this moment, the notification system once again showed that he was able to defeat the steel-toothed lichen and had gained a new level. Following that, Suho began to summon another wolf, and this time it was the last one he had defeated. At this moment, his comrade began to ask Suho what this was. After all, this was clearly not a rank E ability. How could he be able to resurrect demonic beings? Suho suddenly hesitated as he began to realize that he had lost his temper this time and needed to quickly think of a way to talk himself out of it. Turning around, he said that this was basically rank E, but his comrade could not understand. Had Suho intentionally registered under a false rank? Suho suddenly turned around towards the cave where the demonic creatures came out of and realized that he still had a task left and one enemy remaining. But he couldn't figure out what that enemy was, since he had already destroyed all the lichens. In the distance, he began to see a strange silhouette of a man and could not understand if it was his last enemy, but it looked like it was a person from the capture team. Suddenly, Suho's comrade began to approach that hunter and asked if he really survived. After all, they were attacked by demonic creatures and almost killed. At this moment, the expression on the hunter's face changed, and the guys realized that now, as soon as the hunter approached, Suho pulled his comrade aside. At the same moment, a sword flew right in front of his face and broke his glasses. As soon as the huge sword struck the ground, Suho managed to pull his comrade aside in fear. Suho immediately began to order his wolves to attack this hunter without a second thought. The wolves from all sides began to pounce on the hunter to destroy him. At the same time, Suho began to pull his comrade away and said that he was unlucky this time because he had once again been caught by a demonic creature that had lost its mind. To make matters worse, the color of his name had turned red, which meant that he was a very strong opponent. After all, the redder the color, the more dangerous the creature. At the Women's University in Korea, he had hardly felt how strong red-level creatures were. So the sensible thing to do would be to take his comrade and run as far away from this place as possible. As soon as they left the area where that hunter was, our hero began to ask Baru what he meant when he said he could sense the Overlord. Baru replied that the hunter carried his energy, but was not even close in power to the Overlord. However, even so, he was not his equal yet, to which Suho replied that he understood everything. Right now, he needed to open his inventory and come up with a plan. But Baru couldn't understand. Did the little lord really want to fight? Suho immediately replied that the system said that it was in some way a safety mechanism to ensure his growth, which meant that since he was given this assignment, he had a chance to win. Besides, if he wanted to meet his parents, he needed to get stronger sooner rather than later. And to get stronger, he needed to destroy this monster and raise his level. After scattering all the weapons he had in his inventory, he decided that he would defeat the enemy now and be able to raise his level. Beru looked at Suho and was very touched by his words. Beru, in turn, began to say that he faces trials he can't handle over and over again and never avoids battles, and that with this weak character comes the character of a lord. Just as the hunter began to approach Suho, Beru said that the body of that thing that had taken hold of the hunter was a sword. If he could wrestle the sword away from the bearer would no longer be able to move. At this moment, the hunter began to approach Suho little by little. But at this moment, the shadow wolves began to surround him and attack him from all sides. As soon as one of the wolves was able to grab the hunter's sword, Our hero realized that the hunter was indeed up again after using magic. Baru added that shadow soldiers are essentially immortal. If there is magic, they can regenerate as long as they want. Suho realized at this moment that the power of the shadow soldiers was the key to superiority over any enemy. But at this moment, he saw that the hunter had easily destroyed his shadow wolf with one swing of his sword. Baru added that the hunter was destroying the shadow so easily because his magic was still weak. Suddenly, the hunter turned to Suho, saying how a lowly person like him could use the power of a shadow lord. Suho was surprised that the hunter could speak, but Baru jumped into the conversation and started yelling at the hunter. How dare he call a lord from the Shadow Lord lineage a lowlife? The hunter didn't like this and replied that he hadn't thought of meeting the Shadow Lord lineage again. Without thinking long, the hunter started shouting that Suho was the Fang Lord's enemy. Without thinking long, Suho began to raise his weapon and said that he would now begin to test his level. With all speed, he started throwing his weapon, destroying the goblins and aiming it straight at the hunter. But the hunter easily began to repel all of his attacks. Suho realized that, as expected from the red name, the hunter was easily repelling him. After scattering his weapons all over the area, Suho decided that he would act differently in this case. Without thinking long, he extended his arm and decided that he would just take quantity now. Baru, being behind him, realized that this was the ruler's strength that he had been using since he was an infant. As he continued to attack, Suho made sure that all of his attacks were easily repelled by that red hunter. As soon as he came close, the hunter struck a few more times and broke the weapon he was holding. Looking at the hunter, Suho saw an intimidating gaze directed straight at him. Dodging all of the hunter's attacks, Suho realized that it felt like it was impossible for him to fight back. If this hunter hit him once, he would be finished. If he were to stall for time, his chances of winning would be gone. But suddenly the hunter began to shout, "Are you really going to avoid the battle like this? Right now you look like a coward hiding behind the Shadow Lord and the Shadow Soldiers." But Suho began to smile and replied to the hunter, "Affecting your parents is a violation of the rules, and you don't have the confidence to approach even if you provoke like this." Thinking back to that conversation with Baru, if his seal is wrong, why doesn't he regain the ability to climb the tower? But Baru replied that his powers were sealed when he was still young, and he could be said to have regained the skill of those shadows. If he had those powers, he could rival Iterim. However, this place isn't a dream or reality. It's a test to see if he can handle the powers. The physical strength was destined to disappear whether the test succeeded or not. Then it's true, it's just a game. The experience of being in the tower wasn't meaningless. Suho recalled that he remembered precisely and clearly the sensations he felt when he passed the Tower of Trials, at least if he had something like an iron glove, like back then. Then Suho recalled Baru's words. Shadow soldiers are essentially immortal. If there's magic, they can regenerate for as long as they want. And if you think of it that way, Baru can also change form at will. In that case, he can now come up with new plans to overpower this hunter. Once the preparations were over, he began to summon his shadow dogs anew. But the red hunter continued to attack and shouted, "Suho, are you really at it again? Haven't you learned that it doesn't work to send those meaningless shadow dogs at me? Right now, I'll just cut you down to the point where your shadow soldiers can't get close to me." But at this moment, something strange began to happen on the battlefield. Suho began to extract shadows and transform them into matter that enveloped his hands. At this moment, the red hunter made a decisive strike, causing a huge explosion to sound after the strike. But with his head down, the red hunter couldn't realize what had just happened, as his attack was simply blocked. As soon as he lowered his gaze, he saw Suho blocking his attack and said, "Lycan Steel Fang lives up to his name." Just now, the notification system showed that he was able to retrieve the Iron Glove transformation form. Suho immediately realized that with this skill, he would be able to easily approach and deal with this hunter. As soon as they started exchanging blows, the entire atmosphere in the dungeon changed. Baru, who was watching from behind, couldn't believe his eyes. Suho was able to use the Shadow Soldier's weapons. A far superior level Shadow Lord was in a state of mastery and could manipulate all shadows at will, like an ant caterpillar that had just discovered shadow power. How was he able to discover the next stage of shadow power that no one had ever told him about? The martial arts mastery that Suho had just shown was very impressive. This ruler power that Suho had mastered without any support or hints was amazing. Most importantly, the way he used the shadow power, Baru realized that Suho had completely mastered it. At this moment, Suho threw the red hunter straight into the nearest wall with all his might, causing a huge explosion. But that wasn't enough. The Red Hunter suddenly jumped up from his seat and started screaming loudly. All of this was not enough, as the weapon that Suho started to raise flew straight at the Red Hunter. Beru immediately noticed that his little lord had become much stronger than before. Right now, he realized that Suho was a true prodigy. As soon as he managed to defeat the Red Hunter said that with his red name, he thought he wouldn't be defeated, but it was all over. Beru immediately added that he didn't doubt his victory for a moment. Raising his hand, Suho realized that he had gotten used to a new fighting technique during this fight. He decided to look at his awards, and the notification system immediately showed them. The notification system asked if he wanted a quest reward, to which Suho replied that he was willing to accept. The notification system started showing the rewards for the quest. The first reward was the Storm Strike Runestone, and the second skill he had mastered was Storm Strike. At this moment, the aura enveloping Suho began to glow bright blue, and he realized that the skill was the most coveted reward, and he instinctively already knew how to use it. He decided to test it in action while he had time and practice. He turned his attention to the weapon that lay at his feet. The voice kept saying to the Red Hunter that this was all disappointing. After all, this was just boundless human greed. When Suho raised his sword, it would completely devour him. As soon as Suho raised the sword, the notification system showed that he had acquired a new item, the Lycan Fang. Suho immediately noticed that this sword looked much better than the goblin sword he had gotten in the first dungeon when he was training and leveling up. But the voice from within the sword continued to ponder that there was really a person who had inherited the Fang and was not under its control. When all the preparations were finished, Suho started practicing with his new weapon in different directions, destroying all the rocks that were nearby. He began to use his Storm Strike skill. The large mana consumption from a single strike could be a problem, but he liked the effect. Suho had told Beru that the reaction to shadow extraction was completely different, and the power of shadows was 1,000, if not tens of thousands of times stronger. As soon as Suho swung his sword for the last time, he noticed that his comrade started to come to his senses. Walking over to him, he asked if he was all right, but his comrade couldn't understand what had happened. Opening his eyes fully, he saw the Red Hunter who was lying next to him. Suho said that he couldn't explain everything in 2 words, and they would talk outside a little later. All the hunters and workers started to leave through the portal. Sitting on a bench, Suho's comrade began to ask him what he would do. He replied that he was going to check if there were still survivors in the dungeon. As soon as Suho entered the dungeon, his comrade couldn't understand. Did this guy really awaken with the summoning skill in such a trifling situation? He couldn't understand when Suho had become so strong, although right now it didn't matter anymore. Watching all the survivors who called their relatives to say that they were fine, most of them couldn't understand what had happened inside the dungeon. The guy sitting on the bench realized that what mattered was that all these people were alive because of Suho. Meanwhile, our hero inside the dungeon started destroying all the Iron Demon dogs. Once he destroyed some of them, he told Beru that there were still many more wolf monsters inside. Beru replied that they all counted as experience and one should not miss them. Suho turned around and started to wonder why the attack power of this sword had dropped drastically, but the voice inside the sword said that it was probably because it was helping the descendant of the Shadow Lord. Beru began to explain to the voice inside the sword that showing strength against those weaker than him was a pathetic act. The voice replied that he had never seen a hunter chase after prey that was weaker than he was, but still, Beru added that the young lord had defeated him, even though he was many times stronger. Suho turned around and couldn't realize that he was now watching a talking bug and a talking sword, and he still couldn't get used to such a thing. A little later, he still reached the place where that sword was taken out from. After examining everything there, he saw that all the hunters who were there had been destroyed. The sword suddenly began to speak. Everyone who entered here will be destroyed. My mission is to protect the Fang Lord's shrine. But Suho took the sword in his hands and, with all his might, shoved it into the same place from which it had been taken out. Turning around, he started to look at the destroyed hunter. But the notification system immediately showed him that the target for releasing the shadow was present and asked if he wished to extract the shadow. Suho immediately started to ask Beru if it was possible to use shadow release on humans, to which Beru immediately replied that if it was a destroyed body, any creature could become a shadow soldier. But Suho, without thinking long, picked up the destroyed hunters and started carrying them to the exit of the dungeon. Beru couldn't understand if he wasn't going to use the shadow release. Suho turned around and only said that forcing someone to fight after death was more like punishment. Beru was greatly surprised by these words, for he couldn't even imagine that the young lord wouldn't subdue the annihilated. At this moment, Suho began to ask Beru if it was true that this was the Lord's shrine. Beru replied that it was true. Suho continued by saying that his father and the lord he destroyed were somehow related to the Itarim. Beru explained that the Itarim are the non-Nash enemies of his overlord, and that overlord is a past enemy. There are 9 monarchs, including their lord, his father, Seung Jin Woo, the monarch of the dead, lord of the shadows, protector of the entire planet who has saved it more than once. First, there is the king of beasts, the lord of fangs, who matches the strength of the other monarchs. Following him is the queen of insects, the lord of plague. Next comes the king of monstrous humanoids, the monarch of the iron body, the king of demons, known as the monarch of white flames. Then there is the king of giants, the monarch of the beginning. After that comes the king of the snowfolk, the monarch of frost, the king of demonic specters, the monarch of transfiguration. Finally, there is the king of berserk dragons, the monarch of destruction. All 9 kings have power beyond comprehension, but 8 of them died trying to attack the earth. And that's right, the Shadow Lord is his master, the one who destroyed the Fang Lord. At this moment, the sword began to speak. If my strength was at the proper level, I would have torn apart the Shadow Lord's blood descendant and thrown it to be eaten by the wolves. Suho replied that it wasn't that he didn't understand his wishes, but his father had defeated the other kings just to protect the land. Was he also only trying to protect this place from invaders? No matter what side you're on, they're trying to protect what they care about. And all he cares about is that he only wants to fight him because of a blood bond. And if protecting this place is his mission, isn't it silly to show hatred for a father who couldn't defeat a Fang Lord? He just wants to meet the parents he can't see because of the invaders. And for the sake of his goal, he's willing to rely on any force. When the Itarim begin their invasion, this place won't be safe either. If he helps him, he will protect this place too. The voice that lurked within the sword could not understand. Was he really proposing to join forces with the Blood Heir? Grasping the hilt of the sword, Suho decided to make sure. Would this sword agree to serve him to protect this place and the entire planet? At this moment, the Shadow and Fangs would fight hand in hand on this front in unison. A little later, the reporters sitting in the cafe with Suho's friends started asking questions regarding yesterday's incident in the dungeon. They wanted to know all the details that he could tell them since he was there personally. Lim Dog-yoon, the survivor of yesterday's incident, picked up his coffee cup and said that he would tell them everything. He actually wanted the case to get publicity and the attitude of Suho, who has a rank of E, to improve. This was a great opportunity for Suho for saving the day. A little later, a headline came out about an event where a rank E hunter had single-handedly saved other hunters in a dungeon. The article contained information about the brave hunter who threw himself at the monster to save people, as well as interviews with many of the survivors he saved. Elsewhere, the guys sitting at the table started scratching their pens behind their ears. For now, it was time to choose a couple of people. In another guild management department, one of the guys said that the information gathering team was also lamenting that they needed more people, and it seemed like they needed to hire a few more E-rank hunters. The guy sitting at the main desk, specifically the second in command, said to send him one candidate. The guy at the computer started looking and saw that it was a rank E hunter who had fought monsters in the dungeon, evacuated a team of miners, and brought a wounded hunter out of the dungeon. The guys who saw that he had rank E were immediately surprised. But the second person in management started to say, don't they realize that it would be fine to take him to a big guild like ours and we can cover up one scandal? At this moment, a guy asked if Hunter Suho had replied to their letter because the newcomer had already managed to get an invitation from the Black Turtles Guild and he must be happy. But the other guy turned around and told the leader that he had declined the offer, causing the leader to not be able to understand why. After all, this guy is just a rank E rookie, and he's turning down such a big guild. I don't understand what's the point, the leader said. The other guy replied that Hunter Suho didn't want to join any guilds. The leader was angry with this kind of answer. He couldn't understand if this guy thought he was some S-rank hunter. This isn't the end yet. We're sure that Suho himself will contact us soon. Sooner or later, he'll realize how difficult it is for a hunter without a guild. Suho, while in his apartment, began to look at the notifications that came on his phone. He realized that once he visited that dungeon, he had no shortage of guild invitations. A lot of people wanted to get their hands on him specifically, but everyone wanted to hire him as a porter or gatherer. He couldn't understand why there were so many. He figured it would be a hindrance to him and an even bigger hindrance to leveling up with the system. and there was no point in joining them right now. He didn't care what the guild wanted to do or who they wanted to get. He had better things to do. Turning to his sword, he began to ask Fang Rakan if he wanted to continue the conversation, the one they had started in the dungeon when he suggested combining the powers of Shadow and Fang. Fang Rakan couldn't understand how he could calmly utter such nonsense. Are you saying that a shadow can become an ally instead of an enemy? Only under one condition: if you bring me to the Fang Lord's other holy land. At this moment, Suho started to ask if he knew how to get there, to which Fang replied that he knew where all of the Fang Lord's holy lands were located, regardless of the distance. But he felt that the gate leading there had already disappeared, and what people call a dungeon breakthrough had most likely happened. Suho immediately realized that this holy place must be an open dungeon. An open dungeon is where creepy and very strong monsters dwell. When a dungeon breach forms in the abandoned gate, the monsters take over the land, turning it into a wasteland. At this moment, Suho, holding his phone in his hand, sent a message to his uncle that he would be gone for a while and not to worry. Even if he couldn't contact him right now, he needed to move out to seize even more power and raise his level as quickly as possible. A little later, Suho started to ask Beru if they had arrived at that place, to which he replied that it was correct. But at the parking lot, they noticed that it was forbidden to enter, and things were not good right now since the guild owned the place. Suho immediately realized that the entrance was forbidden and that the Hyena Guild was made up of people who used to be gangsters, so they were all scary. Beru started to say that he shouldn't listen to these lowly creatures because the young lord had better raise his level. While Fang was arguing with Beru, Suho got angry and asked them what they were doing there right now. I'm ready to go inside, and I'll use my power to do so. He started breaking the cameras with his power. Beru asked him, what about the guild? To which Suho replied that he had his own way out. As soon as he broke the last camera, it completely disintegrated into small pieces. Suho decided that if they did that, they wouldn't have any evidence. Beru added that his methods reminded him of the Overlord. Once inside, Suho couldn't understand why there was a blue mist in all the open dungeons. Beru began to explain that it was mana from outer space. It gathers through the dimension walls, causing a gap in the worlds. Because of this, the fog from the Holy Land where it was broke through the dimension and came to Earth. The creatures from the outside world are trying to punch a huge hole in the dimension to send their armies here. The more mana a creature has, the more it is affected by traveling through the dimension. Suho realized that the strongest ones would not be here yet. He should hurry up and raise his level before other hunters came here. At this moment, raising his head, he saw huge monsters in the trees. One of them was a razor-clawed Brigga, and the other was a black shadow Ramon. The Fang immediately started telling Suho that now was the time for him to show his strength, to which Suho replied that he could rely on him but wouldn't use him as his main weapon, causing Fang to be perplexed. Suho made a decision after much deliberation that it was time for him to fight the way he wanted to. He would use his fists, like he did in training, as a base for mid-range combat. The ruler's strength would be the support. To avoid being predictable, he would use different weapons. Using extraction, he would get more equipment to improve his skills and characteristics, leveling up on his own. Beru was absolutely thrilled with what he heard from his young overlord. Fang also realized that this was the power of the Shadow Lord's bloodline. The more enemies and the longer the battle dragged on, the stronger he became, using the demons and monsters he destroyed. At this moment, Suho decided that now that his intelligence scores were higher, he could summon 5 shadows. But at this moment, Beru said that it was insignificant compared to a great lord who could summon thousands. Suho blushed and ordered him to shut up. Going even further into the depths of the forest, Suho saw that they had come to the very place Fang was talking about. Fang began to say that there was a gate leading to the Holy Lands here, but now they were seeing some kind of strange warehouse. Suho noticed that even though it was late, there were still people here. He wondered if there was a special reason for them to stay late. After all, hunting monsters was better during the day. At that moment, a car pulled up to the workers and hunters who were inside. The car began to bring out people who were tied up by their arms and legs. Suho immediately realized that he was witnessing a kidnapping being performed right in front of his eyes. Beru supported him by saying that it looked exactly like what they were seeing. Beru began to address the young lord, saying that they were here illegally, so they shouldn't interfere. If they realized he had trespassed into their territory, his hunters would have reason to attack. But as soon as Beru finished speaking and turned around, he saw that Suho had disappeared. He couldn't understand where he had gone. Was he really going to go to those people? Suho, who grew up in the arms of a police officer father who specialized in violent crimes and a legendary firefighter grandfather, couldn't stay away. He grew up with a sense of justice, and in this moment, he couldn't stand idly by. Suho accelerated at full speed and began to approach the first hunter that was in his way. He had a deep habit of acting first and thinking later when it came to justice. At the same moment, Suho accelerated with all his might and hit that guy with his shoe. The shadows who were watching were completely shocked by what they had just seen. The other hunters, seeing that their comrade had just been kicked in the head, were also shocked. After the kick, that guy's face had slammed right into the ground, and the guys only saw a silhouette flying by, which was Suho. They couldn't understand who that guy was, but Suho realized everything that was happening at that moment because he realized that his body reacted faster than his brain. He realized that he had invaded another guild's territory illegally and now didn't know what to do. Putting on his shadow mask, he turned around and began to ask, "Are you really kidnapping people? What is your guild hyena doing?" The other hunters began to ask back, questioning what he was doing invading other people's territory and attacking them out of the blue. "It looks like you came here for us to destroy you." At the same moment, the other hunters started using their magic and enhanced equipment to deal with Suho. One of the hunters started attacking Suho, who successfully dodged all of his attacks. As he swung, Suho thought about what he had learned earlier. The average rank of the hyena guild members was D. He definitely didn't know their strength, so he shouldn't relax. Taking a swing, he hit one of the hunters with all his might, who flew away at an incredible speed. The other hunters, noticing the silhouette of their comrade flying away, couldn't understand what had just happened. Following this, Suho began to eliminate one by one the hunters who were approaching him from all directions. Beru, who was watching the battle, could not believe that the awakened ones who had reached the D rank by human standards were no longer competitors for Suho. Right now, the status window indicated that Suho possessed level 16. A little later, Suho decided to tie up all the hunters so that they wouldn't be able to leave the area while he went about his business. Beru beside him began to say that it was a graceful completion. Suho began to untie all the guys who had been kidnapped by the guild. They began to thank him for saving them. They also asked if he was from the Hunter Association. He replied that they could assume that he was. He said he would handle things here and they should quickly evacuate to safety. Once the guys got into the car and drove away, Suho couldn't understand why the guild was kidnapping people. At this moment, Fang started telling Suho that he was feeling something. Suho asked him, "Feel what?" Fang replied that that was why he asked him to come here. As soon as they reached the fence, they started to go inside the room. What Suho saw shocked him. He couldn't believe his own eyes. There were many cages inside the room. Beru also added that there was a sense of energy in the room, although it was very vague. Suho turned his head and saw a locked dog in the nearest cages, but he couldn't understand why the hyena guild was doing this. Fang added that it seemed to him that it wasn't a dog but a small wolf, the descendant of the king of beasts. "Lord Fang," Fang said. Hearing this, Suho couldn't believe his own ears. Fang went on to say that right after his defeat in the war with the Shadow Lord, Lord Fang had ordered the surviving descendant to be hidden in the shrine and guarded because he believed that if the blood ties were not broken, another Lord Fang would appear. He honestly admitted that he didn't expect to find a Fang Lord in this particular place. At this moment, Suho broke the shackles restraining the little wolf cub and, lifting him up in his arms, finished listening to the story about how the Lord hoped that his clan would not be interrupted. He seems to vaguely sense the Fang Lord's aura and has lost a lot of energy. "He will die if left like this," Fang said. Beru asked the young lord what he would do. Suho, after briefly thinking, replied that he thought there were only a few people there, but here was another one. He was angry now, realizing that there was one last one left that he should destroy. Turning his head around, he saw a demonic creature that began to tell Suho that trusting people was useless. The creature, calling him Broi, said that he had survived. Suho immediately asked if they knew each other. Fang replied that he knew him. "This is the hunter of the descendant I told you about," Fang said. Broi immediately began telling Fang that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and that Rakan Fang was also alive, as he could see Fang Rakan. Immediately, Fang Rakan began to say that he hadn't forgotten that he had been sent to guard the descendant. "What were you doing all this time while that little wolf cub was in shackles?" Fang asked. Suho, holding the wolf cub in his arms, didn't have time to notice when Broi ran up to him with incredible speed and asked, how dare he touch his property. Following that, Broi struck hard with his tail, causing Suho to fly off to the side. Beru noticed this and began to shout if his lord was all right. The impact was so strong that Suho broke through the wall and crashed into the nearby containers on the street. Beru immediately flew over to him and started asking if his little lord was okay. Suho replied that it was the most painful blow he had taken in a while. "I'm bleeding right now, but don't scream. My head is splitting from the sudden and loud noises," Suho said. Beru, hearing this, went on to say that when he first came here, he felt a vague remaining energy and was sure what it was. "Iterim," he said. "I felt Iterim's energy from this guy," Beru said. Fang and Brokey started listening to Beru, who turned to Brokey and asked if he knew what he had done to the Overlord's descendant. Brokey interrupted his story and began to explain that he knew how he, who had lost his sanctuary, managed to maintain such a level of strength. According to natural selection, the strongest survive. The survival of the weak is determined by the whims of the strong. The weak become food for the strong. It's a law of nature. Although this guy is quite weak, he belongs to the Fang Lord's bloodline and can be said to be the best source of nourishment. That's why I feed on it to gain strength and be as strong as I am at the moment. Periodically, I draw the energy of the Lord's descendant from this little wolf cub as well. After this story, Brokey vowed that once he was done here, he would definitely destroy Fang. At this moment, Suho raised his hand and said that death was proof of weakness, but Brokey interrupted Suho and told him that his body was fit for the strong. Just as Brokey continued to say that the next Fang Lord would be fit, Suho used his sword to attack Brokey with his strength. Beru took advantage of the moment, grabbed the little wolf cub, and began to carry it away from the battle site. Following that, the sword returned to Suho's hands. Once he was sure that the little wolf cub was all right, Suho also began to address Fang. "I thought you were angry with me, but it's all right. However, I have a case with that guy too. After all, right now will be the first clash between Fang and Shadow. Right now, I finally found a lead leading to my father." At that moment, the notification system began to show our hero that he had received an assignment. The content of the assignment: an urgent hyena hunt. He must defeat the hyena to ensure safety. That's when Suho realized that he guessed who the guild was named after. Once the monster managed to create a guild by kidnapping people and how it was all related to Iterim, the other hunters in the guild who were connected to Suho started yelling for Brokey to release them. They said that this guy wasn't that easy and they would also help him fight him if he untied them. Suho, at the same moment, shouted out that he wouldn't stand silently by and watch. At this moment, Brokey attacked his guild subordinates and destroyed them with a single blow. Afterward, he started saying that if they thought he would need help to deal with this guy, they had forgotten their place. Immediately you become prey when you forget your place. Suho, seeing how he had destroyed his comrades, became extremely angry and began to approach the monster very quickly. As soon as he threw the first punch, his opponent immediately blocked it. Suho began to ask, "Did you really kill those people just because you were playing with them?" Brokey replied, "The strong lord it over the life and death of the weak. You think the strong need a reason to do whatever comes into their head." He followed that up with another blow, but our hero managed to dodge and jumped aside. Jumping up into the air, Suho started flying at Brokey from top to bottom. Along the way, he used his new skill that he had recently obtained, Stormblade. But these attacks were too weak, and Brokey began to ask, "Is this really all you can do? You're dishonoring the name of the owner of the Fang heirloom." Suddenly, from the other side, a sword flew straight at the monster, and the monster couldn't understand where such a hidden attack was coming from. Suho, who was standing in front of it, started waving his hand and controlling the sword, saying that this wasn't the end. Fang suddenly began to ask Brokey, "Why have you changed so much? After all, you originally swore your loyalty and honored Rakan, but now I don't understand why you've changed so much." Brokey questioned, "Why did I honor Rakan? I don't really have any respect for him. I was only afraid of his power. I didn't want to continue living such an insignificant life, and as soon as I got the chance, I decided to change everything with my own hands." Spreading out, he gave a powerful punch to Suho and said, "There's no time to worry about anyone else right now." As soon as the punch was executed, Suho felt all the pain and he felt like all his bones were broken. However, Suho began to remember something that had been long forgotten. "After all, when I think of my father, who right now could be fighting someone, I am filled with incredible strength. This strength gives me more understanding that I shouldn't give up." Gathering all his strength into one punch, he began to use the shadow technique, reinforcing his fists with armor. With all his might, he struck his opponent, for he couldn't lose to some pathetic monster right now. Beru, who was watching the battle, couldn't believe that his young lord was so strong at his young age. Fang Rakan, who was lying on the ground, began to remember the strength combined from the broken sword. Would he really be destroyed like this? The survival of the descendants and the future of the Fang all depend only on Suho right now, and he still wants to fight. He's still waiting for the battle. At this moment, the little wolf cub began to rise up. Even though it was very hard for him, Fang Rakan saw this and realized that the little wolf cub, Sir Rakan's descendant, was rising up. Disregarding the pain he was feeling, he noticed that Suho's fighting spirit inspired the little wolf cub. The last thing I can do is only help. I can pass on the remaining power in me to the descendant. At this time, Suho continued to fight, and although his opponent was very strong, our hero continued to hold back all of his blows. As soon as he was thrown aside, he began to slowly raise his head and looked at the monster that was slowly approaching him. As he lifted his head, he saw a notification in front of him, and the system was showing that he had hit points left. The monster came closer and closer, and with its terrifying aura said, "For a mere worm, you have good stamina." At this moment, it swung around to finally deliver the final blow and destroy Suho. But at this moment, the wolf cub, having gained strength, clawed at the paw of the monster that had just wanted to finish Suho off. Suho couldn't understand what had just happened and where the wolf cub had come from. As soon as the wolf cub completed its attack, he stood up in defense of the young Shadow Lord. Following that, the notification system showed that the Fang descendant was paying tribute to the player's fighting spirit and offered to accept him as an ally. Suho didn't realize if the Fang descendant was the wolf cub he had met earlier. "Do I really have to accept him as an ally?" The monster in front of them began to speak. "Is he really a descendant? Has he absorbed the magic power of the Rakan Fang?" Hearing this, Suho actually realized that this wolf had absorbed the power of the sword. It turns out that Rakan Fang sacrificed himself to save his pup. Suho had been trying to cooperate with the Fang from the beginning. After looking at the system notification, he decided that there was no reason to refuse and accepted the invitation, taking the Fang descendant as an ally. The notification system showed a new window. Data synchronization was now underway. Suho began to notice that something was entering his head. He began to see strange memories of his opponents sitting in a cave near a small wolf cub and saying that they would confront the Lord. After all, in this world, it is survival of the fittest, and we will lose a lot if we lose. We will surely become stronger for the future of the Fangs. Bringing his hand up to the wolf cub, he began stroking its head. A little while later, some strange creatures came to their cave, causing the little wolf cub to start shaking with fear. Young Fang began to ask those creatures why they wouldn't destroy him right here and now. The creature in front of him said that he thought this demonic beast was quite useful and had some good abilities. Touching him, the creature transferred some of its power and said it was choosing him now. Broki's hyena is to collect people alive and deliver them to us. This power will help him get rid of unnecessary problems, of course, depending on how he uses it. Most likely, this power would be contrary to his desires. At this moment, Suho began to realize that these were the memories of a Fang descendant. These beings who put something in his head are the main instigators who are directly related to Itarim. The Fang descendant didn't want to take revenge on Broki. He wanted to stop an enraged Broki. If it had anything to do with their plot, it was necessary to defeat Broki right here and now. But right now, Suho realized that he didn't have enough strength to defeat him. At this moment, the notification system began to show that an additional quest had opened with the appearance of a companion. The quest information was Monarch's Descendants quest. He must find the descendants of the monarch and make them his allies. The descendants of the monarch becoming allies is one of 8, due to the proximity with Fang's descendants. The bonding skill is formed. At this moment, the huge blue aura began to glow brightly, and Suho realized that something was happening here. Baru noticed that the young lord was undergoing a change, not the same as the lord. Broki, seeing this, couldn't understand what it was. Flying towards Suho with all his speed, he swung, determined to stop everything right here and now. As soon as he swung, he struck with all his strength, causing everything in the vicinity to start collapsing. But the notification system began to show Suho that a skill was being created due to the connection with the Fang descendant. Right now, he had linked his strength together with the Fang's strength. This bonding skill is a level 1 beast transformation, consuming 1 mana per second. The Fang descendant is instilled into his body, strengthening his body and developing beast-like senses. Suho couldn't realize if he had absorbed the descendant this time. His body became light and very strong. He felt his senses sharpened. Everything became so unfamiliar and incomprehensible. It helped him move better, avoiding dangers. As soon as he dodged all the attacks, he kicked the monster with all his strength. The monster couldn't understand where he got such strength from and why he was losing right now. After all, if you look closely, this is the same kid who fought him a few minutes ago. He can't lose to some person right now. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to achieve and obtain the power he has. Baru, who was watching the battle, realized that the magical power had now jumped up a lot. The beast began to shout that he had no idea what kind of trick he was using, but there was no way he would lose to a human. After all, strength defines the difference between species. He should blame himself for being an inferior being called a human. At this moment, Suho began to use a skill and learn the skill of hand-to-hand combat. Baru, who was nearby, was angered that this beast was discussing the difference between species in the presence of a young lord. After all, there's no one higher than a shadow lord, and that means he's wrong. He's about to be finished now. As soon as the beast heard these words, it couldn't realize if this kid was really a shadow lord. At that moment, Suho jumped back and delivered a perfect and precise punch, which knocked his opponent into the ground. He still did not die and only continued to say that he had to become stronger. That's all he was interested in, just getting stronger. At last, he saw the silhouette of his master, Rakan. He was angry at himself for not being able to protect him. The little wolf said goodbye to his old friend with a heartfelt howl. When Suho noticed that Broi the hyena had been defeated, he leveled up a few times. Little Wolf looked at the dead body of Broi, feeling sad for his former guardian. It could not believe that it had come to this, that he had to kill his old buddy. Suho and Baru looked at the sad moment and were left speechless. Baru broke the silence, praising Suho for the remarkable job done while fighting Broi. Suho, however, was unimpressed and asked Baru if he picked up on any energy from Iterim. When he was linked with Rakan's heir, he was able to check out all of his memories. He continued, saying that there were some hunters who attacked Broi and the wolf, and upon defeating them, they put something in Broki's eye that turned him evil. Suho wondered if these guys could be from Iterim, and what their objective might be. Baru, hearing this, replied that Iterim are the outer gods and don't concern themselves with trivial matters. They use their apostles to deal with the smaller stuff. But one thing was certain, if these hunters were planning something big, they were already on Earth. Suho was feeling confused and really wanted to know more about Iterim. That's when Baru chimed in, saying there was a way they could dig up some juicy gossip on Iterim. Suho was surprised to hear this, and Baru suggested that if he could devour Broki's body, he could go through his memories as well. In addition, he'd be able to recover some of his powers, like killing two birds with one stone. Suho, totally puzzled, asked Baru when he gained this kind of ability. He then turned his head towards Rakan's heir, who was listening, and gave him a nasty look. Suho knew the pain the poor wolf was going through and asked him whether he would like to join him or be taken to a new place. The wolf acted jittery at first, but when Suho flashed him a grin, it seemed to calm him down a bit. The wolf then jumped on Suho with pure adoration, licking his face as a sign of trust. Suho brought out his Shadow Dungeon key and used it to open the Shadow Dungeon. He told Baru that for the information on Iterim, he was counting on him. The wolf could not understand where the portal led, but Baru, chomping on Broki's corpse, was elated, knowing that his master was counting on him and that he could help in some way. Now, our guy made it to the Shadow Dungeon. Baru scratched his head, wondering why Suho bothered showing up at the dungeon instead of just chilling at home. Suho replied that he was worried about the wolf and wanted him to stay in the Shadow Dungeon. However, he was having a tough time making sense of things because the dungeon was the turf of Shadow's big boss, and bringing in another ruler's offspring might turn out to be a problem. Baru was surprised that Suho wanted to let Rakan's heir live in the Shadow Dungeon. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, showing that the wolf wanted Suho to give him a name. Suho was taken aback by this, as he had not given anything a name before, but the wolf had complete faith in him. So without hesitation, Suho came up with the name Gray, since the wolf had gray fur. Baru was disappointed in Suho's prowess in naming beings. Seriously, I'm with Baru on this one. But surprisingly, the wolf seemed to like the name and was ecstatic about it. The system notified Suho that Gray was now one of his teammates, and their trust level had increased. The system also designated part of the Shadow Dungeon as Gray's territory. Suho was concerned about Gray's well-being and wondered what he would eat in the dungeon. Baru told him not to worry, as Gray had a well-known bloodline and would manage to survive by hunting monsters. This explanation calmed Suho, knowing there were still some monsters lurking around from his previous visit. Gray was excited to get a new home filled with monsters and charged at them to hone his skills. In just one attack, he killed a goblin that had no chance of defending itself. Our boy was already at a different level. Meanwhile, Suho and Baru were sitting on a tree branch, observing Gray hunting numerous goblins. Suho admired his skills, even though Gray had just gotten his powers and was still new to them. The system then popped up, notifying Suho that he had been awarded the title of Wolf Slaughterer for killing Broi and had been given additional ability points. Suho was perplexed about this title, as he believed Broi to be a hyena. Nonetheless, Beru urged him to be enthusiastic about the accolades and not dwell on the oddities. Suho let it go, though he was still unclear about why the system had given him the quest to find the heirs of all the monarchs. Beru explained that the system worked in mysterious ways and was designed to make Suho stronger, but he also warned Suho to be cautious, as the system could have a hidden agenda. Suho did not understand, so Beru elaborated, explaining that in his father's system, the architect wanted to make Sung Jin Woo a new shadow monarch, expecting his soul to be crushed in the process. However, Sung Jin Woo stood his ground, defeated the system, and became the shadow monarch without letting it crush his soul. He became stronger without relying on the level system. Suho understood and questioned Beru if the system was preparing him to be the next Shadow Monarch. Beru replied that it could not be determined for certain, as there could only be one Shadow Monarch. Still, the system would guide Suho until its goal became clear. Reflecting on Beru's words, Suho opened his status window. He noticed that his class was still the weakest, despite having grown much stronger since the time he fought the Mistburns and gained powerful skills. He still considered himself weak, believing he would not have defeated Broi without Gray's timely intervention. He resolved to complete all the quests as long as the system aligned with his goals. Jumping down from the tree, Suho asked Beru if he had managed to dig up anything on Itarim after consuming Broki's body. According to Beru, he didn't find any apostles involved in brainwashing Broi, but discovered that the humans behind the Hyena Guild were from a guild named Grim Reaper. This guild was responsible for kidnapping and delivering people to Broi. Beru suggested that investigating the Grim Reaper Guild might reveal more clues about Itarim. Suho was shocked to learn that another guild was working with the Hyena Guild behind the scenes, complicating matters even further. The story then shifted to a phone call. A man sitting in a lavish office picked up the phone. He was talking to someone named Im Taegyu, who was in the middle of a raid. Taegyu asked about the man's involvement in the recent Hyena Guild incident. The man dismissed the notion and said Taegyu had no proof, even if he were involved. Taegyu warned him that the Hunter Association would get to the bottom of this and advised the man to clean up his act. Angered by the insult, the man smashed his table in a fit of rage. We then learn that he is the vice CEO of the Grim Reaper Guild. Smiling, he pulled out a pearl, a hunter awakening stimulant called Stardust, and reflected on how it could be a breakthrough for his business. Gray was tearing through the shadow dungeon, slicing down goblins like they were nothing. His growth was astonishing, so much so that even Beru, the seasoned warrior, was impressed. "You're getting stronger by the minute, Gray," Beru noted, pushing him to dig deeper to become the weapon Suho would one day rely on. Suho watched from the shadows, astonished by how swiftly Gray was leveling up. But what really caught his attention was the bond forming between Beru and Gray, a bond built on mutual respect and shared goals. Then something unexpected happened. A system message flashed before Suo's eyes. Suo has gained experience from Gray's hunting. Suo froze in shock. "How is that even possible?" he muttered, completely baffled. He turned to Beru, who was busy scratching Gray's back. "Beru, do you know anything about this? I just gained experience from Gray's kills." Beru approached, inspecting the system message. "It's similar to how your father gained experience through his shadow army. You're sharing the spoils of battle like in a game." Suho realized the pieces were falling into place. With shared experience, even if it's only 50%, that's still huge. Excitement bubbled up inside Suho. "Gray is going to handle the hunting from now on," he declared, eyes gleaming. Gray, overhearing, felt a wave of shock and exhaustion wash over him. Before he could process it, another system message appeared. "Dungeon cleared. New quest unlocked. Daily quest." "Finally!" Suho exclaimed, eager to see what the system had in store. The quest was simple: kill goblins and clear the dungeon. But Suho couldn't help but wonder why he was getting daily quests now. Then it hit him. Daily quests meant daily rewards, and that meant he could grow stronger every single day. Beru added his thoughts. "It seems like the system wants you to conquer this entire dungeon to make your domain." Suho nodded, but a new challenge presented itself. "How am I supposed to find 100 goblins in this massive place?" Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. He opened his inventory and pulled out the horn flute from his last dungeon clear. The horn could summon nearby goblins. Without hesitation, Suho blew into it, and within moments, goblins came charging from every direction. Suho's adrenaline spiked as the goblins swarmed. "Perfect," he thought. Beru watched with approval, praising Suho's quick thinking. With a determined grin, Suho charged at the goblins, his fists smashing into their bodies with devastating force. Yet, as the battle raged on, he noticed the thrill was gone. Fighting goblins just didn't excite him anymore, but he had a quest to complete, and he would do it with style. He blew the horn again, summoning an even larger horde of goblins. Not content with just that, Suho raised the corpses of the fallen, summoning his own goblin army. What began as a fight had now escalated into a full-scale war. Gray, along with his shadow soldiers, drove into the fray, slashing through goblins with ruthless efficiency. For 3 relentless hours, they fought, turning the dungeon into a battlefield littered with goblin corpses. By the end, Gray was completely spent, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. But Suho, seeing another system message, couldn't stop grinning. Quest complete. The message read, but Suho noticed something interesting. The count didn't stop at 100. It kept going. Could there be more rewards? Suho wondered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. What if I push this further? Gray, already drained, could barely fathom what Suho was planning, but they continued hunting down goblins until the system finally displayed the quest's completion status. Gray looked like his soul had left his body, but Suho was over the moon. His gamble had paid off, and he had unlocked hidden rewards. The system awarded him 3 stat points, a full status recovery, and 2 mysterious boxes, the Blessed Random Box and the Cursed Random Box. Suho was thrilled. The status recovery alone was worth it, providing a full heal just like leveling up, and the permanent stat increase was the cherry on top. But the 2 boxes posed a dilemma. Should he choose what he needed or what he wanted? After some thought, Suho decided to play it smart and choose what he needed. When he opened the Blessed Box, his eyes widened in disbelief. Vulcan's Gauntlets, a weapon that boosted his attack by 40% and added 30% more physical damage. Unbelievable, Suho muttered, slipping the Vulcan's gauntlets on. I can't turn shadow soldiers into gauntlets forever, but these are broken. This is perfect. He couldn't wait to test them out. Just as he was about to dive back into the action, another system message appeared. Gray's status changed from admiration to fear. Suho's excitement faded. What's wrong? He asked, looking at Baru. Baru sighed, explaining, Gray is a living creature, Suho, not a shadow soldier with limitless stamina. Realizing his mistake, Suho nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt. We'll take a break. They exited the shadow dungeon, and Suho's mind was already shifting gears. We need to investigate the Reapers Guild, but where do we start? His thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. It was Senior Lim, urgently asking for Suho's help. The scene shifted to Seoul Station Field, a dangerous zone where Suho met Lim, and Lim explained, my crew was supposed to show up for the hauler job, but no one's answering. I think they're dodging work after partying last night. Suho agreed to help, donning the protective cloth, a necessary precaution for handling monster corpses. Soon, the hunting party arrived, but their leader wasn't pleased with the lack of handlers. This dungeon was hard to secure from the Reaper Guild, the leader growled. If your lack of people causes any problems, I'm reporting it to the Hunters Association. Suho observed the situation carefully, noting that the leader, a healer, was the highest-ranked member of the group. The pieces began to fit together. Lim's call, the dungeon's connection to the Reapers Guild, and the system guiding him towards something bigger. This wasn't a coincidence. It couldn't be. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, a group of shadowy figures watched a mist-covered monster conducting a mysterious experiment. Could this be the same dungeon Suho was about to enter? Suho braced himself. The real fight was just about to begin. The mages were ready, their fireballs crackling with energy, casting a glow that pierced the darkness of the dungeon. We've got a clear view now, one of them said, his voice steady yet tense. The party leader, a seasoned hunter with sharp instincts, quickly ordered his team to get into formation. The monsters were closing in, lizard-like creatures that hunted in packs, their eyes glowing with hunger. The battle was inevitable. The leader turned to Suho and Senior Lim. Stick close to the strike team, he ordered, his voice leaving no room for argument. Collect the bodies as soon as they fall. We can't afford to waste any time. Senior Lim frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. You want us right in the middle of the action? He muttered under his breath, but the leader had already shifted his focus back to the advancing monsters. Suho, however, was lost in his thoughts. Lizard monsters, he mused. They're not exactly the challenge I was hoping for. Ever since he had received Vulcan's horn as a reward, he had been expecting a formidable opponent, something worthy of his growing power. Yet, he realized there was an opportunity here. Watching the hunters fight these lizard monsters could provide valuable insights into team combat, something he had rarely experienced, having always fought alone. As the strike team engaged the monsters, Suho crouched down and touched the cold, damp ground. Arise, he commanded softly, and from the shadows his army of goblins emerged. Suho couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He could now summon 7 shadow soldiers, a sign of his increasing strength. The goblins swiftly set to work, collecting the bodies of the fallen monsters with an efficiency that astonished even Suho. Meanwhile, the hunters fought bravely, their weapons clashing against the tough hides of the lizard creatures. The leader, ever vigilant, noticed something odd as the battle wound down. Turning around, he was stunned to see that the collection work was already done. Suho's shadow goblins had completed the task in record time. "What are those?" the leader stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Suho, standing calmly amidst the chaos, simply smiled. "They're my summons," he replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Senior Lim, watching nervously, hoped the leader wasn't about to start another argument. But to their surprise, the leader grabbed Suho's hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Join our strike team as an exclusive collection member," he said, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "I'll pay you top market salary." Suho blinked, taken aback by the offer. "I'm not planning to stay in collection work long term," he said, his voice measured. The leader, however, was not easily dissuaded. "Name your price," he insisted. But before he could continue, a team member rushed over, his face pale with fear. "Captain, we found something disturbing," the team member said, his voice trembling. The leader and his party followed the man to a small clearing where they found a human corpse, its body glowing with an eerie blue flame. Despite the flames, it was clear that the person had been dead for some time. The leader knelt beside the body, his face grim. "It's a human, all right," he confirmed, his voice heavy with concern. Suho and Senior Lim exchanged a glance. "Is this who I think it is?" Lim asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Suho nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, it's a Mistborn. I fought one before." Without hesitation, Senior Lim informed the leader, "Captain, this is a Mistborn, a powerful monster. They recently attacked our university, causing widespread panic. We need to be cautious." Before the leader could respond, more corpses were discovered, each one glowing with the same blue flame. One of the hunters suggested they halt their mission and report the findings to the Hunters Association. The leader paused, deep in thought. The bodies looked like ordinary humans, not hunters, and with several C-rank hunters in his party, he felt confident they could handle the situation. "We'll keep moving forward," he decided, his voice firm. One of the hunters, clearly eager for action, grinned and said, "I was hoping you'd say that." Suho, however, was uneasy. "The Mistborn are far more dangerous than you realize," he warned, but the leader dismissed his concerns. "I'm the captain here," he said sharply. "What I say goes. Now let's move." The party entered a dark, foreboding tunnel, the mages lighting the way with their fire magic. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows on the walls, and the air grew colder, heavier, as if the dungeon itself was warning them to turn back. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, screams echoed off the stone walls as blue flames licked at the bodies of those who had fallen victim to the Mistborn. 3 shadowy figures watched, their faces hidden behind masks. One, wearing a skull mask, grumbled, "The fire isn't strong enough. Our supply is running low." Another figure, resembling a giant rat, nodded. "We need to replenish our stock soon. The Hyena Guild was our main supplier, and now they're gone. If we don't find more firewood, our Stardust production will suffer." Suddenly, the skull-masked figure stiffened. "Humans are near," he said, his voice low and dangerous. Perfect timing. The rat-like creature grinned, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. "I'll go get them," he said, dragging his sword behind him as he slinked into the shadows. Back in the tunnel, the hunters were fighting off another wave of lizard monsters. The leader, satisfied with their progress, took a moment to heal his team. "We've had a good haul today," he said, a rare smile on his face. The other hunters agreed, and one of them commented, "It was the right decision to keep going." The leader reached into his jacket and pulled out a marble. "This," he said, holding it up for all to see, "is Stardust. Have any of you heard of it?" The hunters gathered around, intrigued. Stardust was a rare and powerful substance known to boost a hunter's abilities for a short time. "Why didn't you show us this earlier?" one of them asked, eyes wide with excitement. "I was saving it for when we're in real danger," the leader replied, his gaze fixed on the marble. But as he admired the Stardust, he failed to notice the dark figure creeping up behind him. The rat-like monster struck with terrifying speed, shattering the leader's bones with a single blow. The Stardust fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. "He's not dead yet," the monster sneered, shocking the hunters with his ability to speak. The hunters, stunned and horrified, realized they were facing a high-level monster. The creature pointed his sword at them, counting their numbers with a cold, calculating gaze. "I don't need all of you," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "I'll play with the strong ones and kill the rest." Suddenly, the monster produced a marble of his own, another piece of Stardust. The hunters gasped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Not only could this monster speak, but it also possessed Stardust. "Let the game begin," the monster growled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The hunters charged, but the monster was ready. With a single powerful swing, he cleaved one of them in two. He then turned his attention to the mage who had lit the tunnel. With ruthless efficiency, he cut the mage down, plunging the tunnel into darkness. The remaining hunters, blinded and panicked, were easy prey. The monster moved through them like a shadow, his sword slicing through the darkness with deadly precision. One by one, the hunters fell, their cries echoing in the cold, silent tunnel. When the slaughter was over, the monster grabbed the leader's limp body and began to drag him back to their hideout. "Firewood obtained," he muttered, leaving the others to either die or be consumed by their injuries. As the monster disappeared into the shadows, a system message appeared before Suho, notifying him of a quest arrival. This was the quest to rescue the survivors. Suho removed his mask, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the carnage. "What the hell just happened?" he whispered, his voice barely audible in the oppressive silence that followed. Seeing the confusion etched on Suho's face, Baru materialized from the shadows and asked if something was troubling him. Suho explained that a quest had suddenly appeared, warning of powerful monsters nearby who had captured the strike team. He gazed at the system screen, contemplating the rewards that hinged on how many lives he could save. The realization hit him. These people were in real danger. Without wasting another second, Suho spun around and shouted to Senior Lim that the strike team was in grave peril, urging him to exit the dungeon immediately. Senior Lim, baffled by Suho's sudden urgency, asked where this idea was coming from. Suho, determined, simply said that his instincts were screaming at him and to trust his judgment. Suho swiftly summoned 2 of his goblins, instructing them to escort Senior Lim out of the dungeon. But Lim, still in the dark, asked what Suho planned to do. Suho's response was as shocking as it was resolute. He was going after the strike team. Senior Lim, though taken aback, quickly understood and realized that he would only be a hindrance if he stayed. He promised Suho that as soon as he got out, he would return with reinforcements from the Hunter Association. Thanking Senior Lim for his understanding, Suho removed his protective suit and called Gray forth from his shadow. An unexpected move, since Gray was supposed to be locked away in the Shadow Dungeon, needing a key to be released. But there was no time for questions. The moment Gray appeared, Suho activated his bonding skill, transforming while donning his newly acquired Vulcan gauntlets. The sight was undeniably impressive. Suho looked ready for war. Turning to Beru, Suho ordered him to hurry as they both took off, racing toward the strike team's location. As they delved deeper into the dungeon, the silence was deafening, the tension palpable. Finally, they reached a door bathed in green light, where the metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air, staining the atmosphere ominously. Inside, a gruesome scene unfolded. Human bodies were carelessly tossed to the ground as a rat-like monster informed his companions that he had returned with firewood. One of his comrades remarked on his quick return, to which the rat monster nonchalantly replied that the humans were mere weaklings. Another of the creatures mentioned that the dungeon would soon open, allowing them to summon demons. As a reward for his efforts, the rat monster was to prepare the firewood, though he grumbled about the fairness of it all before setting to work. It became clear that the biggest of the 3 was the leader, with the rat monster being the youngest. The middle one, who seemed to be the brains of the operation, praised the rat monster's efforts for enabling them to produce stardust without any interruptions. He then elaborated, revealing that this stardust was a secret demon technique, a deadly concoction made by combining poison and an awakening stimulant derived from berserk poison. His eyes gleamed with a familiar cross. Much like Broi, Iterim's handiwork was unmistakable. The middle creature continued explaining that while stardust could enhance a being's magical power, it came with a deadly cost. It devoured the user's life force. The technique for refining the stardust with the hellish flames of Mistborn had been provided by the Apostle, who had also taught them how to create monsters by corrupting souls. Suddenly, one of the monsters sensed something. Suho was closing in at an alarming speed. The trio tensed, puzzled by his approach, believing the rat monster had already dealt with all the hunters. Their confusion was cut short by Suho's dramatic entrance. He burst through the door with a powerful kick, sending it flying towards the monsters with incredible force. The rat monster, quick on his feet, sliced the door cleanly in half with his sword, narrowing his eyes at the intruder. Suho and Beru made a grand entrance, but before Suho could utter a word, the sight before him left him stunned. 3 demons stood before him, burning Mistborn, tied to stakes as if performing some twisted ritual. His thoughts raced, but they were abruptly interrupted by a system alert confirming that the number of survivors hadn't changed. Yet there was no time to process this. A sword suddenly sliced through the air, aimed straight for his neck. Suho barely dodged it, arching backward just in time. The rat monster who swung the blade was visibly surprised by Suho's agility. Undeterred, Suho demanded to know if this creature was responsible for the hunters he'd found slaughtered on his way in. Before the rat could respond, Suho landed a powerful punch, sending the monster flying back, though the rat managed to absorb some of the impact with his sword. Recognizing Suho's strength, the demon boss and the middle one realized that the rat couldn't handle Suho alone. Without hesitation, they pulled out Stardust and consumed it, boosting their magical power. Suho was locked in close combat with the rat when he sensed another threat. The boss was barreling towards him, his massive arm poised for a devastating punch. The rat monster stepped aside, giving the boss a clear shot. Suho acted on instinct, executing a perfectly timed backflip to evade the punch, but he landed straight into another trap. The middle demon had been charging up energy, and the moment Suho landed, he unleashed it, electrocuting him. Pain racked Suho's body, but before he could recover, the rat monster closed in, ready to strike with his sword. Despite the searing pain, Suho gathered enough strength to summon his shadow goblins, catching the monster trio off guard. The goblins, with menacing expressions, charged at the rat monster, momentarily distracting the middle demon. Seizing the opportunity, Suho grabbed the middle demon's arm and hurled him away with all his might. The middle demon, regaining his balance, asked the boss if this was the same power they had witnessed years ago when the demons were decimated by that man. The boss confirmed it, but added that Suho was far weaker than the Shadow Monarch they had feared. Together they could take him down. With renewed strategy, they joined forces and quickly obliterated Suho's Shadow Goblin army. Fury boiled within Suho as he watched the Shadow army fall. He realized that reviving the goblins would be pointless. They simply weren't strong enough. Individually, the trio wasn't as powerful as Broi, but when they combined their strengths, they became a formidable force. The scene shifts to earlier that day when Baru asked Suho why he hadn't yet revived Broi as a shadow soldier. Baru had consumed Broki's corpse and could access his memories, but Suho hadn't taken the next step. Suho explained that after witnessing Broki's final moments, it didn't feel right to him. Broi had been a puppet of Iterim, and before turning him into a shadow, Suho wanted Gray's permission. Suddenly, Gray approached Suho with a gentle smile, granting his permission. Gray wanted to be reunited with his friend, even if it was in death. Back in the present, Suho used the dungeon key on his shadow and activated his shadow extraction skill. A massive wave of shadow energy surged toward the shadow dungeon as Suho called out, "If you want your revenge, I'll give you the chance now. Arise." With that command, Suho summoned his first powerful shadow general, Broi. The massive figure rose, towering before the monster trio. Even at level 1, Broki's presence was terrifying, and he let out a roar that echoed through the dungeon. The middle demon's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the shadow. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Broi had returned, and the man who had defeated him stood right before them. Baru, not wanting to be left out, quipped that the numbers were even now with Broi and himself on Suho's side. Suho's expression was cold and resolute as he declared, "It's time to play the game." With that, he and Broi charged at the demon trio, signaling the start of an epic battle. Meanwhile, the dungeon, which had initially been bathed in blue light, suddenly shifted to a menacing red. Everyone knew what that meant. Something big was coming. As the battle raged on, a figure approached from the shadows, but whose side was she on? Suho's backup or reinforcements for the demon trio? The answer would soon reveal itself in the chaos of the fight. The lady staring at the chaotic fight unfolding before her was none other than Aesiel. She blinked in confusion, wondering how she ended up here. Did some demon summon me for a sacrifice, or just for target practice? She thought, still puzzled. But then her expression shifted dramatically when she realized what was happening. More importantly, who was fighting grabbed her attention. She could hardly believe her eyes. A shadow soldier locked in fierce combat with a demon. This day just got weirder. Meanwhile, Suho and the youngest demon were busy playing Clash of the Titans, their weapons ringing out against each other. Suho's trusty Vulcan's gauntlets made him look like the world's coolest brawler, easily blocking the demon's sword strikes and even swatting them aside like a fly. Then, spotting a rare opening, Suho unleashed a devastating kick right into the demon's gut. The poor demon gasped like someone who'd just eaten the world's spiciest chili and let out a yell that probably hurt his pride more than anything else. With one demon reeling, Suho surged forward, ready to finish the job so he could focus on the other two. But just as he was about to land the knockout blow, something bright and crackling came his way. "Oh, great, an electric surprise," he thought as he narrowly dodged the attack, creating some much unwanted distance between him and the rat monster. Turns out, the middle demon wasn't just standing around for moral support, he launched the attack to save his younger buddy. So this is a family business, Suho thought sarcastically, not thrilled about the interruption. The middle demon shouted to the rat monster, "Stay sharp! One wrong move and you're toast." Suho sighed in frustration. One demon could have been down for the count, but he knew these demons had to be running the ultimate tag team. He acknowledged that their combo attacks were more than a little annoying, and with his mana slowly draining thanks to his bond with Gray, Suho knew if this dragged out any longer, he'd be in trouble. Even Broi, his shadow soldier, was struggling against the boss demon, his power nowhere near what it used to be. Suho was desperately trying to figure out how to split up the demons for some one-on-one action when, bam! The answer arrived in the most unexpected way. Out of nowhere, Esiel leaped into the fray, landing squarely between Suho and the demons, leaving both sides scratching their heads in confusion. In a commanding voice, she demanded, "Where is Mr. Sung Jin Woo? Spill the beans or face the consequences." Suho blinked in surprise. "Wait, she's looking for my dad." He had no idea who she was, or more importantly, why she looked like she just walked out of a disaster zone. Meanwhile, Beru, Suho's ever-loyal shadow ant, wore the most disappointed expression a giant insect could muster. He approached Esil and, with all the restraint he could manage, asked, "What are you doing here? Why did you come?" Esil's face lit up as she recognized Beru's voice. With zero regard for the seriousness of the situation, she grabbed the tiny ant in a joyful hug. "I can't believe it, Beru. You're here too," she squealed, her tone way too cheerful for the middle of a battle. She gave him a once-over. "Wait a minute, where's the rest of you? Why are you so small and cute?" She beamed, clearly unfazed by Beru's lack of a towering presence. The questions just kept coming. "Where's Mr. Sung Jinwoo? And who's that other human guy over there? Is he your new friend?" she asked, pointing to Suho, who now looked like his brain had short-circuited from all the confusion. Beru, on the verge of losing his cool, managed to keep his response to a single line, "It's a long story." The two demons exchanged baffled glances, wondering who the heck this lady was. After a solid 3 seconds of staring, they concluded, "Yep, she's the one we're going to sacrifice for that sweet stardust." The middle demon, always the brains of the operation, pointed out, "Wait, if she knows our enemies and joins their side, things could get real messy." Meanwhile, Esil, our ever-cheerful girl, was just thrilled to see her old pal Beru, and if Beru was here, Jinwoo had to be doing fine too, right? What crisis? This was basically a reunion. But Beru, ever the buzzkill, interrupted her excitement, saying, "Hey, we can swap stories later. Right now, we're kind of in the middle of a battle, and since you're here, mind helping us out?" He praised her timing like she'd just delivered pizza to a party, then casually ordered her to deal with the demons in the back. Asil blinked, her expression screaming, "Wait, what?" Suho, on the other hand, was still trying to figure out what planet he'd landed on. Just standing there, lost in his confusion, the demons, not exactly patient types, decided to strike first. The middle demon grinned wickedly. "Let's go for the lady first. She's injured, and we need her blood for Stardust anyway. Priorities, right?" Finally, Suho chimed in, his face lighting up with some faint memory. "Wait, I think I remember her from somewhere, but I'm not sure where," he added, scratching his head. "She's injured, though. Can she really take on these demons?" Beru, however, was brimming with confidence. "Don't worry. Low-ranking demons like these are no match for her. She's a noble demon, Esil, eldest daughter of the later household, spared by the Shadow Monarch when he destroyed the demon world. In human terms, her powers rival an S-rank hunter." Suho's jaw dropped. An S-rank? He could barely contain his excitement at the prospect of seeing an S-rank hunter in action. But before he could finish that thought, reality stepped in hard. The youngest demon charged Esil and with one swift blow, knocked her out cold. Her weapon went flying and she skidded across the ground like someone who forgot how friction works. Suho and Beru just stood there, blinking in disbelief. This was not S-rank material. Their faces couldn't have looked more disappointed if they tried. Aciel, lying face down in the dirt, slowly dragged herself back to Suho and Beru like someone trying to exit the world's worst party. Beru, struggling to hide his irritation, leaned over. "What's wrong with you? How did you become so weak? Even your mana levels are in the gutter." Tearing up, Aciel sniffled. "It's not my fault. Half a year ago, there was a rebellion. My household fell, and while I was running, they took my blood and my powers." She sniffled again, then, with full crybaby energy, looked up at Beru. "Can you lend me some of your power?" "Clearly," she whimpered. Beru didn't even bother replying. He just turned around with the most disappointing dad look ever, making Esil pout like a child denied candy. "You're so mean," she whined, while Suho just stared, deadpan. "Great, now I have two people who've lost their powers. Fantastic!" Suddenly, the boss demon, listening in on their little sob story, chuckled darkly. "Did you guys hear that?" He stepped forward. "No wonder I didn't recognize her. She's from the later household, huh? A survivor. If we consume her blood, we'll become even stronger. Yes. Back to square one, Suho groaned. If only I could fight them one-on-one, I'd take care of them easily. But then Beru, ever the strategist, raised his glowing hand with a smirk. I've got a terrific idea, he said as red energy flared around him. I've recovered some mana, time to put it to good use. He used his skill, Harsh Orders, on Essel, and a red aura flowed into her. Her stats got a 50% boost, but as a fun side effect, she also got slapped with a curse of insanity. Beru, clearly enjoying this too much, pointed at the demons. Go get him, you worthless demon. Issel, now berserk and foaming at the mouth, charged at the demons like a raging bull, fury in her eyes. Suho stood there, wide-eyed, his internal monologue spiraling out of control. She looks absolutely miserable, but hey, if it gives us a shot at a one-on-one fight, I'm okay with it. Suho then commanded Broi to engage the demon boss, while Isiel, in full crazy mode, went after the middle demon. As she fought, the rat demon suddenly jumped into the fray, swinging his sword toward her. But Suho, in a rare heroic moment of clarity, dashed in to save her, locking the rat demon's head in his arms like he was about to perform a wrestling move. With a burst of momentum, Suho hoisted the demon up and with a mighty heave tossed the creature straight into the Mistborns that were on fire. The rat demon crashed right into them and predictably caught fire himself. The screams that followed, well, they weren't pretty, but Suho wasn't done yet. Grabbing the demon's sword, he slashed the rat in two, finally finishing him off for good. And with that, Suho stood victorious, while Isil, still berserk and probably not quite sure who she was anymore, continued to charge at anything that moved. A system pop-up appeared, announcing that Suho had killed a low-ranked demon and leveled up almost instantly. Another message flashed before him. His Vulcan gauntlets had devoured the demon's soul, increasing his physical damage by 31%. The upgrade settled into his bones like a rush of adrenaline, and he could feel his strength growing. Meanwhile, Aesel fought like a woman possessed, relentlessly attacking the middle demon. Her strikes were wild and merciless, and the demon, despite his strength, couldn't shake her off. He then realized with sinking dread that the rat monster had been killed. But before he could even fully process that, a system message appeared. Aesel had exhausted her energy. The effects of Harsh Orders had worn off. The moment the skill ended, Aesel collapsed face first into the dirt. The middle demon froze, surprised by her sudden fall. But before he could make his move toward her, Suho appeared like a shadow in the night and put the demon into a headlock, his grip as unyielding as iron. Suho twisted the demon's neck with brutal efficiency, snapping it with a sickening crunch. Another message popped up. He had leveled up again, and his gauntlets had once more devoured a soul. 2 down. The boss demon, now alone, was enraged. With an earth-shaking roar, he lashed out at Broi, the impact sending the shadow soldier flying into the dungeon wall. Dust and debris exploded from the impact, and the ground trembled beneath Suho's feet. The demon, realizing that he was now outnumbered, cursed his fallen comrades. Useless, completely useless. He was surrounded, Broi on one side, Suho on the other. But instead of focusing on Broi, he made a snap decision. His gaze locked onto Aesel, lying unconscious and defenseless on the ground. She was the key. Her blood could make him stronger. With a surge of desperate energy, the boss demon charged toward her. But Suho wasn't about to let that happen. With a swift, punishing kick, Suho smashed into the demon's arm with such force that it bent at an unnatural angle, cracking the floor beneath them. The demon howled in pain, his attack completely halted. Suho stepped forward, his face calm but deadly, and with a smirk he said, "You're up then." Without even needing to finish the job himself, he gave the order. "Broi, take him." Broi lunged, his fangs gleaming, and with a vicious, lethal attack, tore into the boss demon. The demon's final scream echoed through the dungeon as his life ended. A barrage of system messages flooded Suho's vision. Another level up and the ability to use store purchase had unlocked now that he was above level 20. Suho took a deep breath as the bonding skill with Gray disengaged, and he opened the system to see what this new feature was all about. As he scrolled through the options, Isil began to stir, groaning in pain. She sat up, shooting a death glare at Beru. "That pathetic skill nearly killed me," she snapped. Then, turning to Suho, she pointed accusingly. "And who's this? Another human who can command shadow soldiers other than Sung Jin Woo?" Beru, as calm as ever, tilted his head and replied, "As I suspected, you aren't loyal enough to the Shadow Monarch. Maybe try a little harder to remember who could possibly be the best candidate." Issel's eyes widened as the realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her expression changed entirely. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at Suho, the truth sinking in. "He's the young monarch!" Isel squinted, her voice quivering with disbelief. He's the young monarch, isn't he?" she whispered, her eyes glued to Suho. Suho froze, surprised by the sudden recognition. His gaze sharpened as he turned to her, confusion flashing across his face. How on earth did she know who I am? Did she really just call him the young monarch? Before he could ask, the sound of laughter echoed from the corner. Broi and Gray were indulging in their own carefree moment, oblivious to the tension. Issel's voice wavered, heavy with emotion. I didn't recognize you. You're so different now. Tears welled up in her eyes as she blinked at him. You look exactly like your father, the Shadow Monarch. Then, as she was saying something, her lips trembled. As the words left her mouth, she collapsed, her body going limp. A wave of shock rippled through the room. Suo's eyes widened as panic flickered on everyone's faces. He quickly gestured toward Beru, urgency in his voice. Beru, check her! Is she all right? Beru stepped forward, shaking his head in his typical dramatic fashion. Leaning over Esil's unconscious form, he scrutinized her before shrugging casually. She's not dead, just tired. Exhaustion's got the best of her. His casual assessment was oddly comforting. No need to worry, she's just out of energy. Relieved, Suho's focus shifted back to the hunters they had rescued. He ordered Beru again, his tone now firm. Heal them just enough so they live. I don't want any deaths under my watch. As Beru tended to the wounded, the system chimed, announcing that Suho's quest had been completed. A small smile tugged at Suho's lips. Mission accomplished. Dusting off his hands, he glanced over the 7 survivors, feeling a rush of satisfaction. Saved them all. The system flashed again, this time rewarding him with 3 ability points and, 700 gold. His eyebrows shot up. Gold, he muttered incredulously. I got gold. Still processing it, he opened the system store. Ah, so this gold can be used to buy stuff. He browsed through the items with growing curiosity. Potions, weapons, tools, the options were endless. He chuckled softly, nostalgia creeping into his thoughts. Just like when I was younger, finishing chores and getting pocket money. Except now it's my dad giving me the gold through the system. The thought warmed his heart. Esil, meanwhile, lay unconscious on the cold floor. Suho bought a low-grade potion from the system and frowned as he read its description. Recovers 500 HP, but only for me. Suho glanced at the unconscious demon girl and, ignoring the restrictions, decided to try it anyway. Beru, should I just give it to her? Without waiting for a reply, Suho carefully poured the potion into Il's mouth. Slowly, her breathing steadied and color returned to her face. Beru, watching, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Gold on a demon? He muttered. The young monarch, you're too generous. Suho sighed, already preparing to wrap things up. We can't leave her here like this. Let's take her to the shadow dungeon with us. His attention shifted to Broi. Bring the corpses of the demons too. Without hesitation, Broi started dragging the grotesque bodies of the fallen demons, while Gray gently carried Asil through the portal. As Suho stared at the sword of the rat monster in his hand, Beru's voice pierced his thoughts. Why aren't you going to the shadow dungeon too? Suho's grip tightened on the sword. I still have something to finish here. He turned to face the Mistborns, their twisted forms writhing in agony, still engulfed in flames. His heart sank with the weight of their suffering. I can't leave them like this, he thought, and with a swift motion, he ended their misery, striking them down one by one. Sorry, it's the only mercy I can offer, he whispered, his head bowed in regret. Outside the dungeon, chaos brewed at Seoul Station, where the Hunter Association had gathered. Among them was a top-ranked hunter, his expression cold as he demanded a report. Tell me what you found inside. A junior member stepped forward. We found several corpses, thorn lizards and mistborns, but the dead hunter's wounds don't match the monster's attacks. There was also a room completely wrecked, covered in sword marks. The hunter's eyes narrowed. Something else was in that dungeon besides the monsters. As he mulled over the information, Senior Lim caught his attention. Suspiciously attempting to slip away unnoticed, Lim, the hunter, barked. Lim flinched but turned to face him, pretending innocence. You reported the incident, right? And there was another member with you. Suho, wasn't it? Where is he? Senior Lim hesitated, his expression unreadable. Then, with a forced grin, he answered, Suho. After we left the dungeon, he ran off, too scared to handle it. Poor guy, he's just an E-rank hunter. We didn't stand a chance, so I called for help. The hunter stared hard at Lim, clearly unconvinced. But instead of pushing further, he patted him on the shoulder. You did well, Lim. You followed protocol. With that, he turned to his team and barked, Keep searching. Don't miss a thing. Relieved, Lim exhaled deeply, glancing at the sky. Suho saved everyone, he thought, grateful. Whatever his reasons for keeping quiet, I trust him. Back in the shadow dungeon, Suho, Beru, and the others regrouped. Asil, now awake, had just been filled in on everything. Jinwoo's battles, the invasion of the Outer Gods, and Suho's awakening. I can't believe Sung Jin Woo still fights after everything he's been through. Beru nodded solemnly. The Shadow Monarch never rests. He sent me to break Suho's seal, but our young monarch, he didn't need me. He's already stronger than we imagined. Suho turned to Essel, his curiosity piqued. Have we met before? Esel's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, during the tutorial your father made for you. Don't you remember me? Suho scratched his head, his memories fuzzy. He struggled to recall until it hit him. Wait, you're the one who surrendered the moment you saw me, aren't you? Beru snorted in amusement. You couldn't even complete a simple task, he scoffed, much to Essel's embarrassment. Flustered, Esel fell silent, her cheeks burning with shame. Beru's tone shifted, his voice now low and serious as he addressed Essel. What happened to you in the demon realm? How did you become so weak? Essel's face darkened with sorrow, her eyes reflecting a deep pain. I assume the young monarch has heard how Lord Sung Jin Woo defeated the demon tower and left the Leveling household in charge of it. Yes, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. We held it safe for years, waiting for the Shadow Monarch to call upon us. But decades passed, and that call never came. For a time, we lived in peace. Her voice trembled as she continued. But half a year ago, everything changed. It all started when something called stardust, a stimulant that amplifies magic, began circulating among the demons. Suho's eyes widened, recognition dawning. He had heard that name before, during his battle with the earlier demons who had consumed it just before they fought. Stardust. So that's what it was, he thought. Essel's voice turned bitter. It has little effect on high-ranking demons, but for the low-ranking ones, it gives them power without any cost. It was a gift and a curse. With the Shadow Monarch gone for so long, these low-ranking demons saw it as their chance. They grouped together and rebelled against the Leveling household. Her words became heavier, her hands trembling as she relived the trauma. That rebellion grew into a full-blown war. We fought. My family fought, with all we had to protect the demon castle, the very place entrusted to us by the Shadow Monarch. But we grew weaker with every passing day. Tears welled in her eyes, her body shaking. Eventually, we lost. They slaughtered us. Every last member of my household was sacrificed. I only survived by chance, but even then, they drained so much of my blood, I lost my powers. Her voice cracked as tears spilled down her cheeks. How could I face the Shadow Monarch now, after everything, after losing everyone? The weight of her grief filled the air, suffocating in its intensity. But suddenly, Suho's voice cut through the tension, his tone firm but gentle. You did great. Essel's tear-streaked face lifted, her eyes wide with disbelief. She searched his face, unsure if she heard him right. Suho stepped closer, his voice full of sincerity. You fought for your household, for my father, with everything you had. You stood your ground even with your life on the line. If my father were here, he'd say the exact same thing. You did great. A warm smile broke across his face, and he thanked her deeply, his gratitude clear. Thank you, Essel. Thank you for everything you and your people did. You fought for my father until the very end. For a moment, Essel was speechless, her mind reeling from his words, but then her disbelief gave way to something else. Hope. Suho's gaze hardened with determination. And now I'll do my best to help you. We'll make the Leveling household rise again. We'll bring it back to the top. Tears filled her eyes once more, but this time they weren't from despair. With a small, trembling smile, she whispered, The household name is Leveling, young monarch. Before she could say more, the system chimed. A message popped up in front of Suho, startling him. This time, it was different. The system informed him that the last survivor of the demon nobility had expressed her thanks and asked a question that made his heart skip a beat. Would you recruit her as a teammate? The system suddenly popped up with a message that made Suho pause. The last survivor of the pure-blooded nobles, Essel Radiru, was thanking him. It then asked if Suho would like to recruit the descendant of the White Flames as his companion. Suho, Beru, and Essel were relaxing, everything seemingly calm, but the moment Suho read the notification, his face twisted in shock. Essel, the descendant of the second monarch? He could barely process it. Essel, noticing his strange expression, asked if something was wrong, looking slightly panicked. Suho's mind raced. Was this because she's the last pure-blooded demon noble? His surprise quickly melted into a mischievous grin. Well, this just got interesting, he muttered, and with a sly smile he accepted Essel as his companion. As soon as he did, the system bombarded him with more notifications. It announced that Suho had officially recruited the descendant of the White Flames, and even better, a new bond skill had been created, Demon Strike. The skill would allow him to channel Essel's energy into a devastating attack. Essel, however, was clearly not expecting this. She let out a shocked shout as her own system window appeared, leaving her completely confused. Calm down, Suho said, trying not to laugh. He turned to Beru. So it seems the system shows up for my companions too. No wonder Gray never mentioned anything. He can't talk, Beru nodded, trying to contain his amusement. That explains a lot, but this also means Essel really is the White Flame's descendant. Essel, still baffled, stared between them. Wait, descendant? What are you two even talking about? Me, a descendant? Ignoring her questions for the moment, they all decided to test out their new skill. Suho turned to Essel, giving her a nod. Ready to give this everything you've got? We need to see what this skill can do. Essel, clearly not feeling very confident, Cake agreed hesitantly. Yeah, sure, I guess, but no promises. The system notified Suho that the skill was now activated. As the process began, Essel's purple hair turned into a mystic white, her entire appearance shifting into something straight out of a ghost story. She now looked like an ominous spirit, her mana gathering into a ball of pure energy. That energy quickly flowed into Suo's fist, catching him off guard. Well, that's new, Suo thought, glancing at his charged hand. At the same time, Essel collapsed to the ground, returning to her normal form. Suho smirked. I have to admit, the evil spirit look kind of suits you. Essel? Suho called out, noticing she was looking like a wreck. She lay there pale, as if she had just survived a week-long flu. With a weak voice, she managed to apologize. I'm sorry, Suho. I used up all my energy. I can't even stand. Suho, nodding, reassured her. Take it easy. Rest up. His mind was racing with excitement. If this skill drains her completely, it must be crazy powerful. Can't wait to see what it can really do. He clenched his fist, already fired up. Essel, still lying on the ground like a lifeless frog, stared at him, thinking, at least now I can transfer all my energy to him. Maybe I'll actually be useful. Suho, pumped with all that energy in his fist, punched the nearest wall, expecting a massive impact. But when the dust cleared, the result was underwhelming. There was a tiny dent, a sad little mark on the wall. Both Beru and Suho stared at it in complete embarrassment. That's it? They both thought. Beru, scratching his head, finally broke the silence. This looks no different from your regular punch. Suho sighed deeply. Yeah, this is nowhere near as strong as my bond skill with Gray. Just like that, Gray jumped in, mocking Isel with a smirk. What a loser, he jeered. Isel, humiliated again, shrank into herself. Her mighty energy could barely dent a wall. Suho, refusing to give up, rechecked the skill description and had a sudden realization. Wait, it says the charge rate is at 0%. No wonder it didn't work. It never mentioned how to charge the skill. Realizing they were at a dead end, Beru seized the opportunity and turned to Suho. I have a request, he said, motioning to the demon corpses scattered around. Could I eat those demon corpses? You know, since you brought them here for the dungeon. Suho immediately shook his head. No, I'm going to make them into shadow soldiers. Beru shrugged. Then you better hurry up. You know shadow soldiers weaken the longer they stay dead. Realizing Beru had a point, Suho agreed. He raised his hand toward the three corpses and used shadow extraction. Arise, he commanded. Nothing. Not a flicker. Another fail. The system notified him that the demon corpse's mana was contaminated, preventing shadow extraction. Suho groaned in frustration. Great, another blunder, he informed Beru of the situation. Beru nodded thoughtfully. Even the Shadow Monarch couldn't extract shadows from tainted demons. That's why he had to control them through contracts, like he did with the Thiradiru household. Asiel, who had been sitting quietly, flinched at the mention of her corrupt household. She didn't dare say anything, though, not wanting to face further humiliation. Seeing no use for the corpses, Suho finally sighed. Fine, Beru, you can eat them. Satisfied, Beru nodded and got to work. Afterwards, Suho approached Essel and handed her a potion. Here, this will help patch you up. Also, since you don't have anywhere to stay, you can crash in the Shadow Dungeon for now. Isel blinked, taken aback by his kindness. I've been nothing but useless to you. This is too much, she muttered. Suho smiled warmly. Don't worry about it. We're companions now. You can relax a bit. Just then, the system chimed in again, announcing that a section of the dungeon had been designated for the White Flame's descendant. Asil Radiru was now officially the master of her own area. Suddenly, Beru let out a sharp cry, startling both Suho and Esil. Suho immediately turned around, concern flashing in his eyes. What's wrong? He asked, tension thick in his voice. Beru, still chewing on his latest snack, responded slowly, I've uncovered something important. He swallowed and continued, his tone darkening. I learned something from the memories of these demons. Suho's expression instantly hardened as he realized the weight of Beru's words. There was a dead silence as Beru mentioned the apostle of the Iterim. Suho, Esil, Gray, and Broi all sat down in front of him, knowing that what Beru was about to reveal could change everything. Beru's eyes narrowed. I've finished consuming the demons, and I've gained a lot of information. But before I explain about the Iterim, you need to know this. Stardust is being distributed all over Earth, not just in Hell. And those mistborn creatures, they're monsters from outer space. Both Essel and Suho froze in place. Essel's eyes widened in horror. Stardust is on Earth too? She stammered. The revelation rocked her to her core. Suho, meanwhile, struggled to accept the fact that the Mistborns were from outer space. This wasn't just about hell anymore. It was far bigger than they had ever imagined. Beru pointed at Broi, his tone colder than ever. By sheer coincidence, Broi was involved too. But it wasn't just him. The entire Hyena Guild is connected. He raised his hand, casting shadowy images in the air, a visual display of the horrific truth. The demons were supplied with humans from the Hyena Guild. Those humans were then infected, transformed into Mistborn, and once these Mistborns were created, they became the core ingredient for Stardust. Suho's heart raced as Beru continued outlining the dark web of connections. There are multiple locations manufacturing Stardust. These places are known as Stardust factories. Beru's voice was steady, unflinching as he explained. The Hyena Guild kidnapped the humans. The Reaper Guild took those people to these factories. The factories then used the ingredients from the Mistborns to mass-produce Stardust. Beru connected the dots, his gaze fixed on Suho. The Itarim is behind this. There's no doubt. Suho felt the weight of those words sink into his chest. Itarim, the invasion. It's all connected. His thoughts spiraled, but before he could process them, Beru spoke again, delivering another blow. There's a human behind this entire Stardust operation. Someone designed the entire system. Suho's eyes widened in disbelief. A human? How could a human orchestrate all of this? Beru's voice dropped, his next words chilling. This human is the apostle of the Itarim, and they're already here on Earth, hiding. Suho could barely breathe, but Beru wasn't finished. That's not all, he added. There's another human helping the apostle, a high-ranking one. It's none other than the vice guild master of the Reaper Guild, Lee Min-sung. If we investigate him, we might uncover the apostle's whereabouts. The scene shifted to the outside of the Hunters Association building, where a mass of reporters had gathered, clearly awaiting something big. Their attention shifted sharply as a figure emerged from the building. Lee Min-sung, the vice guild master of the Reaper Guild. As Lee made his way through the crowd, reporters swarmed him, bombarding him with questions. What happened with the investigation on the Reaper Guild? One shouted. Are you aware of the Hyena Guild's kidnappings? Another yelled. What's the connection to the Soul Station dungeon? Lee, visibly rattled, began answering in a low, trembling voice. The Reaper Guild has only been trying to do its best in this chaotic world ever since the cataclysm 2 years ago. His body shook as he spoke, pretending to be overwhelmed. We supported the Hyena Guild because they have mostly D-rank hunters. They were quick and efficient at public service. As for the Soul Station, Lee continued, we believed it would be a perfect place for new hunters to gain experience. But now, after everything that's happened, his voice trailed off, filled with false regret. It's clear my actions weren't as good as I thought, otherwise we wouldn't be facing this disaster. The reporters were stunned, taken aback by his apparent sincerity. Then, to everyone's shock, Lee began to cry. If only I'd managed things better. No one should have lost their lives. His tears fell as he apologized profusely, walking slowly toward his car. The reporters, thoroughly convinced by his performance, began to express sympathy. They bought it. As Lee approached his car, his entire demeanor shifted in an instant. A wicked smirk tugged at his lips. Fools, he thought, pleased with himself. Lying is second nature to me. He continued to walk confidently, certain that no one had uncovered his true role. He was concerned earlier about why the Hunters Association let him go without much questioning, but then shrugged it off. No matter, he thought. They couldn't track the source of Stardust to me anyway. As he moved toward his car, Suho watched him from the shadows, silently observing. He asked Beru, who stood beside him, "Can you sense any Itarim from him?" Beru shook his head. "No, he's not controlled by Itarim like Broi was." Suho narrowed his eyes. "Then we'll uncover the truth another way." He was about to make a move when Beru stopped him. "Don't act rashly, Suho," Beru warned. "I know how strong you are. I've seen the enemies you fought, but this time I'll stop you if I have to, even if it costs me my life." Suddenly, Lee paused mid-step, his body stiffening as his eyes flashed red. He turned around, scanning the area with a piercing glare, but after seeing nothing, he shrugged it off and continued toward his car. Beru turned to Suho. "The mana coming off of Lee, it's something else. It's far beyond anything I've felt before. He's on a whole different level." Suho clenched his fists, his jaw tight. Beru continued, his voice grave. "Lee Min-sung is no ordinary vice guildmaster. He's definitely an A-rank hunter, maybe even higher. We need to be cautious."
The scene unfolds in an opulent lounge brimming with luxury. From its plush seating to the meticulously prepared food, Lee Min-sung sat comfortably, projecting an air of casual superiority. He was surrounded by a group of girls, his attention divided between them and his phone. A smirk curled his lips as he lazily scrolled through the articles praising him. Headlines applauded him, noting the absence of any allegations from the Hunters Association and announcing the reopening of the Seoul Station dungeon for aspiring hunters. Min Sung reveled in the attention, leaning back with a self-satisfied grin. A little bit of acting, he thought smugly, and all these fools are none the wiser. His amusement was clear in his eyes as he continued browsing, basking in his ability to manipulate public perception so effortlessly. However, his tranquility was abruptly interrupted when a woman entered the room, her presence commanding immediate attention. Her eyes locked onto him with a mixture of surprise and disdain. She asked, "Well, what's the hero of the hunter industry doing here?" Her voice dripping with sarcasm, though her smile remained calculated and poised. With effortless grace, she moved past the other women, exuding an air of authority, and seated herself next to him. With a casual wave, she dismissed the girls surrounding him, her gaze never leaving his. She maintains a sweet smile while subtly expressing disapproval, suggesting that he should have contacted her upon their arrival. Lee Min-sung dismissively waved off the woman's inquiry, insisting he didn't need to report everything to her. He continued to focus on his phone, seemingly indifferent to her presence. The woman, masking her disdain with a polite chuckle, internally criticized him as an arrogant man, privileged and unaware of his own flaws. She reflected on how his pride had been shattered after the cataclysm, when he was only awakened as an A-rank hunter, a significant fall from grace for someone once in the spotlight. The world's attention had since shifted to his former driver, Im Tae-ju, one of South Korea's rare S-rank hunters. The power dynamic between them had changed drastically, and Lee Min-sung's ego had never fully recovered. She couldn't understand why he had joined the Reaper Guild, founded by Im Tae-ju, but pushed that thought aside. As she leaned closer, she suggested they discuss business, specifically Stardust, the substance she was eager to purchase in bulk. Lee Min-sung's demeanor changed as frustration flickered across his face. He angrily explained that he had lost a distributor and a factory, making it impossible to meet the current demand for Stardust. Unfazed by his irritation, the woman sweetly suggested that, as the Vice Guild Master, he must have alternative ways to satisfy his customers. After a long pause, Lee Min-sung calculated his next move, admitting that he could pressure his business partner to meet the demand. The woman, satisfied with his response, praised him. Internally, however, Lee Min-sung felt frustration creeping in, realizing he would need to track down his increasingly defiant partner to make things work. The scene shifts to a figure standing before a large window, gazing at the dazzling lights of the Korean skyline. His eyes emit an unsettling yellow glow, signaling his sinister nature. This is the apostle of the Iterum, who secretly partners with Lee Min-sung in the production of Stardust. Meanwhile, in a shadow dungeon, a fierce battle unfolds as waves of goblins charge forward. Gray, agile and skilled, maneuvers effortlessly among them, his blade flashing as he decapitates his foes with expert precision, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. Essel, wielding her spear, has also grown stronger, dispatching multiple goblins with clean and sharp strikes, though her style lacks the brutality of Suho's. Suho, donning his Vulcan gauntlets, proves relentless in the fight, smashing goblins with such force that it seems effortless. Each punch obliterates several enemies at once. However, as the last goblin falls, Suho's frustration is evident. He feels the current efforts are insufficient. He turns to Baru, commanding him to call forth the next horde, gripping the horn tightly in preparation for summoning more foes. Baru watches Suho intently, recognizing his impatience, which aligns with their earlier conversation. Earlier, Baru had gathered Suho and the others, his shadowy form looming as he outlined their mission. Their objective is to extract information about the Apostle of the Iterum from Lee Min-sung, who controls the Stardust distribution chain. Baru warns them that any contact with Min-sung is likely to escalate into a dangerous confrontation. When Suho poses the crucial question about what happens if Min-sung refuses to cooperate, Baru's chilling response reveals the gravity of their situation. You will have no choice but to consume him. He explains that the Shadow Monarch has granted him the authority to devour those who embody evil, but emphasizes that they must first defeat Min-sung to enact this plan. Baru shifted his focus to the group, evaluating their capabilities. He assessed Suho's strength without the aid of his bonding skill, placing him at roughly a C-rank hunter. Gray, meanwhile, was identified as a D-rank hunter without any enhancements. When Baru's attention turned to Essel, his expression hardened as he informed her that she barely qualified as a C-rank. Her face fell, and she struggled to hold back tears, feeling bitter about her current limitations. She thought to herself that if only she had her powers back, she could be more helpful to Suho. Baru, sensing her disappointment, continued, explaining that Suho could reach B rank with his bonding skill, but he cautioned that significant gaps exist within the same rank, highlighting that it would take 10 D rank hunters to defeat just one C rank hunter. He then grimly pointed out that Lee Min-sung was an A rank, which meant they were currently outmatched. In a rare moment of defiance, Essel challenged Baru, questioning his strength. Baru responded sharply, revealing that he was a martial and not to be underestimated. Suho, however, looked down, frustration evident on his face as he pondered how he could grow stronger. Back in the present, a notification from the dungeon system appeared, displaying the number of goblins they had slain and marking the completion of their daily quest. Essel and Gray paused to catch their breath while Suho scrutinized the screen, noting that the kill count was no longer rising as it once did. He realized that the hidden reward they had anticipated was a one-time event. Opening his rewards list with hope, he discovered a random box and, with a flick of his finger, opened it to receive an item, an ashen ring. The ring was a D-rank item that increased his sense by 5 points. A brief smile appeared on Suho's face as he slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling the surge of power. However, this moment of elation quickly faded as the harsh reality of his situation set in. His expression darkened as he reflected on his progress, or lack thereof. Despite tirelessly hunting goblins, his levels had not increased, and the damage of his Vulcan gauntlets had only risen by a mere 3%. He glanced at his items, searching for a hidden solution to his stagnation, but found no answers. Frustration mounted within him as he clenched his fists, realizing that he needed to grow stronger at a faster pace. The only viable way forward, he concluded, was to enter a real dungeon, confront stronger magical beasts, and properly level up. Back at his apartment, Suho sat on his bed, his frustration evident as he furiously scrolled through his profile on his tablet. He was annoyed by the limited job options available to him, muttering about how all he could find were mining and hauling jobs. As an E-rank hunter, he felt marginalized, unable to join any strike squads, and lamented that he couldn't even enter a dungeon without permission from the Hunter Association. Baru, who had been silently observing Suho's turmoil, finally suggested that he consider getting reevaluated. Suho sighed tiredly, realizing that such a move would attract unwanted attention and headlines in the news. He emphasized the need to keep his identity hidden, especially now that he knew the Apostle of the Iterum was on Earth. Suho felt vulnerable, believing that revealing himself could become a liability for his father, particularly given his current inability to confront either Lee Min-sung or the Apostle. Baru, sensing Suho's concern, reassured him that he didn't need to worry about the Apostle for the time being. When Suho inquired why, Baru explained that any Apostle who had arrived on Earth would have lost significant power in the process. He elaborated on the complexities of dimensional travel, noting that crossing through space was not simple. The dimensional rift resembled a narrow tunnel. The more mana one possessed, the more difficult it became to traverse. This explained why the Iterum could not send an army to Earth, and why even the Shadow Monarch faced difficulties returning. Suho reflected on Baru's explanation, connecting the dots and concluding that the Iterum had resorted to using Broi and demons to avoid revealing themselves, as they would be weakened in their current state. Baru, impressed by Suho's deductions, realized that Suho was beginning to understand the broader picture. This led to Suho's resolve hardening as he recognized that the Iterum invasion was imminent, but that he had time to strengthen himself before their arrival. As Suho's thoughts raced, Baru considered his role in guiding him, remembering that the Shadow Monarch had entrusted him with the Shadow Dungeon key and indicated that he could seek assistance from another person. Baru contemplated revealing this to Suho, but was interrupted when Suho abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with a newfound realization. Suho whispered in shock, wondering how he had overlooked something critical. Curious about the source of Suho's epiphany, Baru remained silent as Suho quickly retrieved his phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he searched for something specific. A grin spread across Suho's face as he exclaimed that he had come up with the perfect idea, a way to enter the dungeon without violating any of the Hunter Association's rules. The scene transitions to the interior of a tall, sleek building where Suho is seated across from a well-dressed man at a polished mahogany desk. The man, who is clearly of some significance, observes Suho with a smirk, remarking that it has been a while since they last met. He notes that Suho hasn't visited since his awakening and expresses mild surprise at Suho's sudden reappearance with a business proposal, commenting on how much Suho has grown. Suho chuckles and leans forward slightly, asserting that he has an offer that the man cannot refuse. Behind Suho, Baru stands silently, assessing the situation. He recognizes the man across the desk as Suho's uncle, Jinho, who is now the president of ActionToon. Baru thinks to himself that Suho is always one step ahead, having strategically chosen to approach his uncle for help. Jinho, amused, quickly deduces Suho's intentions, teasing that Suho is looking for his uncle's assistance to sneak into a dungeon. Suho responds with a confident smile, affirming Jinho's assumption with a simple exactly. The scene opens with a massive, glowing poster advertising Beautiful World, a virtual reality game that has become a global sensation, attracting millions of players daily and dominating the market for 4 consecutive years. This unprecedented success is attributed to Jinho and his company, ActionToon, who managed to create a virtual empire that captivated players worldwide. Earlier, Suho stepped into the ActionToon building for the first time, feeling out of place and trying not to appear like a fish out of water. Upon entering, he was approached by an enthusiastic man who exuded the energy of a game show host. The man asked if Suho was Mr. Sung, clearly having rehearsed the line, and Suho, blinking in surprise, nodded in affirmation. The man lit up with excitement, proclaiming that the CEO had been waiting for Suho, which made Suho feel as though he were being treated like royalty. As they walked through the halls, he pondered the oddity of being treated with such deference and wondered if he was missing something. As Suho walked, he noticed a group of awakened individuals, tough-looking people who seemed out of place in a tech company instead of battling monsters in dungeons. He found it strange to see superpowered individuals in a corporate environment, leading him to think about the roles they should be fulfilling. As if reading his thoughts, the enthusiastic man ahead turned to Suho with a knowing smile, explaining that not everyone wants to risk their lives in dungeons. Some prefer stable jobs with good pay and no life-threatening monsters. Suho slowly nodded, trying to wrap his mind around the concept of superpowered employees doing tech support instead of fighting monsters, humorously acknowledging that it meant fewer chances of being eaten alive. Curiosity piqued, Suho asked what kind of missions a game company could possibly need hunters for, his tone laced with skepticism. The man lowered his voice as if revealing a great secret, mentioning a special and confidential project underway, which left Suho speculating if they were perhaps developing a game based on awakened hunters. Soon, they arrived at Jinho's office, which opened with a click. Jinho, wearing his signature grin, greeted Suho with enthusiasm, as if they hadn't seen each other in ages. His playful demeanor was evident as he exclaimed, "Well, look who decided to grace him with his presence," while grabbing Suho's shoulder. He continued with a lighthearted tone, asking how long it had been since they last met, estimating it to be a month or 2. As Jinho gestured for Suho to take a seat, he seamlessly launched into conversation. He brought up a recent incident where Suho had made waves at the Korean Arts University, implying that Suho's actions had attracted considerable attention. Jinho also mentioned Suho's aunt, who had been excessively worried about him. This concern stemmed from Suho's lack of communication. He hadn't answered his phone, leading his aunt to jokingly suspect that he might have been kidnapped by aliens. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, searching for an excuse to justify his absence. He muttered an apology, acknowledging that he had been busy, which only heightened his guilt. Jinho chuckled, easing back into his chair and teasing Suho about being too grown up and busy for family. Feeling nervous, Suho laughed it off, quickly changing the topic by pulling out his tablet. He stated that he had something important to discuss. Jinho raised an eyebrow, half amused and half curious, expressing surprise that they were jumping straight into business without catching up first. Suho, undeterred, handed Jinho the tablet, stating that it contained a proposal where Jinho couldn't lose. As Jinho leaned back and scanned the data on the screen, he noted that he hadn't expected a business pitch from Suho, making a lighthearted comment about feeling old. Suho clarified that he wanted Jinho's help to enter a gate. He explained that, with Jinho's assistance, he could secure the rights to access a dungeon, recruit a strike team, and in return, ActionToon would receive all the magic crystals he could collect, emphasizing that D and C-rank dungeons would be easily manageable for him. However, Jinho's smile faded, and skepticism filled his expression. He questioned how Suho, an E-rank hunter, planned to clear a C-rank dungeon, highlighting the danger involved. Jinho, serious now, reminded Suho that he himself was a D-rank hunter and would never attempt such a feat alone. Sensing the weight of the conversation, Jinho's tone softened as he asked if Suho's motivations were related to his parents. Suho's expression dropped slightly, knowing this was the response he had anticipated. At this point, Baru, Suho's loyal companion, telepathically prompted him about whether he would reveal the truth to Jinho. Suho internally resolved that he needed to share his reality and took a deep breath. Looking Jinho squarely in the eye, Suho asserted, "Uncle, I'm different from other awakened ones. I can actually level up." Jinho's eyebrows shot up in disbelief, dismissively questioning whether Suho had been playing too much of the game Beautiful World. But before Jinho could laugh off the idea, Suho continued with a serious tone, explaining that there were invaders from another universe hiding on Earth, and he needed to grow stronger quickly to stop them. Jinho stared at Suho's serious expression for a moment before bursting into laughter. He initially thought Suho was pranking him, asking if there was a hidden camera involved or if this was some new reality show. Confused, Suho clarified that he was serious. Jinho leaned back, still grinning, and noted that Suho's story resembled the exact plot of a game his company was developing. In this game, a single player starts as an E-rank hunter, levels up alone, and eventually surpasses even S-rank hunters to save the world. Jinho chuckled at the coincidence, revealing his amusement at Suho's uncanny resemblance to his game's protagonist. With a sly smile, Jinho remarked that he had intended to keep the game's premise a secret, but seemed to have been inadvertently revealed by Suho. As Suho's suspicion grew, he couldn't shake the feeling that the story mirrored his father's experiences. Jinho, completely unaware of the truth behind Suho's urgency, continued to tease him playfully, suggesting that if Suho was attempting to pull a prank, he had failed due to his naivety. Just then, Baru appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, declaring, "Failed? Not a chance." His booming voice startled Jinho, who looked around in panic for the source, only to see Baru, an imposing ant-like creature, standing beside him. Jinho's face drained of color as he yelped, confused and frightened by Baru's presence. Baru, unfazed, turned to Suho, addressing him as young monarch, and expressed confidence in handling the situation. He then faced Jinho, his voice calm yet commanding, revealing that Jinho had lost memories of his time with the Shadow Monarch, and that he was not just an ordinary person. He was a great friend and loyal follower who had fought alongside the Shadow Monarch in numerous battles. Baru explained that the game Jinho was developing reflected Jinho's faint, forgotten memories. Jinho stared blankly, struggling to comprehend. Sensing his confusion, Baru produced a key from thin air, presenting it as a mystical artifact. He inserted this key into Jinho's chest, claiming it was a gift from the Shadow Monarch. Suddenly, Jinho found himself engulfed in an empty void. Silence and darkness enveloped him. Confused, he turned in circles until a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a younger version of himself, full of life and energy. As memories rushed back like a tidal wave, Jinho recalled meeting Sung Jin Woo for the first time, fighting together in endless raids, and how Jinwoo had helped him grow both as a person and a hunter. One particular memory stood out. After a long day, he and Jinwoo had shared a drink, during which Jinho confessed that Jinwoo had been more of a brother to him than his actual brothers. Jinwoo had replied, "Then from this point on, we're brothers." In an instant, Jinho was back in his office, tears streaming down his face as he relived those precious memories that he had somehow forgotten. Overwhelmed by the emotional weight of the past, he couldn't hold back his feelings, finding himself deeply affected by the recollections of his bond with Jinwoo and the adventures they had shared. Suho, completely bewildered by the situation, turned to Baru with a mix of confusion and concern, asking what he had done to Jinho. Baru, maintaining his composed demeanor, reassured Suho that there was no need for alarm. He had merely restored the memories Jinho had lost from the previous world. Jinho, still crying, buried his face in his hands. As the afternoon sun began to set, he gradually regained his composure. When Jinho looked at Suho again, he asked if Suho could level up like his father, Sung Jinwoo. Suho nodded but added that his situation was slightly different. This prompted Jinho to reflect on Jinwoo, feeling a tightening in his chest as he remembered how his friend was still out there, protecting Earth from the Iterum, always putting himself last to safeguard others. After a lengthy pause, Jinho broke the silence, acknowledging the urgency of Suho's situation. He then pointed out the irony of Suho approaching him with a business proposal similar to what Jinwoo would have done. Suho, rubbing the back of his neck nervously, chuckled, aware of the embarrassing comparison. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jinho placed a hand on Suho's shoulder, recognizing that he shouldn't treat Suho like a child anymore. He could see Suho had inherited his father's strength and could take care of himself. With a sigh, Jinho expressed his support for Suho's endeavor, causing Suho's eyes to light up with excitement. He practically jumped out of his seat, thrilled that his plan to enter the dungeon was finally on track. However, as Jinho sat back, a wave of sadness washed over him. He thought about Jinwoo still facing his toughest trials alone, but realized that this was also his chance to help, just as Jinwoo had always helped him. With clenched fists, Jinho silently promised to do everything he could for both Suho and Jinwoo. The scene then shifted to Suho standing at the entrance of a dungeon, wearing a shadow mask to conceal his identity. Around him were the people Jinho had hired to meet the numbers required for entry. Suho felt immense gratitude for his uncle's support. As he approached the gate, a crippled man sitting on a nearby bench called out, expressing disbelief that Suho would pay him 400,000 won just to sit there and not go inside. Suho smiled and nodded, confirming the man's statement. The man raised an eyebrow and warned Suho about the dangers within the gates, advising him to be cautious as they contained horrors beyond imagination. Suho nodded politely and thanked him for the advice, assuring him that he would seek help if trouble arose before heading toward the gate. As Suho stepped into the dungeon, thoughts of his father flooded his mind. He reflected on how Jinwoo had carried so much weight alone, but reassured himself that he was not alone. He had his team with him. With his first step into the dungeon, he summoned his companions, Essel and Gray, who appeared fully prepared for battle. Suho donned his Vulcan gauntlets, ready for action. Facing a massive horde of monsters, he commanded without hesitation, "Let's level up. My father won't be carrying the weight of the world alone." The scene shifts to Lee Min-sung, who is driving down a quiet road at dusk. After a while, the car stops in front of an imposing building that emanates a dark and foreboding presence. Stepping out, Min-sung, his face concealed by a sleek mask, instructs his driver in a low voice to stay nearby, assuring him he won't be long. As he walks toward the building, tension hangs in the air, and he mutters to himself about the 3 months since he last met the Apostle of Iterum, expressing his disdain for the encounter. Upon entering the dimly lit lobby, Min-sung spots a guard tending to some plants. He tries to keep a low profile, moving quietly to avoid detection, but the guard's keen eyes quickly recognize him. The guard addresses him, mentioning seeing Min-sung on the news as the vice CEO of the Grim Reaper Guild. Annoyed by the recognition, Min-sung realizes that his notable presence cannot remain hidden forever. He decides to play the part, removing his mask and putting on a polished smile. He compliments the guard for his keen observation, attempting to maintain a charismatic facade as he wishes the guard a great day. The guard, filled with admiration, wishes Min-sung luck, calling him a hero of the hunters as he continues on his way. As Min-sung walks further into the building, his thoughts drift to his past, recalling his golden youth as the son of the vice CEO of Eugene Construction. He reflects on his privileged upbringing, destined for greatness, fame, and success, all of which came naturally to him. However, the great cataclysm altered everything in his life. His mind wanders back to a significant conversation with his driver, Im Taija, who had once been just a man who opened doors and drove him around. This driver had recently awakened as an S-rank hunter, prompting disbelief from Min-sung when Taija announced his newfound strength and suggested starting his own guild casually. This revelation left Min-sung stunned, realizing that the power dynamics he had known had shifted dramatically. As the elevator door closes, Min-sung leans against the wall, still processing these overwhelming changes. He vows to restore the world to its former state, promising himself that he would do whatever it takes, even if it means making deals with demons, to right the upside-down structure that has taken over his life and the world he once knew. The elevator doors slide open to reveal a dark room shrouded in eerie silence, where Lee Min-sung is met by several men whose faces twist into disturbing smiles, their eyes gleaming with malice. The sight sickens Min-sung to his core, prompting a visceral reaction. He growls at them, demanding they wipe their disgusting smiles off their faces before he tears their mouths open, maintaining his icy composure as he strides past them. He scans the room, demanding to know the whereabouts of their boss, and questioning why he hasn't been greeted. The men remain silent, their smiles unwavering, which only heightens the chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice breaks through the darkness, calling his name. Min-sung's eyes widen in shock as he turns to face a childlike figure standing before him, radiating an otherworldly aura with glowing yellow eyes. The figure is revealed to be the Apostle of Iterum, a being representing raw, otherworldly power. When Min-sung acknowledges the Apostle, he asks if he is the Outer Worlder, his voice barely a whisper. The Apostle confirms this with a calm, detached demeanor, as if speaking from a realm beyond Min-sung's understanding. Min-sung approaches, lightly tapping the Apostle's head and trying to mask his unease by adopting a casual tone. He reminisces about the last time they met when the Apostle was just a baby, noting the significant increase in the apostle's mana since then and implying that everything is going according to plan. The apostle coldly corrects Min Sung, explaining that he is not growing but recovering. He elaborates that when beings like him, with immense mana reserves cross dimensions, their bodies fragment, and the first arrival is the weakest. He shares that he has now fused with a second fragment, signifying a return to strength. As Min Sung casually lounges on a worn-out sofa, the apostle's faint voice resonates through the dim room, stating that while his memories remain intact, his personality has changed, urging Min Sung to skip any sense of familiarity. Min Sung raises an eyebrow, flashing a crooked grin, and responds with feigned nonchalance, indicating he is uninterested in who the apostle has become. Instead, he presses the apostle to recall the promise made during their previous interactions. Absorbed in his reading, the apostle mutters about wealth and fame. But before he can finish, Min Sung's grin widens ominously as he interjects with a sinister declaration about the removal of Taiju, the recently awakened S-rank hunter. The thought of eliminating Taiju brings a gleam of excitement to Min Sung's eyes, and he leans back, stretching his arms casually over the couch as if discussing a mundane business arrangement. His tone remains cool, but the sinister implications of his words hang heavy in the air. The apostle's cold gaze shifts from his books to Min Sung, questioning his presence and emphasizing that he made it clear Min Sung should only come if it was urgent. He demands to know if Min Sung's visit is worth his time. Min Sung's expression shifts to a more professional demeanor as he prepares to address the apostle. He begins by reporting a significant setback in their operations. The Stardust Manufacturing has encountered issues due to the destruction of both the Hyena Guild, which was providing firewood, and the Soul Factory. Min Sung pauses, allowing the severity of the situation to sink in, and explains that he is seeking reinforcements to stabilize production. The apostle's yellow eyes flicker with interest, indicating a level of engagement with the crisis. He inquires about the identity of those behind the attacks, and Min Sung responds that it was executed by a masked individual who took down the Hyena Guild. However, as he continues, he hesitates under the apostle's sharp glare, realizing the gravity of their partnership and the apostle's expectations. The apostle's demeanor darkens, reprimanding Min Sung for the failure of the distribution network he established, implying that Min Sung's incompetence has led to this situation. He expresses disdain for Min Sung's reliance on him to fix the problems, calling into question Min Sung's capabilities as a leader. This critique hits hard, causing Min Sung's jaw to clench in frustration as his fingers twitch slightly, signs of his rising anger and tension. In response to the apostle's biting remarks, Min Sung snaps, drawing a hidden knife from beneath his pants in one fluid motion. Before the apostle can react, Min Sung has positioned himself behind him, the cold steel of the blade pressing against the apostle's throat. Min Sung's voice is laced with malice as he warns the apostle not to mistake him for a mindless pawn, like the others who serve him. He emphasizes his status as an A-rank hunter, threatening to kill the apostle before he could fully regain his strength. The apostle, however, remains unfazed, his glowing yellow eyes steady and cold. He dismisses Min Sung's threats, suggesting that humans are naive for measuring strength solely by mana levels. His tone suggests a deep disdain for human understanding of power. With no further warning, the apostle unleashes his own power, dramatically shifting the atmosphere in the room. Min Sung's instincts scream danger as he feels the apostle's overwhelming mana surge expand throughout the building. Confused and alarmed, he thinks to himself, questioning what is happening. The guard he passed earlier, who seemed ordinary at first, now stands motionless with his eyes glowing the same sickly yellow as the apostle's. Min Sung's heart races as he realizes the full extent of the apostle's power. He has effectively brainwashed everyone in the building. Panic grips him as he grasps the enormity of the situation. He had severely underestimated this entity, recognizing that the apostle is no mere boy but a powerful creature. The air around him seems charged with the collective force of the brainwashed individuals, all linked to the apostle's sinister will. In that moment, Min Sung comprehends how precariously he is balancing in a game he thought he had mastered, feeling the dread of losing control seep into his consciousness. This realization is alarming, and he acknowledges to himself, "This is bad, very bad." The apostle's voice cuts through the tension, cold and icy, revealing that his previous self had deemed Min Sung necessary only for survival. Now that the apostle's strength has been restored, the dynamics of their relationship could shift, contingent on Min Sung proving his competence. Almost instantaneously, the atmosphere in the room transforms. The brainwashed humans surrounding Min Sung close in, their faces blank, but their eyes burning with a dangerous hunger for violence. It's a scene reminiscent of a frenzied mob poised to attack, and Min-sung can feel the oppressive hostility tightening around him. Weapons are drawn, and the palpable danger heightens, with the apostle poised to unleash his thralls at a moment's notice. Feeling the tension coiling in his muscles, and knowing he is vastly outnumbered, Min-sung resorts to quick thinking. He tosses his knife to the ground, raising his hands in a mock gesture of surrender. He adopts a cheerful yet strained tone, attempting to defuse the situation. Hey, relax. I was just messing with you. I wanted to see if you were really capable of killing an S-rank hunter. That's all. No need to take it seriously. His grin is forced but wide, a thin facade meant to mask his mounting fear. The apostle, with his cold and unblinking eyes, observes Min-sung carefully, seemingly weighing his words. After a moment of deliberation, he snaps his book shut and calmly informs Min-sung that he is fortunate to be spared for now due to his remaining usefulness. The apostle's voice is unsettlingly calm as he undoes the spell, allowing the brainwashed mob to gradually regain their senses, with no memory of their previous bloodlust. As if on cue, one of the apostle's minions steps forward carrying a large suitcase. Upon opening it, the suitcase reveals rows of shimmering vials, which the apostle presents to Min-sung with a twisted smile, now far from comforting. He explains that these vials contain stimulants made by condensing stardust 100 times, enough to supply Min-sung's entire operation if diluted properly. Min-sung stares at the suitcase in disbelief, his mind racing with questions about the source of such high-quality stimulants. The apostle seems to anticipate his thoughts and adds, "This isn't the low-grade stardust for weak hunters. These are higher-quality stimulants potent enough for even an A-rank hunter like yourself." He then encourages Min-sung to give it a try, his charming smile laced with mockery, leaving Min-sung grappling with the implications of the apostle's generosity and the power dynamics shifting beneath his feet. Min-sung picks up one of the shimmering vials, examining it closely, but he quickly forces a laugh and decides against using the stimulant. "I'll pass," he mutters, returning the vial to the suitcase. The thought of using something he doesn't fully understand sends a wave of caution through him. As he heads for the door, he calls back over his shoulder to the apostle, reminding him of their deal and that he expects the apostle to fulfill his end of the bargain. However, internally, Min-sung wrestles with a troubling thought. He may have just unleashed an unimaginable monster on Earth, but he resolves that it is no longer his problem. His footsteps echo in the hallway as he leaves, the weight of his decision settling heavily on him. Meanwhile, the apostle drops the book he had been reading, turning his attention to the window. A dark red aura begins to swirl around him, and he whispers to himself, "I can feel it." His voice grows darker and more sinister as he continues. Another fragment is on its way. A wicked smile creeps across his lips as he anticipates the power he will gain from fusing with this fragment, declaring that once he does, there will be no need for the charade he has been maintaining. The apostle's thoughts turn to the impending invasion, hinting at the malevolent plans he has in store. The scene shifts to a dungeon where Suho and his party are locked in a fierce battle. After some successful leveling up, they now face a colossal snake-like creature with scales that shimmer ominously. The beast lashes out with incredible strength, pushing Essel and Gray back as they struggle to regain their footing. "We gotta hold it off," Essel shouts, though fatigue seeps into his voice. In a moment of determination, Suho launches himself into the air, making a daring leap toward the serpent. He grips the snake's scaled body tightly, clinging on as it thrashes violently, attempting to shake him off by slamming its coiled body against the dungeon walls. "Suho, get out of there!" Essel yells, worry evident in his voice, while Gray joins in with wide eyes of fear. However, Suho is already committed to his plan. With a deep grunt, he locks his arms around the snake's massive neck and begins to squeeze with every ounce of strength he can muster. The serpent writhes in agony, its slitted eyes bulging as blood starts to seep from its mouth and nostrils. The creature's thrashing gradually slows, and with a final thunderous crash, Suho manages to break the serpent's neck. Blood torrents from the wound as the giant serpent collapses onto the dungeon floor with a deafening thud. Standing triumphantly in a hero's pose as the dust settles, Suho wipes the blood from his hands and assesses the situation. "We need to hunt more, and fast," he thinks to himself, fully aware that they are running out of time to confront the threats looming over them. The scene shifts to a girl, visibly unsettled and tense, who expresses her doubts about the situation. "This isn't dangerous, right?" she asks, her voice laced with unease. Despite the significant payment of 5 million for simply waiting until the hunter emerges from the gate, she questions the ease of the task and why Suho would pay them so handsomely for what seems like a simple job. Nearby, a crippled man watches her with tired eyes. He responds in a calm, measured tone, explaining that this is the 4th time they've been compensated, and Suho hasn't missed a payment yet. For a hunter, closing gates is just another day's work. "It's like community service," he notes, his expression hinting at some curiosity despite his calm demeanor. The girl nods but remains uneasy, scratching her head in confusion. "But something about all this doesn't feel right," she mutters. Ultimately, she concludes that as long as they uphold their end of the deal, they shouldn't overthink it. Meanwhile, the crippled man narrows his gaze toward the gate, pondering the situation. He finds it strange that Suho would arrive without any excavation or collection team, raising questions about how he plans to profit from the gate without the proper setup. His mind races with uncertainties, particularly about Suho's recent decisions to dive into C-rank gates after starting with D-rank ones. The scene transitions to inside the gate, where the atmosphere is far more intense. The once silent caverns now echo with the sounds of sharp tools striking the crystal-encrusted walls as Suho's shadow goblins work tirelessly to mine precious stones from the dungeon's depths. Clad in shadowy armor, they move with mechanical precision under the booming commands of Baru. "Faster! Move those hands like your lives depend on it," Baru barks, his stern gaze sweeping over the bustling goblins, who strive to keep up with the grueling pace. As Essel and Gray work together to collect items from the slain monsters' corpses, they share a brief glance. "You know, gathering loot requires a surprising amount of skill," Essel remarks, her attention focused on Gray as he tears apart a dead spider's leg with concentrated intensity. Gray remains silent, too absorbed in his task to respond. Essel's gaze then drifts toward the entrance of the boss room, concern filling her eyes. She reflects on Suho's decision to fight the C-rank boss alone, anxiously wondering if she should be worried about him. Her lip bites in anxiety as the uncertainty looms. Inside the boss room, Suho engaged in a fierce battle against a giant spider boss, moving with deadly grace to evade its monstrous attacks. The spider's massive legs slammed down with terrifying force, but Suho dodged each strike effortlessly. In a swift motion, he vaulted into the air, gripping his dagger tightly as he prepared to unleash his storm/skill. A flurry of rapid cutting strikes rained down on the spider, causing dark blood to spray across the stone walls. As the system notification flashed before his eyes, he noted the paralyze effect had activated, though it was weakened due to the spider's high resistance. Intrigued, Suho reflected. It resisted the paralysis. "I was hoping to test this weapon's effect on spiders, but it seems Kasaka's venom Fang isn't effective against them." He briefly checked his weapon stats. His trusty C-rank dagger had both paralyze and bleed effects, but the spider's natural resistance was proving to be a challenge. Unfazed by this setback, Suho quickly switched tactics. He hurled his dagger straight into the spider's grotesque face, the blade embedding itself with a sickening squelch. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt forward and delivered a devastating punch, sending shockwaves rippling through the boss room. The spider recoiled, screeching in agony as its massive body shook from the impact. "Bugs like you don't stand a chance against my fists," Suho taunted, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Continuing his relentless assault, Suho called his dagger back, using shadow authority, and began slashing the spider with renewed vigor. Each strike was perfectly timed, and as he fought, he marveled at his newfound strength. "I'm strong enough to take down C-rank bosses solo now," he mused, feeling his confidence grow. "Maybe it's time to step up to D-rank dungeons. This is getting too easy." As the spider thrashed wildly, trying to shake him off, Suho contemplated a new approach. "What if I mix Ruler's authority into my attacks?" he thought. He had always used Ruler's authority to manipulate objects. Now he wondered what would happen if he applied it to enhance his strikes. Flipping gracefully through the air, Suho charged his fist with the invisible force of Ruler's authority and brought it crashing down onto the spider's skull. The impact was immense, creating a thunderous boom that reverberated through the chamber as the spider crumpled under the force. Suho felt a surge of satisfaction. "Perfect! The extra push from Ruler's authority is making my attacks even stronger." Not stopping there, he unleashed a storm of empowered blows, each strike showcasing the weight of his growing strength. The spider, now utterly helpless, succumbed to Suho's merciless onslaught. After a final pitiful scream, the giant spider collapsed. After the battle, multiple system notifications flooded Suho's vision, confirming that he had leveled up and that his ruler's authority had advanced to level 2. He noted with satisfaction that this upgrade required no mana, recognizing it would be particularly useful in future encounters. Panting from exertion, he leaned against the massive corpse of the defeated spider, feeling his fatigue spike to 83%. Suho reflected on the energy drain caused by using ruler's authority in combat, realizing that while it was taxing, consistent practice would ultimately strengthen him. Meanwhile, at the gate, Essel and Gray had been anxiously watching for Suho's return. When they finally saw him emerge victorious, relief washed over them, and they waved excitedly. However, Suho was so deep in thought about further exploiting the potential of ruler's authority that he barely noticed their calls. As he approached, Essel greeted him with a bright smile, her admiration evident in her wide eyes. "Did you really defeat the boss on your own?" she asked. Suho casually nodded, returning her smile, but before he could elaborate, Baru's booming voice filled the air. "Young monarch, to think that you could handle the boss without needing my assistance is truly impressive." His pride in Suho was clear. Suho waved off the praise, suggesting, "Baru, you should focus on regaining your strength. You need to eat more of those magic essence crystals." He glanced at the pile of monster remains nearby, aware of Baru's serious demeanor. Baru acknowledged this, reporting that they had collected all the materials from the defeated monsters. Feeling pleased with his team's efforts, Suho smiled and praised them, saying, "Great work, everyone." He then opened his system shop to start selling the gathered materials, appreciating the convenience of being able to handle transactions on the spot. As he navigated the shop interface, he thought about how he could use the proceeds to buy something useful later. As Suho focused on handling the transactions, Baru approached him again, this time with a tone of accomplishment. "Young monarch, compared to most hunters, you're almost at the level of B rank now," he remarked, admiring Suho's rapid progress. "Yeah, I feel it too," Suho agreed, checking his status. He noted that he had leveled up 8 times and was now at level 28. However, his smile faded slightly when he realized that his class still remained none and that all his stat points were already allocated. Baru then gestured toward Essel and Gray, noting that they seemed to have grown stronger alongside Suho. Essel, overhearing, nodded enthusiastically. "It's true. It feels like the more I fight, the more my strength recovers," she said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Gray barked happily in agreement, wagging his tail. However, Suho's expression shifted to confusion as he glanced at their status windows. "Wait a second," he said, his voice full of surprise. "Essel and Gray, since when do you both have levels?" Essel blinked, equally startled. "What? I have levels now? That's strange," she replied, shaking her head in disbelief. "I'm not even a player like you." This revelation left Suho and his companions contemplating the implications of their newfound abilities. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he processed the new information about his companions' levels. He informed Essel that she was level 19 and Gray was at level 17, still grappling with the oddity of their situation. "How could this happen?" he muttered, perplexed. Turning to his teammates, he asked if either of them could see a system window like he could. Essel shook her head, replying that they couldn't see anything like that, which added to Suho's confusion. Despite this, Suho took solace in the fact that their stats were increasing as they leveled up, although he wished they could assign their stat points as needed. He felt a sense of relief knowing they were becoming stronger and thought about the air and teammate system that seemed to be in place. "There's still a lot I need to figure out," he mused, turning back to his group with a grin. In a burst of enthusiasm, Suho suggested they test this development by seeing if Essel and Gray could level up even more. Essel tilted her head in confusion, asking how exactly they would do that. Suho's mischievous grin widened as he crossed his arms, declaring, "Isn't it obvious? We'll go on more raids, of course." His statement was delivered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. However, the color drained from Essel and Gray's faces as they processed Suho's suggestion. "Another raid? But we've already done 2 back-to-back." Essel groaned, while Gray let out a pitiful whine, as if they were being asked to face the end of the world. Suho chuckled at their reactions, but quickly amended his plan. All right, we could take a break from the raids for now. How about we do the daily quest instead?" Essel and Gray didn't seem particularly thrilled by this alternative either. Before they could protest further, Baru interjected with a serious tone. "Young monarch, a word of caution. Even if it's leveling up, one should be careful not to get too addicted." His stern gaze made it clear that he wasn't joking. Just then, something strange caught Suho's eye, a shimmering red light in the distance, cutting through the darkness of the dungeon. His eyes widened in surprise as a red gate materialized out of nowhere, pulsating with an ominous energy. "What the?" Suho muttered, momentarily stunned. Equally alarmed, Essel yelled, "How could there be a gate inside the shadow dungeon?" Suho's brow furrowed in confusion as he noticed the immense heat emanating from inside the gate. Turning to Baru, he asked, "Is it normal for gates to appear within dungeons?" Baru shook his head, expressing uncertainty about the unusual situation. "Young monarch, this is unusual even by our standards." Before Suho could fully comprehend the implications of a dimensional crack appearing in the dungeon, an urgent system notification flashed before him. "Urgent quest. Dimensional crack. Remove the cause of the dimensional crack." Excitement surged through Suho as his confusion transformed into anticipation. A wide grin spread across his face. "Perfect," he exclaimed, quickly pulling heat-resistant robes from his inventory and handing them to Essel and Gray. "Put these on. They're going in." His eagerness was palpable as they prepared to enter the ominous gate. "This is just what I needed," he thought, his grin widening as he realized he had wanted another raid to level up, and the system had delivered. The scene then shifted to a starkly different environment. A vast desert under the scorching Egyptian sun, where sandy dunes stretched endlessly around an ancient pyramid dungeon. Here, Lu Xing, a B-rank hunter from the Asura Guild, was visibly frustrated, gripping his sword tightly. "This is outrageous," he growled, glaring at a man before him. "How dare he tell them to leave? They were here first." His adversary, a man with piercing green eyes named Randolph, remained unfazed. "It doesn't matter who was here first," he said coldly. "This is their last warning. This dungeon belongs to his guild now, and if they don't leave, they will settle this with blood." Lu Xing tensed, his muscles coiling in preparation for battle. Internally, he cursed his luck. Why did it have to be the Scavenger Guild? Randolph was an A-rank hunter, infamous for his ruthless nature. "Strength is all that matters here," Randolph declared, his voice dripping with arrogance. "In front of overwhelming power, your claims are meaningless." Lu Xing glanced back at his guildmates, all of whom were drawing their weapons and preparing for the inevitable clash. "Get ready," he barked, tension lacing his voice. Randolph, disappointed by the upcoming fight, signaled to his own men to prepare as well. However, just as the atmosphere was thick with anticipation for the impending battle, a masked figure casually waved a hand from the side, interrupting the tension. Suho said nonchalantly, scratching his head awkwardly, "Can one of them tell him where exactly they are?" His unexpected presence and casual demeanor created a moment of confusion for both Lu Xing and Randolph, halting the impending confrontation and shifting the focus to this newcomer. 30 minutes earlier, Suho and his group stepped through the red gate, immediately enveloped by gusts of sand swirling around them. Instinctively, Suho covered his face and muttered, "No wonder there was sand blowing out of the gate." In stark contrast, Gray maintained his usual goofy demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the harsh desert surroundings. The group found themselves in the heart of a desert, with a distant pyramid-like structure rising on the horizon. Suho squinted toward it and remarked, "Looks like they've landed in a desert-type dungeon." As they debated whether to head toward the pyramid, Baru interrupted, stating he sensed a powerful mana source from that direction, his eyes locked on the ancient structure. Suho then noticed something unusual: trucks and machinery scattered throughout the area, looking entirely out of place in a dungeon. "What's going on here? Machines shouldn't work inside a dungeon," he remarked, confusion mounting. The more they observed the cars, fences, and barbed wire, the more Suho's suspicions grew. He turned to Essel and asked, "Did they somehow cross into another world line?" Essel, equally baffled, studied the logo on one of the trucks and replied uncertainly, "It's possible, or maybe this place isn't a normal dungeon after all." However, Baru disagreed, shaking his head and asserting, "That can't be the case." Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, Suho addressed the group, saying, "As long as the original gate remains in the shadow dungeon, they should be fine. He will check it out quickly." Essel praised him with admiration, exclaiming he's the best, while Gray, ever the goofy one, simply nodded in agreement. Suho entered the shadow dungeon briefly, but returned with a grave expression that immediately put the group on edge. Sensing something was wrong, Essel cautiously asked, "Is everything all right, young monarch?" Suho's voice was strained as he delivered the shocking news. "The gate is gone." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the outside world, where several individuals had been waiting for Suho's return. Their expressions shifted from boredom to disbelief as they witnessed the gate vanishing before their eyes. "The gate is disappearing," one of them exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. Another asked, "Does that mean the boss has been defeated?" A crippled man sitting in the back grimly corrected them, saying Suho hasn't come out yet. They need to contact emergency services now. Back at the pyramid, Suho entered and was surprised to find people already present. A wave of relief washed over him when he realized they weren't alone. Perhaps the people had driven the trucks outside. Hearing them speak in English, Suho considered the possibility that they had crossed into another country. Trying to maintain a friendly demeanor, he approached two individuals and asked in English, "Excuse me, where am I and what is this place?" Internally, he felt grateful for having studied English in preparation for college, recognizing its value in this unexpected situation. Lu Xing eyed him with suspicion. The B-rank hunter was annoyed at the prospect of dealing with yet another hunter from the east, while simultaneously contending with the scavenger guild. Next to him, Randolph, a large man wielding a hammer, sighed in frustration, remarking how troublesome it was to see so many people swarming the dungeon. His thoughts drifted back to a prophecy he had heard before arriving, one that spoke of a life born of death emerging from the shattered seal that would appear at the tomb, possessing the power to raise the dead. The man who had delivered the prophecy mentioned a pyramid-field dungeon in Egypt, hinting at a fateful connection between the tomb, the pyramid, and death itself. Randolph had been sent to claim the dungeon for his master before any other guilds could interfere. As he turned his attention to Suho, his expression hardened. "If they're here for the dungeon," he warned, "this is their last chance to leave. Walk away now, and he will let them live." Suho's mind raced, understanding that he was indeed in a dungeon and faced with an aggressive opponent. He weighed his options and thought to himself, if this place really is a dungeon, he has no choice but to conquer it and clear this urgent quest. Looking Randolph squarely in the eyes, Suho defiantly replied, "What if you don't want to leave?" Randolph smirked, tightening his grip on the hammer. He stated that it's simple and charging forward with surprising speed for a man of his size. He will kill them. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Essel and Gray's faces twisted in horror as they watched Randolph rush towards Suho, his hammer crashing through the air and shattering everything in its path. Even Lu Xing was taken aback by the sheer force of Randolph's attack, which sent debris flying everywhere. But as the dust settled, Randolph's eyes widened in shock. Suho stood unharmed, having dodged the attack effortlessly. With a calm demeanor, Suho prepared to counter the attack. He muttered, "You attack first," and launching his fist into Randolph's gut. As the punch connected, Suho's thoughts raced. He can't gauge how much damage he will do. His strength has increased significantly, but if he hit him too hard, he might kill him. The blow landed with a sickening thud, and Randolph's face contorted in pain as he stumbled back, caught off guard by the sheer force behind Suho's strike. The power of Suho's punch was enough to crack Randolph's armor, and he realized that had Suho used just a little more strength, the outcome could have been lethal. The battle had only just begun, but Suho quickly realized he could no longer afford restraint. Randolph, his opponent, absorbed Suho's initial blow without faltering, his anger only growing. With a fierce counter, Randolph landed a powerful punch that sent Suho flying, the force of the impact unmistakable. Insulted by Suho's hesitation, Randolph bellowed in fury, rallying his men with a grim order to eliminate everyone, the Asura Guild members and Asian hunters alike. This declaration triggered an intense reaction from Suho's allies. Essel, enraged by Randolph's audacity to strike Suho, rallied alongside Gray, who abandoned his typically laid-back demeanor for a deadly focus. Lu Xing, sensing the inevitable escalation, unsheathed his weapons, muttering his readiness for battle. As the conflict raged around him, Baru approached Suho, concerned, asking if he was unharmed. Suho, wincing but resolved, replied that he was fine, though his attention was already fixed on the chaos engulfing the battlefield. Recognizing that clearing this urgent quest would require them to win, Suho steeled himself, noting Randolph and his men from the Scavenger Guild as their clear adversaries. With a renewed determination, Suho launched into action, utilizing the environment around him to gain momentum. He struck one of the Scavenger Guild's hunters with a powerful kick, expecting a swift victory. To his surprise, the hunter withstood the blow, sneering at Suho's perceived weakness. Despite the taunt, Suho remained undeterred, yet a moment's hesitation surfaced as he considered using his powerful techniques combined with the ruler's authority. He hesitated, fearing he might kill his opponent. The hesitation proved costly, as the hunter seized the opportunity to strike. Before Suho could respond, Lu Xing intervened, executing the hunter with a single stroke. Lu Xing turned to Suho, his expression serious, questioning Suho's hesitation. He pressed him on his unwillingness to kill, pointing out that true survival in their world required him to face not only magical beasts, but also ruthless men like Randolph. Suho, faced with the lifeless body of the hunter, began to reflect on Lu Xing's words. Though he'd always been able to avoid killing in past conflicts, he wondered how long he could sustain this restraint. Looking toward Essel and Gray, both fighting to protect him and the group, he knew his reluctance could endanger not only himself, but everyone he cared about. A sobering realization took hold. Suho understood he could no longer afford to think only about advancing his skills. If he hoped to challenge formidable adversaries like Lee Min-sung, he would have to cast aside his hesitation and embrace the brutal reality of their world. As Suho pondered his next steps, Lu Xing's voice broke through his thoughts, introducing himself as a member of the Asura Guild. Recognizing their shared struggle against the Scavenger Guild, Lu Xing proposed an alliance. Before he could respond further, a hunter from the Scavenger Guild stealthily approached Lu Xing from behind, exuding murderous intent. In an instant, Suho sprang into action, his newfound resolve manifesting in his speed and power. With a swift, precise punch, Suho intercepted the attacker, sending the hunter flying several meters, his body colliding with a sickening thud. Lu Xing, caught off guard by Suho's rapid intervention, watched in stunned silence as Suho moved past him, the intensity in his gaze showing a fierce determination. Suho had finally shed his hesitation, internally vowing he won't hold back any longer. The fallen hunter landed at Randolph's feet, his face bloodied and battered. Randolph looked down with dark amusement, a twisted grin forming as he observed Suho's power. He nearly killed a B-rank tank with a single punch. "This is going to be fun," Randolph remarked, his voice laced with sinister excitement. Suho turned back to Lu Xing, formally introducing himself as Suho from Korea and agreeing to the proposed alliance. The battle was far from over, but Suho had made up his mind. There would be no turning back. In this moment, Suho embraced his role as a warrior prepared to face the brutal realities of combat without restraint, solidifying his commitment to the fight ahead. As the battle between the Asura Guild and the Scavenger Guild raged on, chaos erupted. The Asura Guild, now bolstered by Suho's arrival, fought fiercely against the Scavenger Guild's relentless forces. A scavenger hunter mocked their opponents, dismissing the Asura Guild's new allies as weaklings and confidently claiming that their numbers and strength would secure their victory. Unfazed by their arrogance, Suho stepped forward with unshakable resolve. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved the key to his shadow dungeon, and with a calm but commanding glance at Lu Xing, he said, "They're in for a surprise." Holding the key high, he activated it with a single word, "Awaken." The ground shook as a swirling portal to the shadow dungeon materialized, unleashing Suho's shadow army. A swarm of massive, gleaming-eyed spiders emerged, followed by a terrifying horde of shadowy creatures, each more formidable than the last. The Scavenger Guild's smug confidence evaporated, replaced by shock and disbelief. Their earlier taunts faded into silence as they realized the gravity of Suho's power. Lu Xing, in awe, realized that Suho was not just a martial artist, but a powerful summoner commanding an entire army. He muttered to himself, astonished by the unexpected revelation. Suho's commanding voice cut through the chaos as he ordered his shadow army to attack. The shadow creatures surged forward, crashing into the Scavenger Guild with relentless fury, turning the battlefield into a cacophony of battle cries, screams, and the clash of weapons. Watching the oncoming shadow army, Randolph, the formidable leader of the Scavenger Guild, smirked, clearly impressed by Suho's hidden strength. With a sneer, Randolph realized Suho had been concealing his true power and decided it was time to stop holding back. With a powerful swing of his hammer, Randolph cleaved through a giant shadow spider, continuing his rampage through Suho's army, smashing creatures with ease. Baru, witnessing Randolph's destruction, turned to Suho with concern. Baru warns Suho that Randolph is unlike the others, effortlessly cutting through his shadow army and proving himself the strongest human present. Suho, his expression tightening, understood the gravity of the situation. He turned to Gray. "They're going to use the bonding skill," his voice serious and determined. But before they could act, Essel stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. Essel asked to bond with Suho, offering that she has discovered a way to increase the bonding rate and can be of help. As the battle's intensity increased, Gray reacted sharply to Essel's request, clearly agitated by her suggestion to use the bonding skill. Meanwhile, Suho was conflicted, his face showing uncertainty as he voiced his concerns about using an untested skill in the heat of combat. He warned Essel that it was a risky decision, since they hadn't tried it in battle yet. Essel, momentarily disheartened by his hesitation, quickly regained her composure, her determination shining through. She softly yet firmly expressed her desire to fight alongside him, emphasizing her unwavering loyalty. Before Essel and Suho could discuss the bonding skill further, the ground shook violently, signaling an impending threat. An eerie rumble echoed through the dungeon, and from the darkness emerged a horde of mummy-like creatures, their glowing, soulless eyes fixed on the group. Lu Xing, who had been fighting one of these monsters, shouted in alarm, wondering if their relentless battle had attracted these new enemies. As the situation grew more dire, Essel, sensing the looming danger, quickly turned to Suho, her voice filled with urgency. She warned him that they were not only surrounded by the monsters, but that the other entrance had also been blocked, leaving them trapped. Randolph's mind raced as he began to connect the dots. He finally understood the prophecy his boss had spoken of. The undead creatures emerging from the shadows were the key, the being born of death who broke the seal and had the power to raise the dead. As the mummies appeared, it became clear that the prophecy referred to these creatures, meaning the one who had shattered the seal and unleashed them was somewhere in the dungeon. Randolph recalled his boss's earlier orders to seize control of the dungeon, but the situation had become more complicated with the emergence of these powerful undead forces. Given the rising competition between the guilds, Randolph realized that obtaining the power to raise the dead will be a far more strategic advantage than simply claiming the dungeon's resources. Despite this realization, Randolph felt a growing sense of uncertainty. The stakes were higher now, and backing off at this point would be a difficult decision to make. Realizing the importance of the situation, Randolph urgently ordered his guild. Forget the other hunters. Scavenger Guild. Head straight to the boss room. In the midst of the ongoing battle, Lu Xing observed Randolph and his guild making a break for the boss room. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he urgently shouted, "They're going for the boss room. They can't let them take this dungeon." His frustration grew as he turned to Suho, his teeth grinding in anger. He added, recognizing that the Scavenger Guild was distracting them with waves of enemies while attempting to seize control of the dungeon's true reward. Suho, resolute, declared they couldn't let it be taken. Signaling Gray, he decided to use the bonding skill and reassured Essel, determined to face the challenge together. With renewed resolve, Suho and his allies surged forward, prepared for the next phase of the battle, knowing that the fate of the dungeon and their mission was at stake. As Suho activated the bonding skill, a monstrous mummy lunged at him, its decaying claws outstretched. But with lightning speed, Suho sidestepped, unleashing a rapid series of strikes. His movements were so swift and precise that the mummies barely had time to react before crumbling into dust. Standing amidst the defeated creatures, Suho's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, ready for whatever came next. From the sidelines, Lu Xing observed in astonishment, grappling with the full extent of Suho's power. He's not just summoning creatures, he whispered to himself. He's merging with them. And yet, he's not even using his full strength. His admiration for Suho's abilities was tinged with unease, as the enigma of Suho's true power left him both awed and suspicious of what more he might be concealing. Meanwhile, Essel stood on the edge of the battlefield, her heart heavy. She realized that once again, she had missed her chance to fight alongside Suho. She sighed wistfully, vowing to prove herself worthy to the young monarch one day. Suho glanced her way, his gaze softening for a fleeting moment before turning serious again. He stated they can't afford any more delays. Let's finish this and go after them. Meanwhile, deep within the dark corridors of the dungeon, the Scavenger Guild pushed forward relentlessly, cutting down every mummy that dared to cross their path. Randolph led his hunters with unwavering determination, but his thoughts kept drifting back to Suho. There was something about him, an unsettling mystery that gnawed at the edges of Randolph's mind. That kid, Randolph thought, clenching his fists, he's not just any hunter. He's something else entirely. After they take this dungeon, he will face him himself. Finally, the Scavenger Guild arrived at a massive ancient door, its surface adorned with twisted symbols that pulsed with a dark, malevolent energy. Randolph signaled his team, and the door groaned open, filling the chamber with the echo of age-old chains. As the dust settled, a horrifying sight greeted them. At the far end of the room loomed a monstrous figure, bound to the walls by thick chains that seemed designed to hold a wild beast. Randolph's breath caught in his throat, and his eyes narrowed in wary surprise. He muttered in confusion, "Wire chained here," unease flickering across his face. "Is this really the dungeon boss?" The hunters exchanged uneasy glances, some whispering that the boss appeared to be sleeping, while others doubted the creature's true nature. Randolph's mind raced back to the prophecy his guild had uncovered. The being born of death who shatters the seal will rise. Before he could make sense of it, the creature began to stir. Its body twitched and it muttered in an ancient, unknown language. The ominous chanting grew louder, reverberating through the stone walls. The chains holding it began to rattle violently until, with a sudden burst of strength, the creature tore free, snapping the restraints as if they were brittle twine. The dungeon boss rose to its full height, its monstrous form towering over the hunters. It released a deafening roar, a sound that reverberated through the chamber and sent shivers down the spine of every hunter present. Randolph urged his team to prepare for battle, emphasizing the need to give their all. The boss monster's glowing eyes gleamed with predatory malice as it swung its shattered chains, each strike a deadly arc of destruction. Hunters fell like wheat before a scythe, the chains cutting through them with terrifying precision. Every swing sent shockwaves rippling through the chamber, slamming guild members into the ground with horrifying ease. Randolph gritted his teeth, struggling to process the carnage. Even their most resilient tanks, hunters renowned for their unbreakable defenses, crumbled in seconds, their broken bodies strewn across the cold stone floor. The creature's gaze locked onto Randolph, and it began to advance, each monstrous stride casting grotesque shadows in the flickering light. Then it stopped, standing directly before him. It spread its massive arms wide, as if daring him to attack. Angered by the taunt, Randolph snapped, his pride wounded and fury boiling over. With a roar, he activated his ultimate skill, Giant's Armor. A green aura enveloped him, his body swelling with raw power. Wielding his hammer with renewed strength, Randolph charged forward, every ounce of his might focused on a single, devastating blow. The hammer struck the creature's chest with earth-shaking force, the impact resonating throughout the room. But the monster didn't budge. It stood there, unmoved, an unyielding force of nature. Randolph's heart sank as the truth set in. His strongest attack had done nothing. The creature's low, guttural chuckle echoed ominously, its glowing eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. In a flash, the dungeon boss raised a massive fist crackling with dark energy. Overcome with fear, Randolph regretfully whispered an apology to his master for acting prematurely, and he should have waited for him. But it was too late. The creature's fist came crashing down with unimaginable power, launching Randolph's body across the room. He slammed into the far wall, the impact shattering stone. When he fell to the ground, half his body was obliterated, leaving him broken and lifeless. The boss loomed over Randolph's shattered form, its disdain palpable. Mocking its opponent, it sneered at the human's failure, calling Randolph pathetic for lasting only moments. Its sinister grin widened as it turned toward the chamber's entrance. Its glowing eyes burned with malevolent anticipation. "It seems there are still others lurking in these depths," it growled. "Perhaps they'll prove to be more amusing." Amid the whirlwind of chaos, Suho relentlessly punches and kicks his way through waves of mummy monsters. Each blow lands with a sickening thud, but as he glances around, it becomes clear there's no end to them. They just keep coming. Frustration simmers beneath his calm demeanor, but a spark of inspiration ignites. He decides to use his shadow extraction on one of the fallen monsters. However, his hopes are crushed when the system coldly responds. Shadow extraction failed. Old souls cannot be extracted. Suho, puzzled, mutters to himself about being unable to extract old souls and demons are off-limits too. The limitations of his powers weigh on him, adding an unexpected layer of tension. Behind him, Baru stands silently, observing the battlefield with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, the ground trembles. At first, it's a faint vibration, but it quickly intensifies into a violent quake. Suho's heart skips a beat as the earth beneath him cracks and collapses, opening a massive chasm. The scattered members of the Asura guild barely have time to react as the ground beneath them gives way. Confusion erupts as hunters scramble to make sense of the upheaval. Then, from the gaping abyss, a monstrous centipede bursts forth. Towering over them, its its armored body rise with terrifying speed, and its predatory eyes gleam with malice as they fix on Suho and the guild. Hunters exchange wary glances, the weight of the situation settling heavily on them. As if the relentless mummies weren't enough, they now face this colossal nightmare. Without warning, the centipede lunges forward, its grotesque body moving with alarming speed. Some guild members narrowly dodge its deadly charge, but others are flung into the air, their bodies tossed like ragdolls. Amid the chaos, Essel's eyes narrow as she studies the creature's movements. Seizing an opportunity, she leaps toward it, her spear aimed at its armored hide. Yet, her strike is futile. The weapon barely leaves a scratch. Frustration flashes across her face. She cries out, her voice sharp and urgent, carrying a mix of determination and growing worry. She admits her attacks are futile against its impenetrable hide, her frustration evident as she searches for a solution. Lu Xing, battling a swarm of mummies nearby, glances towards Suho with a grim expression. Realizing the situation is spiraling, he suggests retreating as they're overwhelmed and the scavenger guild has taken their field-type dungeon. Dodging another assault from the centipede's razor-sharp mandibles, Suho nods. He agrees, yet inwardly his mind races. The urgent quest looms over him, demanding he resolve the dimensional crack. He knows the scavenger guild won't make it easy, especially if they're after the boss. Doubt creeps into his thoughts. Is retreating really the right choice? Before he can decide, a chilling presence sweeps across the battlefield, freezing everyone in place. Through the dust and debris, the boss monster emerges, a towering figure radiating an aura so dark, so malevolent, that every hunter halts in their tracks. Lu Xing's face turned ashen as his gaze locked onto the approaching figure. He mutters, his voice shaky, realizing the boss monster is coming from the direction the scavenger guild took. Suho remained silent, his eyes fixed on the creature. Its cold, calculating gaze swept over the hunters, regarding them as mere obstacles in its way. Every muscle in Suho's body tensed, a quiet storm of resolve building within him. The battlefield had shifted into something far more dangerous than he had anticipated, but retreat no longer felt like an option. Inside, Suho was trembling. His instincts screamed that this monster was unlike anything he had faced before. He wonders if his heightened sense stat, gained from leveling up, is causing the overwhelming dread gnawing at him. The name floating above the monster glowed a menacing red, radiating an aura of calamity itself. The prisoner of the tomb, Amit. The creature's aura was suffocating, dense, and almost tangible, as if darkness itself had taken form. Its presence felt less like a boss monster and more like a walking disaster. As Suho stared, Amit's voice, rich with ancient authority, rumbled across the battlefield. Disappear. The command echoed, carrying a power that reverberated through the air. The mummies scattered across the battlefield froze in terror before retreating en masse, their movements frantic and uncoordinated, as if fleeing a force far greater than themselves. Essel, watching the scene unfold, felt a shiver run down her spine. She murmurs in disbelief, recalling how the monster spoke and the mummies obeyed without hesitation. Suddenly, Amit descended near her, his towering figure casting a dark, oppressive shadow. Frozen in place, Essel felt her breath hitch. Essel, tense and gripping her spear tightly, pondered the nature of the creature before her. Suho, noticing Amit's proximity to Essel, urgently shouted for her to move. But before she could react, Amit's piercing gaze locked onto her, and with an air of unsettling curiosity, he spoke, asking if she could understand his language. Despite the fear gnawing at her, Essel remained composed, replying that she was of the demon race. Amit, seemingly intrigued, laughed darkly, his voice echoing ominously across the battlefield. He remarked on how long it had been since he encountered a creature capable of conversation, contrasting it with the mindless dead and crawling insects he typically observed in the desert. For a brief moment, Essel's wariness eased, a flicker of hope forming. Maybe he's not as hostile as he seems, she thought. But that hope was shattered in an instant. From behind, a massive centipede lunged at Essel, its fangs bared. She barely had time to react before Amit moved. With a casual swing of his arm, he released a blast of air so powerful it obliterated the centipede, its shattered remains scattering across the battlefield like glass. Essel stood frozen, horror etched into her face. She could barely process the overwhelming power in that single strike. Shaken and unsettled, she wondered what kind of monster this was. Amit turned his disdainful gaze to the remaining centipede monsters, still clinging stubbornly to the battlefield. With irritation in his voice, he declared that before speaking, he needed to remove the vermin who couldn't follow a simple command to leave. With that, Amit launched himself forward, a blur of devastating power. In one swift motion, he struck another giant centipede, cleaving it cleanly in two with a precision that seemed almost effortless. The members of the Asura Guild stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Suho, too, was paralyzed, his mind racing. He wondered in disbelief, questioning who Amit truly was, as one monster killed another. Suddenly, a shadow loomed above. Another centipede lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut around Amit with a sickening crunch. For a moment, silence fell over the battlefield as the hunters watched in stunned shock. But then the centipede's body began to convulse, twisting grotesquely as something tore it apart from the inside. With a horrifying burst, Amit ripped his way out, his form drenched in the monster's blood. As dark red liquid poured down, he wiped his face with disgust and coldly muttered, "He hate bugs." Standing amidst the carnage, Amit exuded a terrifying presence. The battlefield had fallen utterly silent, every eye locked on this ancient being who wielded death as if it were a mere tool. The guild members watched, paralyzed with fear, as Amit tore through the remaining centipedes with effortless brutality. Lu Xing's face drained of color as he whispered in disbelief, grappling with the terrifying reality before him. He was horrified by the monster's power, capable of effortlessly slaughtering countless centipedes in an instant. Fear and confusion clouded his mind as he questioned the creature's purpose here, unable to understand why it was present. His voice quivered with mounting anxiety as he reflected on the situation. The dungeon was meant to be C-ranked, a manageable challenge. But what he was witnessing felt far beyond that, something far more dangerous than anything he had expected. Amit's gaze shifted toward Lu Xing, narrowing as he seemed to sense the human's inability to understand him. Amit, growing increasingly frustrated, growled in a low, menacing voice as he noticed more individuals who couldn't communicate with him. His irritation quickly turned into lethal intent. In a flash, he surged forward with terrifying speed, locking onto Lu Xing. His words, dripping with a cold, final resolve, left no room for escape. "Then you must die." Caught off guard, Lu Xing barely had time to cross his blades defensively, bracing for the inevitable impact. But before Amit could strike, Essel's voice cut through the chaos, desperate and pleading. He was commanded to stop, to prevent the attack on Lu Xing. Just as Amit's blow was about to land, Suho intervened. With a burst of speed, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that connected with Amit. Suho shouted angrily, questioning Amit's logic for attacking them simply because they couldn't communicate, his eyes filled with intense frustration. The punch, though forceful, barely fazed Amit. He looked at Suho, more intrigued than injured, his gaze studying him with newfound interest. Amit mocked Suho, his tone full of contempt as he sarcastically acknowledged the human's mention of values. His expression contorted into a cruel sneer as he dismissed Suho's words, showing no concern for human ideals. In a sudden, violent motion, Amit retaliated with a crushing punch, emphasizing his indifference to any moral argument. The impact of Amit's blow sent shockwaves through the dungeon, debris flying from the point of collision. The sheer force threw Suho back, slamming him into the dungeon wall with a resounding thud. The force rippled through the room, leaving cracks in the stone and scattering rubble. Essel's face contorted with anger and fear as she watched him collapse. Her voice rose in defiance, trembling with both fury and desperation. She shouted in fury, glaring at Amit, calling him a devil for daring to attack the young monarch. Amit merely chuckled, his sinister laughter echoing across the battlefield like a dark melody. Amit tilted his head mockingly, acknowledging the human as her companion. His tone shifted slightly, though the underlying threat remained, as he told her that he wouldn't kill her, at least not immediately. He added that, as someone of the demon race, she might possess knowledge that intrigued him. Essel's expression steeled, her unwavering gaze masking the storm of thoughts swirling in her mind. Sweat trickled down her brow as questions raced through her head. She wondered who the creature was and how he knew about the war between the monarchs. Scattered around the battlefield, the bodies of fallen allies painted a grim picture of the chaos that had unfolded. Amit's voice cut through the silence, sharp and filled with chilling impatience as he demanded an answer. His words hung in the air like a blade, the room's tension thick and suffocating. The stillness was broken only by the faint sounds of the battlefield, labored breaths, and muffled groans of the wounded. In one corner, Suho and Gray lay slumped against the dungeon wall, their battered forms a testament to the brutal clash they had endured. The bonding skills limit had been reached, leaving Gray unconscious and Suho barely clinging to life, his shallow breaths ragged. Kneeling beside them, Baru's usually steadfast expression was marred with concern as he placed a hand on Suho's shoulder, willing him to awaken. The battlefield seemed frozen, a tense standstill as both sides waited. The weight of Amit's dark curiosity loomed over them, every second stretching into eternity. Amit's gaze returned to Essel, his voice cutting through the air, cold and merciless. He coldly declared that whether mindless monsters or demons refusing to answer, they were all the same to him and must die. He lifted his foot high into the air, his intent clear and ruthless. Meanwhile, Suho lay broken, blood dripping steadily from his mouth, every part of his body screaming in agony. Yet within him burned a fierce determination. He whispered through gritted teeth, activating the status recovery reward. Behind Amit, a soft green glow emerged, a light of healing that seeped into Suho's battered form. His wounds began to knit together, strength flooding back into his body. As vitality surged through him, Suho gripped his shoulder and pushed himself to his feet, his resolve reignited. Suho muttered under his breath. Luckily, he hadn't used his daily quest rewards yet, his voice barely audible. As he faced Amit, his expression grew focused, and his voice rang out with unwavering confidence. He revealed that if Amit was inquiring about the Great War of the Monarchs, the truth was that every monarch had fallen to the Shadow Monarch. Just as he spoke, Essel's worried cry, "Young monarch," cut through the tension, signaling her concern. Amit's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Taking a step closer, his curiosity became palpable. Amit's voice wavered with a mix of disbelief and intrigue as he questioned the truth of Suho's words. He seemed stunned by the idea that while he had been trapped in the Forsaken Place, the war between the monarchs had come to an end. Suho, standing resolutely, gave a firm nod, confirming the grim reality. The war was indeed over. But his mind was racing. If this creature knows of the war between the monarchs, could he be tied to one of them? The realization hit him like a blow. His power, he's at least S-rank, maybe higher. Agitating him would be a fatal mistake. A dangerous glint flickered in Amit's eyes as he stepped even closer, his voice now laced with malice. Amit's tone grew dark and menacing as he acknowledged the Shadow Monarch's victory, realizing that it meant all the monarchs, including Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body, were slain. As he spoke, a menacing red aura seeped out from his form, spreading like a dense, suffocating fog across the battlefield. Amit's massive figure loomed over Suho, casting a shadow that felt as heavy as the weight of his question. He demands confirmation, his voice thunderous and cold. He questions whether the Shadow Monarch truly killed Tarnak, the monarch of the Iron Body. Suho locked eyes with the colossal being, a chilling realization creeping into his mind. The monarch of the Iron Body. He thought, his fists instinctively clenching. Is this monster somehow connected to him? A dangerous thought surfaced, dark and unrelenting. If Amit discovers who my father really is, the wrath he would unleash might be merciless. But before Suho could process this thought further, Amit's patience snapped. With terrifying speed, the giant lifted his foot, slamming it down like a meteor crashing to the earth. Essel urgently warns the young monarch, her voice filled with fear, signaling a looming danger. Amit's colossal foot crashed into the ground with a deafening thud, sending shockwaves through the room. The earth fractured beneath him, and the walls rattled violently. The force of the strike could have split a mountain, yet Suho only narrowly managed to dodge, flipping backward just in time. His heart pounding, he regained his footing and shouted in disbelief. "What the hell, man?" He thought they were having a conversation. Amit's eyes flared with irritation, and his voice, harsh like grinding stone, sliced through the tense air. He growled he is taking far too long to answer. Only liars hesitate. The threat was clear and chilling. If he don't respond immediately, he will end him right here and now. Suho swallowed hard, realizing how fragile the line between words and death was in Amit's world. Amit's fury burned as he pressed on, his voice heavy with menace. "So, answer me. Did the monarch of the Iron Body die by the Shadow Monarch's hand or not?" Suho, showing no hesitation this time, responded firmly, "Yes. The Shadow Monarch killed all the monarchs." Suho clenched his fists tighter, praying that Amit wouldn't explode in fury over the death of the Iron Monarch. But what happened next took him completely off guard. Instead of anger, Amit's face split into a twisted grin, and he threw his head back, laughing in a booming roar that echoed off the walls. So, that's why he never came back to find me, Amit bellowed with newfound glee, spreading his arms wide as if reveling in the news. The mighty iron body really did bite the dust, huh? He chuckled. I suppose I owe the Shadow Monarch a drink, or maybe even a feast. Suho, utterly dumbfounded by Amit's strange reaction, summoned all his courage and finally asked, Wait, weren't you kin of the Iron Monarch? Amit's laughter stopped dead. His face darkened, and his gaze turned venomous. Me, he spat, the disdain dripping from his words. The air around him crackled with energy as it pulsed around his clenched fists, swirling in arcs of raw power. Don't insult me with such blasphemy. He ground his teeth as the energy in his hands condensed, growing ever more intense with each heartbeat. You pushed it too far. Now, you must die. Suho barely registered the words before Amit lunged forward, preparing to strike. Instinctively, Suho crossed his arms in a defensive stance, knowing this could be the end. But just as Amit was about to land the fatal blow, something unexpected happened. Thick, shimmering chains appeared from all directions, wrapping around Amit with a force that defied explanation. Amit's fist, mere inches from Suho's face, froze in place as the chains tightened, pulling him back into a furious standstill. Staring in disbelief, Suho marveled at the sheer power of the chains, wondering where they had come from. The chains coiled tighter, forcing Amit backward, and a look of realization darkened his face. These cursed chains again, Amit thought, his mind racing as he struggled against them. Each link tightened mercilessly, and he began to understand the consequence of his actions. Have I trespassed beyond my permitted boundary once more? The answer was a resounding yes. As the thought settled, the chains yanked with even greater force, dragging Amit away from Suho, marking the consequence for a beast who had dared to go beyond his domain. Amit struggled fiercely, stumbling backward as the chains pulled him with relentless force. He fought to regain his footing, but the bindings seemed to possess an implacable will of their own, dragging him toward the prison that held him captive. With an enraged bellow, Amit cursed the chains, as well as Tarnak and the mysterious spellcaster who had bound him to this endless torment. In a final struggle, Amit was yanked backward, the shadows closing in around him as he vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. Suho stood frozen, completely shell-shocked. His eyes were wide, and his mouth hung slightly open in disbelief. He struggled to process what he had just witnessed, thoughts racing. What were those chains? Where did they come from? And why did they suddenly drag that monster away? Essel rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. Young monarch, are you all right? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Suho gave a short nod, though inwardly he thought, I don't know what just happened, but for now I'm just glad Amit is out of sight. He scanned the room, taking a deep breath. Now that we know about that monster's existence, we need to proceed with caution. Let's focus on getting Gray and the Asura Guild members the emergency medical care they need while we still can. Just as he spoke, his expression shifted. His eyes widened in shock as the emergency quest prompt from the system began to glitch. The screen flickered with a distortion he had never seen before. What's happening with the quest? He thought in alarm. Noticing Suho's troubled look, Essel moved closer. Young monarch, is something wrong? Suho pointed at the system screen, frustration etched across his face. The emergency quest, it changed on its own, he said, disbelief creeping into his voice. He read the new prompt aloud, his heart sinking. It now instructed him to free the heir of the iron body, Amit, from the pyramid. Is this real? Suho thought, his mind racing. That creature, Amit, is the heir of the iron body? The scene shifted to a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with the stench of death. Scavenger Guild members and fallen monsters lay scattered across the floor, their bodies lifeless. Suho and Essel entered the room, and Suho's gaze hardened as he looked at the carnage. These people, they were from the Scavenger Guild, he thought grimly. Amit must have wiped them out. His focus then shifted to the massive figure bound by countless chains in the center of the room. Amit's piercing eyes met Suho's, and he growled with a dark amusement in his voice. I can't believe you came looking for me, human. You've got guts. Suho approached with a stoic expression. I'm here because I want to finish our conversation. Last time, we were interrupted. Amit scoffed, his deep voice rumbling like thunder. Conversation, he sneered. The only thing Tarnak taught me was to kill. If you've got complaints, go shout them at Tarnak's grave. As he listened to the snarling beast, Suho couldn't help but notice something almost childlike in Amit's blunt honesty. Despite the challenge of recruiting him, Suho found the idea oddly ironic. He spoke in a measured tone. It seems like you held no love for the monarch of the Iron Body. Why? Amit's eyes flashed with intrigue. You really came here just to ask me that? His surprise was genuine. Well, if talking is my only pastime, I'll indulge you. He shifted his weight, the chains clinking ominously as he spoke. My name is Amit. I was created by the monarch of the Iron Body, Tarnak, and a spellcaster. I was left here, discarded in this tomb. The bitterness in his voice was unmistakable, and Suho could see the depth of his resentment. Tarnak and the spellcaster had abandoned their own creation, leaving him to rot in an eternal prison. The weight of that betrayal hung heavily in the air. Suho stood stunned, absorbing Amit's words. The realization that Tarnak and the spellcaster had not only created him, but twisted him from an ordinary man into a monstrous being, only to discard him in this tomb, shackled by chains that seemed to have a will of their own, was both dark and deeply unsettling. Amit's voice lowered, thick with bitterness. Those two turned a regular man into this, and now I'm chained in a prison of corpses, bound by these infernal shackles. Suho frowned, trying to think of a way out. Why don't you just break the chains? He asked, hoping for a straightforward solution. Amit leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. These aren't ordinary chains, he growled. They're imbued with powerful magic. If I move too far, they reappear no matter how many times I break them. His voice carried the weight of frustration. I haven't even been able to explore this tomb because of them. The fury in Amit's voice trembled with years of isolation, his face twisting with bitter rage. I will never forgive Tarnak or that damn spellcaster for what they did to me. To be used and abandoned, locked away like some failed experiment. Suho listened closely, realizing that freeing Amit was part of his quest. His gaze shifted to the chains, studying them critically. If breaking them had been enough, Amit would have done it by now. Then a thought struck him. Turning to Amit, he asked, were these monsters already here when you were sealed? Amit's nod confirmed it. That's right, he replied, his voice laced with bitterness. Essel stood beside Suho, her eyes wide with confusion as she struggled to grasp the conversation. Suho pressed on. So, you're not the dungeon's master? Amit's confirmation triggered something in Suho's mind. Why would the spellcaster ensure the chains reappeared every time Amit moved too far? There had to be a deeper purpose. He pondered for a moment before asking, in a measured tone, if I managed to break the chains binding you, would you be willing to listen to a request of mine? Amit's eyes flashed with a mix of surprise, suspicion, and a glimmer of hope. What are you saying? He rumbled, his tone now more serious. Are you actually considering freeing me? His voice dropped to a dangerous pitch. If you can pull off something like that, I swear by all my fury I'll do whatever you ask. He paused, studying Suho intently. Do you actually have a way to undo the spellcaster's work? Suddenly, Amit's aura surged, flooding the room with an oppressive energy that caused the chains to strain against him. His eyes glinted with a savage promise, and he roared, but if you're speaking in jest, if this is some kind of joke, you will pay dearly. I'll rip you apart, and there won't be a soul alive who could save you. The green and red energy radiating from him intensified, swirling around his massive form in waves of barely restrained fury. The air crackled with his rising rage, and Suho felt the weight of the threat hanging between them like a sharpened blade. Essel stood frozen, terror on her face as Amit's ominous energy filled the room. Young monarch, what? She stammered. But Suho held up a hand, his eyes never leaving Amit, his body coiled in focus. He didn't flinch. Listen to me before you decide, he said, his voice calm but firm, as though he held the upper hand. Amit paused, his rage dimming slightly as Suho's words sank in. A glint of mischief appeared in Suho's eyes as he leaned in. I'm planning to make this whole dungeon collapse. Amit's interest sharpened. Suho continued, explaining with a grin. The spellcaster anchored you here with those chains to prevent you from killing the dungeon master, right? But what happens if the dungeon master is defeated and the entire dungeon falls apart? Those chains wouldn't have a reason to exist anymore. Their purpose would vanish. Amit's eyes narrowed as he processed Suho's logic, the idea of finally breaking free from his eternal bonds swirling in his mind. Suddenly, a deep, guttural laugh erupted from his chest. Well, the Shadow Monarch's heir, he mused, his voice tinged with a flicker of wild hope. What an idea! Perhaps this little scheme of yours might actually work. Meanwhile, in the dungeon's depths, Baru buzzed about like a disgruntled insect, his face twisted in exaggerated sorrow. With a tearful eye, he lamented, "Why, young monarch? Why leave me here with this lizard?" His wings beat in frustration, his tiny frame vibrating with indignation. Amit, exasperated by Baru's dramatic sulking, snarled, "Enough with the whining, you miserable ant. You're acting like a fruit fly buzzing around my head." Baru's antennae twitched with irritation. "Fruit fly," he hissed as pride stung. "Do you want to face the wrath of my original body?" Amit waved him off dismissively, unfazed. Who would have guessed that kid is the son of the Shadow Monarch? He reached the limit of his chains, his massive hand resting on the floor as his thoughts drifted away from Baru's antics. "This is as far as I can go in this prison," he muttered, staring into the darkness where Suho had disappeared. "If the air fails, I'll still be bound here. But for some reason, I believe him when he says he'll get me out." For a moment, Amit lowered his head, lost in thought. "Tarnak," he thought bitterly, "you claimed raw power was the pinnacle of strength, and you created me for it. Yet there are beings out there whose strength isn't bound by brute force." He recalled Suho's determined gaze. "If anyone can free me from this place, it might just be that kid." Meanwhile, on a distant battlefield, Suho's fist collided with the jaw of a towering monster. The impact sent shockwaves through the dungeon as the beast shattered under his raw power. With a final strike, Suho decimated the last of the monsters swarming around him, dust and energy dispersing as he caught his breath. He glanced at Essel, who had fought by his side. Both were worn but resolute. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them as they prepared for what lay ahead. Together, they approached the heart of the dungeon, where a looming figure sat atop a throne, an aura of malice radiating from its throne of bones. Suho's eyes narrowed as he read the ominous red letters glowing above the figure's name. The tomb's warden, Shika. "Only the boss remains," Suho murmured, his voice echoing through the tomb. His muscles tensed, every fiber of his being poised for battle. The scene shifted back to an earlier moment, where Amit continued his relentless struggle against the mystical chains that held him captive. Each clink and strain of the chains echoed through the tomb, like the groans of a restless beast. Suho watched, observing Amit's futile attempts to break free, his frustration mounting. The shadow dungeon loomed just within Amit's reach, but despite his desperate efforts, the infernal chains seemed to have a mind of their own. Amit's eyes, blazing with a mix of hope and frustration, flared as he tried to step toward the entrance. But the chains tightened instantly, pulling him back into the confines of his imprisonment. Suho, watching the futile struggle with calm detachment, remarked, as expected, "These chains are a real pain in the neck. Even the shadow dungeon can't bypass their spell." Gripping the chains tightly, Amit growled, his voice thick with the weight of years spent in confinement. "The moment I even think about leaving this place, these cursed things snap back and hold me tighter. It's like being trapped in a nightmare with no way out." Suho, scrutinizing the chains with a critical eye, nodded thoughtfully. "Troublesome spell indeed. Not that I expected this to work. I just needed to confirm the extent of the problem." Turning to Essel and the rest of the team, Suho laid out his plan. "We have two objectives. First, Essel and I will take down the boss monster and trigger the collapse of this dungeon. Once the dungeon starts crumbling, the second task is to destroy the pillars anchoring these chains, severing their function and finally freeing Amit. After that, we'll regroup with Baru and escape into the shadow dungeon before the whole place collapses." Amit, skeptical yet intrigued, narrowed his eyes. "And if you fail either task, what happens then?" Suho's expression darkened with determination. "This whole operation hinges on precision, but I got a backup plan if things go south." Before Suho could elaborate, Amit interrupted with a dry chuckle. "Forget it. Whatever happens out there, it can't be worse than being stuck in this wretched tomb for another millennium." The scene then shifted to the present, deep within the dungeon, where an ominous wind swept through the ruins, swirling dust and sand in chaotic patterns. At the heart of this storm stood Shika, the tomb's warden, an imposing figure whose crimson aura radiated with raw power. In his hands, an energy sphere crackled, pulsing with malevolent intent. With a commanding gesture, Shika launched the sphere forward, transforming it mid-air into a horde of sand monsters. They surged towards Suho like a tidal wave of destruction. Unfazed, Suho tightened his grip on his blade and charged headlong into the oncoming sand creatures. His eyes burned with fierce resolve. In a blur of movement, his blade cut through the air, slicing through one monster after another. The dust storm thickened around him, obscuring his form. But within moments, he emerged from the chaos, his blade cleaving through the final creature with a decisive strike. Just as Suho thought he had earned a brief respite, the sand beneath him betrayed him, rising like living tendrils to ensnare his legs. Shika stood unmoved, his hand controlling the sand like a puppeteer pulling the strings that Suho's gaze shifted to the glowing red name floating above Shika's head, an ominous marker indicating that this was no ordinary foe, at least in A rank. Suho muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, Essel saw an opening. Summoning her courage, she hurled her spear with all her might toward Shika. But with a casual wave of his hand, Shika deflected the weapon as if swatting away an annoying fly. The spear clattered to the ground, useless. The hand's grip on Suho tightened, threatening to drag him deeper into the storm. He clenched his teeth, struggling against the suffocating force. With one final surge of energy, he broke free and shouted over the roaring winds, "Essel, it's time. We need to use the bond skill. There's no other way." Essel froze for a moment, her eyes wide with surprise. But as realization set in, her expression shifted to one of determination. "Understood, young monarch," she replied, her voice filled with resolve. A radiant transformation overtook Essel as her hair shifted to a brilliant white, and a dark red aura enveloped her form. She focused, channeling all her energy into a glowing crimson sphere. Her thoughts raced. "This is my chance. I've trained for this moment, and I will not falter. The bond skill demands every ounce of my mana, but now is the time to prove myself." As the energy orb grew brighter, Essel reflected on her past failures, silently vowing, "I've only shown weakness before. This time, I'll make a difference." The energy surged into Suho, flooding him like a tidal wave of power. Essel's form dimmed as her mana reserves were completely drained, and she collapsed to the ground, her appearance returning to normal. "Young monarch," she whispered faintly, "I hope this helps." Now bolstered by the surge of power from Essel's bond skill, Suho felt his body hum with newfound strength. His gaze locked on Ashika, who stood tall atop his throne, ready for the next clash. "You've had your fun," Suho growled, his voice sharp with defiance. "Now it's my turn." Reinvigorated by the energy, Suho surged forward, his body a blur of speed as he charged at Shika. The dungeon trembled under the force of their impending clash, as if even the stone feared the outcome. Shika, unwavering, prepared his counterattack, pulling his fist back with immense force. His presence radiated raw power, but Suho's determination burned brighter. As Suho closed the distance, a system message appeared before his eyes. Bond skill. Demon Blast, 67% charged. Suho's thoughts raced. "This is my only shot. There's no holding back." He roared, pouring every ounce of his strength and resolve into a single, devastating punch. The impact was cataclysmic, sending a shockwave through the dungeon and shattering Shika's form into countless pieces, obliterated by the sheer force of Suho's attack. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Baru's antennas twitched as the ground beneath him began to quake violently. The walls groaned and split, signaling the collapse of the dungeon. Baru turned to Amit, urgency in his voice. "The dungeon is collapsing. The young monarch has done it. He's defeated the dungeon master." Amit, watching the stakes anchoring his chains fall one by one, felt something long buried stir within him, a fragile flicker of hope. He whispered almost to himself, "Could it be? I'm finally free?" Baru, ever impatient, gestured frantically. "Hey, you oversized lizard, stop gawking and move. We got to get to the young monarch." Amit hesitated, disbelief clouding his mind. After all these years, was it really happening? Could he truly leave this tomb? Memories of his torment resurfaced unbidden. He recalled the endless agony inflicted by Tarnak and the spellcaster, who had twisted and regenerated his body repeatedly. Their cruel experiments warped his form, transforming his suffering into strength, but the relentless pain had broken his spirit, driving him to gouge out his own eyes to numb the torment. Yet amid the suffering, one memory had sustained him, the majestic beauty of nature from his youth. He had longed to feel its embrace again, to escape the desolate prison that had been his life. Now, with trembling resolve, Amit lifted his foot and crossed the boundary of his confinement. The moment he stepped beyond, hope turned to horror. A gleaming stake shot toward him with blinding speed, piercing his side with brutal force. Amit staggered, blood spilling from his mouth as he roared in pain and fury. Tarnak, spellcaster, you'd rather see me dead than free. I'll never forgive you. Baru, watching in shock, cried out, Amit, what's happening? More stakes flew toward Amit like a storm of daggers. He roared again, his voice thundering with rage. I'll never forgive you, Tarnak. Just then, Suho arrived, battered but undeterred. Seeing the stakes racing toward Amit, he acted instinctively. With all his strength, he kicked one stake mid-flight, deflecting it from its target. The impact sent a jolt of pain through his leg, nearly bringing him to his knees. But there was no time to hesitate. The stakes were relentless. Realizing the stakes were enchanted to return, Suho's mind raced. If these chains won't let Amit go, I'll have to remove their anchors. Summoning the shadow dungeon portal, he began redirecting the stakes into the dark void. One by one, he kicked and punched the stakes, sending them spiraling into the portal. Amit watched in disbelief. Why? Why are you doing this? What could you possibly want from me that you'd shed your own blood for it? Suho didn't respond. Sweat poured down his face, and each strike sent waves of searing pain through his broken body. His bones screamed in protest, and with each deflected stake, he felt himself nearing his limit. Finally, a stake flew toward Suho with deadly precision. Before it could strike, Amit stepped forward. His massive fist smashed the stake aside, sending it toward the shadow dungeon portal. Bloodied but resolute, he looked at Suho and declared, I see it now. Why Tarnak? No, why all the monarchs lost to the shadow monarch? It wasn't just strength. It was conviction. Suho's eyes widened in shock at Amit's words. He had never expected such respect, let alone camaraderie, from the towering beast who now addressed him not as an enemy, but as an equal. Amit's voice roared through the collapsing dungeon, carrying both defiance and newfound determination. If all we need to do is toss these stakes into that gate, then let's end this madness together, sung Suho. No, young monarch. The two stood side by side as the deadly stakes hurtled toward them, gleaming like meteors of death. Without hesitation, Amit swung his massive fists, swatting the stakes into the portal with raw power. Suho, though battered and broken, mirrored his resolve, using precise strikes and desperate maneuvers to redirect each incoming projectile. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow dungeon, Essel stirred awake. Her body was weak, but her spirit still burned with resolve. As she opened her eyes, the familiar silhouette of Baru loomed over her. Are you finally up? He asked, his voice as flat as ever. Essel shot upright, panic flashing across her face. Bro, what happened? The young monarch? He sent me back because I was out of energy. Is he all right? What about Amit? Baru raised a claw to his lips, signaling for silence. Quiet. They're resting now. Do not disturb them. Essel blinked in confusion, but followed Baru's gaze. Her expression softened, and her eyes shimmered with joy as she spotted Suho lying peacefully nearby, his chest rising and falling with steady breaths. Beside him, Amit, now freed from his chains, rested with a serene expression. Essel couldn't contain herself. He actually did it, she whispered. The young monarch, he saved Amit. A series of system notifications appeared before Suho's sleeping form. System notification congratulations him. You have successfully recruited Amit, heir of the Iron Body, as a teammate. Urgent quest. Dimensional crack completed. You have leveled up. You have earned quest rewards. Would you like to check them now? Meanwhile, far away in a quiet office, a man dressed in a sleek black suit sipped tea as he examined a digital profile on his tablet. His sharp eyes scanned the image of Sung Jin Woo, his expression a mix of reverence and unease. Something changed after Hunter Sung Jin Woo's disappearance, he murmured to himself. The Hunter Gates began appearing again, but thanks to the memories he left behind, I was able to quickly establish the Hunter Association and prevent another great cataclysm. Setting the tablet down, he leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. But the existence of Stardust, that wasn't in the previous timeline, and its distribution by Lee Min-sung of the Grim Reaper Guild doesn't match his guildmaster's absence. Could he be acting alone? Before he could ponder further, his phone buzzed violently, snapping him from his thoughts. Glancing at the screen, he saw an incoming call. Mr. Jinho, he muttered. Raising an eyebrow, he answered with a calm but curious tone. It's rare for you to call me, sir. What brings this honor? The voice on the other side trembled with desperation and urgency. Mr. Jinchul, I'm calling because I need the Hunter Association's help. It's about my nephew. Jinchul straightened in his chair, alarm flashing in his eyes. Your nephew? You mean Suho? Yes, Jinho replied, his voice breaking. He awakened as a hunter. I think he's trapped inside a gate. Please, you have to help him. Jincho's face paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Sung Suho is trapped inside a gate? His mind raced, piecing together the implications. The Shadow Monarch's heir is in danger. This could change everything. The scene shifted to the desolate outskirts of the Pyramid Field dungeon, where several trucks stood in stark contrast to the surrounding wreckage. Inside one of the trucks, the surviving members of the Asura Guild lay sprawled out, their breath shallow, as if they'd just run a marathon through a hurricane. Lu Xing, amidst the unconscious bodies, was suddenly stirred by a persistent voice cutting through the fog of his mind. Lu Xing, hey, wake up! You've been sleeping too long. Suho's voice pierced through like an alarm clock set to the sound of impending disaster. Lu Xing groaned, rubbing his head as if he'd been struck by a truck, perhaps one in the shape of a pyramid. As fragmented memories of the chaos flooded back, his head throbbed. Suho, meanwhile, stood there with the patience of someone waiting in line at an overbooked airport, a casual smile on his face. Dungeon cleared, Suho said nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, can I borrow your phone? Gotta make a call. Urgent stuff. Lu Xing's brain struggled to catch up, like an outdated computer running too many processes. Then it hit him like a sledgehammer. His eyes shot wide open, and he shouted, What? The dungeon's cleared. Looking out the window, Lu Xing saw the barren wasteland where the pyramid had once loomed, majestic and menacing. Now, it was simply gone, like a magician's greatest vanishing act. The scene transitioned to the chaotic hustle of Egypt's airport, where Suho and the Asura Guild members shared a bittersweet farewell. The noise of announcements and hurried travelers filled the air as Lu Xing extended his hand in gratitude. I won't forget how you saved us back there, Lu Xing said. Let's keep in touch, okay? Even after you get back to Korea. Suho scratched the back of his head, looking bashful. Thanks to you two for helping me get a flight back to Korea and reconnecting me with my uncle. He grinned, recalling his uncle's near heart attack upon learning that Suho had been in Egypt, facing something that made an S-rank monster look like a house cat. Suho's smile faltered as he remembered his uncle's words. The incident had been reported to a contact in the Hunter Association, and a summons to their offices loomed ominously. Lu Xing's gaze turned suspicious. You know, he began, narrowing his eyes like a detective in a cheesy TV drama. It's pretty strange that a demon monster at S-rank just walked away and let the dungeon collapse. Suho forced a chuckle, his tone light, but his nerves betraying him. Yes, strange is a word? Guess I just got lucky. Internally, he winced. If they knew the truth about Amit, I'd never hear the end of it. The scene shifted again, this time to the Shadow Dungeon, a realm cloaked in darkness and raw power. Amit stood tall, his form bound by chains that clinked ominously with every movement. Suho and his companions watched from a distance as Essel sighed, her voice heavy with resignation. In the end, Amit's chains couldn't be broken, she said. Suho turned to the beast, his tone even. So you're stuck here because of these chains? And since I didn't fully unseal you, does that mean you're going back on your promise? Amit let out a rumbling laugh, one that shook the ground. Relax, kid. The deal was to get me out of the tomb. And you did that, he said, flexing his arms and making the chains rattle like oversized jewelry. These chains are just accessories now. I can move better here than I ever could in that dusty sarcophagus. Suho's eyebrows shot up. Amit had gone from being a terrifying overlord to sounding like someone who had just discovered a 5-star spa. Before Suho could respond, Amit's massive hand reached out and grabbed him by the back of his jacket like he was an unruly toddler. Hey, what are you? Suho's protest was cut short as Amit leaped skyward with enough force to crack the ground beneath them. Essel's panicked voice echoed after them. Amit, where are you taking the young monarch? Landing atop a towering structure, Amit released Suho, who staggered slightly before regaining his balance. Spreading his arms wide, Amit inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with nostalgia. It's faint, but I can feel it, the essence of nature. It's been far too long. Turning to Suho, Amit's eyes gleamed with something akin to respect. As promised, I'll follow you, young monarch. Suho met his gaze with a rare smile, nodding firmly. Then let's get to work. Back in the present, Suho gave Lu Xing a casual wave before stepping through the boarding gate. As the automated doors slid shut behind him, a thought surfaced in his mind. The gate to the Shadow Dungeon. The urgent quest. Everything had been a carefully laid path, all leading to this moment, meeting Amit as his ally. Suho turned for one last glance at Lu Xing, his voice steady but carrying an unspoken promise. I'll see you again. Lu Xing watched Suho's retreating figure, his mind churning. This guy doesn't just summon monsters. He fights like a man possessed, even transforming into one. How is someone like him still stuck at B rank? A smirk tugged at Lu Xing's lips. There's no way that's the full story. I'll get my guild on this. Scouting him is top priority. As Suho made his way down the terminal, a familiar presence stirred from his shadow. Baru emerged smoothly, his tone as casual as his entrance. It's been a while since I've flown on one of these metal birds. Suho chuckled, shaking his head. Well, it's not like we had many choices. The gate connecting to Korea is still sealed shut. Glancing at the departure board, Suho brought up his status window. 7 levels in one go, he muttered, a flicker of pride in his eyes. That boss monster and urgent quest really did the trick. He turned to Baru, a curious edge to his voice. At my current state, where would you place my hunter rank? Baru examined the stats with the focus of a hawk on its prey. After a moment, he nodded with conviction. You're definitely at a rank now. Hearing this, Suho's expression hardened, like steel tempered by fire. A rank, he murmured, his voice quiet but resolute. That's good enough. The preparations are over. It's time. Lee Min-sung and the interim apostle won't see this coming. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Korea, the Chivalry Guild buzzed with activity. The new headquarters gleamed with modern elegance, symbolizing their recent rise. In one room, hunters chatted excitedly, their voices filled with disbelief. We've come so far, one said, almost in awe, from a C-rank guild to taking on a B-rank gate in Incheon. Who would have thought? Not just the gates, another chimed in, stretching back in his chair. Even this office is huge. I'm still getting lost in here. A hunter pulled out a shimmering vial of stardust, holding it up like a prize trophy. This stuff, he said reverently, we owe everything to this. Who would have thought a team of mostly C-rank hunters could handle a B-rank gate? Another member grinned. The black market's made it easy to get these days, and cheaper too. Whoever's behind it, they're practically a saint. Leaning against the wall, Kim Sung-soo, a spiky-haired B-rank hunter, crossed his arms. Saint? You guys really think this is all sunshine and rainbows? He scoffed. Something about this stuff feels off. The others rolled their eyes. Oh, come on, Sung-soo, one said dismissively. You're B-rank. Of course you don't get how much this helps us. Sung-soo's expression remained unchanged. The Hunter Association's talking about banning it. If they do, you won't be so smug. The room quieted, tension replacing the light-hearted banter. What? One hunter asked, alarmed. Why would they ban something that's helping us close more gates? They don't care about small guilds like ours, Sung-soo replied, cracking open a soda and taking a deliberate sip. Ask them, not me. I don't write the rules. Before anyone could respond, the door creaked open, and 3 unfamiliar figures entered. Every head turned, confusion quickly morphing into unease. The newcomers radiated danger, their presence heavy and suffocating. Leading them was a boy who seemed out of place. Too young, too calm, too wrong. The boy stepped forward, scanning the room with cold, calculating eyes. So this is the Chivalry Guild, he said softly, his voice sharp like a blade. Sung-soo approached cautiously, instincts on high alert. Who are you? And what do you want? The boy didn't blink. You hold the rights to the Incheon gate. Surrender them. Sung-soo stared, baffled. What? Are you serious? What are you talking about? The boy's gaze didn't waver. His words sliced through the room like ice. I said, hand over the gate. Behind him, his companions stirred, their movements predatory, promising chaos. The apostle's expression darkened, his patience unraveling like a frayed rope. His voice boomed, sharp as a sword slicing through the tense atmosphere. I said, hand over the gate. The room quaked with the weight of his energy. In an instant, the guild members' faces contorted, their eyes glowing with a sinister yellow cross. One by one, they bowed low before the apostle, their voices chillingly monotone. Apostle, we do as you say. Sung-soo's soda can hit the floor with a dull clatter, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding. His jaw dropped in disbelief as he stumbled back. What the hell is wrong with all of you? His voice cracked, raw with desperation. This isn't funny. Snap out of it. He stepped forward, shaking the nearest guild member, but they remained motionless as statues. The apostle's gaze locked on Sung-soo, intrigued by his resistance. Ah, he mused, a cruel smirk spreading across his lips. So you didn't consume stardust, huh? Perfect. A pure one among the sheep. He raised a finger, issuing a new command. And the rest of you, you're blind and deaf until I say otherwise. Instantly, the room fell eerily silent as the controlled hunters obeyed, their expressions vacant and lifeless. Sungsu's voice trembled as he demanded answers. What's happening here? Why are they listening to you? Who the hell are you? The apostle leaned back against the table, exuding a calm menace. I wanted to have a real conversation. The others are so dull, he said, flicking an imaginary speck of dust off his shoulder. Your kind was created to serve the Creator's will, yet you've strayed, clinging to your illusions of free will. Fascinating, isn't it? But I'm here to correct that. Sungsu instinct screamed danger. His hand darted to the hilt of his sword as he barked. You're insane. Creator? Free will? What kind of sick cult is this? The apostle's smirk vanished, replaced by an icy fury that drained the air from the room. A cult. His voice dropped, venom dripping from every syllable. The lights flickered as his energy spiked, and Sungsu staggered back, his sword trembling in his grip. Did you just insult the Creator? The apostle reached for a blade resting against the wall, his hand glowing with sickly yellow energy. Amplify, he whispered, and the sword crackled with power, radiating malice. Sungsu's survival instincts kicked in. He lunged, his blade slicing through the air in a desperate arc. The apostle moved like a phantom, his counterstrike swift and merciless. The room seemed to hold its breath as Sungsu's body split cleanly in two, blood spraying across the walls. The broken half of his sword spun through the air, embedding itself with a sickening thud into the skull of a controlled guild member. The room descended into chaos, silent and deadly. The apostle stood amidst the carnage, his aura pulsating with raw malice. He glanced at the lifeless bodies, his expression unreadable. With a wave of his hand, he muttered, You may see and hear again. Clean this mess. The remaining controlled hunters obeyed without hesitation, dragging the bodies away like puppets on invisible strings. Footsteps echoed in the hallway as more guild members rushed in, alarmed by the commotion. The apostle didn't spare them a glance as he murmured, Forget everything you've seen. Their eyes glazed over as their memories were wiped clean, and they stumbled back into the corridor, dazed and disoriented. As the apostle exited the building, his thoughts churned like a storm. What is free will? The question gnawed at him. Creations should fulfill their purpose, yet these inhabitants destroyed their creator. Such insolence. At the dungeon's entrance, hunters under his control restrained a massive otherworldly monster, its eyes burning with primal rage. The apostle approached, holding a glowing yellow crystal aloft. You've suffered enough, wandering the cracks between dimensions, he said softly, almost tenderly. Let your fury guide you. The crystal sank into the monster's eye, and its roar shook the ground. Yellow energy coursed through its veins as its form twisted into something monstrous. The apostle's lips curled into a smile as he whispered, Run wild. Destroy, for the creators must prevail. The dungeon shuddered as the beast burst forth, a harbinger of chaos. The apostle stood in its wake, his eyes glowing with unholy light. This world will understand its place, he vowed, and its purpose will be fulfilled. The scene opens with the frenetic energy of an airport. Cars are queued along the curb, horns blaring as travelers hurry through sliding glass doors, dragging suitcases behind them. Just beyond the main terminal, 3 members of the Hunters Association stand near a small surveillance vehicle, their sharp gazes cutting through the chaos like blades. Amid the usual bustle, an ominous tension lingers in the air. Then, a faint red glow flickers to life nearby, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. One of the hunters stiffens, his voice slicing through the din. This doesn't look good, he mutters, moving toward the glow. The others follow, their steps cautious but deliberate. As they approach the forming gate, a suffocating wave of mana crashes over them like a tidal force. The second hunter tightens his grip on his weapon, his tone grim. Judging by the intensity, this is serious. If we don't deal with the boss inside, a dungeon break is imminent. The third hunter, the apparent leader, studies the swirling red energy of the gate as it grows increasingly chaotic. His voice lowers, heavy with the weight of their predicament. If this happens here, the damage to the airport will be catastrophic. Before any of them can respond, their eyes suddenly glow an unnatural yellow. One of the hunters turns slowly, his posture rigid, as a figure emerges from the shadows. Towering and coldly commanding, the Apostle of Iterum steps into the dim light, flanked by his silent, sinister minions. The hunter speaks in a voice drained of emotion. We'll report to the association that there's no issue here, Apostle. The Apostle's piercing gaze shifts to the gate, its chaotic energy spiraling out of control. Without a word, he watches as the dungeon bursts open, releasing a torrent of grotesque, rage-filled monsters. The creatures spill forth like a dam breaking, their howls echoing through the night. Yet the Apostle's minions remain unshaken, their expressions as unmoving as statues. The Apostle himself stands still, his cold demeanor hiding a storm of thoughts. A monologue echoes in his mind, a hymn of bitterness and clarity. Creations, beings born to fulfill the whims of our creators. When they desired amusement, we waged their wars. When they hungered for treasures, we tore them from unworthy hands. Our existence was never our own. The Apostle's expression darkens as he recalls a pivotal moment, the memory vivid and sharp. One day, God spoke. One of our kin in another dimension has fallen. Go forth and claim for me the ownership of the world without a master. His inner voice turns heavy with both reverence and disdain. With that decree, we mobilize God's army, gathering countless believers to fuel the crusade. Yet the journey between dimensions demanded an unfathomable cost, a price paid in energy and sacrifice. As the passage narrowed, only the strongest among us could press on. His gaze hardens, the red glow of the gate reflecting in his eyes. For eons, we marched, losing more with each step. Finally, we reached the world without a master. But what awaited us was not conquest, it was terror, the darkness. He exhales sharply, the memory searing. An endless abyss of shadow blocked our path, a force beyond comprehension. In moments, entire battalions were consumed, their essence twisted into servants of the void. From that abyss came its own legion, an army of shadow led by generals wielding power no mortal or divine being could match. The Apostle's thoughts spiraled deeper into the nightmare. The battle was unlike anything we had faced. Each fallen comrade was corrupted, turned against us, feeding the darkness with every loss. The war spilled into other dimensions as we faltered, the weight of defeat crushing us. His fists clenched, his voice in his mind a blade of resolve. Despair gripped even the strongest among us. Then, in our darkest hour, Teal, God's envoy, stepped forward with a daring suggestion. The envoy of God, Teal, spoke with a calm, calculated tone that carried the weight of divine certainty. This is an opportunity, he declared. Just as it was arduous for us to cross dimensions, the darkness has expended immense mana to leave the world without a master. It cannot return easily. Furthermore, I sense no mana within the life forms of that world. If we deploy the mist burns, we could seize control from within. The Apostle's eyes gleamed as Teal continued, elaborating with precision. The mist burns are the weakest among God's believers, broken minds ignited by holy fire. Their strength is negligible, but their power to spread faith is unparalleled, especially among beings devoid of mana. They are a beacon of evangelization, capable of illuminating barren lands with divine light. The army of God, once steeped in despair, listened intently as hope ignited within them. The plan was audacious in its simplicity, spread faith like wildfire in the world without a master. As the number of believers grew, their collective devotion would manifest a sanctuary capable of producing a miracle. It was a gamble, but one they could not afford to ignore. Unanimously, they agreed to Teal's strategy. Without hesitation, the envoy enacted his plan, dividing his divine essence into 5 fragments. The weakest fragment was imbued with the embers of the mist burns and sent to infiltrate the world without a master. The fragment's feeble presence allowed it to slip past the darkness unnoticed, successfully embedding itself within the new world. However, the fragment soon uncovered a troubling revelation. Contrary to their understanding, some life forms in this world had acquired mana. This anomaly, a development that could jeopardize the entire plan, stemmed from an event known as the Cataclysm, which had birthed mana in the world. The scene shifts back to the present, where the Apostle reflects on these events. The first fragment chose patience, waiting for reinforcements. When it fused with me, the second fragment, our strength and purpose solidified. His expression darkened as his thoughts deepened. Such a convenient shift amidst our war. It cannot be coincidence. It must be by design. Standing amidst the bustling airport, the Apostle's golden eyes scanned the crowd with a detached, calculating gaze. There can be no further disruptions to our mission, he murmured. His thoughts sharpened as he surveyed the humans surrounding him. Mortals. I must understand the pinnacle of their kind, the hunters who wield mana as a weapon. If fate allows, I will test the strength of an S-rank hunter. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the relative calm. Dust and debris filled the air as the ground trembled. Chaos erupted, panic screams rising as travelers scrambled for safety. The apostle remained motionless, his gaze cutting through the chaos. From the swirling dust, monstrous figures emerged, grotesque beings bristling with crude weapons. They stormed through the shattered entrance, their guttural roars reverberating across the terminal. It's a dungeon break. Someone call the Hunters Association, a terrified bystander shouted, amplifying the panic. The apostle's expression remained unreadable as he observed the unfolding carnage. A hunter of significant rank will undoubtedly appear if these beasts continue to rampage, he mused. Perhaps this will allow me to gauge the strength of an S-rank hunter. As if on cue, a hunter burst onto the scene, weapon drawn. Why is there a dungeon break here of all places? He shouted, charging into the fray. The apostle's piercing gaze locked onto the figure, studying him intently. Were these hunters already stationed here, or is this coincidence? His thoughts sharpened further as he observed their coordinated movements and mana usage. Users of the Stardust. Interesting. A flicker of intrigue crossed the apostle's face as he stepped forward, the cacophony of battle surrounding him. To him, this chaos was no accident. It was destiny unfolding. Stardust, the apostle muttered, his tone laced with cold calculation. An amplifier forged from the distilled faith of the mist burns. Ordinarily, the faith they harbor would barely ripple in the grand design. But under Teal's ability, Amplify, that faith becomes a force capable of bending reality and minds. As he activated his skill, a faint crimson pulse radiated from his form. The hunters nearby, their eyes already tainted yellow from the apostle's influence, froze as though struck by an invisible force. Their expressions slackened, their bodies stiffened, and within moments, they fell under his sway. You are an obstruction, the apostle said coldly to one hunter, whose grip tightened on his blade before loosening. Leave! Without hesitation, the hunter sheathed his sword, bowed slightly, and replied, Yes, apostle. As you command. He turned and walked away, the chaos behind him left unchecked. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their rampage. A goblin leapt at a woman, plunging its dagger into her back. Her screams pierced the air as the blade struck again and again. Blood pooled around her as she weakly raised a trembling hand toward the apostle, silently pleading for salvation. He met her gaze with unfeeling eyes, his thoughts unmoved. Creations exist solely to fulfill their creator's will. Obedience is their purpose. Yet, as her hand fell limp, a shadow passed over his expression. And yet, why do humans harbor desire? Why are these fragile creatures granted a will that rivals even that of their creators? His gaze swept across the carnage, his thoughts spiraling. Could it be that these weak, insignificant beings are higher than us in some way? Amid the chaos, a man fled, his terror-filled eyes locking onto a figure striding calmly toward the monsters. Why the hell is that guy running toward them? He muttered in disbelief. The figure was Suho. Adjusting his black shadow mask, he scoffed under his breath. A dungeon break, huh? What a warm welcome. Nearby, a man fell, cowering beneath a monster poised to strike. Before the blow landed, Suho's kick sent the creature flying, its weapon clattering to the ground. Turning to the fallen man, Suho commanded, Get up. I'll deal with these bastards. You just run. The apostle's golden eyes fixated on Suho, watching as he dispatched monsters with calculated precision. Each movement was fluid and deadly, his blade cutting through the chaos like a force of nature. The apostle's gaze narrowed as recognition flickered in his mind. That mask. The apostle's golden eyes narrowed, his thoughts racing. Lee Min-sung mentioned someone wearing a black mask. The one who destroyed the hyena guild. Could it be him? For the first time, his cold, detached expression twisted into something resembling curiosity. The saboteur, he mused. So this is the man who dares to stand against me. Interesting. The chaos in the airport surged as goblins swarmed through the shattered terminal, their twisted forms exuding savage intent. Malicious grins stretched across their grotesque faces as they brandished crude weapons, attacking anyone unlucky enough to cross their path. Amidst the pandemonium, a shadow moved, a blur too quick for the goblins to react. Suho darted through the carnage, his every strike precise and lethal. Goblins fell one by one as he advanced, carving a path toward the remaining creatures, terrorizing the fleeing crowd. After slamming a group of goblins into the ground with a devastating punch, Suho straightened, adjusting his hood as his sharp eyes surveyed the destruction. This is insane, he thought, his mind racing. The Hunter Association would never let a dungeon break like this go unchecked, especially at a gate with such high casualty potential. Something's definitely off. His gaze flicked to the lifeless goblins scattered around him, and his jaw tightened. First priority, get these people out safely. Everything else can wait. Unbeknownst to Suho, the apostle had been watching his every move, hidden amidst the chaos. His cold demeanor belied the rapid calculations racing through his mind. No stardust, he noted, scrutinizing the masked figure. The faith of the mist burns is absent from his body. This man, he hasn't been tainted. And his magic power, it rivals Lee Min-sung's, or perhaps it's even greater. While the apostle contemplated, Suho knelt beside the goblin corpses. Extending a hand, he activated his shadow extraction ability. Dark tendrils snaked out, enveloping the fallen creatures, and within seconds, 3 shadow goblins materialized. Their glowing eyes locked onto Suho, awaiting his command. Help the civilians, Suho ordered, his voice calm but firm. Make sure anyone who can't move on their own gets out of here alive. The shadow goblins nodded silently before vanishing into the chaos to carry out their orders. From his hidden vantage point, the apostle's confidence faltered. His eyes widened, and a bead of sweat trickled down his face as realization struck. That ability, the power of darkness. It can't be. Memories surged unbidden, vivid and haunting. This authority, it's the same as Jinwoo, the Shadow Monarch. The apostle's thoughts trembled with the weight of the name. As he watched Suho's shadow goblins engage the remaining attackers, anxiety coiled tighter in his chest. A human who wields the authority of darkness. If he truly is connected to that power, then everything makes sense. The attack on the Hyena Guild, the Stardust Factory. It was him. He's been disrupting our plans all along. Suddenly, Suho's sharp gaze shifted, locking onto a distant figure. The apostle froze, his chest tightening as panic surged through him. He's noticed me, he realized, frantically suppressing his aura. I must vanish. He cannot learn of our existence in this world. Before the apostle could retreat, a deafening crash reverberated through the terminal. A massive truck hurtled through the air, slamming into the structure and detonating on impact. The explosion sent shards of glass and waves of fire cascading through the space. Suho moved instantly, leaping forward to shield a young boy from the blast. The flames and flying glass rebounded harmlessly off his sturdy frame. He turned his head slightly, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Hey kid, you alright? You hurt anywhere?" The boy shook his head, too stunned to speak, and Suho gently pushed him towards safety. Meanwhile, the apostle remained motionless, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the man before him. Suho's every action exuded confidence and power, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. But Suho's attention shifted as a deep, guttural roar shook the air, the sound vibrating through the floor. His eyes snapped toward the source. A massive, bull-like creature with glowing yellow eyes lumbered through the gaping hole left by the truck, its monstrous frame radiating raw power. The massive beast loomed over the wreckage, exuding an aura of primal menace. Suho's eyes narrowed as his muscles tensed, ready for the confrontation. Is this the dungeon boss? He wondered. From the shadows behind him, Broi emerged with an air of regal authority. "Young monarch," he intoned, his voice low and grave. "I sense the energy of the Iterum within that creature." Suho's brow furrowed as he absorbed the revelation. "If that's the case," he muttered, "then this dungeon break, it's tied to the Iterum." Suddenly, Broi's antennae twitched. He turned sharply, locking onto a faint trace of Iterum energy behind them. His piercing gaze landed on the apostle. For a moment, Broi tensed, but his stance relaxed almost immediately. "It's just a kid," he thought skeptically. "Am I imagining things? There's no way a mere child could emit such energy." Dismissing the notion, Broi refocused on the immediate threat. The bull-like creature stomped its hooves impatiently, releasing an earth-shaking bellow. Its colossal frame surged forward, charging at Suho with terrifying speed, fists clenched and ready to strike. Unfazed, Suho clenched his own fists, his resolve unwavering. "I'll need everything I've got to match its strength," he thought. Without hesitation, he allocated all his newly earned stats from reaching level 35 directly into strength. His power surged as his strength stat leaped from 70 to 77, his muscles flexing with newfound force. The moment their fists collided, a deafening crack echoed through the air, sending shockwaves rippling through the debris-strewn airport. Suho and the bull monster tested each other's might, their locked fists generating fractures that spidered across the floor beneath them, as if the ground itself protested their clash. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the apostle observed intently, his mind racing to make sense of what he was witnessing. Wait, did he just save me? He glanced at Suho's back, his expression a mix of confusion and irritation. He thinks I'm just a human child, the apostle realized, a scornful smirk tugging at his lips. As the battle raged on, the apostle continued his analysis. He wields the authority of darkness, yet compared to the true abyss, his power is but a pale imitation. Still, his potential is unclear. His smirk deepened. Fate has smiled on me today. Meeting him here provides the perfect opportunity. I'll eliminate him while I can. Before the apostle could act, a booming voice interrupted the tension. Sorry, I'm late. All eyes turned toward the source. A man strode confidently into the chaos, his presence commanding and charismatic. Flames flickered to life in his outstretched hand as he continued. All right then, let's finish this mess quickly. The newcomer radiated an aura of power and authority. Fireballs materialized above his palm, blazing with intense heat. The goblins froze, their malicious grins replaced by wide-eyed fear. Even the apostle couldn't suppress his curiosity. Who is this hunter? He thought, momentarily distracted. Suho, mid-battle, stepped back briefly, his sharp eyes darting toward the fiery spectacle. Where are these fireballs coming from? He wondered. The answer revealed itself as the hunter stepped forward, his red eyes blazing with fierce resolve. With a simple motion, he sent the fireballs raining down upon the battlefield. The goblins barely had time to react before they were engulfed in a fiery storm, reduced to ash within moments. Suho froze in awe, his wide eyes glued to the display of overwhelming power. How is this even possible? He thought. So many monsters obliterated in an instant. His gaze shifted to the hunter, analyzing him carefully. The commanding aura, the mastery of fire, the red eyes, it all pointed to one conclusion. Could this be Choi Zhang, the S-rank fire-wielding hunter? Choi turned his attention to the bull monster, still standing despite the fiery onslaught. A confident smirk tugged at his lips. To think you survived that, he remarked calmly. You're tougher than I expected. Without hesitation, Choi raised his hand again. Flames swirled around him, condensing into a fiery bow and arrow. The weapon radiated a lethal energy that made even the apostle take a cautious step back. Drawing the bowstring, Choi locked his sights on the bull monster. Let's see how you handle this, he said, his voice steady. Sensing the danger, the bull monster roared defiantly and charged. Its massive hooves cracked the floor as it leapt into the air, aiming to crush Choi. But Choi was faster. He released the flaming arrow, which shot forward with a piercing hiss. The arrow struck the bull monster directly, unleashing an explosion so powerful it illuminated the entire airport. The shockwave sent the beast hurtling through walls, its lifeless form disappearing into the horizon. The silence that followed was deafening. Choi lowered his hands, the fiery bow dissipating into embers. He surveyed the destruction with a satisfied smile. Well, he said casually, that takes care of that. Suho stood motionless amidst the wreckage, struggling to process what he had just witnessed. Who is this guy? He thought, his fist tightening. To take down that bull monster like it was nothing. Just how powerful is he? The airport was in chaos, but a wave of relief washed over the remaining civilians. Cheers erupted as they recognized their savior. It's really him, Hunter Choi, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with awe. As expected of the human weapon, another added. He's unstoppable. Choi raised a hand and waved modestly, his grin faint but genuine. Thank you, he said calmly. But as the applause faded, his expression grew sharp. His eyes scanned the rubble, searching for something or someone. I could have sworn I saw a child around here, he muttered, his brows furrowing as he picked up a torn jacket from the ground. The hunter who was fighting before I arrived. Choi's gaze darkened. Why would they leave without taking any credit? Meanwhile, Suho crouched behind a mound of debris, his breathing steady and controlled as he watched Choi from the shadows. I'm glad he showed up when he did, Suho thought. But I can't afford to let my identity be exposed. I need to disappear before anyone notices me. He glanced at the destruction one last time, his thoughts growing darker. The Iterum had always operated from the shadows, manipulating events in secrecy. For them to attack so openly in such a crowded place, it wasn't random. This was deliberate, calculated. They were planning something far more significant. Suho's fist tightened as he made his retreat, slipping deeper into the cover of the wreckage. The fiery glow of the setting sun faded into the cool, silver light of the moon, casting an eerie stillness over the ruins. The once vivid sky turned dark and oppressive, with heavy clouds smothering the stars. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the apostle, now seated alone in a dimly lit room. The air was heavy with silence as he stared out through a cracked window, his golden eyes reflecting the dim glow of moonlight. His mind churned with the day's events, replaying each moment with cold precision. Suddenly, the stillness was broken. The air beside him rippled and warped, forming a swirling black portal. The apostle's expression remained unreadable, though his eyes glimmered with recognition. The portal expanded until it dominated the space beside him. From its depths emerged a pulsating red sphere, radiating a sinister energy. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the sphere, dripping with authority. "It's been a long time," second fragment. The apostle's gaze didn't waver. Without turning his head, he replied evenly, "So you've come," third fragment. His voice was calm, yet carried the weight of inevitability. "Before I surrender this body to you, I'll give you a brief overview." There was no fear in his tone, only the resolute finality of a man preparing for the end. "Among the humans, there are beings called hunters," he began. "They wield magic power, and the strongest of them, the S-rank hunters, are exceedingly dangerous. We must tread carefully around them." His voice dipped lower, almost conspiratorial. "And then there's a variable, one that must be eliminated." Before he could continue, the third fragment cut him off sharply. "Enough," it said, its tone cold and dismissive. "I'll examine the memories myself once I take over the body. You fulfilled your duties. Now, as planned, you will be absorbed into me." The apostle's golden eyes narrowed slightly, though his composure never faltered. "What's wrong?" the third fragment asked, a mocking edge to its voice. "Are you hesitating?" "It's nothing," the apostle replied, shaking his head faintly. His voice remained steady, but a faint undercurrent of conflict lingered. "I leave everything to you." As the third fragment began the absorption process, a fleeting thought passed through the apostle's mind. "Am I saddened to leave this world?" His expression hardened as he dismissed the idea. "No, this is the will of God. Everything we do is for the Creator." The red light of the third fragment engulfed the apostle's body, its overwhelming glow consuming his golden aura. The sinister radiance spilled out through the cracks of the room, illuminating the night outside like a beacon. The walls shuddered under the sheer intensity of the energy radiating from the transformation. The apostle's body began to change, his form morphing under the immense power. When the light finally subsided, a new figure emerged. No longer the apostle, the being now stood as a fully grown man, radiating a suffocating authority. His aura pulsed crimson, the air around him trembling with its force. Flexing his newly strengthened fists, the man smirked, his dark eyes glinting with calculation. "This memory," he muttered, his thoughts drifting to Suho. His eyes narrowed as he recalled the second fragment's warnings. The variable, the one he mentioned. A low chuckle escaped his lips. "To think there exists a being who wields the same authority of darkness," he said, his tone laced with intrigue. "Unexpected, fascinating." His smirk widened into a predatory grin. The man tilted his head slightly, his voice almost mocking. "Second fragment, your judgment was flawed. To eliminate him would be wasteful." His crimson eyes gleamed with malicious delight. "If we convert him instead, he could wield that authority for us. Imagine, a follower who could command even the dead. He would be invaluable to our cause." Suho sank deeper into the couch, the plush cushions doing little to ease the exhaustion from a long, chaotic day at the airport. His eyes fluttered shut, the rare moment of peace almost lulling him to sleep. But peace, as always, was fleeting. Emerging from the shadows like a clumsy ninja, Broi appeared, his expression tinged with concern. "Young monarch, you look like you fought a dungeon war and lost," Broi said, his voice heavy with worry. Cracking one eye open, Suho shot him a look of pure exhaustion. "Of course I'm tired. My uncle just spent an hour yelling at me." He mimicked his uncle's scolding voice. "It's great you're saving the planet, but what about your safety? What do I tell your parents if you end up in a ditch somewhere?" His jaw clenched at the memory, but his expression softened as his thoughts shifted to his parents. A small, fond smile crept onto his face. Mom and Dad must be worried too, he murmured to himself, the thought rekindling a flicker of determination within him. With newfound resolve, Suho sprang off the couch, tossing the towel from his neck like a warrior ready for battle. Rest can wait. Baru, we're heading to the Shadow Dungeon. It's time to train. Baru blinked, visibly bewildered. But, young monarch, shouldn't you rest first? Even rulers of shadows need 8 hours of sleep. Suho smirked, adjusting his stance with renewed vigor. I just remembered, I didn't complete my daily quest. Can't miss those rewards. You know, priorities. Baru chuckled nervously, his antennae twitching in concern. I swear, the young monarch has become a gacha game addict for strength. With a wave of his hand, Suho summoned the Shadow Dungeon portal. The swirling darkness expanded, engulfing them as they stepped inside. The moment they entered, Suho's confidence crumbled. His eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. His team stood in awkward silence, the air heavy with unease. What happened? Suho stammered, his voice barely a whisper. He opened his status window, and his face went pale as the truth hit him. The daily quest had expired. The goblins key to his progress were gone. Every single one. Turning to Essel, Gray, and Amit, Suho's voice simmered with panic. What the hell happened here? Essel hesitated, fidgeting like a child caught red-handed. Well, about that, she trailed off nervously. Amit went on a rampage and killed them. All of them. Overnight. Amit, unbothered and visibly proud, crossed his arms. I simply cleansed your domain of Tarnak's filthy servants. It was overdue. His grin widened. And as promised, I didn't harm any humans. Suho smacked his palm against his face with a resounding thud. You killed all the goblins. In one night. My growth rate is going to tank. Amit's grin didn't waver. If strength is what you seek, young monarch, allow me to train you personally. Suho blinked, his frustration giving way to disbelief. Wait, you can train me? Amit chuckled darkly. Of course. Do you think I was born this strong? Training is the only path to true power. Before Suho could respond, a system notification appeared before him. Congratulations. You have unlocked a hidden quest. Preparation to become stronger. Suho groaned. Great. I guess I have no choice but to accept. As he accepted the quest, Amit's laughter boomed like a villain's theme music. Suho opened the quest log, muttering to himself. Let's see. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run? What is this, the Saitama workout plan? Amit's grin turned devilish. But there's more. You'll do all of that while carrying me on your back. Another notification popped up, new condition added. You must carry Amit while completing the tasks. Suho's head snapped toward Amit, his eyes wide with disbelief. You want me to what? Are you insane? Amit, ever composed, placed a hand on his chest. Don't worry, young monarch. I'll make myself smaller. Before anyone could argue, smoke began to swirl around Amit as his body shrank. When the transformation was complete, his once imposing frame was now barely larger than a child's. Suho, Essel, and Gray stared, equal parts horrified and impressed. That's both terrifying and fascinating, Suho muttered under his breath. Amit approached Suho, placing a hand on his shoulder. This should suffice. Now, let us begin. Already regretting his life choices, Suho dropped into a push-up position. Fine, let's do this. Inwardly, though, he was panicking. How is this even remotely fair? The system chimed again. Bond skill is currently locked due to the power gap between player and Amit. Requirement. Level 80 to unlock. Suho groaned. Fantastic. Just fantastic. Amit wasted no time climbing onto Suho's back. The moment he did, Suho's arms buckled, the weight crushing him like a collapsing building. The ground beneath him cracked ominously. Essel and Gray watched in horror, while Baru whispered, I think the young monarch is going to die. Amit laughed heartily. I may have forgotten to mention, while I can shrink my size, my weight, that remains constant. Suho's face twisted in pain as he struggled to hold himself up. You're crushing me. Amit leaned in, his smile wicked. That's the point. To become stronger, you must first break yourself down. Suho gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his brow. Yeah, well, I'm about to break, all right. Good, Amit said, his tone one of cruel delight. Now give me 99 more push-ups, young monarch. Suho's strained voice barely escaped his lips. Kill me now. The scene shifts to an abandoned building near Pou's Field-type dungeon. Inside, the air is thick with the sound of pain-filled screams. A mistborn writhes in agony, its distorted figure strapped to what looks like a makeshift operating table. The grimy walls of the room are smeared with dark stains, while broken and rusted equipment clutter the corners. Lee Min-sung stands in the center of this macabre laboratory, cigarette smoke curling lazily around him. His sharp eyes remain fixed on the tortured creature before him. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, he doesn't bother turning around. Instead, he mutters coolly, "So you've finally shown up." He takes a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly before continuing, his tone tinged with frustration. "How much longer am I supposed to keep doing this?" A guttural voice cuts him off. "Human, you should be grateful to be part of this." The voice belongs to Mormu, the overseer of the Stardust Factory. His grotesque form looms in the flickering light, a monstrous figure that seems to radiate malice. Tentacles twist around his bloated, scaled body, their movements almost hypnotic. Mormu's tone softens into something disturbingly reverent. "The Chosen One saved us from our wretched lives. He gave us purpose." The words seem to snap something deep inside Lee Min-sung. Flicking his cigarette away, he whirls around with a speed born of years of precision and training. In a single, fluid motion, his blade flashes through the air, severing several of Mormu's writhing tentacles. The severed limbs fall to the floor with a wet, nauseating sound. Lee Min-sung's voice is low, barely more than a growl. "A filthy life? A monster like you dares to judge me? Do you have a death wish?" Mormu doesn't flinch. His unreadable, alien gaze meets Lee Min-sung's fury head-on. Slowly, Min-sung sheathes his blade with a sharp hiss, his frustration palpable. "Where's the kid?" he demands. Mormu tilts his head, his tone casual, even mocking. "The apostle is occupied." Lee Min-sung's eyes narrow, his voice like ice. "Im Taijaya will return to Korea soon. Tell your apostle to keep his promise." Mormu responds with deliberate slowness, as if savoring the tension. From within the folds of his monstrous form, he produces a small vial filled with a swirling, luminescent substance. The concentrated stardust glows ominously in the dim light. "You've received this, haven't you?" Mormu says, his voice dripping with condescension. "Why do you refuse to use it?" Mormu's tone grows wistful as he continues, his words steeped in reverence. "The Chosen One appeared to me after the Shadow Monarch destroyed the demon realm. I was cast into the dimensional crack, left to die. But he saved me. Thanks to him, the berserk poison stardust spread across the realm, and we destroyed the later household, those vile traitors." Lee Min-sung listens in stony silence, his expression hardening with every word. Mormu presses on, his voice taking on a persuasive edge. "If you follow the apostle, you'll gain strength beyond imagination. You could defeat this Imtaija you keep mentioning." Lee Min-sung's composure shatters. His voice, sharp as a blade, cuts through the air. "Stop acting like you know anything about S-ranks." He crushes the remains of his cigarette under his boot and turns sharply toward the exit. "Keep your cult talk to yourself. I'm not using that garbage." As he strides away, Mormu's voice follows him, dripping with disdain. "Foolish human. You'll always be a loser." Min-sung doesn't react, but the tension in his jaw betrays his simmering anger. Outside, the cool night air greets him as he walks toward his car. His thoughts churn darkly. "I just need to endure this until that kid takes out Taijaya. After that, I'll report all of them to the Hunter Association. Let them deal with the mess." Sliding into the driver's seat, his mind drifts to a time when things were different, when he was untouchable, brilliant. He starts the car, muttering to himself, "I'm just turning things back to how they're supposed to be." Unbeknownst to him, a figure watches from the shadows, speaking quietly into a comm device. "Association Chairman, Lee Min-sung just exited Payu's field dungeon. I'm betting that's where Stardust is being manufactured." On the other end of the line, the chairman's expression darkened. "Understood. Hunter Miho, keep tailing him." He ended the call and turned to Choi, who was busy scanning a stack of documents nearby. "It seems we're finally closing in on Lee Min-sung's plans, Chairman," Choi said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. The chairman's face remained grave. During the airport dungeon break, all staff managing nearby gates reported the same thing. They lost their memories simultaneously. Every single one of them had consumed stardust. Choi adjusted his glasses, his demeanor growing serious. "We've been receiving reports of hunters acting erratically all over the country. The common thread in every case is stardust." The chairman nodded grimly. "The Hunter Association plans to ban stardust entirely." As for Lee Min-sung, his voice turned colder. "We'll bring him down, along with whoever's pulling the strings behind him." Choi straightened, his tone resolute. "My hunters are at your disposal, Chairman. The chairman's gaze shifted to a framed photograph on his desk. It showed him standing alongside Jinwoo. His thoughts drifted. CEO Jinho confirmed Suho returned safely. If he's a growth-type hunter like his father, the system might stand in his way. I'll do everything in my power to help him. Meanwhile, in the shadow dungeon, Suho's gritted teeth and trembling arms betrayed the immense strain he was enduring. Sweat and blood dripped steadily onto the icy ground as he pushed through his 99th push-up. When he lowered himself for the 100th, his arm muscles tore and blood sprayed from the wounds. With a final, agonized effort, he completed the push-up and collapsed with a heavy thud. Amit rose from Suho's back, looking unimpressed. Young monarch, are you done already? That was just the push-ups for today. Essel in gray, watching from a distance, stared in horror at Suho's mangled arms. The young monarch's arms are broken, Essel cried. Even Broi, usually composed, looked furious. You reckless crocodile. What have you done to the fragile young monarch? This training must stop now. But Suho, lying face down on the cold ground, raised a trembling hand. Status window, he muttered. A glowing interface appeared before him, and with shaking fingers, he navigated to the system store to purchase healing potions. The onlooker stood frozen as he drank the potions, his arms mending rapidly. Suho grinned weakly, his resolve unwavering. I need to get stronger before I face Lee Min-sung. Amit watched with a satisfied smile as Suho struggled back to his feet. 3 tasks left, right? Suho asked, determination burning in his eyes. Let's keep going. Amit chuckled darkly. You've got spirit, young monarch, but this is only the beginning. Essel and Broi shivered, their dread growing as they watched the brutal training unfold. Later, Amit had reduced his size just enough to sit squarely on Suho's abdomen as he powered through crunches. Each rep caused cracks to form in the icy dungeon floor beneath him, and blood streaked Suho's face as his body strained to its absolute limit. When he completed the set, Amit didn't let up. Next sit-ups, the ancient beast announced, still seated atop Suho like a massive boulder. Suho activated his bonding skill with Gray, desperate for any extra strength. His entire body trembled as he forced himself to continue. Each sit-up was a battle against Amit's crushing weight and Suho's own limits. When the last rep was finally done, Suho collapsed onto the fractured ground, gasping for air. Potion bottles littered the dungeon floor as he prepared for the final trial, a 10-kilometer run with Amit perched on his shoulders. With each step, Suho left deep imprints in the dungeon floor. His body screamed in agony, tears mingling with the sweat pouring down his face. Amit, observing Suho's unwavering resolve, thought to himself, this young monarch. Even when faced with insurmountable challenges, he never gives up. One day, he might surpass even Tarnak or the other monarchs. When Suho finally completed the run, he collapsed to the ground, his voice hoarse. My back hurts. I need a potion or two. Gray, having been bonded after the run, collapsed beside Suho, both of them looking utterly spent. As the silence settled, the cheerful chime of a system notification rang out, announcing daily quest rewards. Broi approached Suho, a mix of awe and admiration in his expression. Young monarch, that marks the end of today's training. Still sprawled on the ground, Suho glanced at the system notification. It was hellish, he muttered. But with the rewards, I leveled up my endurance and strength. The system displayed his results. Strength increased from 78 to 79, and endurance rose from 40% to 60%. Suho managed a faint smile. If I can keep clearing these quests, I'll get even stronger. This pain, it's worth it. Raising a trembling hand, he gestured toward Amit. I'll be counting on you tomorrow as well. Amit nodded approvingly, his respect for Suho deepening. All right, young monarch. When Suho finally returned home, he collapsed in a bed, falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Broi stood by his bedside, quietly draping a blanket over Suho's battered body. You did great today, young monarch, he whispered softly before leaving the room. In the living room, Broi settled onto the couch with a sigh of satisfaction, picking up the remote. Finally, some personal time, he muttered. Nothing beats TV after a long day. The screen flickered to life, but his mood shifted as the news came on. Breaking news, a reporter announced. The Hunter Association has introduced new regulations concerning field-type dungeons following the catastrophic airport dungeon break incident. The broadcast showed footage of devastated areas and chaos. As the reporter explained, field-type dungeons allow the retrieval of rare materials such as magical essence. However, Possession rights to these dungeons have long been granted to private guilds, reaping immense profits. Now, stricter oversight is being implemented. However, after this incident, the Hunter Association vowed to take decisive action against major guilds like the Grim Reapers Guild and others managing high-ranked field-type dungeons. The scene shifted to Lee Min-sung, seated in a luxurious leather chair. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest as his sharp eyes scanned the document in his hands. The flickering desk lamp cast shadows across his furrowed brow. Once he finished reading, he placed the document down with a sharp thud and turned to the Hunter Association members gathered before him. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice laced with disbelief. "Is this some kind of joke?" One of the members stepped forward hesitantly, adjusting his glasses. Vice Guild Master Lee Min-sung. The Grim Reapers Guild currently controls an excessive number of field-type dungeons. Left unchecked, these dungeons could cause catastrophic damage to the world, especially in their current state. Another member chimed in, his tone more assertive. The upper management of the Hunter Association has ordered the immediate clearance of the B-rank field-type dungeon, Pou Field. That dungeon, as you know, is under the Grim Reapers Guild's jurisdiction. Lee Min-sung's face darkened at the mention of Pou Field. He clenched his fists under the table, though his expression remained neutral. The association member pressed on. Additionally, Vice Guild Master, it has been over 6 months since you last engaged in hunter work. If you fail to participate in this raid, your hunter license will be subject to review. Lee Min-sung felt a surge of anger bubbling within him as he processed their words. This is Chairman Wu Jincho's doing, he thought bitterly. That old fox is taking a direct shot at me, targeting Pou Field, the biggest factory for Stardust. This isn't an order, it's sabotage. He racked his brain for a way to reject the proposal without raising suspicion, but before he could speak, a calm, yet commanding voice cut through the tense silence. We will accede to the association's request. Lee Min-sung's eyes widened in shock as he turned toward the source of the voice. His heart sank when he saw Taiju, the S-rank hunter and guild master of the Grim Reapers Guild, standing in the doorway. The association members exchanged relieved glances. "Thank you for your cooperation, Guild Master Taiju," one of them said, bowing respectfully. Lee Min-sung gritted his teeth, so hard it felt like they might crack. So that's why he returned so quickly from his overseas mission, he realized bitterly. He came back just to get in my way. Taiju strode into the room, his imposing presence commanding attention. His piercing gaze briefly met Lee Min-sung's, and though he said nothing, the suspicion in his eyes was unmistakable. As the Hunter Association members prepared to leave, one turned back. "The association will dispatch hunters to assist in the Pou Field raid. Please ensure your party is formed accordingly." When the door closed behind them, silence filled the room. Lee Min-sung slumped in his chair, burying his head in his hands. After a moment, he lifted his head and spat. "I'm Taiju. What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how valuable a field-type dungeon is?" Taiju remained unfazed, crossing his arms and leaning against the table. His voice was cold and measured. "Do you really believe the Hunter Association's goal is to eliminate the Pou Field dungeon?" Lee Min-sung froze, unease settling over him as Taiju continued, his tone growing sharper. "They've likely figured out what you've been doing behind closed doors," Taiju said, stepping closer, his gaze boring into Lee Min-sung's. "Didn't I warn you not to underestimate them? But you ignored me and dared to use guild members for your schemes while I was away." Taiju's aura grew dark and oppressive, his eyes gleaming with dangerous intensity. "Lee Min-sung, do you still think I'm just your driver cleaning up your messes?" Lee Min-sung's composure cracked, his anger boiling over as his own demeanor turned sinister. His eyes glinted with fury as he stared back at Taiju. But before he could retort, the sharp ring of a phone broke the tension. Taiju pulled out his phone, glanced at the screen, and his expression shifted slightly. Silently, he placed the phone on the table and stood tall, his commanding presence unwavering. "I just received a call from a recruiter," he said coolly. "A new S-rank hunter has appeared in Korea. I'll be visiting the Hunter Association to assess the situation. In the meantime, I want you to prepare the contract wages." Turning to leave, Taiju paused at the door and looked back at Lee Min-sung. "You might still have a chance to fix this mess. Don't waste it." With that, he walked out, his footsteps echoing in the hallway. Lee Min-sung remained seated, gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His bloodshot eyes burned with rage as he muttered, "Another S-rank hunter. These people get lucky and act like they're untouchable." As the door swung shut, Lee Min-sung's thoughts spiraled deeper into bitterness and fury. The storm is brewing, he thought, and it's only a matter of time before it erupts. Leaning back in his chair, his mind raced with schemes as he muttered, "When is that alien child going to grow up? And when is that fragment coming again?" His eyes gleamed with a sinister red hue, and his lips curled into a malevolent grin. "I need that alien to kill Taijao for me. He must die, for me too." Before he could finish his thought, the vibration of the phone on the table drew his attention. Lee Min-sung paused, narrowing his gaze as he leaned forward to inspect the phone screen. As he read its contents, his lips curled into a manic grin. A low, guttural chuckle escaped him, building into a cackling laugh that reverberated through the room. "That alien," he sneered. "That smug, obnoxious expression of his. He must be up to something interesting." The scene shifted to the bustling headquarters of the Hunter Association, where a lively crowd had gathered outside, buzzing with excitement. Inside, the atmosphere was electric. Reporters jostled for space, cameras flashing incessantly as they surrounded the Apostle, the newly unveiled S-rank hunter of Korea. One reporter, holding a microphone, gestured toward the Apostle. "This is the individual who has just been announced as Korea's new S-rank hunter." "But what is his name?" Amid the chaos, the Apostle stood motionless, his cold, calculating demeanor commanding the room's attention. His piercing gaze scanned the crowd before locking onto a specific figure, a hunter he instantly recognized. The hunter approached with deliberate, measured steps, his imposing presence silencing the reporters. "Congratulations on becoming Korea's new S-rank hunter, Mr. Park Dojin," the man said with a slight bow. Gasps rippled through the room as recognition dawned. The man was none other than Choi, a high-ranking figure renowned for his skill and influence. Choi's sharp eyes studied the Apostle, something tugging at his memory. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Have we met before? I feel like I've seen you somewhere." Park Dojin's gaze hardened, his voice cold and dismissive. "No, we've never met, though I am well aware of who you are." Choi straightened, his brow furrowing slightly. "I see. My apologies for the mistake." Without missing a beat, Choi shifted gears. "Well then, would you consider signing a contract with the Hunters Guild?" Park Dojin's expression remained unchanged. "Thank you for your proposal, but I already have a guild in mind." He raised a finger and pointed across the room. At that exact moment, the door to the Hunter Association building swung open, and a commanding figure strode in. The crowd turned collectively, a wave of shock sweeping over them as they recognized the man, Taijao, the S-rank hunter and guild master of the Grim Reaper Guild. Taijao paused, visibly surprised by the sudden attention, but his eyes soon fell on Park Dojin. His brow furrowed in confusion as he realized the Apostle was pointing directly at him. The crowd erupted into murmurs. "The new S-rank hunter is choosing the Grim Reaper Guild?" Park Dojin, unwavering in his demeanor, declared with quiet authority, "I've already decided. I'll be joining the Grim Reaper Guild." A week later, the scene shifted to the icy expanse of the Pou Field-type dungeon. Among the hunters assembled for the raid stood Baek Miho, a sharp-eyed hunter from the White Tiger Guild. Adjusting her gear, she surveyed the area, her gaze eventually settling on Lee Min-sung. As she approached, Min-sung greeted her with a warm smile. "Baek Miho of the White Tiger Guild, thanks for joining us. It seems this dungeon is making you put in some extra work." Miho returned his smile, her expression polite but unreadable. "Not at all. It's only natural to provide support when needed." Inwardly, however, her thoughts were razor-sharp. Wow, he's good. So charming on the surface, but completely rotten on the inside. Still, everything that happens in this dungeon today will be exposed. I'll peel off that mask of his with my own hands. Her demeanor shifted, her expression growing serious as she scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, she felt an unexpected presence behind her. Turning her head slightly, she saw him, Park Dojin, the newly inducted S-rank hunter of the Grim Reaper Guild. An unexpected variable, she thought, her brow furrowing as she studied him. His cold, enigmatic aura radiated authority, an almost tangible force in the air. "If things go south, I'll have that in." The scene then shifted to the excavation team stationed nearby. They were being instructed to pick up pickaxes and prepare for the raid's objectives. Among them stood Suho, silently grabbing his pickaxe and bracing himself for the grueling task ahead. The scene flashes back to a few days prior, set in the lavish Grim Reaper Guild Hall, where sunlight filters through the grand windows, casting a warm glow on the luxurious interior. Lee Min-sung, exuding confidence, lounges casually in his chair with a smug grin as he sips from his glass. His mockery begins immediately, taunting the apostle across from him for his perceived evolution. The apostle remains composed, barely reacting as he sips his tea with deliberate calmness. He explains in a cold, detached tone that his earlier, smaller form was a survival choice and now, having regained his strength, his appearance is inconsequential. The dynamic between the two is one of tension, as Min Sung, predatory and amused, leans forward to press further. He questions the apostle's decision to adopt the identity of Park Dojin and become a hunter, fishing for the underlying purpose. Unfazed, the apostle clarifies that names and roles are mere tools. Park Dojin allows him to operate publicly, and becoming a hunter grants freedom to move without suspicion. The conversation turns sharper as Min Sung points out the problems caused by the apostle's recent actions at the airport. The stunt has attracted the scrutiny of the Hunter Association, leading to investigations and increased pressure. Min Sung warns that exposure of the Pou Field factory would spell disaster for them both. In response, the apostle remains eerily calm, his words low but authoritative. He assures Min Sung that his membership in the Grim Reaper Guild will prevent such exposure. He outlines his plan to convert all the hunters involved in the upcoming raid into his believers, ensuring no evidence remains to implicate them. Despite the apostle's confident claims, Min Sung is skeptical, his mind churning with silent schemes. Testing the apostle's resolve, he questions whether he can face Im Taiju, a formidable S-rank hunter, right now. The mention of Im Taiju darkens the apostle's expression, stirring memories of their prior encounter. In a chilling tone, the apostle acknowledges his promise to kill Im Taiju, but trails off ominously, leaving the outcome uncertain. Min Sung observes the apostle carefully, his smirk deepening as his true thoughts remain hidden. Beneath his calm exterior lies malice and manipulation. He silently encourages the apostle to keep his deadly promise, indifferent to the consequences for either of them. As long as the apostle fulfills his role, Min Sung's own plans remain intact. The scene begins in the Hunter Association headquarters, where the president sits in his office, illuminated by the faint glow of his monitor. His fingers tap rhythmically on his chair's armrest, his gaze distant and focused on the window. As the Pou Field raid approaches, his thoughts linger on the risks and opportunities. He sees this as a critical moment to gather evidence against Lee Min Sung and the Stardust faction. The president reflects on the raid's preparation. The White Tiger Guild has provided critical support, securing A-rank hunter Baek Mi-ho to lead the effort. Additionally, S-rank hunter Choi Jong and another elite are on standby to counter any unforeseen escalations. Despite these measures, the president's mind is clouded by doubt, particularly regarding Park Dojin, the newly recruited S-rank hunter in the Grim Reaper Guild. The timing of Park's arrival is suspicious, aligning too conveniently with the raid. This fuels concerns that Lee Min Sung might be manipulating events in his favor. As the president's thoughts shift, he considers another key player, Suho, who has joined the excavation team. The decision to approve Suho's involvement weighs heavily on him. While he cannot ignore Suho's potential role in the unfolding events, he questions whether allowing this move was a calculated risk or a critical mistake. Resolving to act according to Suho's perceived plan, the president steels himself for what lies ahead. The narrative transitions to the battlefield of the Pou Field raid, a chaotic and dangerous dungeon filled with feral monsters. A massive, fire-breathing beast dominates the scene, its guttural roars reverberating through the dungeon walls. Jets of flame wreak havoc across the terrain, leaving the strike team struggling to maintain their footing. At the front line, the tank struggles to hold his position, his shield glowing as it barely withstands the monster's relentless attacks. Straining under the pressure, he calls for the strike team to act before his defenses fail. Just as another wave of fire threatens to overwhelm him, a sudden, thunderous blow brings the beast to its knees. A-rank hunter Baek Mi-ho emerges from the smoke, her fist still smoldering from the impact. Without hesitation, she turns her attention to another monster charging toward her. Launching herself into the air, she lands a devastating uppercut, crumpling the creature's massive frame and sending it crashing to the ground. As the battle intensifies, Mi-ho's sharp eyes lock onto a red-scaled salamander-like monster lunging at her. With remarkable agility, she ducks under its claws, vaults onto its back, and leaps toward the dungeon wall. Using the momentum from her rebound, she propels herself forward and delivers a crushing blow to the creature's head. The impact shatters the ground beneath it, ending the monster's life as dust and debris fill the air. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Mi-ho stood resolute, surveying the carnage around her. Broken monster corpses were strewn across the ground, but her focus was elsewhere. Her frustration simmered as she thought about Lee Min-sung. He hasn't even joined the fight, she mused with annoyance. Does he think this is some kind of joke? What a waste of talent. Engrossed in her thoughts, Miho failed to notice the shadow of a monster silently creeping toward her. It moved swiftly, and by the time she caught the motion, it was too late. The beast lunged, jaws snapping just inches from her face. Damn it, I got distracted, she thought, panic rising in her chest. But before the monster could strike, a figure materialized beside her in a blur of motion. The apostle intervened, neutralizing the creature with a single, devastating strike. The monster crumpled to the ground instantly. The apostle's golden eyes flicked toward Miho. His voice was calm, yet commanding. Hunter Miho, please remain vigilant. Miho stared in disbelief, her mind racing. He took down that salamander-like monster effortlessly with a single strike. And he's wearing casual clothes? Who is this guy? Even for an S rank, this is something else. The apostle then turned his predatory gaze to the remaining monsters. Rolling up his sleeves, he moved with blinding speed, dismantling them one by one with surgical precision. Every attack was calculated, every movement efficient. The display left Miho stunned. S ranks, they're on an entirely different level, she thought, watching in awe as he obliterated the creatures with ease. As the last monster fell, Lee Min-sung appeared, strolling onto the scene with a slow clap. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Well, looks like that's a wrap. Ended quicker than I expected. Miho's brows furrowed as she turned to him, her suspicion evident. This doesn't add up, she said sharply. Pou Field has far too few monsters for a raid of this scale. Min-sung's smirk widened, amusement glinting in his eyes. So you noticed, he said mockingly. You see, we conduct routine monster cullings to maintain the dungeons under the Grim Reaper Guild's jurisdiction. That's why they're no threat to the outside world. Miho narrowed her eyes. Something didn't sit right. Routine cullings? She thought. Guilds rarely bother with such meticulous maintenance. There's no need to enter a dungeon daily unless. She studied Min-sung closely, noting the faint crack in his usually composed demeanor. Her instinct screamed that there was more to his words than he let on. Something is definitely off here. Noticing her unease, Min-sung chuckled softly. All right, hunters, he called, his voice laced with false enthusiasm. The boss monster's room is just ahead. His lips curled into a devilish grin, malice flickering in his eyes. Inwardly he gloated. Search all you want, Miho. You'll never find anything to incriminate me. The demons have already dismantled the factory and hidden it deep within Pou Field. All you'll find here are shadows and dead ends. Meanwhile, the apostle silently observed Miho's grim expression. His thoughts were cold and detached. You'll uncover nothing here. And even if you survive the trials ahead, your mind won't remain intact. As the group advanced deeper into the dungeon, the apostle's glowing yellow eyes narrowed, a dangerous gleam flickering in his gaze. In a secluded corner of Pou Field, the demon Mormu stood in a dark laboratory with two other demons by his side, their malicious presence heavy in the air. Mormu, visibly irritated, gestured toward rows of lifeless, zombie-like humans slumped against the walls, expressing his disdain for the wasted potential. He lamented the fact that the apostle, who should have been a valuable ally, was unavailable, and that the demons were unable to turn the humans into stardust, instead letting them decay. The demon's conversation was interrupted by the sound of a door creaking open. A lone figure, Suho clad in black, stood in the doorway, exuding an aura of authority. He calmly asked Baru, "You're certain there's a demon here?" Baru confirmed, sensing the tainted presence of the demon. Suho casually pushed the door open with ease, revealing the horrifying scene inside. Mormu turned, narrowing his eyes at the intruder, but before he could speak, Suho swiftly struck. In an instant, Suho's punch connected with Mormu's face, obliterating his features and sending him crashing across the room with a sickening sound of crunching bones. Without hesitation, Suho delivered a second, devastating blow, burying Mormu deeper into the wall. The other two demons watched in shock as Mormu's body was reduced to a pulp in mere seconds. Baru, observing the display, commented on Suho's strength, noting the effectiveness of his training with the crocodile. Suho, unfazed, scanned the room, his eyes falling on the rows of lifeless humans. He deduced that they were not in control of their minds and realized that Pou Field was concealing a stardust factory. Mormu's mangled body began to stir and regenerate, his pain-filled groans morphing into maniacal laughter. Rising from the rubble, Mormu revealed his true intentions, mocking Suho and declaring that he was disrupting the apostle's grand plans. Suddenly, Mormu convulsed violently, and crimson energy erupted from his body, engulfing the room in searing heat. His form expanded grotesquely as tentacles writhed, and his size grew to tower over Suho. His monstrous new form radiated a terrifying red aura, and Mormu sneered, calling Suho the perfect gift for the apostle. Despite Mormu's transformation, Suho remained composed, his cold, calculating gaze meeting Mormu's glowing eyes. The tension in the room grew thick, signaling the impending battle between them. The scene transitions to a bustling mining operation set deep within a dungeon, where an excavation team works tirelessly to extract mana crystals from the cavern walls. The rhythmic clang of pickaxes fills the air as the miners labor under the dim, flickering glow of enchanted lanterns. One miner pauses, his frustration spilling out as his pickaxe strikes a dense crystal vein. "There's no end to this digging," he grumbles. "How did so many magic essence crystals accumulate in a dungeon that's supposed to be managed by a guild?" Another miner nearby stops mid-swing, using his sleeve to wipe the sweat beading on his forehead. "You ever wonder if the guild's got other ways to make money besides selling these crystals?" he asks, his voice tinged with suspicion. The two share a brief respite, their faces shiny with perspiration from the sweltering conditions. The first miner shakes his head, muttering, "Forget that. Did you see the E-rank kid they brought with us? What were they thinking, sending someone that green into a B-rank dungeon?" The second miner chuckles, his tone lighthearted. "Don't be so harsh. He's just a kid. It's refreshing to see someone that young working so hard." The first miner smirks, clearly unimpressed. "Don't tell me you're the one who put him on duty near the entrance, the safest spot. You always find a way to avoid the tough jobs, don't you? Meanwhile, I'm out here risking my neck." With a casual shrug, the second miner replies, "You caught me. But give the kid credit. His handcart's loaded with 4 times the usual haul. We should give him a hand when we're done here." The first miner sighs, shaking his head with a begrudging grin. "You're way too nice." As they talk, the scene pans to reveal handcarts piled high with glimmering mana crystals, the fruits of their relentless efforts. The cavern stretches out before them, its shadowy depths disappearing into dark, twisting pathways that seem to lead deeper into the unknown. The scene transitions to Suho, standing resolutely before a group of demons in the depths of the dungeon. His sharp, unwavering gaze locks onto Mormu, the leader of the group. Suho's stance is calm, yet deliberate as he carefully sizes up his opponent. From the shadows behind him, Broi, his loyal companion, emerges with urgency in his voice. "Young master, that guy's magic power," Broi begins, his tone laced with concern. "I can feel it," Suho interjects, his voice steady but firm. "My sensory stats have sharpened." Suho's eyes narrow, his focus on Mormu unbroken as he silently assesses the demon's formidable strength. This demon's power is on par with an A-rank hunter, Suho muses internally, drawing a comparison to Randolph, the powerful adversary he once faced in the Pyramid Field dungeon. As tension builds, Suho's fists clench, his expression hardening. His thoughts race, piecing together the mystery of the dungeon and the forces at play. The Hunter Association must have had a significant reason for ordering the Grim Reaper Guild to clear this field dungeon, he concludes. "That's why I joined the excavation team, to uncover the truth. But if the association's interest in Lee Min-sung grows, it will complicate my efforts to track down the interim apostle." Turning his full attention to Mormu, Suho's voice cuts through the air like a blade. "Where is the apostle?" he demands, his tone commanding and unyielding. Mormu's expression darkens, his calculating eyes studying Suho intently. "So, just as the apostle hunts the man in the black mask, this one is hunting the apostle," Mormu thinks, his lips curling into a sinister sneer. Without warning, Mormu strikes. A tentacle lashes out, coiling tightly around Suho's feet. "You'll meet the apostle soon enough," Mormu taunts, his voice dripping with malice. More tentacles shoot towards Suho as the demon bellows. "Because I'm going to crush you thoroughly and leave you in a coma before delivering you to him." Despite the constriction around his legs and the approaching tentacles, Suho remains unfazed. He raises an eyebrow, his calm demeanor unbroken, even as Mormu's overwhelming strength presses against him. "Overwhelming strength?" Suho echoes mockingly, his mind flashing back to the grueling training sessions with Amit. The memory of Amit towering over him, arms crossed, flashed through Suho's mind. "Impressive," Amit had said. I didn't expect you to complete my training alone in just 5 days. Exhausted, Suho had stood shirtless, his body honed to near perfection. Amit's gaze had been proud. Your body has grown much stronger, young monarch. Despite the praise, Suho had collapsed moments later, tears of relief streaming down his face. The experience solidified his resolve. Investing all my stat points into strength was worth it. The skill I gained boosted even further. The scene shifts back to the present, where Mormu's tentacles lie in tatters, blood pooling around the battlefield. The demon's eyes widen in disbelief before twisting into unrestrained fury. Who are you? He roars, his voice echoing with desperation. Suho, unfazed, rips away the remaining tendrils binding him, his movements fluid and precise. His sheer strength radiates with an intimidating aura, and his piercing blue eyes gleam with unshakable determination. Without missing a beat, Suho surges forward with blinding speed, cutting through Mormu's demonic allies in a single, devastating motion. The two demons collapse instantly, rendered completely incapacitated by his overwhelming power. Suho redirects his focus back to Mormu, his voice sharp and authoritative. I'll ask you again, where is the Iterum Apostle? His words are deliberate, laced with a cold resolve. In the blink of an eye, Suho closes the distance, standing directly before the demon, his presence suffocating. Mormu, rattled by Suho's strength and unrelenting speed, refuses to yield. Desperation flashes across his face as he throws a fierce punch, bellowing, "Like hell I'll tell you." But Suho effortlessly catches Mormu's head mid-attack, his grip firm and unyielding. Is that so? Suho replies icily, his tone devoid of emotion. With a single, decisive motion, he severs Mormu's head from his body, the demon's eyes still blinking in stunned realization. Suho doesn't pause. His sword slashes methodically through Mormu's corpse, dismantling it with clinical precision. Clutching Mormu's still-conscious head, Suho's voice cuts through the demon's spiraling thoughts, stern and filled with certainty. I'll find out everything I need without you saying a word. The demon's fragmented thoughts scream with confusion and terror. What is with this guy? What is this unnerving power? Without hesitation, Suho tosses the severed head to Broi. Broi, time for your snack, he commands, his tone calm yet commanding. Broi catches the head eagerly, his sharp teeth tearing into it with delight. Broi remarks, licking his claws with satisfaction. That octopus was quite chewy. In the shadow dungeon, Essel experienced an unfamiliar sensation coursing through her body. Bewildered, she whispered to herself, "What is this feeling? My body feels lighter." The shift in her physical state hinted at something significant, though its cause remained unclear. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Broi finished devouring Mormu's severed head, his expression one of satisfaction. Suho turned to him with urgency, his sharp gaze betraying his impatience. "Broi," he asked, "were you able to learn anything about the Iterum Apostle?" Broi wiped his claws clean and paused before answering. The demon viewed the Apostle as a shining light, a beacon of sorts, he explained. But I couldn't uncover anything substantial beyond that. Suho exhaled deeply, frustration flickering across his face. Another dead end, he thought, his mind racing. Do I have no choice but to confront Lee Min-sung directly? Focusing on the immediate task, Suho resolved his next move. First, I need to evacuate the people here, he decided, his determination unwavering. Elsewhere, the Apostle stood among a group of hunters. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed a disturbance. The demon's presence has vanished, he noted. But it wasn't the Hunter Association. The raid party reached the boss monster's room, and Lee Min-sung announced, "This is Pou Field's boss monster room." Miho, her expression stern, thought to herself, I found nothing on our way here. Isn't this supposed to be where Stardust is produced? Noticing her unease, Lee Min-sung smirked sinisterly. Telepathically, he conveyed to the Apostle, we canceled the plan to brainwash the hunters. Everything will end smoothly. The Apostle's cold voice responded, that will not do. Miho firmed her resolve. Let's go in, she declared. Behind her, however, a sinister betrayal was unfolding. Lee Min-sung's face twisted in shock as the Apostle's words sank in. His eyes widened, fury bubbling to the surface as his teeth clenched tightly. What are you saying? He demanded, his voice shaking with anger. The Apostle, unbothered, replied in an icy, detached tone. Didn't I already tell you? I'm turning all the hunters in this party into my followers. With a swift motion, he thrust a concentrated stardust crystal into the back of Lee Min-sung's neck. Panic replaced disbelief as Lee Min-sung felt the foreign energy seep into him. He struggled desperately, but his resistance was futile. The apostle leaned in close, his voice low and chilling. To stand with us, you must possess value. Working with an A rank like you to take down an S rank, like I'm Taijio, was always a curious choice. Don't you see? You were never my equal, only a tool. The apostle's words sliced through Min-sung like a blade. His fury surged, and his crimson eyes glinted dangerously as his teeth ground audibly. S-rank this again? Did you think I'd let myself be brainwashed by the likes of you? He growled, his voice a mix of rage and despair. But before he could act, his surroundings shifted. The world dissolved into nothingness, a boundless void of silence and emptiness. A single yellow light hovered above him, pulsating with an eerie rhythm. Confusion clouded his mind as he stared at the light. The moment his gaze locked onto it, his eyes began to change, glowing yellow and etched with a cross, a symbol of the apostle's complete dominance. His body froze, refusing his commands. The light's energy surged through him, and a commanding voice echoed in his mind. Move as the supreme one desires. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't resist. Trapped in his own body, he stood motionless, a prisoner within himself, a living puppet. In an instant, the scene returned to the present. Lee Min-sung stood eerily still, his eyes shut, his expression devoid of life. Slowly, his eyelids parted, revealing the glowing yellow eyes of one who had succumbed entirely. His body no longer belonged to him. The apostle approached, placing a hand on Min-sung's shoulder with a sinister chuckle, his satisfaction evident. Behind him, Lee Min-sung stood as a brainwashed puppet, no trace of his former self remaining. Turning his cold gaze to Miho, the apostle's lips curled into a smug smirk. Now then, he said, his voice dripping with malice. Let's move on to the next one. The scene begins on the outskirts of the Pou Field dungeon, where a sleek black car waits, engine idling. Inside, Choi Jong holds a flickering blue flame in the shape of a bird, his demeanor serious. He explains that the flame will serve as a signal. If it extinguishes, it means the party inside the dungeon is in trouble. He notes the significance of this magical communication method, as traditional devices fail to work within dungeons. Choi wears a sly grin, though it's more performative than genuine. He remarks mockingly about the hope that the S-rank hunters won't need to intervene in the situation. Sitting beside him, Im-taeju remains silent at first, but is clearly paying attention. Choi probes further, bringing up concerns about Lee Min-sung potentially causing more problems. Taijio, visibly irritated, retorts coldly, asking if Choi is deliberately trying to provoke him. Choi denies it, though his playful tone suggests otherwise. The conversation grows tenser as Taijio accuses Choi of being jealous of S-rank hunter Park Dojin, who joined a rival guild. Choi's forced smile falters, revealing his annoyance, though he insists their guild already has plenty of talented hunters. Taijio shifts the discussion to the larger issue, Lee Min-sung's alleged involvement in distributing an unknown stimulant. As guild master, Taijio feels responsible and warns Choi not to interfere unless absolutely necessary. Choi, crossing his arms, agrees but expresses his preference to avoid unnecessary conflict altogether. The perspective shifts to the dungeon, where the raid party faces a massive salamander boss. The creature prepares to unleash a deadly fire breath, but the team holds its ground. The tank steps forward, absorbing the brunt of the attack with a raised shield, while Lee Min-sung charges the beast with fierce determination, his attacks unrelenting. Miho observes Lee Min-sung and notices a strange change in him. He's fighting harder than usual, almost unnaturally so. Her attention briefly shifts to the Park Dojin standing motionless and withholding their aid. Frustrated, Miho wonders why the Park Dojin, despite his power, is letting the team handle everything. As she refocuses on the battle, she questions the reason behind Lee Min-sung's heightened aggression. The apostle, meanwhile, watches Min-sung with keen interest. Smiling faintly, he concludes that stardust, the magical substance used to enhance hunters, doesn't affect those above B rank. However, the condensed form, a star fragment, has the potential to elevate hunters beyond their limits. His suspicions about its effects are confirmed as he observes Min-sung's remarkable speed and precision in combat. Min-sung's strikes are brutal and relentless, leaving even Miho in awe. The salamander, enraged by Min-sung's assault, lashes out with its massive tail in a swift, lethal attack. Min-sung manages to block the strike with his sword, but the sheer force of the blow sends him skidding backward. Though strained, He refuses to falter, his resolve unwavering. The apostle, watching intently, reflects on the limits of Min-sung's power. Even with the awakening effects of the star fragment, Min-sung, an A-rank hunter, still struggles to match the level of an S-rank. Golden energy begins to radiate from the apostle as he prepares to intervene indirectly. He channels one of the 5 abilities of the star fragment, amplification. This power enhances not only the unique traits of the user, but also the magical properties of their weapon. As the apostle activates the blessing, Min-sung is enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, his weapon glowing with the same light. The apostle identifies Min-sung's unique trait as the amplification of magic power, which synergizes with his weapon's ability to enhance slashing power. Smiling, he urges Min-sung to demonstrate the strength of an S-rank hunter. Infused with newfound energy, Min-sung's transformation is striking. His glowing yellow eyes lock onto the salamander with deadly focus. In a single, devastating motion, he unleashes a slash infused with magic energy. The attack is so powerful that it cuts cleanly through the salamander and shatters the dungeon's roof, causing debris to rain down. The resulting explosion is massive, reverberating through the dungeon. Outside, Choi Jong and Im Tae-ju witness the eruption from the car, their expressions stunned. The sheer scale of destruction far exceeds anything they had anticipated, leaving them in shocked silence. Inside the dungeon, Miho was stunned by the aftermath of Lee Min-sung's attack, staring at the massive crater and the lifeless monster it had left behind. The sight was too much for her to process. How did he gain this much power? She wondered, considering Lee Min-sung was just an A-rank hunter. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sung stood silently over the fallen creature, his expression unreadable as his sword dripped with the monster's remains. The apostle, observing him, mused about the fatigue caused by amplifying a hunter's power, noting that Lee Min-sung had briefly reached S-rank, but most of the amplification had already faded. The apostle mocked Lee Min-sung for not being strong enough to contain S-rank power, triggering a brief, emotional storm in Lee Min-sung, who clutched his fists, determined that he wasn't finished. As the other hunters surveyed the devastation, Miho grew increasingly suspicious. She couldn't believe that an A-rank hunter could have pulled off such an attack. Was there something else at play here? She wondered as her mind searched for answers, suspecting that stardust or some other stimulant might be involved. The tension in the air was palpable, as if something bigger was unfolding just beyond their grasp. Suddenly, Lee Min-sung made a swift, unexpected move, plunging his sword into the apostle's back. The room was thrown into chaos. The apostle staggered forward, shocked and in pain, as his voice cracked, asking how Lee Min-sung had done it. Lee Min-sung responded with a chilling laugh, revealing his eyes now turned pitch black and declaring that he would never be brainwashed by someone like the apostle. He intended to use the cursed power granted to him, and with a sharp motion, he pulled his sword free, causing the apostle to collapse. The room fell into an eerie silence. The hunters, once allies with Lee Min-sung, now viewed him with fear and wariness. Miho, furious and confused, demanded an explanation, accusing Lee Min-sung of losing his mind due to the drug. Lee Min-sung, his laughter growing increasingly maniacal, revealed that his mind was overwhelmed by the voices of S-rank hunters waiting outside. Desperate to escape, he threatened anyone who stood in his way and cut down the hunters blocking his exit with blinding speed. In moments, he was gone, disappearing through the hole he had created earlier in the ceiling. Miho, still reeling from the chaos, ordered the remaining hunters to send a signal to the S-rank hunters outside. However, her unease grew as she turned to the apostle, who, despite his grievous wound, had somehow recovered. He grinned maliciously, stating that with a strong enough mind, one could resist the divinity of the Mistborn, regardless of magical power. His calm demeanor and twisted satisfaction sent a shiver through Miho. Confused and disturbed, Miho questioned how the apostle was still alive, considering the fatal nature of Lee Min-sung's attack. The apostle only widened his grin, his bloodied fingers running through his hair, exuding an ominous presence. His silence spoke volumes, hinting at sinister intentions. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lee Min-sung was on the run, exhausted and furious. He had gained S-rank power, but now he was a fugitive. Cursing the various forces he could no longer trust, he decided to lay low in a nearby city. As he fled through the forest, a blade suddenly struck the ground in front of him, halting him in his tracks. Tension filled the air as Lee Min-sung wondered who was following him. A voice emerged from the shadows, calm and authoritative. I wondered what caused that explosion. I figured you'd come out on your own. Lee Min-sung turned to see a figure step from the trees. It was Suho, a man whose cold and unwavering presence immediately commanded attention. Suho confronted Lee Min-sung, demanding that he reveal everything about Stardust and the Iterum Apostle, making it clear that he would not take no for an answer. Now, back to the story. At the edge of a dense forest, a confrontation unfolded between Suho and Lee Min-sung. The tension was palpable as the two stared each other down. Suho, calm and composed, projected an air of unshakable confidence. His voice, cold and cutting, demanded answers from Min-sung. It would be in your best interest to tell me what I want to know. His piercing, icy blue eyes locked onto Min-sung, exuding an intimidating intensity. Lee Min-sung, however, was far from composed. Internally, his mind was racing. Questions filled his thoughts. Who is this guy? How does he know about the Stardust? And worse, how does he know about the Apostle? The realization that Suho possessed knowledge of both the elusive substance and the alien entity filled him with unease. Min-sung's attention shifted to Suho's Vulcan gauntlets, their faint gleam catching his eye in the dim forest light. A sudden realization struck him. Wasn't there a rumor about someone who defeated Broi and disrupted the Stardust supply chain? That person wore a black mask. Could it really be Suho? Sweat began to bead on Min-sung's forehead as his unease deepened. He scanned his surroundings, formulating a plan. He knew time was running out. If he stayed, the hunters would catch up to him. With a resolve born of desperation, he gripped his sword and swung it with all his strength, aiming directly at Suho. His confidence was bolstered by his assessment of Suho's magic power, which he deemed inferior. Charging forward with a yell of "Die, you weakling!" Min-sung attacked with full force. Yet, Suho remained unfazed. As the blade sliced through the air toward him, Suho moved with mechanical precision. With a slight tilt of his body, he caught the sword barehanded, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. The sound of screeching metal echoed ominously through the forest. Lee Min-sung froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. Panic crept into his mind as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. How'd he stop my attack with his hand? He tried to pull his sword free, but it wouldn't budge. Anxiety surged as he realized, just how strong is this guy? Before Min-sung could recover, Suho counterattacked. Twisting his body with practiced ease, Suho delivered a devastating sweet chin music kick to Min-sung's jaw. The impact was brutal, sending Min-sung flying through the air. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his vision blurred, and he crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. His thoughts spiraled in confusion. He has less magic power than me, so how is he overpowering me like this? From the shadows, Broi observed the scene with amusement. He mused on Min-sung's confusion, recognizing the flaw in the hunter's mindset. Hunters often judge strength solely by magic power, but true strength is far more complex. Suho's power transcends anything an A-rank hunter like Min-sung could understand. Broi continued to reflect on Suho's growth, noting how his strength had increased dramatically through intense training with Amit. Suho's raw physical power now far exceeded the capabilities of any A-rank hunter. Meanwhile, Suho's relentless assault overwhelmed Min-sung, who found himself barely able to defend against the barrage. With each exchange, his confidence eroded further, replaced by growing desperation. As the fierce battle in the forest unfolded, the narrative abruptly shifted to the Pou Field dungeon. Chaos reigned as Miho stood injured, clutching her arm. Before her loomed the Apostle, an alien entity exuding an ominous presence. Miho's voice trembled as she spoke, her disbelief evident. "Hunter Park, how are you still alive? That attack, it pierced straight through your heart." The Apostle's expression remained unreadable. In eerie silence, he conjured a glowing stardust crystal, its malevolent energy radiating from his hand. His intent was clear. He aimed to dominate Miho using the power of the stardust. His gaze burned with malice as he prepared to strike. Before he could act, a voice rang out, cutting through the tension like a blade. "Miho, what's going on here?" Startled, Miho turned, her heart racing. She saw someone approaching, their presence offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. The Apostle, caught off guard, widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't expected an interruption, let alone at such a critical moment. Miho tilted her head upward, her gaze locked on the hole above, and a relieved smile spread across her face. "You arrived just in time, Hunter Choi Jong and Hunter Im Taiju," she said warmly. At the edge of the opening, The two towering S-rank hunters stood side by side, their imposing silhouettes framed by the faint light. Their sharp eyes scanned the scene below, Jinho, battered and bruised, surrounded by injured hunters. Nearby, the apostle stood silently, his glowing yellow eyes narrowing as he assessed the newcomers. His thoughts churned. Two S-rank hunters. He mused darkly. For now, I'll keep my head down. No need to invite suspicion. Hunter Choi leapt gracefully into the hole, his landing fluid and precise, a testament to his unparalleled skill. Approaching Jinho, his face was etched with concern. We rushed here as soon as we heard the explosion, Choi said, his voice steady but serious. What happened here? Jinho's expression grew tense, her smile fading. She replied grimly, this was Lee Min-sung's doing. Choi's eyebrows rose in disbelief. Lee Min-sung? Are you saying an A-rank hunter caused all this? Jinho nodded, unease coloring her voice. He wasn't himself. His behavior was overwhelming, almost unnatural, like he'd consumed some sort of stimulant. Maybe the drug's effects pushed him beyond his limits, but she hesitated, her tone lowering. He also attacked Hunter Park Dojin. Choi's expression shifted to one of shock as his gaze fell on the apostle, who stood silently nearby. His eyes narrowed slightly. Wait, but Hunter Park seems fine, he muttered, perplexed by the apostle's composed demeanor despite Jinho's statement. A sly grin tugged at the apostle's lips as he replied smoothly, I have an excellent recovery skill. It's nothing extraordinary. Choi stepped closer, studying him with keen interest. Stroking his chin, he murmured thoughtfully, interesting. That's quite an advanced recovery ability. Before Choi could say more, Jinho's patience snapped. Her voice rang out sharply, cutting through the moment. Enough of this. We don't have time to waste. Lee Min-sung is still out there. If we don't act now, he'll reach the city and disappear. Acknowledging the urgency, Choi nodded briskly. You're right. He turned his head upward and called out, Hunter and Taiju. You heard that, didn't you? His tone carried a sharp edge as he added. It seems Lee Min-sung has caused quite the commotion, just as we suspected. But as Choi glanced over his shoulder, he froze. Taiju was nowhere to be seen. Frustration rippled through him as he clenched his jaw. Don't tell me he went after Min-sung on his own, Choi thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the apostle's glowing yellow eyes flashed as a sinister realization dawned. This is bad, he thought. My link with Lee Min-sung hasn't been severed. How is he resisting my control? Unease crept into his mind as he mused darkly. Human desires. Always so unpredictable. As Choi and Jinho prepared to pursue Min-sung, the apostle weighed his options. It's unlikely anyone would believe what Min-sung says, but staying idle could draw suspicion. Closing his eyes, the apostle channeled his energy, attempting to re-establish his mental link with Min-sung. If it comes to this, I'll discard him, he decided coldly. It'll cost me a significant amount of divinity, but I can take over his body and force him to end his own life. He's only an A-rank hunter. I'll find another pawn soon enough. As he focused, his vision blurred, and he suddenly found himself seeing through Lee Min-sung's eyes. His breath hitched at the sight before him. What is this? He thought, alarmed. Is he fighting right now? The apostle's heart sank as he concentrated on the scene. Min-sung was engaged in a fierce battle. His jaw tightened as realization struck. Don't tell me he's already crossed paths with an S-rank hunter. His vision sharpened, revealing the figure attacking Min-sung. It was Suho. His movements were sharp, relentless, and precise, overwhelming Min-sung with devastating efficiency. The sight of Suho, his black mask concealing his face and his merciless precision, stirred unease within the apostle. Narrowing his glowing eyes, he thought, what is the black mask doing here? Could he be after Lee Min-sung too, just like the Hunter Association? The apostle's fists clenched beneath the folds of his jacket as his thoughts spiraled. I never imagined I'd encounter the black mask so soon. Nothing has gone according to plan since arriving in this world. Pulling his collar up as though to shield his thoughts, he muttered bitterly to himself, this is nothing like the days when everything unfolded as per the word of God. Then, a strange shift occurred within him. A devilish grin spread across his face, the earlier tension melting into chilling excitement. But why am I smiling? He wondered. The grin widened. This is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Suho's assault on Lee Min-sung continued, the flurry of swift, precise strikes forcing Min-sung to barely hold his ground. Desperation flared in Min-sung's eyes as he gritted his teeth. I can't let him keep me here any longer, he thought frantically. Suddenly, Min-sung shouted, wait! His cry cut through the chaos, momentarily halting Suho's relentless attacks. Suho's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he stopped mid-strike. "What?" he asked sharply, surprise flickering in his tone. Minsung's demeanor shifted, his voice now calm and deliberate. "If I answer your questions, is there any chance you'll let me go?" Suho blinked, taken aback by the unexpected request. "What are you suddenly talking about?" he demanded, his tone laced with suspicion. "Weren't you working with the Iterum Apostle?" Lee Minsung's crimson eyes blazed with fury as his clenched jaw trembled. "That alien betrayed me," he spat venomously. Suho and Broi, hidden in the shadows, exchanged glances, startled by the revelation. Suho's thoughts raced. He was backstabbed? Did something go wrong between them? Steeling himself, Suho pressed forward, his tone firm. "Then why are you helping him distribute stardust?" Lowering his sword, Lee Minsung balled his fists, his frustration palpable as he admitted, "Because he promised to kill someone for me." The confession struck Suho like a thunderbolt, disbelief etched across his face. "You worked with the Apostle just so he'd kill someone for you?" he asked, incredulous. Lee Minsung's gesture was sharp, his voice steady but filled with bitterness. "After the Great Cataclysm, everything I'd built was destroyed. My entire life flipped upside down. A nobody, became an S-rank hunter and had the audacity to look down on me." His expression twisted with resentment. "To live as myself, there was someone I had to eliminate. And weren't you also chasing that alien? Didn't you want him dead too?" Suho froze, his steady demeanor shaken. "No," he said firmly, his tone resolute. "I don't intend to kill him. Not if we can resolve this with words." A sinister smirk spread across Lee Minsung's face. "You don't plan to kill him? Even though that alien is here to invade our world?" His voice dripped with mockery. "You remind me of a character I despised back in my acting days." Suddenly, something dark and oppressive emanated from Lee Minsung. Drawing on the Apostle's lingering influence, a sinister aura enveloped him. His grin turned devilish as he sneered. "A character full of hope, but no substance. Honestly, you don't even know what you want." The oppressive atmosphere thickened, suffocating and unrelenting, as his glowing red eyes burned brighter. "If you hadn't stumbled into power by sheer luck, you'd still be living as an insignificant extra," he hissed. "Mark my words, one day you'll face a moment where you'll have to make a choice that defines you." His laughter echoed darkly through the forest. "I'll create that moment for you." Before he could utter another word, his body froze. His words choked off mid-sentence, his expression contorting unnaturally. From the shadows, the Apostle seized control of Lee Minsung's body. In an instant, Lee Minsung's consciousness was dragged into a dark, otherworldly void. The Apostle's towering figure loomed above him, a predator casting an overwhelming shadow. Pinching Lee Minsung between spectral fingers like an insect, the Apostle's voice rang out cold and mocking. "Lee Minsung, I won't let you say another word." The Apostle's grin deepened, dripping with mockery. "I must admit, you've been far more useful than I anticipated. Thanks to you, I've gained so much." His tone turned sinister as he added, "I'll take back what I said about you being incompetent. But now," he leaned closer, molten gold eyes gleaming with malice. "I'll use your body one final time." Lee Minsung's eyes widened in terror as he yelled, his voice cracking. "No, I won't let you." The Apostle's spectral hands clapped together with an ominous force, like a thunderclap shattering the void. In the real world, Lee Minsung's body began to glow ominously. Waves of energy erupted outward, shaking the forest violently. Debris flew in all directions as Suho shielded his eyes, bracing against the storm of power. "What is this?" Suho muttered, his voice barely audible over the roaring energy. From the shadows, Baru's voice cut through the chaos, grim and urgent. "This is Iterum energy, and it's far more powerful than anything we faced with Broi." Lee Minsung's body convulsed violently as he let out a blood-curdling scream. His frame was consumed by a brilliant yellow glow, the monstrous energy reshaping him. His sword fused with his body, radiating an unearthly light. From his back, radiant yellow wings emerged, spreading wide and shimmering with overwhelming Iterum energy. The transformation was both horrifying and divine, a grotesque display of power that defied human comprehension. Suho stood frozen, his mind reeling as he tried to process the drastic change before him. What just happened? He thought, his body rooted to the spot as the sheer intensity of the transformation weighed down the air. Lee Minsung's form was no longer his own. It had become a vessel for the Apostle's will. The grotesquely divine figure radiated an aura so potent it seemed to warp reality itself. With unnerving calm, the apostle's voice boomed from Lee Min-sung's transformed body. I see. The attack on the Stardust Factory, your relentless pursuit of Lee Min-sung, all of it just to find me. The chilling mockery in his words cut through the heavy atmosphere. As Suho stood stunned, the apostle spread his luminous yellow wings, exuding a terrifying, godlike presence. And to think, the apostle continued, his tone both amused and menacing, I've been wanting to meet you too, Black Mask. The disruptor. His glowing eyes locked on Suho as he leaned forward slightly. Now, he sneered, let's have some fun. The apostle, now in full control of Lee Min-sung's body, raised his glowing sword and aimed it directly at Suho. His voice, laced with authority, rang out firmly. I too have been waiting to meet you, Suho in the Black Mask. Suho's expression darkened, his sharp eyes locking onto the transformed figure before him. Lee Min-sung completely changed, and, judging by his speech, Suho clenched his fists and spoke coldly. Are you the apostle sent by the god of the other world? The apostle's smirk widened, his glowing yellow eyes gleaming with excitement. As I thought, you already know of our existence. He spread his golden wings slightly, his aura rippling through the air like a divine proclamation. Yes, I have come for one reason, to claim dominion over this world you call Earth. Suho processed every word, his thoughts racing. So my father is trapped because of these beings. A burning resolve ignited within him. Tightening his grip, he took a battle stance. You're not taking this world without a fight. His voice was sharp, unwavering. Just then enough. Both of you. A powerful voice boomed across the battlefield, freezing Suho and the apostle in place. A suffocating pressure filled the air as they turned to see a figure approaching. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Standing there, exuding the dominance of an apex predator, was Taijaiyu. His mere presence sent a silent warning, the tension in the air shifting in an instant. His sharp gaze flickered between the two as he spoke in a commanding tone. From this moment forward, neither of you are allowed to move without my permission. His hand hovered over his bow, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Try anything, and I promise, you'll be riddled with holes. His piercing eyes locked onto Lee Min-sung's transformed figure. Drawing an arrow, his voice was laced with restrained fury. Lee Min-sung, what the hell is wrong with you? What have you been doing all this time? His grip on the bow tightened as he studied the entity before him. This isn't the same Lee Min-sung I knew. His instincts screamed that something was wrong, and he waited for an answer. Suho stood frozen, shocked to see an S-rank hunter suddenly intervening. Meanwhile, the apostle remained unfazed. Why is Taijaiyu here? Suho wondered, his eyes shifting between the two. Before he could dwell on it, the apostle turned to him with a sinister smile. It seems we can't have our deep conversation here. His voice carried a playful edge. So let's meet again at the highest point in this region, Black Mask. Taijai's eyes flared with anger at the blatant attempt to flee. Where do you think you're going, Lee Min-sung? His patience snapped. Without hesitation, he released an arrow, his voice cutting through the air like steel. I told you, you're not moving without my permission. The moment Taijaiyu fired, the apostle, still wearing Lee Min-sung's body, turned his head, his glowing eyes locking onto the incoming projectile. Then, at the very last moment, he effortlessly sidestepped. The arrow tore past him in an instant, hurtling straight towards Suho. Suho barely had time to react. Damn it! In a split-second move, he bent backward, narrowly dodging the deadly shot as it whizzed past his face. The force of the near miss sent a sharp gust through his hair. Meanwhile, the apostle, now airborne, unfurled his radiant golden wings and shot into the sky, escaping the immediate battlefield. Taijaiyu wasn't done. Without missing a beat, he conjured multiple arrows at once, showcasing his skill as he took precise aim. His voice was firm, unwavering. I said, don't move. He released a barrage of arrows. The apostle dodged them mid-flight, as if they were nothing. Twisting effortlessly, he weaved through the deadly projectiles like a celestial being beyond human reach. Suho, on the other hand, relied on sheer speed and agility, maneuvering past the storm of arrows with razor-sharp reflexes. One after another, he dodged, each movement precise, his body moving like a blur. The battlefield erupted into a chaotic dance of speed, skill, and overwhelming power. Yet the fight was only just beginning. As Suho weaved through the barrage, creating distance from the chaos, He muttered under his breath, frustration creeping into his tone. Damn it, looks like Taijao is after Lee Min-sung too. From the shadows beneath him, Baru emerged, his eerie, insect-like eyes gleaming with amusement. Are you not going to retaliate, young monarch? Suho flicked his gaze toward Taiju, his expression unreadable. Then, in a firm voice, he replied, judging by his reactions, Hunter it doesn't seem to be connected to the Apostle of Iterum. Besides, he hasn't even shown his full power yet. Meanwhile, Taijaya grew visibly irritated. His eyes narrowed as he watched his arrows being dodged with unnatural ease. His grip on the bow tightened, frustration creeping into his voice. What the hell is with these guys? They're dodging my arrows like it's nothing. But instead of dwelling on it, he refocused entirely on Lee Min-sung. Right now, taking him down comes first. I can't waste time worrying about the other guy. Taijayu's aura flared, raw energy crackling around him as he poured more power into his next shot. The bowstring stretched taut as he took aim, his gaze unwavering. I guess it was selfish of me to think I could capture you unharmed, Min-sung. The apostle tensed, sensing the overwhelming surge of mana from the S-rank hunter. A bead of sweat formed on his brow as a single thought echoed in his mind. That mana, it's dangerous. This is bad. Just as Taijaya was about to unleash his devastating shot, a flicker. Something shifted behind him. His instincts kicked in, and his eyes widened in pure shock. What? He hadn't sensed anything sneaking up behind him. An impossibility for an S-rank hunter. Snapping his head around, his arrow still primed to fire, he turned to confront whatever it was, and then a goblin. Peering from behind the trees and bushes, wide-eyed with terror, was a goblin. Not just any goblin. Suho's shadow goblin. The small creature stood frozen, trembling as it found itself staring down the lethal tip of Taijaya's arrow. Its beady eyes welled up with tears as a single thought ran through its panicked mind. Why am I in this situation? Even Taijaya, a seasoned S-rank hunter, was momentarily dumbfounded. His expression twisted in pure confusion. Wait, what? A goblin? The absurdity hit him all at once, momentarily stalling his mind. But then, realization struck. Whipping his head back around, his expression darkened. Suho and the apostle were gone. A slow-burning frustration built within him as he lowered his bow, dismissing the arrow. His gaze swept over the battlefield, now littered with destruction. The sheer extent of the damage left behind only served to mock his failure. Gritting his teeth, Taiju scowled as a bitter thought surfaced. I can't believe I fell for that. What the hell, man? His eyes narrowed, his mind returning to Lee Min-sung. Just what the hell are you thinking? And what exactly are you planning to do? The scene shifted to, phone rang, its sharp tone cutting through the silence. A firm hand lifted the receiver. I see. So Lee Min-sung escaped. The deep voice belonged to none other than the president of the Hunters Association. His expression remained unreadable as he absorbed the report from the other end of the line. Taijaya stood nearby, his face grim. Beside him, Choi and Miho remained tense, waiting. Letting out a slow, measured breath, Taijaya finally spoke, his voice heavy with regret. My apologies, Association Chairman. This was my failure. Lee Min-sung, he wasn't himself. He looked completely out of it, likely under the influence of some kind of drug. And more than that, he hesitated, then continued, his tone wary. He wasn't alone. There was another hunter with him. A hunter in a black mask. Choi's eyes widened in shock. His head snapped toward Taiju, urgency lacing his voice. Wait, a black-masked hunter. His voice teetered on the edge of alarm. Was he built like a brawler? Taiju blinked, momentarily thrown by Choi's reaction. You know him? He asked, curiosity piqued. Choi clenched his fists, his mind racing. Because I saw someone just like that during the airport dungeon break. He was fighting off the magic beasts alongside the black magic beasts. A heavy silence fell over the room as Choi's words sank in. The association chairman leaned forward in his chair, fingers interlaced, his sharp gaze darkening as a particular memory surfaced. Jinho, the Shadow Army, black magic beasts. If that were the case, then they should belong to Jinho. A deep frown creased his forehead as his thoughts spiraled toward a dangerous possibility. Could it be? Could the missing hunter, Jinho, have returned? His fingers tapped against the desk in a steady rhythm as he weighed the idea. But after a moment, his expression hardened. No. If Jinho was back, he would have resolved this entire situation instantly, which meant, then who the hell was it? The scene shifted high above, at the region's loftiest peak, the battleground had already been chosen. Suho arrived at the desolate mountaintop, his stride steady, unshaken. His sharp gaze swept across the barren expanse before settling on the apostle, who stood waiting for him. The wind howled between them, carrying an eerie silence. Suho advanced, his expression unreadable. The apostle leaned casually against his sword, a slow, sinister smirk stretching across his lips. No distractions this time. This was it, the battlefield they had been waiting for. With a devilish glint in his eye, the apostle raised his blade and pointed it at Suho with deliberate confidence. How unexpected, he mused. Why did you help me escape? Suho didn't break stride. His voice dropped to an icy chill. Isn't it obvious? His gaze darkened. You'll abandon Lee Min-sung's body the moment things get dangerous for you. The apostle's grin widened, wicked and knowing. Without the constraints of a human vessel, his true form radiated an overwhelming presence. A low chuckle rumbled from his throat. I've heard whispers from the demons. They speak of a darkness in this world, one called the Shadow Monarch. His eyes gleamed with intrigue. So tell me, what's your connection to him? A shadow passed over Suho's face. His narrowed gaze turned razor-sharp, his voice colder than ice. You ask too many questions. His grip tightened, and I have no intention of answering them. A slow breath. Then I'll just beat the truth out of you. From the abyss beneath Suho, a voice rose, sharp and insectal. Baru's chittering tone carried a note of caution. Be careful, young monarch. The Apostle of Iterum has fully seized control of Lee Min-sung's body. His strength is unknowable. Suho gave a slight nod, but a faint smirk flickered at the edge of his lips. A glint of confidence. Don't worry, Baru. His voice was steady. I came prepared. Then, without warning, a shift. A pulse of raw energy erupted from the depths of Suho's shadow, distorting the very air around them. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The apostle's eyes gleamed, drunk on the thrill of battle. Suho's voice rang out like a command of judgment, cold, absolute, and filled with authority. Arise! The apostle watched, amusement flickering in his gaze as dark forms burst forth from the abyss of Suho's shadow. But then, just for a split second, his smirk faltered. The battlefield had changed. Behind Suho, an army of monstrous shadows loomed, each one a remnant of his past conquests. The king of the swamp, blue venom fanged Kasaka. Rank common. The poison-toothed giant desert centipede. Rank common. The massive high troll. Rank common. And standing like an iron sentinel among them, the tomb warden, Shaka. Rank elite. But Suho wasn't finished. For his inventory, he withdrew something else. Something special. A key of the shadow dungeon. This, Suho murmured, gripping it tightly. This is what I've been saving for this moment. With a single motion, the shadows beneath him twisted and expanded. From the depths of his personal dungeon, two figures emerged. Essel, Gray. The final pieces of his army took their places. Suho's gaze burned with unwavering determination. No holding back, he declared, his voice resolute. We go all out. This wouldn't be a fight where he tested the waters. From the very beginning, he was going for the kill. The apostle, taking in the full scale of Suho's forces, let out a slow, twisted chuckle. Then his lips curled into a wide, ecstatic grin. His aura flared, brimming with unrestrained excitement. Oh, this is going to be fun. Suho stood tall, an unshakable force, with his shadow army assembled behind him like an impending storm. The battlefield was moments away from erupting into chaos. Across from him, the Iterum apostle's lips curled into a sinister grin, unable to suppress the thrill surging within him at the sight of Suho and his spectral legion. A system window materialized before Suho, flashing an urgent notification. His gaze flickered to the quest description, and his expression darkened as the words registered. Defeat Lee Min-sung, who has been possessed by the Iterum apostle, and obtain his memories. His grip tightened. So it's come to this, he thought grimly. There was no room for hesitation. Another opponent, another life he had to take. His eyes lifted, locking onto the apostle ahead of him. Yet another person I must kill. The apostle stood motionless, his sword pointed at Suho. But inside, his mind was in turmoil. Ever since he had begun understanding emotions, an unsettling transformation had taken root within him. When he still couldn't fully comprehend, memories of Jinwoo, the original Shadow Monarch, resurfaced in his mind. The fragments of the main body, that lingering sensation. He pondered, his thoughts dipping into the abyss. I think I finally understand what it was like to meet with darkness. His mind replayed the moment, the overwhelming presence of a being who had shattered an entire dimension's army on his own. He had watched Jinwoo stand alone, surrounded by his forces, yet there was something about him, something eerily solitary. His glowing yellow eyes flickered as a new thought took hold. Could this kid, Suho, give me the answer I seek? Before he could dwell on it further, a monstrous roar split the air. The venom-fanged serpent, Kasaka, lunged at him with lethal intent. Yet, the apostle didn't flinch. He stood his ground, watching the beast hurtle toward him. Then, in a single, effortless arc of his sword, he cleaved Kasaka clean in half. The massive creature's bisected remains fell past him, its two halves collapsing to either side like broken puzzle pieces. The apostle remained still, unfazed, his sword dripping with the creature's lifeblood. But then, from the corner of his vision, he noticed something movement. From within the gaps of his feathers, realization struck. He's fast. A flicker of surprise crossed the apostle's face as Suho came rushing at him with incredible speed. Not content to let his army do all the work, he was charging in himself. Suho's fist rocketed forward, a strike infused with all his might. The apostle barely managed to intercept it with his sword, but Suho wasn't done. Blow after blow rained down in a relentless barrage, each punch packed with crushing force. The apostle met every strike with his blade, his expression shifting into something far more serious. He used his soldiers to distract me, and now he's engaging me in close combat himself. His eyes narrowed. He must be confident in his hand-to-hand skills. Then, in the middle of the exchange, he saw an opening in Suho's defense. His instincts kicked in, and with a precise slash, he aimed to cut Suho down. But at the very last second, Suho twisted his body backward, narrowly evading the lethal arc of the blade. The sheer force of the apostle's attack didn't go to waste, though. It effortlessly sliced through the massive shadow centipede behind Suho, splitting it in half as if it were made of paper. Before the apostle could press his advantage, his senses flared. Another presence was closing in. Essel. She darted toward him from behind, her spear poised to strike. Her grip was tight, her eyes alight with fierce determination. This was her moment. With a sharp breath, she swung her spear at full force, gritting her teeth as she aimed to pierce through him. But at the last possible moment, the apostle tilted his head slightly, letting the weapon graze past him. Before she could recover and strike again, his hand lashed out like a viper, seizing the shaft of her spear in an iron grip. Essel's breath hitched. She struggled, trying to wrench it free, but his strength was overwhelming. She dangled in midair, still gripping her weapon, powerless against his hold. A dark, twisted smirk crept across the apostle's face as his voice dripped with cold amusement. "You're not one of the black soldiers." Essel's breath hitched as she stared at the apostle, pure terror seizing her. She was completely vulnerable. Her weapon, held captive. Her body, suspended midair with no way to defend herself. Just as panic threatened to take over, Suho came crashing in like a thunderbolt. With a force that could shatter stone, he launched himself forward, his body coiled like a spring, and delivered a devastating kick straight to the apostle's face. The impact was fierce. Essel was instantly freed from his grasp, but the apostle barely budged. His head snapped back ever so slightly, but to him, it was nothing more than an inconvenience. Slowly, he turned his gaze back to Suho, his yellow eyes gleaming, narrowing with an unmistakable fury. His voice came out firm, almost scolding. "Why aren't you making proper use of the black soldiers in the main fight instead?" Suho frowned, momentarily thrown off. What does he mean? The apostle's words didn't quite make sense to him, but his expression hardened as realization dawned. With cold determination, he locked eyes with the apostle and spoke in a voice laced with resolve. "Black soldier? If you want to see it so badly, then I'll show you." Without warning, two massive shadowed hands erupted from the ground, gripping the apostle in an iron hold. It was Shaka, one of Suho's elite monsters, who had seized him almost instantly. The sands around them reacted, twisting and coiling as they surged toward the apostle's body, binding him further. The apostle turned his head, finally acknowledging the beast restraining him. Shaka's grip tightened. The weight of the surrounding sand pressed down, locking him in place. But the apostle's expression didn't waver. His sharp, piercing gaze shifted back to Suho, who was already in motion. This was the moment Suho had been waiting for. Gathering every ounce of power at his disposal, he clenched his fist, muscles coiling like a loaded spring. A deep, pulsing energy surrounded him as he reared back, preparing for a devastating blow. The sheer force of his power cracked the air around him. Yet, despite the impending attack, the apostle didn't flinch. He didn't even attempt to break free. He stood motionless, his cold expression unwavering, as if he had no reason to be concerned, as if Suho's attack was beneath him. And then, impact! Suho's fist crashed into the apostle, detonating like a missile. The force of the blow sent shock waves rippling across the battlefield, an eruption of power that tore through the ground. Dust and sand exploded outward in a violent storm, momentarily blinding everything in its path. Suho instinctively shielded his eyes from the debris, but before he could even catch his breath, boom! The sand that had encased the apostle exploded outward, releasing a blast of energy so fierce it sent Suho skidding backward. He gritted his teeth, digging his heels into the ground to steady himself, his heart pounding. His thoughts raced, the sand holding him just shattered. But how? From within the swirling chaos of sand and dust, two piercing yellow eyes gleamed like twin suns, cutting through the haze. Then, in a flash, the apostle lunged. His movement was instantaneous, too fast to react to. I guess I won't be able to feel that same exhilaration I did back then, he muttered in a voice devoid of excitement. Suho barely managed to cross his arms in front of him to block the attack. But even then, the force behind it was staggering. His muscles strained, his body bracing against the sheer impact. But the apostle wasn't done. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered away at terrifying speed, reappearing behind Essel and the shadow troll monster standing in Suho's ranks. Slash! A cry of pain tore through the battlefield. Essel gasped as a deep gash split across her shoulder, her spear shattering into fragments. The shadow troll barely had time to react before multiple holes were torn through its body, its form barely holding together. Suho's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widened, scanning the battlefield in alarm. He tore through them just like that? But his attention was yanked elsewhere. He felt it, the pressure against his fists, his Vulcan gauntlets cracking. He looked down, and dread curled in his stomach. The gauntlets, his trusted weapons built to withstand monstrous blows, had begun to fracture. Tiny cracks spiderwebbed across their surface, proof of the sheer disparity in power between him and the apostle. A bitter realization settled in. Am I really this outmatched? The apostle turned back to Suho, surveying the damage he had effortlessly inflicted. His expression, once neutral, was now shadowed with disappointment. He let out a slow, measured breath before speaking. How disappointing. His tone carried a weight of disdain, as if he had expected far more from this battle. The soldiers of darkness. They were veterans, warriors with their own will. They moved like a trained army, a force worthy of their reputation. His gaze hardened, and he looked at Suho with something bordering on pity. Your power may be similar to his, but it's completely different at the core. And despite wielding authority, you still can't win this fight. His voice turned sharper, colder. You're far too weak. Suho stood, battered, his body aching, his breathing uneven. But hearing those words, hearing the apostle coldly dismiss his strength, made something deep inside him ignite. His eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched. Damn it. It's gotten so much harder to fight Lee Min-sung ever since he got possessed by the apostle. His strength, a bitter thought echoed in his mind. He's probably on par with an S-rank now. But before Suho could even finish his thought, the apostle didn't wait. He charged, his expression twisted into pure rage, his golden eyes burning with fury. A deep frown settled on his face as he stormed forward, his voice cold and sharp. The reason darkness looked lonely was because there was no other existence in this world that could rival him. With that, his sword came crashing down. Suho barely managed to raise his Vulcan gauntlets in time, blocking the devastating strike. But the apostle didn't relent. He pressed forward, his attacks relentless, his words slicing just as deep. There's no way for others to understand someone who is overwhelmingly strong. After all, steel clashed against steel as Suho struggled to hold his ground, his mind racing. What is he talking about? Father looked lonely? The moment of distraction cost him. The apostle's blade came down again, but this time, something happened that froze Suho to the core. Crack! His Vulcan gauntlets, his prized weapons, his trusted armor, fractured. The cracks spread like lightning, splitting apart the enchanted metal. Shatter. In an instant, they were gone. The gauntlets exploded into useless fragments, disintegrating before his eyes. And then, as if to drive the horror deeper, a system notification appeared. System message. The item Vulcan Horn has been destroyed. For a second, Suho just stared, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. Destroyed? Just like that? That single moment of shock sealed his fate. The apostle saw the opening. Before Suho could react, the apostle's sword tore through the air. The blade plunged deep into Suho's torso. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as agony exploded through his body. He felt the cold steel buried inside him, the sensation surreal, like his own body had betrayed him. Blood poured from his mouth, the metallic taste thick on his tongue. Suho! Essel's voice rang out, raw and desperate. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to move, to reach him. But her body was broken, unable to help. She could only watch, helpless, as Suho stood impaled. The apostle's gaze darkened, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. You have no clue about the power you possess. But inwardly, his thoughts ran deeper, darker. That's why I'll take it from you. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. I'll strip you of the authority of darkness. I'll break you, remake you into a believer. And then, I'll do whatever it takes to claim that power for myself. With chilling determination, he twisted the blade and pushed it in deeper. Suho's vision blurred. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony as he instinctively gripped the sword, trying to stop it from piercing further. But the apostle's strength was suffocating, crushing. His arms trembled under the pressure. The apostle's thoughts continued. Once I do that, I should finally be able to understand how darkness felt, right? Suho's breath came in ragged gasps, his body failing, his strength slipping. Blood dripped from his lips as his fingers trembled against the cold steel. And then, a single thought clawed its way into his mind. I have no clue about the power I have. Lee Min-sung's words echoed from the past. Come to think of it, he said something similar. The memory resurfaced. That battle with Lee Min-sung. His opponent's voice, mocking yet strangely prophetic. You're just a hopeful character with no real personality. You don't even know what you want. Eventually, you'll be forced into a situation where you'll have to make a real choice. Suho's breath hitched. His grip on the sword tightened. His mind, in the midst of pain, started racing down another path. My stats, my skills, are they really enough? Or is there something else I need to become stronger? Then another memory surfaced at a casual moment. Broi, casually munching on popcorn, turned to him with an amused grin. Young monarch, why don't you use the shadow-transformed weapons? Suho had replied with a cool indifference. Vulcan's horn has more attack power. Besides, it's already tough enough managing both my bond skill and the authority of the ruler while commanding my shadow soldiers. Adding another layer of complexity just isn't worth it. Broi, unfazed, had simply smirked. You're a genius. You can do it. Broi, guarantee it. Suho had dismissed it then, his tone cold and unwavering. It's fine. Besides, didn't you say my father never used shadow transformation in battle? There has to be a reason for that. Even if I had used it, I doubt things would have turned out differently. Broi had studied him for a moment, then simply shrugged. If that's what you believe, then I suppose it can't be helped. As the pain of his wound throbbed through his body, Suho's mind drifted into deep contemplation. When did I start doing this? When did I start setting limits for myself so easily? A memory surfaced. A different time, a different Suho. He saw himself before his awakening, before power, before battles, before the weight of the world settled on his shoulders. He was drawing, his fingers gliding across the paper, lines becoming shapes, shapes becoming something more. And then failure, a mistake, a stroke in the wrong place. And just like that, he had given up, setting the sketch aside, telling himself he'd try again later. My habit of compromising after failing, that existed even before I awakened. His eyes widened slightly as the realization hit him. Now that I think about it, I haven't drawn a single picture since awakening. I used to love it, really love it. His fingers twitched, as if trying to recall the feeling of a pencil in his grasp. Then, Lee Min-sung's voice echoed in his mind. You don't even know what you want. Suho exhaled sharply. Yeah, he was right. He had left his meeting with his father up to the system. He had convinced himself that finding his mother would eventually happen when he got stronger. He had kept moving forward, but never once had he asked himself why he wanted that strength. I keep chasing power because I feel like I have none. Then a new thought struck him. Why have I been trying so hard to follow in my father's footsteps? Father doesn't need a copy of himself. I need to find it, something that only I can do. A small, almost imperceptible smile crept on his Suho's lips. Then he acted. With every ounce of willpower left in his battered body, he lifted his trembling hand, his fingers curling slightly, just enough for him to whisper 2 words through his blood-stained lips. Arise! The apostle's golden eyes narrowed as he frowned. Come to think of it, he muttered, his gaze fixed on Suho. The black shadows are immortal, aren't they? No matter how many times they fall, they just rise again. His expression darkened, irritation flashing across his face. Just as he spoke, movement stirred from the depths of Suho's shadow. The dark void rippled like a living entity as monstrous forms began to emerge, rising from the abyss. The apostle gritted his teeth. But no matter how many times your soldiers come back, they'll never be strong enough to defeat me. But then, something changed. The shadows that emerged were different. Back in his true body, the apostle's eyes widened slightly, his breath hitching. They're merging. For the first time, there was a flicker of genuine surprise on his face. Even in the war against darkness, I've never seen this happen. A chimera. Before his eyes, Suho's shadow soldiers fused into a monstrous, nightmarish being. Its form twisted and warped, multiple creatures becoming one, their combined power crackling in the air like an ominous storm. And Suho did something shocking. He severed his bond skill with Gray. Essel gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw Gray and Suho's fusion suddenly unravel. Why would he do that now? But just as confusion took hold, something even more shocking happened. Suho's aura, already ominous, already otherworldly, grew darker, deeper. It surged around him like a living force, swirling violently as if responding to something unseen. His eyes, they gleamed a brilliant, almost terrifying blue. Shadows crept over his body, coiling around his form like a second skin, like armor forged from the abyss itself. It wasn't just power. It was realization. It was awakening. And everyone watching felt it. For the first time, Suho wasn't just wielding the power of darkness. He was becoming it. The scene fades into a cherished memory of Suho on a Christmas evening, his hometown glowing with festive lights draped over every building and street lamp. The crisp winter air carried the scent of roasted chestnuts and cinnamon, while children laughed and played in the snow. A much younger Suho, wide-eyed and brimming with excitement, bounced around energetically. I'm going to be a cop like Dad, he declared with unwavering enthusiasm, his voice cutting through the cold night like a spark in the darkness. Jinwoo, Hain, and Suho strolled down the beautifully lit streets, their footprints vanishing in the soft snow behind them. Suho, unable to contain himself, hopped in front of them, his breath visible in the chilly air. Because you look so cool, Dad. Can I be one too? His innocent eyes shone with admiration as he eagerly awaited a response. Jinwoo and Hain exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and deep affection. But before they could answer, Suho, still bubbling with excitement, added, or maybe an athlete like Mom. Then I'll be strong like her, right? That's okay too, right, Mom? His childish determination brought a warm smile to Hain's face. With a mother's gentle touch, she placed her hand on Suho's head, her fingers brushing through his soft hair. In a voice filled with tenderness, she said, Suho, when you were born, your father and I made a promise. Promise. Suho's excitement momentarily paused as he tilted his head, confusion flashing across his face. What promise? He asked, his voice quieter now. Hain crouched slightly, meeting her son's curious gaze with warmth. That we would never decide your dream for you. Whatever you want to do, you have our full support. Suho's expression wavered, his small brows furrowing. In a softer, almost hesitant voice, he murmured, but I want to be strong and cool like you and Dad. Hain chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with love. If that's truly what you want, then go for it. But she added, her tone growing more thoughtful, promise me one thing. Always ask yourself if it's what you truly desire. As the memory dissolved like snowflakes melting on warm skin, Suho found himself lost in thought. Why did Mom's words suddenly come back to me? He pondered. Somewhere along the way, he had stopped questioning himself. Instead of exploring his own path, he had only chased after his father's shadow. What am I actually good at? What do I really love? A different memory surged forward, taking over his mind. Senior Lim stood over him with an arched brow, watching as Suho sketched on a large canvas. The scent of charcoal and acrylic paint lingered in the air. You're drawing that again? Lim's voice carried mild exasperation, though curiosity flickered beneath it. Approaching the canvas, Senior Lim studied Suho's work and let out a small sigh. You know, your skills won't improve if you keep drawing the same thing over and over. Suho turned slightly, his lips curling into a faint chuckle. But if you look closely, there's a slight, Before he could finish, Senior Lim cut in. Right. Your drawings are definitely something else. He leaned in, his interest growing. Normally, if you draw the same thing repeatedly, you fall into a pattern. But with you, it's different. It's like the more you draw, the freer you become. His eyes landed on one particular sketch, and he pointed at it, especially this one. Suho followed his gaze, his own eyes narrowing slightly as he examined the piece. Lim smirked. At this point, can you even call that an ant? The memory shattered like glass, yanking Suho back to the brutal present. Blood dripped from his hands as he clenched onto the apostle's blade, the cold steel buried deep in his flesh. Pain pulsed through his body, but his mind was clear. His shadows writhed around him, twisting and coiling like a living entity, responding to his call. His breathing was steady despite the agony, his thoughts razor-sharp. The reason I mastered shadow form change faster than my father was probably because the system aligned it with my natural instincts. His eyes burned with resolve. I won't resist it anymore. The apostle tensed, sensing the shift in Suho's energy. Shadows, thick and overwhelming, surged from Suho's body, engulfing the battlefield in darkness. The ground trembled as his power reached a new height. No longer bound by a rigid form, his movements were fluid, untamed, unrestricted. A monstrous force spiraled from within him, wrapping around the apostle like an unrelenting storm. Suho's irises gleamed an eerie white as his shadows consumed everything in sight. From within the abyss of his power, Broi, hidden in the depths of Suho's darkness, suddenly emerged. His wings twitched, his usual composure shaken. The surrounding shadows, they were being pulled toward the young monarch. He muttered, his voice tinged with rare unease. It's becoming difficult to maintain my form. Without hesitation, Broi escaped from the growing mass of shadows, darting toward Essel and Gray. His abrupt movement startled Essel, who instinctively caught him in her hands. Her grip tightened as she looked down at him, her face tense with growing dread. Broi, she said, her voice urgent. What's happening to the young monarch? Broi exhaled deeply, the tension in his small frame easing as he perched himself on Essel's shoulder. He lowered his head slightly, his voice hushed with uncertainty. I don't know what's happening myself. His usually sharp tone carried an unusual hesitation, his gaze shifting toward Suho. Suho's body radiated an overwhelming surge of mana, waves of raw energy distorting the air around him. His transformation was undeniable. Baru's eyes narrowed as he continued, but one thing is for certain, the young monarch is breaking out of his shell right now. Meanwhile, the apostle observed the unfolding events with grim focus, his cold, calculating eyes fixated on Suho, his mind racing. Was there latent potential within this kid all along? A flicker of unease settled in his chest. His jaw clenched as an unsettling thought gripped him. This could become troublesome. I need to push him to the brink of death and administer the star fragment immediately. But before he could complete his thought, his instincts screamed at him. A razor-sharp shadow spike was already inches from his throat, closing in with lethal intent. Reacting on pure reflex, the apostle twisted backward, flaring his wings and propelling himself out of danger. At the same time, he wrenched his sword free from Suho's gut. Blood spattered the ground, but something fell off. His expression tightened in shock. What just happened? He had barely registered the attack, and yet it had nearly taken his head. His narrowed eyes studied Suho with renewed wariness. This is impossible. According to my knowledge, a hunter's abilities do not evolve beyond their set limits. Could this be a reawakening? But Suho was no longer just standing. He was towering. The oppressive aura around him grew heavier as his mana surged, his wounds knitting together as shadows poured over his body like armor. His transformation was complete. He locked eyes with the apostle, his once human gaze replaced by something far more dangerous. Cold, lethal. His irises gleamed a piercing white, his deadly intent clear. Suho's right arm was completely engulfed by his shadows, its form shifting with fluid precision. Behind that serious expression lay a newfound understanding. Is shadow change simply the ionization of shadows? His mind sharpened with realization. Considering the nature of shadows, which can shift and morph at will, I should be able to apply it in far more versatile ways. Before he could finish the thought, a shadowy beast erupted from beneath the apostle, fangs bared as it lunged at its prey. But the apostle's movements were swift. With a single effortless slash of his blade, he cleaved the beast cleanly in half, its fragmented shadows dissipating into the air. He barely had time to exhale before another assault came from behind. The High Troll, one of Suho's strongest shadow soldiers, had maneuvered into position. The massive creature pulled back its enormous club, muscles tensing with sheer force, before swinging down in a devastating arc meant to crush the Apostle completely. Yet once again, the Apostle reacted with unsettling ease. His sword met the club midair, halting the attack as if the troll's monstrous strength was nothing more than an inconvenience. The troll gritted his teeth, pushing harder, but the Apostle didn't budge. Irritation flickered across the Apostle's face as he spoke in a voice laced with disdain. "Did I not tell you? Your soldiers are no threat to me." The moment those words left his lips, he twisted sharply, his blade flashing like lightning as he unleashed a brutal flurry of slashes. One by one, Suho's shadow creatures fell, their forms sliced apart, reduced to nothing but flickering darkness. But then something changed. The Apostle's instincts flared once more, urging him to look up. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Suho was walking toward him, but this time, he wasn't just wielding his shadows. He wasn't just commanding the ruler's authority. A new power crackled in the air around him, wrapping around his arm like a coiled predator ready to strike. A deep, sinister red aura flared to life, pulsating with raw energy as it gathered in his hand. Suho's expression remained unreadable, but his voice cut through the silence like steel. "If this doesn't work either, then it's pretty much over." Suddenly, a system notification flickered before his eyes. Bonding skill, Demon Strike activated. In that instant, Essel transformed. Her once dark hair turned pure white as her mana surged outward, flowing directly into Suho. She was giving everything, pouring every last ounce of her strength into him for a single, devastating attack. With a thunderous boom, Suho launched himself off the ground, the sheer force of his leap shattering the surface beneath him. The cracked earth splintered outward like a spiderweb as he shot forward at lightning speed, his fist clenched tight, radiating a terrifying fusion of shadow form change, the ruler's authority, and demon strike. The Apostle's instincts flared. Without hesitation, he propelled himself backward, eyes locked onto the devastating energy surging toward him. His thoughts raced, his expression betraying the first hints of unease. That mana, it's undeniably dangerous. Yet a smirk formed on his lips as he steadied his stance. But an attack that obvious will never hit me. Creating distance, the Apostle retaliated instantly. His sword flashed as he unleashed a barrage of slashes, the razor-sharp arcs cutting through the air like streaks of death. Suho barely had time to react. Blades of light carved into his body from multiple angles, slicing deep into his flesh. His head snapped back from the force, blood spraying into the cold air. His vision blurred for a split second as pain flared through his nerves. The Apostle closed his eyes momentarily, inhaling the scent of Suho's blood before letting out a wicked grin. "You should still be able to use your authority." He tilted his head slightly, his grin widening. Even while missing a leg, Suho staggered, his body battered and bleeding. His breath was ragged, but his mind sharpened. Despite the searing pain, a realization dawned on him. His eyes flickered with something new, understanding. Wow, so something like this is possible with shadow form change? The Apostle's confident smirk faltered slightly as Suho's energy shifted again. The skills he had gathered in his arm, shadow form, ruler's authority, and demon strike, suddenly vanished. But they hadn't disappeared. They had been transferred. From the shadows behind the Apostle, a figure emerged out of nowhere. Shaka. The Apostle barely had time to register the presence behind him before Shaka pulled his arm back, mana boiling violently around his clenched fist. Then, with a force that shook the battlefield, boom, the devastating punch connected squarely with the Apostle's face. The Apostle's mind blanked. Where did that come from? The impact was colossal. A fusion of three devastating abilities stacked into one attack obliterated the Apostle's composure. His once flawless body was sent flying across the battlefield, crashing into a distant rock formation with a force that sent shockwaves tearing through the ground. The earth trembled. Dust and debris filled the air, creating a suffocating cloud of destruction. For a brief moment, the battlefield stood still. Suho, with Shaka by his side, gazed across the battlefield. As the dust finally settled, their eyes locked onto the wreckage. The Apostle lay crumpled at the base of the shattered rock. Blood dripped from his eyes and mouth. His once untouchable form was fractured. The pain wasn't just physical. It reached deep into the very essence of his being. In a voice filled with stunned disbelief, the apostle muttered. Transferring your skills to a soldier? His lips trembled slightly as he let out a ragged breath. This utilization of authority. I have never witnessed this, not even from the darkness itself. The realization sent a chill through him. Meanwhile, within Lee Min-sung's battered body, something shifted. The apostle, still attempting to control the vessel, noticed something alarming. Min-sung's mouth wouldn't move. The apostle frowned, testing his control. No, the body isn't responding. His jaw, it was broken. A flicker of concern crossed his features as he slowly moved his fingers. The body still functions. I can still fight. But to continue, I need more power. His thoughts raced. If I replenish this vessel's mana by sacrificing his life force, I should be able to. Before he could finish the thought, a voice cut through his mind. A familiar voice. A voice laced with irritation and undeniable defiance. What the hell is this? The apostle's eyes widened in shock. That voice. It was Lee Min-sung. His consciousness had returned. Min-sung's disfigured face. His jaw grotesquely hanging, twisted into a scowl. His once polished appearance was gone. He looked monstrous, almost demonic. Min-sung's voice, laced with venom, echoed through their shared mind. Did that brat do this to me? The apostle remained silent, trying to suppress the growing panic within him. Min-sung scoffed, his tone mocking. What's wrong? Did the almighty S-rank just get humiliated by someone weaker than him? The apostle's fingers twitched, his patience snapping. Lee Min-sung, if you don't shut your mouth, then... But Min-sung cut him off, grinning wickedly. Then what? What's the worst that could happen to me? He let out a dry, humorless chuckle. Do you think I'm afraid to die? His trembling hands clenched into fists as he continued, his voice turning dark. What I hate, Min-sung whispered, eyes burning with twisted emotion, is being looked down upon. His breathing grew uneven, his rage bubbling over. What I despise most of all, he raised his hand to his own chest, digging his fingers into his skin as his energy crackled wildly, is being unacknowledged. Then, with a furious roar, he struck himself. His own hand pierced into his chest, sending violent shockwaves through his body. His roar was deafening, filled with pure hatred. If I can make those bastards who underestimated me choke on their arrogance. His breath was ragged as he lifted his head, his wild, unhinged gaze locking onto Suho. Then a twisted grin spread across his face. Come, you little brat. Suho walked toward him, step by step, his power growing heavier with each stride. Min-sung, his mind consumed by a frenzied madness, thought to himself, if I can't be the protagonist. A sharp glint of insanity flickered in his eyes as he tore away the apostle's armor. The heavy plates clattered to the ground. Then I'll faithfully play the role assigned to me. As the final piece of armor hit the dirt, he let out a maniacal laugh. His twisted expression became utterly sinister. This is my final role, the villain. But as the fragments of his armor swirled in the air, blocking his vision for a split second, Suho was already upon him. A colossal punch, fueled by shadows and the ruler's authority, connected with devastating force. The impact sent violent ripples outward, shattering the rock behind him. The force of Suho's punch tore through Lee Min-sung's stomach, sending out a deafening shockwave that rattled the battlefield. The ground beneath them cracked under the sheer impact as the air trembled with a violent force. Suho's fist remained embedded deep within Min-sung's torso, his knuckles drenched in blood. The black tendrils of his shadow form twisting and coiling around his arm like living darkness. The weight of his blow had driven Min-sung's body forward, his breath ragged as he coughed up a thick stream of blood. His body shuddered, his strength fading by the second. The cracks on his face started small, barely noticeable at first, but within moments, they spread like shattered glass across his skin. The apostle's influence, the power that had once consumed him, began to erode away, peeling from his body in jagged, crumbling fragments. The armor that had once made him appear invincible was breaking apart piece by piece, leaving behind nothing but the weakened form of a man who had fought so desperately to be something more. Min-sung's fingers trembled as he reached up, clutching his shattered jaw with what little strength he had left. He tried to speak, tried to force out the final words clawing at the back of his throat, but nothing coherent escaped. Just low, fractured noises, distorted by the sharp pain radiating through his face. His vision blurred, his limbs weak, but his mind screamed. Not only do I have a damn hole in my stomach, but I can't even say my last words. The bitter thought clawed at him. Of all the ways to go out, his body swayed, his balance faltering, but his mind refused to go silent. When that alien appeared in front of me, I thought. His thoughts wavered as blood dripped from his lips, staining the already broken ground beneath him. He forced himself to stay upright, his body convulsing under the weight of impending death. He had told himself for so long that he was different, that he was chosen, that he had the power to reshape this world into something new, something better. But now he was dying, just like everyone else. A sharp pain stabbed through his head, but it wasn't from his injuries. It was from a memory, a moment he hadn't thought about in years. Imtegu. His body tensed. The anger in his chest burned hotter than the pain. Damn it. Why am I remembering that idiot in my final moments? The image of Taiju, his smug, ever-unchanging expression, flashed in his mind, taunting him even in death. His fingers twitched, rage bubbling up inside him, but he knew he didn't have the strength left to act on it. He forced his arm up, trembling as he tried to lift a hand in protest, to make one final statement before everything faded. Don't look down on me. The thought echoed through him like a desperate plea, but the strength in his muscles failed, and his hand fell uselessly to his side. His body, which had been resisting, fighting, clawing to stay upright, finally gave in to the inevitable. He tried to let out an arrogant, defiant laugh, but the pain in his broken jaw twisted it into a wheezing, pitiful sound. I am Lee Min-sung, the superstar, the one who was supposed to be acknowledged. His gaze, once burning with fury, slowly shifted towards Suho. His vision was fading, the edges darkening, but he could still see those eyes staring at him. Eyes filled with pity. His lips curled slightly in a final bitter sneer. Why are you looking at me like that, brat? But the answer never came. His fingers twitched one last time before his hand fell lifelessly to the ground. The tension left his body, and the light in his eyes dimmed. The battlefield, once filled with violent chaos, grew eerily silent. A notification sound rang out in Suho's mind, the system acknowledging what had just occurred. You have obtained experience points. Level up achieved. Another window popped up. Urgent quest. Eliminate Lee Min-sung, the vessel of the Apostle of Iterum. Quest completed. Suho remained still. The weight of his actions pressed down on him as he carefully lowered Min-sung's lifeless body to the ground. He knelt beside him, staring at the fallen man in silence. Meanwhile, Baru, Essel, and Gray erupted in celebration. Relief and joy surged through them as the realization of victory settled in. Baru, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward, his voice filled with admiration and enthusiasm. You did it, young monarch, he exclaimed. The Apostle of Iterum has been defeated. But Suho didn't respond. His gaze remained locked onto Min-sung's lifeless form, his face devoid of satisfaction. His shoulders were tense, his fingers curled slightly against the dirt. His voice was low when he finally spoke. It was probably Lee Min-sung who laughed in the end, wasn't it? The words felt heavy in the air. His thoughts lingered on the man who had fought so desperately to be seen, to carve out his own significance in a world that had always dismissed him. Even though I never really talked to him, he seemed like someone who stayed true to his desires until the very end. Baru, who had been so eager to celebrate, felt his excitement dim slightly as he watched Suho's expression. He wasn't used to seeing the young monarch like this. This was different. A thought passed through Baru's mind. This must be the first time the young monarch has killed one of his own kind. Even for someone as strong as Suho, this moment carried weight. Still kneeling, Suho exhaled slowly, his mind circling back to something else, something that had been gnawing at him since this fight began. There's something I realized thanks to him, he muttered, his voice quiet, almost as if he was speaking more to himself than to anyone else. A fragmented memory surfaced. His father, his mother, the path he had chosen. He had become a hunter to find his mother, to stand by his father's side. That had always been his purpose. But now, looking back, had he ever truly thought about his own goals? A sharp recollection struck him, Min-sung's words. The insult that had cut deeper than any blade. An ambiguous character without an ego. A slow realization settled in. He thought back to the tutorial, the brutal battle against his father. He remembered standing before that overwhelming power, in absolute awe of his strength. At that moment, he hadn't thought about his own abilities, his own purpose. All he had wanted was to be like him, to be as strong as his father. His fingers clenched slightly against the dirt. He could still recall the frustration, the crushing weight of that loss. Back then, his only thought had been, if I could only be as strong as him. He inhaled, exhaled. Then, slowly, he began to rise to his feet. His voice was quiet, thoughtful. At the same time, his eyes darkened slightly, because I was so desperate to beat him. His gaze drifted toward the battlefield, the echoes of the fight still lingering in his mind. The loss made me even more frustrated. The wind howled across the mountain's peak, carrying with it the scent of blood, dust, and something unspoken, resolve. Suho stood at the edge, gazing down at the open world below. His voice, calm yet filled with newfound understanding, broke the silence. Because my dad always felt too unreachable, too immense. I've always felt like I had to do this, but until now I never really thought about why. His words hung in the air, unanswered. As he turned back toward his companions, Essel, Gray, they stood there, still processing everything that had just happened. Their expressions were unreadable, a mixture of exhaustion and anticipation. But having huge ambitions isn't a bad thing, Suho continued, his voice gaining momentum. He then raised his hand, pointing toward the sky, his eyes burning with determination. If I want to get stronger, he declared, I want to be the strongest. A wave of energy seemed to ripple from him, not from any power, but from his sheer will alone. His confidence, now unwavering, solidified into something greater. Stronger than the apostles of Iterim, his voice sharpened. Stronger than the monarchs. His fists clenched, and even strong enough to surpass my father. Silence followed. His words struck like a hammer, a declaration that shattered all limitations he had once placed upon himself. His companions, standing before him, were left utterly stunned. Broi and Essel, both unable to speak at first, simply stared at him. For the first time, Suho wasn't just following a path set before him. He was creating his own. Broi, breaking the silence, let out a nervous chuckle, though his face betrayed his disbelief. Of course, young monarch. I believe that will be impossible, but I will still cheer you on. His tone, while playful, carried a layer of unshakable loyalty beneath it. Essel, still processing what she had just heard, tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowing. Wouldn't it be difficult to become stronger than Lord Jinwoo? Her voice, filled with genuine curiosity, was almost innocent in contrast to the sheer audacity of Suho's ambition. Suho let out an exaggerated sigh, crossing his arms. Thanks for all the disheartening words, everyone, he muttered, sarcasm dripping from his voice. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing himself to breathe. Of course they would think that. Why wouldn't they? It was the natural response to such an outrageous claim. But that only made him more determined. Instead of lingering on their doubts, he turned his attention to something far more pressing. Well, rather than dwelling on all that, why don't I check my rewards? He thought to himself. A flicker of blue light appeared before his eyes as he opened his system window. Immediately, a flood of notifications bombarded his vision. You have obtained experience points. You have leveled up. You have received a class change quest. Suho's brows lifted slightly. A class change quest. His eyes scanned the new notification, which presented him with a choice. Do you accept the class change quest? The realization hit him as he stared at the prompt. So once you hit level 40, you can change your class? Intrigued by the possibility, he quickly pulled up his status window, his eyes locking onto the details. Level 40. Class none. Title, Wolf Assassin. His lips curled slightly, excitement flickering in his gaze. Looks like the empty class section is finally going to be filled, he muttered under his breath. As he stood there, deep in thought, immersed in his newfound growth, he failed to notice something. He was being watched. From a far distance, outside the reach of his perception, the apostle remained. Even after losing control of Lee Min-sung's body, the apostle of Iterim had not disappeared. Far above, high in the sky where no ordinary being could reach, the apostle hovered, his wings spread wide, his presence hidden from the world. His golden eyes gleamed with intrigue, locked on Suho's every movement. A sly smile crept across his lips as he absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his silver hair. How careless of me, he murmured to himself, his voice laced with amusement. To think the black mask would have this much potential. His expression darkened slightly, his eyes narrowing as he whispered to himself. As expected, you'll have to become ours now. Power stirred within him as he reached into the depths of his own being, tapping into an ability he had recently reclaimed. One of the authorities of my main form, he mused, his lips curling into something sinister. The scales of equivalent exchange. With this, he muttered, his voice filled with quiet malice. I can exchange what I have into something of equal value. A dark gleam flashed through his eyes as he cast his power outward. In an instant, every hunter nearby who had consumed stardust, the forbidden substance that had granted them power, began to convulse. Screams filled the air as, one by one, their bodies collapsed. Agonizing pain tore through them as their life force was forcibly drained, their very essence being siphoned away. Their strength, their vitality, everything was being stolen. Their bodies withered, their screams turning into dying gasps as the apostle absorbed their stolen life force, converting it into a surge of mana that pulsed through his veins. His body trembled with newfound power, his form vibrating with energy as he absorbed every last ounce of stolen life. Stretching out his hands, he felt the mana settling within him, his fingers tingling with raw potential. A breath of satisfaction escaped his lips as his wings flared behind him. He clasped his hands together, his voice dripping with cruel delight. If I remember correctly, it was certainly this feeling. Mana surged through his limbs as he raised one hand, conjuring a condensed stardust fragment in his palm. A new, deadly idea formed in his mind. Using the fragment as the arrowhead, he constructed a makeshift bow, formed entirely out of his stolen mana. The weapon pulsed with dangerous energy, its sheer force threatening to rupture the very air around it. His golden eyes glowed ominously as he pulled back the bowstring, his target already in sight. High on a mountain, Suho remained unaware. Meanwhile, back at the mountaintop, Broi narrowed his gaze, something unsettling him. He turned towards Suho, his instincts flaring. "Young monarch," Broi said suddenly, "I'll search through Lee Min-sung's memories to find information about the Apostle of Iterum." Suho's expression darkened slightly as he gave one last look at Lee Min-sung's body. His voice was quiet yet resolute. "I'll leave it to you, Broi." As his mind drifted once more, he couldn't help but wonder, did Lee Min-sung hate the world after the cataclysm? If I hadn't become a player before, he could finish the thought, his body seized in pain. A sharp, searing agony shot through him, an excruciating force that made his eyes widen. Something was wrong. A violent shockwave tore through Suho's body as his entire frame jolted, his nerves screaming in agony. It took him a split second to realize what had happened, but the piercing sensation in his stomach made it unmistakable. He had been hit. The Apostle's arrow, imbued with a stardust fragment, had struck its mark with terrifying precision, embedding itself deep into Suho's body. A sharp, guttural yell tore from his throat as searing pain exploded outward, his blood splattering across the ground. His vision blurred as he staggered, gasping, his body instinctively attempting to suppress the pain. Broi, Essel, and Gray watched in horror, their faces frozen in shock as Suho's blood dripped from the open wound. The golden radiance of the stardust fragment pulsed ominously, its energy spreading through his body like wildfire. Suho's mind reeled as he desperately tried to turn his head, his breaths ragged. An attack, but from where? Who? His thoughts cut off, his body convulsing as an unnatural energy surged through his veins. High above, the Apostle hovered in midair, a smug grin creeping across his face. His golden eyes gleamed as he admired his own handiwork, reveling in Suho's agony. "Perfect," he murmured to himself, his voice dripping with twisted delight. One step closer. His fingers curled slightly, feeling the resonance of the stardust fragment now inside Suho, binding the young monarch to its influence. His grin widened, his pulse quickening with exhilaration. Below, Suho collapsed onto his knees, his body shaking uncontrollably as a shadow powers surged out of him, no longer responding to his control. His breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. His insides felt like they were being torn apart, a sharp, unbearable sensation piercing his mind, clawing at his consciousness. "It feels like something is invading my head, taking over." The moment the thought surfaced, system notifications appeared. Permanent effect, longevity active. Immunity to all diseases, poisons, and abnormal status effects active. But before relief could settle in, another notification followed, one that sent a cold shiver down his spine. Status effect dispel attempt failed. The system scrambled to analyze the unknown presence in his body. It classified it as mistburn infection, a database effect linked to foreign energy. The system attempted to purge it, analyzing, attempting to expel mistburn infection. Data dispel failed. The failures kept coming. Another notification flickered. System instability detected, caused by interference from otherworld substances. Longevity is attempting to heal using mist burn infection data. Failed. 3, 2, 1 failed. The apostle's smirk deepened. Yes, he whispered to himself, watching Suho struggle. With this, the authority of the darkness is within our grasp. But then, his expression twisted. The smug grin vanished. His golden eyes widened in shock. Something was wrong. Suho's body trembled violently. But instead of being consumed by the stardust power, something within him rejected it. Another system notification appeared. Status effect analysis succeeded. Status effect dispelled. System recovery in progress. The conversion had ended. Meanwhile, on the ground, Baru, Essel, and Gray gathered around Suho, panic evident on their faces. Suho's body shuddered violently, his sweat-drenched skin pale from the overwhelming pain. His breathing came in sharp, erratic gasps. Baru clenched his fists, frustration and fear twisting his features. Young monarch, hold on. Just hold on. His voice wavered, an uncommon occurrence from someone as battle-hardened as him. Essel bit her lip, trying to think of something, anything that could help, but the sight of Suho in agony made her stomach twist. Gray remained silent, but the tension in his stance was unmistakable. Suho, still trembling, narrowed his eyes. The pain was unbearable, but his mind still worked. Longevity activated. That was his only saving grace. His breathing remained shallow as he forced a thought through the pain. I have to seal the wound with my shadows. But his vision blurred. A heavy weight pressed onto him, his head growing dizzy. The voices of Baru, Essel, and Gray became distant. Their cries for him faded. His HP was dropping. Faster, faster. His fingers twitched as he glanced at the system window, forcing himself to focus. If this keeps up, I'll surely. His head pounded, his body screaming for relief, for an escape. Then, an idea. It was a desperate thought. Reckless. But at this moment, his only choice. His fingers, trembling from the pain, slowly lifted. The only action he could manage. He pressed the accept button. Class change quest accepted. A new system notification flashed. Class change quest will begin now. Before anyone could react, the ground shook. A shadow dungeon gate materialized before them. The black portal pulsed ominously, swallowing the very light around it. A new system message appeared. Only the player may enter the class change quest. To ensure smooth progression, the monarch's descendants will be transported inside the shadow dungeon. Baru's eyes widened in shock. What? Essel and Gray stumbled back, staring at the massive gate that had appeared from nowhere. Even the apostle, still hovering above, felt his own shock grow, his golden eyes locked onto the gate, his mind scrambling to understand what had just happened. Suho, on the verge of collapse, barely held on as his HP drained to near zero. Then, an explosion of energy erupted. A deafening boom tore through the battlefield, sending shockwaves in all directions. The sheer force of it sent dust and debris flying into the air for miles. The energy was visible, an ominous black force surging violently. Then darkness. Suho's consciousness snapped back. His eyes opened, but everything was black. There was no sky, no ground, no sense of space. It's so dark. I can't see anything. His own voice sounded distant. For a moment, his thoughts wavered. Am I dead? But no, he could still feel the burning sensation on his skin, the lingering pain in his limbs. It hurts. His voice was barely above a whisper. Then, a faint glow flickered. A blue fire ignited in the distance, illuminating his surroundings. His breath steadied. He was alive. His heart pounded in his chest, the realization settling in. With newfound determination, his eyes adjusted to his surroundings. But the moment he took in where he was, his expression shifted to one of utter shock. He wasn't outside. He was sitting on the ground, completely healed, within an enormous, endless hallway. His throat felt dry as he swallowed, his mind reeling. Where the hell am I?
The scene shifts back to the mountain peak, where the brutal clash between Lee Min-sung and Suho had unfolded. The air was thick with the aftermath of battle, yet the victor had vanished without a trace. Arriving with lightning speed, the apostle landed at the site, his sharp eyes immediately scanning the desolate battlefield. His gaze settled on Lee Min-sung's lifeless body, sprawled across the ground. The eerie silence confirmed what had transpired, but something was off. Suho and his allies were nowhere to be found. The apostle furrowed his brows as he examined the surroundings. He muttered to himself, "There's no lingering magic, no traces of spatial distortion." His instincts screamed at him. Something deliberate had taken place. The gate had opened moments earlier, spiriting away the black-masked warrior and the soldiers, leaving only the corpse behind. His eyes darkened with intrigue, his smirk widening. It didn't take him, he mused, his voice laced with amusement. A gate that selectively pulls in only his allies, interesting. He ran a hand along his chin, processing the implications. Darkness and the black mask, every time I cross paths with them, something unpredictable unfolds. There was a glint of excitement in his gaze now, his lips curling upward. How fascinating! Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Suho maintained a steady one-handed handstand, his body completely still except for the slow trickle of sweat that dripped onto the cold stone floor. His breath was calm, controlled. He was assessing his own physical state. His expression remained unreadable as he whispered to himself. The hole in my stomach completely healed on the way here. My body feels perfect. He flipped back onto his feet in a fluid motion, rolling his shoulders. If there's a problem, it's... Before he could even finish his thought, a sharp digital notification screen flashed before his eyes. System alert. The advancement quest does not allow other monarch successors to participate. Suho's brows furrowed. Without hesitation, he reached for his shadow dungeon key, only for another system message to pop up. System alert. The shadow dungeon key cannot be used. His eyes narrowed. So I can't use my bond skills, and I can't enter my dungeon either? He turned his gaze down the vast dungeon hallways, his mind processing everything at an alarming speed. This is definitely the same dungeon where my tutorial took place, he muttered. His fingers ran along the cold stone walls as he recalled those distant memories. The dungeon my father built for me. His expression darkened slightly. The version of me that survived that place is gone, but the memories remain clear as ever. As he walked deeper into the labyrinth, an unsettling realization struck him. No knights, no enemies to defeat, no weapons provided. And of all times, when Vulcan's horn is broken. His fist clenched at the thought. The quest was deliberately stripping him of every advantage. His jaw tightened as his eyes scanned his system interface. But something was missing. No quest details. His voice held an edge of frustration. If I have to climb this tower like before, am I really supposed to do it without weapons or bond skills? The hallway stretched endlessly before him, its maze-like structure playing tricks on his perception. Something was different, he could feel it. His eyes flickered toward the eerie blue flames lining the walls, distorting in places like glitches in a video game. His instincts screamed at him to be cautious. Then, he stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in genuine surprise. A door. After walking through the endless hallways, he had finally found a door. He exhaled sharply, scratching the back of his head. A boss room, here? In such a random spot? His fingers traced the edge of the door as he muttered. Was this advancement quest put together carelessly, or is there something else at play? His mind raced with possibilities, but there was only one way to find out. He placed his hand on the door, feeling the cold surface beneath his fingertips. A strange sense of anticipation welled up within him. Once I finish this advancement quest, will I become strong like before? Memories of the tutorial resurfaced. He recalled the very first obstacle he had faced there. Igris. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, cavernous chamber. The air was heavy, oppressive, the silence more deafening than any battle cry. At the far end of the room, a set of stairs led up into the shadows. Suho narrowed his eyes. It's too dark to see anything clearly. His gaze remained locked forward, his senses sharpening. And then he saw it, a figure perched atop what appeared to be a throne. A shadowy presence loomed, the tension in the air thickening as Suho instinctively tensed. Then, the figure moved. As soon as it saw Suho approaching, it began to rise from its throne. As the figure descended, Suho's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. His body stiffened, his mind refusing to process what stood before him. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be. Yet, as the figure stepped forward, the dim lighting cast an all too familiar shadow, a form that Suho recognized all too well. His heart pounded as his own face stared back at him. But it wasn't the face he had now. It was him. From the tutorial. His past self stood tall, radiating power, his expression as cold as the dungeon air itself. There was no hesitation in his step, no confusion, no weakness. Only the sharp gleam of eyes that had been forged in endless battle. This was the Suho that had endured the hellish trials of the tutorial. The version of himself that had once been strong enough to defeat Broi at full strength. Suho felt a lump form in his throat as his mind raced back to the sheer brutality Broi had once unleashed, the relentless massacre of the mist burns, the overwhelming presence that had made even veteran warriors tremble. And yet, here stood a version of himself who had been able to defeat that Broi. The air around the tutorial Suho began to shift violently as his gauntlets pulsed with raw energy. The power grew at an alarming rate, tendrils of light crackling around his body like living lightning. His presence warped the very atmosphere of the chamber. The energy didn't just radiate, it consumed. The walls trembled, the very ground beneath him fracturing as the overwhelming force spiraled out of control. The entire space seemed on the verge of collapse, as if reality itself struggled to contain the sheer magnitude of his power. Suho took a step back instinctively, his breath shallow as he struggled to comprehend what he was about to face. But before he could even react, the past version of himself moved. The attack came at blinding speed. Suho barely managed to open his mouth, his voice catching as he uttered, "Wait!" Before he could even blink, the world around him exploded. The impact was instant. Absolute. Merciless. The sheer force of the blow didn't just strike him, it erased him. There was no resistance, no chance to counter. His entire body was obliterated in a split second, torn apart by an overwhelming power so vast that there wasn't even a trace left behind. Not a limb. Not a shred of clothing. Not a single sign that he had ever been standing there. The only thing left in the wake of the devastating strike was the splattered remnant of his own blood, staining the battlefield as a cruel testament to his complete and utter annihilation. And then, in the distance, something flickered. One of the 3 ethereal blue flames that had been burning earlier sputtered, then died out. Now only 2 remained. Suho gasped, his lungs burning as he suddenly respawned, his body materializing in the darkness. The pain lingered, not physical, but deep within his very soul. His knees wobbled as he stumbled forward, his breath ragged, his heart hammering against his ribcage like a war drum. His mind was still reeling, his body struggling to process what had just happened. He clutched at his head, trying to ground himself as a terrifying realization settled in. His voice was barely a whisper, shaking with the weight of what he had just experienced. "This place, is this where I respawn after dying?" Sweat dripped down his face, his pupils still shaking from the shock of what had just transpired. He forced himself to take a deep breath, but his thoughts remained scattered, his emotions still in turmoil. If this was the true nature of the advancement quest, then, no. He refused to believe it. The idea alone felt impossible. Was he really supposed to defeat himself? The version of him that had been strong enough to take on Broi? His hands curled into fists. No. The system had always existed for his growth, to push him forward, to make him stronger. If his class change quest required him to defeat the being beyond the gate, then there had to be another way. He wasn't going to waste time despairing over an impossible challenge. He needed to analyze. To adapt. His eyes flickered toward the maze-like passages stretching endlessly before him. Unlike the tutorial, this dungeon wasn't a single straightforward battlefield. It had multiple hallways, multiple rooms. The more he thought about it, the stranger the boss room's placement felt. It didn't make sense for it to be in that location. Unless there were other boss rooms. If that was the case, then there was still hope. He clenched his jaw and took off running, his feet pounding against the cold stone floors as he raced through the dimly lit corridors. The moment his eyes locked onto another massive gate standing at the end of a hallway, a sharp smirk tugged at his lips. Just as he had suspected, another boss room. His chest rose and fell heavily as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heartbeat slowing as he steeled his nerves. There was still a path forward. But just as his fingers hovered over the door, his instinct screamed at him to stop. His entire body tensed, every muscle locking in place as an unexplainable feeling of dread washed over him. Something was wrong. His mind whispered a quiet warning. Wait. What's inside? A small part of him hesitated. Should he really just rush into another fight without knowing what awaited him? But no, there was no point in hesitating now. Whatever was behind this gate, it couldn't possibly be worse than what he had just faced. His grip tightened, his resolve hardening. Whatever it is, it's better than fighting my past self again. He pushed the massive doors open. The moment they creaked apart, his entire body froze in pure, unfiltered shock. The sight before him was nothing like what he had expected. Scattered all across the dark chamber were toys, wooden soldiers, stuffed animals, puzzle blocks. They lay strewn across the cold stone floor, an eerie contradiction to the suffocating darkness surrounding them. His heart pounded faster as his gaze slowly shifted forward, scanning the unsettling scene before him. And then his breath hitched. In the center of the room, amidst the scattered toys, a small child sat on the floor, playing quietly. The moment Suho took another step forward, the child's movements came to an abrupt halt. A sickening silence followed as the tiny figure slowly turned its head toward him. The moment their eyes met, Suho felt his blood run cold. The child's expression darkened, his once innocent face twisting into something entirely different, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural, terrifying power. Suho's mind reeled, his breath caught in his throat as the realization hit him like a tidal wave. That's me. His pulse thundered in his ears as he took an instinctive step back. That's me as a child. His world seemed to tilt as an overwhelming sense of dread clawed at the back of his mind. Just what kind of hell was this dungeon dragging him into? Suho's breath came in ragged gasps as he stood frozen, disbelief carved into his features. His mind struggled to process the absurdity of what was happening. Was the system actually telling him to fight a child version of himself? He tried to dismiss the thought, shaking his head slightly. Facing a kid was one thing, but fighting him? That was. Before he could even finish his thought, the kid's Suho moved. In an instant, every single toy in the room, from stuffed animals to wooden soldiers, levitated into the air. The sheer unnaturalness of the sight sent a cold shiver down Suho's spine. But what truly made his blood run cold was the fact that the child himself was floating as well. A dark, suffocating energy wrapped around kid Suho's small frame, his aura expanding, twisting the very air around him. Suho instinctively tried to move, but his body wouldn't budge. A terrifying realization gripped him as he gritted his teeth in panic. No way, don't tell me this is ruler's authority. The crushing sensation locking his body in place only deepened his fear. The realization left Suho stunned. How could his childhood self be using something this powerful? Kid Suho, still levitating midair with eerie ease, raised a tiny hand and slowly, almost playfully, pointed a single finger at Suho. Then, with a small flick of his wrist, he changed the direction of his finger. At that moment, Suho's vision shattered. A wave of vertigo hit him like a truck, the entire room warping, his surroundings blurring into an indistinct mess. It was as if reality itself had begun to twist around him. And then, with a sickening snap, his neck twisted violently to the side. A sharp, unbearable pain exploded through his entire body. His breath caught, but he never got the chance to exhale. His vision blurred further, dark spots consuming his sight as his thoughts fragmented into nothingness. He couldn't even comprehend what had just happened before his body went limp, collapsing into a cold void. His consciousness snapped out like a light. And just like that, he was dead. Somewhere in the darkness, another blue flame flickered and went out. Now, only one flame remained. Suho's lungs burned as he respawned, his body materializing once more in the familiar cold darkness. He gasped, his hands flying to his neck as if expecting it to still be broken. His fingers trembled as he ran them over his skin, his breath coming out in uneven, panicked bursts. He was sitting on the floor, his knees weak, his entire body drenched in sweat. His mind reeled, trying to comprehend what had just happened. His stomach twisted in sheer disbelief as the reality of his situation settled deep into his bones. I died instantly, from having my neck snapped, by a kid version of me. A shudder crawled down his spine, his fingers digging into the stone floor beneath him. This was insane. It didn't matter whether it was the past version of him, or this twisted child form, both were completely beyond his current strength. He wasn't even standing a chance. His head pounded as frustration and panic crashed into him all at once. How the hell am I supposed to clear something like this? His breathing quickened, and then another thought slammed into him. His chest tightened, his heart lurching violently. Wait! His voice cracked slightly as he forced himself to his feet, his movements frantic, his hands slightly trembling. His gaze snapped toward the last remaining blue flame burning faintly on the wall. His mind raced. In the tutorial, I was given 3 lives. If I've already died twice. His eyes widened in absolute panic. That means I only have 1 life left. A cold sweat dripped down his back as he stared at the final flickering flame. The weight of this realization crushed into him, pressing down on his shoulders with unbearable intensity. One more death, and it would all be over. But then, His breath hitched as something else caught his attention. His pulse skipped. His gaze darted across the room, and that was when he saw it. The flames. Not just a single flame that represented his life, but dozens, no, hundreds. His stomach twisted violently. Lifting his gaze higher, his breath stopped completely. The entire dungeon room, the place where he had respawned, was covered in countless burning blue flames. His body locked up, a deep, unnerving dread seeping into his bones. What the hell is this? As he stared at the flickering lights, a strange realization gnawed at the edges of his mind. The flames weren't normal. Some of them weren't behaving correctly. He narrowed his eyes, and that's when he noticed it. Some of the flames were glitching. They flickered and distorted unnaturally, as if something was wrong with the very fabric of the system itself. The air felt warped, reality shifting in unstable waves. His breath grew unsteady, his instincts screaming that something was terribly off. And then, a system notification abruptly popped up in front of him. System alert. An error has occurred in the system due to the invasion of external world substances. Suho's fingers curled into fists, his jaw clenched, his mind barely keeping up with the sheer absurdity of what was happening. An invasion? What the hell does that even mean? The system itself was breaking down. Before he could even react, another system notification flashed across his vision. Defeat the being beyond the gate before you run out of all the given lives. Suho's throat dried instantly. The words settled in his mind like a death sentence. The being beyond the gate. The thing that had obliterated him. Another notification popped up. You are unable to exit the dungeon until the class change is completed. Suho's breathing stopped altogether. His body remained still, frozen by the sheer, absolute weight of those words. There was no escape. Suho's breath came in short, uneven gasps as he stared at the countless flames flickering all around him, their eerie glow casting long, shifting shadows across the walls. His mind struggled to grasp the implications, and with a furrowed brow, he muttered under his breath, "Don't tell me, each one of these torches is a life?" His own words sent a shiver through him. Was that a good thing? Did that mean he had more than one chance? But then, as the thought settled, his expression darkened, and his chest tightened with dread. There was no way to confirm if these torches actually represented his extra lives, or worse, if they belonged to something else entirely. And even if they were his lives, what good were they if he had no way to level up? He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. There's no way for me to grow stronger here. Then what the hell am I supposed to do? His gaze snapped toward the glitching system notifications still hovering in his vision. The message flashed again. An error has occurred in the system due to the invasion of substances from another world. His fingers twitched slightly as he processed those words. So that was it. That had to be why this quest was so impossibly unfair. His eyes darted to the other two messages. Defeat the being beyond the gate before you run out of all the given lives. You are unable to exit the dungeon until the class change is completed. Suho frowned deeply, his hands tightening into fists. If the system was glitched, then there was no guarantee these torches actually counted as extra lives. For all he knew, he could already be on his final chance. But no matter how much fear clawed at his gut, no matter how impossible the situation felt, he refused to give up. His body was still trembling from his last death, from the feeling of his neck being violently snapped, but he forced himself to move forward. His feet felt heavy, but he pushed forward anyway, his voice steady as he muttered, "I have to move forward, no matter what." His eyes flickered across the maze of twisting hallways, irregular passageways, and strangely placed boss room gates. Something about this entire dungeon felt off. It was designed in a way that made no logical sense. He narrowed his eyes deep in thought. If there are other boss rooms aside from the two I've seen, then how big is this maze? A sharp wave of unease crawled up his spine as he bit down on his lip. I do have time, so if I search carefully, maybe I can. His words cut off abruptly as a terrible sensation slammed into him. His entire body went stiff, and his breath hitched as he felt something. A presence. A deep, suffocating presence lurking in the darkness ahead. His hands clenched as he slowly turned his gaze toward the shadowy corridor in front of him. At first, he saw nothing. The silence stretched on, thick and unbearable. But then, something moved. A small object floated out from the pitch-black darkness, barely visible at first. It hovered eerily in midair, moving unnaturally, its shape flickering under the dim torchlight. His eyes focused, and his stomach twisted violently. It was a toy. The realization sent a bolt of terror shooting through his veins. And then, more began to emerge. One by one, more floating toys drifted out from the darkness, each one levitating effortlessly. And then, at the center of them all, the real nightmare appeared. Baby Suho. The small, child version of him floated silently, surrounded by the eerie swarm of toys, his face shadowed, his eyes glowing with an unnatural gleam of power. Suho's blood turned to ice as his body locked up in sheer terror. His breath came in short, panicked bursts, his pulse hammering in his ears. Why is he here? His voice cracked as he instinctively took a step back, his mind scrambling for an explanation. Did he? Did he leave the boss room? Did he come through the open gate? His gut screamed at him to run. Without wasting another second, Suho turned on his heel and bolted. His heart pounded as he sprinted through the maze-like corridors, his mind filled with nothing but a single desperate thought: I need to get away. But before he could even make it 5 steps, something ripped into him. A sickening, tearing sound filled the air. A sharp, excruciating pain erupted in his leg. His body collapsed violently onto the cold stone floor as a gaping wound tore through his calf, blood pouring freely from the severed flesh. He barely managed to catch himself before his face slammed into the ground, his breath coming out in ragged gasps as his vision blurred from the pain. His trembling hands clutched at his shredded leg, his teeth gritting as agony tore through him. His eyes darted toward the cause of his wound, and that's when he saw it. One of the floating toys had attacked him. Or rather, it had exploded on impact. His stomach churned in horror. Did his toy just blow my leg apart? He turned his gaze back to baby Suho, who still hovered calmly in midair. The amount of sheer power in his ruler's authority was monstrous. Suho's lips parted in shock, his pupils shaking. If he can generate this much speed and precision with just his ability alone, how am I supposed to clear this? But before he could even begin to formulate an answer, a new terror arrived. A second presence loomed behind him. Suho's blood froze. A shadow stretched over his fallen form. A slow, methodical footstep echoed against the dungeon floor, followed by an oppressive, suffocating aura of pure power. He knew who it was before he even turned around. And when he did, his soul nearly left his body. Standing behind him, radiating an overwhelmingly lethal aura, was none other than Tutorial Suho. Terror, unlike anything he had ever felt before, gripped him like a vice. He was already crippled from baby Suho's attack, and now, his past self, the one who had annihilated him in a single strike before, stood before him once again. His body trembled uncontrollably as a shuddering breath escaped him, his voice barely above a whisper, raw with desperation and fear. No way! But there was no time to act. No time to beg for mercy. No time to even think. Tutorial Suho didn't waste a single second. With one devastating, merciless swing of his Vulcan gauntlets, he severed Suho's head from his body. Suho respawned once again, his body materializing in the same dimly lit starting location. The moment he gained form, frustration exploded inside him. His fist clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palm before he slammed his knuckles against the cold stone wall. His hands slowly moved to his forehead, dragging down his face as he exhaled heavily, trying to process the sheer absurdity of the situation. His voice was thick with frustration as he muttered, "This is complete. The bosses could just roam around freely. What kind of impossible difficulty is this?" He took another shaky breath before another thought slammed into him. His father. Did he go through this? Was this insane, hellish quest something that even his father had endured? But then, realization struck. His eyes widened for a brief moment before a sharp grin spread across his face. His frustration didn't disappear, but it was quickly replaced with something far more valuable. Determination. His fingers curled into a tight fist, a fire igniting in his gaze as he smirked. Wait, if I'm reviving every time, that means all those torches are actually my lives. He exhaled sharply through his nose. Then, as long as my clear condition is to defeat a being inside a boss room, there's no need for me to actually win against those two. I just have to keep trying until I find a different room. His newfound determination, however, didn't change the brutal reality of the situation. Yet again, he found himself face to face with Tutorial Suho. The cold, unforgiving gaze of his past self locked onto him like a predator fixated on prey. Before Suho could even blink, Tutorial Suho launched forward, his movement faster than a bullet. Suho barely had time to register the incoming attack before the impact obliterated him completely. No trace of his body remained. Again and again, he was revived, only to die moments later. Sometimes, it was baby Suho, floating eerily in the air, his small hand casually flicking his fingers to tear Suho's limbs apart with invisible force. Other times, it was tutorial Suho, ending him in a single, merciless strike. Blown apart. Decapitated. Crushed. Snapped like a twig. His deaths were brutal. Relentless. Ceaseless. But no matter how many times he was ripped apart, Suho gritted his teeth and kept going. It's fine. I can die as many times as I need to. That thought alone kept him moving. If his lives were infinite, then as long as he continued searching, he would eventually find another boss room. But then, another horrifying thought crept in. His breath faltered. His pulse skipped. What if, because of the system error, there are no other boss rooms? That single doubt lodged itself in his mind like a dagger. What if this wasn't just a battle of endurance? What if there was no escape at all? Suho found himself sitting on the floor, his back slumped against the cold stone wall. His breathing was heavy, his body still trembling slightly from the countless deaths he had endured. His fists were curled so tightly that his nails bit into his skin, drawing blood. His mind wasn't just tired, it was being crushed under the weight of a hopeless reality. Infinite lives. Enemies he couldn't defeat. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, true despair crept into his expression. This is hell. His mind raced as he tried to piece together a way forward. He had faced many impossible situations before, had stared death in the face and survived. But this, a world where he could die endlessly, unable to grow, unable to escape. His teeth clenched as he bit his lip in frustration, hard enough that blood pooled in his mouth. He wiped the blood away with his thumb, staring at the crimson stain on his skin as a memory resurfaced. His own words he had spoken with absolute confidence. If I'm going to get stronger, then I want to be the strongest. His grip on reality tightened. Those words now bind me. A rough exhale escaped him as he ran a hand through his sweat-drenched hair. Damn it! He cursed himself, for feeling weak, for even letting despair crawl into his mind. No. That wasn't him. He wasn't someone who just gave up. If there was no way forward, then he would make one. He lowered his hand to the ground, pressing his bloodied finger against the cold stone. With slow, calculated movements, he began to draw on the floor, using his own blood. His voice was steady, controlled, yet held a dangerous edge of desperation. Fine then. I'll do what I can. I'll draw a path. Every time I die, I'll mark the places I've been. His eyes hardened with resolve. I won't give up. Meanwhile, in the outside world, breaking news spread like wildfire. The Hunters Association had officially prohibited the use of stardust. Reports surfaced revealing that numerous hunters had suffered severe memory loss after consuming the substance. An official investigation had been launched, with authorities tracking down those responsible for its distribution. Then, another shocking revelation. Breaking news: former Vice Guild Master of Reaper Guild, Lee Min-sung, found dead on a mountain. The news headline dominated every media outlet. A hiker had discovered the lifeless body of Lee Min-sung early that morning. The world was in shock. The once praised hero of the hunters, the former celebrity warrior, had been at the center of a massive drug operation. The betrayal cut deep, especially for those who had once admired him. The Reaper Guild released a public statement, pledging full cooperation with the Hunters Association in the investigation. The world was changing. Taijaya sat in the meeting room, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose as he exhaled a long, frustrated sigh. His mind was drowning in what-ifs, his past failures looping like a broken record. Finally, he lowered his hand and leaned forward, his voice laced with regret as he muttered, "This is all my fault." He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm. If only I hadn't lost Lee Min-sung back then, none of this would have happened. Across from him, the chairman of the Hunters Association watched him carefully before speaking in a firm but supportive tone. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Hunter Taijaya." But Taijaya barely acknowledged the words. His thoughts were spiraling, and his frustration only grew sharper as he laced his fingers together in front of his lips. His voice was eerily calm, but his narrowed eyes revealed the storm of thoughts inside his mind. "There are strange details about Min-sung's death." The chairman's brows furrowed slightly. Taijaya continued, his tone low. "When they found his body, his appearance was unnatural. But the thing is, he never had any transformation skills. So how did it happen? Choi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, his gaze sharpening. Are you suggesting that Stardust created some kind of new skill? His voice was careful, but there was a noticeable weight behind the words. Taijai gritted his teeth. The pieces of this puzzle didn't fit together neatly, and that fact unsettled him. I can't say for sure, but it's possible. He hesitated for a moment before adding. And there's something else. The room tensed. There was another hunter involved, a man in a black mask. He was fighting Lee Min-sung before his death. Choi's eyes flickered with recognition as he turned his attention fully to him. His voice was steady, but there was a new edge to it. Then that person may have been the one to kill him. The room fell into a tense silence. The chairman remained deep in thought, his expression unreadable. A hunter in a black mask. That detail stuck out to him, like a glitch in the system. His mind raced through possibilities, but nothing concrete formed. Then, Choi reached into his pocket, pulling out a small photograph. His fingers tapped against the image for a moment before he finally placed it down on the table. His tone remained calm, but there was an unmistakable shift in the air. Speaking of which, one of the miners who joined the expedition is now reported missing. The photograph slid across the table. A single name was printed beneath it. Sung Suho. Taijaya and the chairman exchanged looks, their expressions darkening. Choi continued, his fingers tapping against the wood as he spoke, his voice growing more serious. Officially, he's listed as a low-level hunter. But given everything that's happened, there's a strong chance that he's a false ranker. The weight of those words hung in the air. From the far end of the table, the apostle finally reacted. Up until now, he had merely been listening, his presence eerily quiet. But at the mention of Suho's name, he leaned forward slightly. His expression remained unreadable, but there was a flicker of something dangerous behind his eyes. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion, as he finally spoke. May I see the picture? Choi glanced at him before nodding. Of course. You're involved in this incident as well, Hunter Park Dojin. Without hesitation, the apostle picked up the photograph, turning it in his hand. His sharp gaze lingered on Suho's face, taking in every detail. His fingers slowly rested over the lower half of the image, covering Suho's mouth. A second passed. Then, a sinister grin stretched across his face. In that moment, he knew. The black-masked hunter was Sung Suho. And now, he had a target. Deep within the twisting labyrinth of the dungeon, Suho sat on the cold stone floor, his back resting against the wall. His breathing was calm, but his eyes were sharp. Focused. The floor around him was covered in a massive, hand-drawn map, sketched in his own blood. Every passage he had explored. Every path he had taken. Every death he had suffered. All of it, meticulously recorded. His fingers ran along the markings, tracing the lines over and over again, filtering through the information like an AI running millions of calculations. This was no longer a chaotic maze. It was a puzzle. And somewhere within it, the answer was hiding. For the longest time, he stared at the blood-stained markings. His breathing slowed. Then, his eyes narrowed. His mind clicked. His grip on his knee tightened. A slow, knowing smirk crept onto his face. His shoulders squared. His posture straightened. The faint traces of frustration vanished. As if the pieces had finally fallen into place. All this time, he had thought he was stuck in an impossible loop of death. But now, he looked as if he found the way forward. This wasn't just blind survival anymore. Now, he was hunting for the exit. And he wouldn't stop until he found it. The scene cuts sharply to the shadow dungeon, the oppressive darkness broken only by the faintest glimmer of red as Amit stood with his arms crossed, an unmistakable irritation lacing his voice. Hey you, bug! He snapped, his tone a cold slap in the silence. Flying around in circles won't bring back the young monarch, so why don't you calm down a bit? His words dripped with exasperation, but Baru, frantic and restless, was a blur of motion as he zipped through the air, his wings beating the air in an erratic frenzy. His eyes were wide, a storm of anxiety and fear swirling behind them, and as his voice cracked, the desperation within him was undeniable. You cold-blooded reptile! He barked, the words trembling with the weight of his worry. How can you tell me to calm down when we have no idea how the young monarch is faring right now? His voice broke, a tremor of helplessness creeping in as tears welled in his eyes. Young monarch. Baru can't even sleep from the concern. Essel, standing beside Amit, lowered her head, her gaze clouded with unease. She understood Baru's anxiety all too well, and her voice reflected it. I get why Baru is acting like this, she murmured, her tone heavy. It's already been 2 weeks since the young monarch entered the gate. Her words hung in the air, thick with a quiet dread that neither could ignore. Amit, unmoved, simply tightened his arms across his chest, his voice as cold as stone. So you're worried too? His gaze was steady, unflinching, as if the weight of his words meant nothing in the face of the larger picture. Essel's eyes narrowed, a spark of irritation flickering in them. She shot him a glare, her words laced with a sharpness that matched her gaze. Aren't you being too heartless? You're a companion just like us. Her voice dropped, barely above a whisper, but it carried the weight of betrayal. Amit's eyes softened just slightly, though his tone remained unyielding, as if set in stone. I understand your worry, but tell me, he began, his voice carrying the gravity of experience. Are you even really looking at the young monarch? His words landed like a heavy blow, the room stifling with silence as he continued. I know you view him as just a child compared to the vast power of the Shadow Monarch. But I've never met the Shadow Monarch. His gaze shifted upward, his thoughts briefly returning to the memories of Suho's relentless training, those grueling days that shaped the young monarch into what he was today. I've only seen Suho, he said, his voice carrying a quiet pride. The one who never once uttered a word of surrender, even when his bones were shattered, his flesh torn, and his mind pushed beyond its limits. Amit's eyes hardened with determination, the weight of his certainty in every word. No matter what trials he faces, he will come out safe. Essel and Baru stood silent, a quiet understanding settling between them. Amit's words offered a fragile flicker of hope, a reminder that belief in the young monarch was their only anchor in the storm. Essel let out a soft, relieved sigh, her lips curving into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Well, you're not wrong. All we can do is believe in the young monarch. The scene shifted, the cold, tense atmosphere of the shadow dungeon giving way to the chaos of the class change quest. Suho, pulse racing and heart pounding, surged forward with fists clenched in unrelenting focus, his eyes locked on his target, Tutorial Suho. The tension in the air was palpable, thick enough to cut, as Suho growled, a low, guttural sound that echoed with defiance. Do you think I'll just keep dying to you? The words dripped with anger, his fists propelled forward with a ferocity that could shatter mountains. But just as his punch neared its mark, Tutorial Suho moved with a speed that bordered on mockery, casually lifting a hand to intercept the blow. The force of his counter was overwhelming, an effortless strength that obliterated Suho's form in an instant, his body crumbling into countless shattered pieces as though he were nothing more than glass. The scene flicked, shifting in a heartbeat, and Suho found himself respawning, only to face a new, even more harrowing challenge, baby Suho. His heart hammered in his chest, the surge of determination almost palpable as he leapt into the air, poised for another strike. This time, there was no hesitation, no doubt. Confidence coursed through him like a torrent. This time, he would land the blow. But just as he was about to make contact, baby Suho raised his hand. A ripple of power surged through the air, and with the crushing weight of the ruler's authority, baby Suho's telekinetic force slammed into Suho. Time seemed to slow as Suho was crushed midair, the sickening crack of bones breaking in a symphony of agony. His body crumpled under the weight, the pain too excruciating to comprehend. As he lay dying once again, Suho's mind twisted in agony, the unbearable weight of his circumstances sinking in. I gave up long ago on counting how many times I've died. But even in the midst of his suffering, something strange began to take root in his mind. He began seeing their status windows. The baby version of him, the one with the unholy power to tear apart the very fabric of reality with a thought, had no player level, but his ruler's authority was maxed out. Then there was the tutorial version, the monster, level 99 soul striker, capable of obliterating anything with a touch, a true force of nature. Suho couldn't help but let out a breath of bitter amusement. A true monster. A thick, suffocating sense of dread pressed down on Suho, but with it came an unsettling realization. No matter how many times he died, no matter how many times his body was broken and torn apart, he was learning. Each death, every agonizing moment, was chiseling away at the fear that once paralyzed him. Shaking off the remnants of his grim thoughts, Suho snapped back to the present. He sprang to his feet with urgency, his muscles protesting the motion, but his resolve was ironclad. He couldn't waste a second. The dungeon stretched out before him like an endless maze, but Suho was determined to find a way out, or at least uncover something new. As his feet pounded against the cold stone floor, he thought to himself, I didn't get far enough to mark it on the map. The thought gnawed at him, a reminder of his failure to make meaningful progress. Fighting both versions of himself over and over again, Suho began to feel the creeping familiarity of his own fear. I'm slowly getting used to it, I guess, he mused, his thoughts tinged with grim determination. With every death, something shifted within him. One time, during a brutal clash, his gut had been violently torn open, his insides spilling out, but all Suho could think was, "Damn it, I'll have to go for the next." Another time, he'd come so close to baby Suho he could almost touch him, but the infant's telekinetic power had crushed him before he could act. I got closer to you this time, you hear me? He thought, the defiance in his mind a flickering flame against the darkness. But no matter how many times he died, no matter how many ways he perished, something changed inside him. Something was progressing. This feeling should only matter in here. He realized, his thoughts clear despite the chaos of his surroundings. I know I can't take death lightly. I have to fight. I have to survive. No matter the cost. No matter how many deaths it takes. Each challenge was another step forward, another layer of resilience added to his soul. At the respawn point, Suho bent over the map, his blood staining it as he updated it with a grim focus. In the midst of all that, he thought inwardly, I felt myself starting to become more resilient. The map was filled with chaos and uncertainty, but there, in the middle, was a blank space, a part of the dungeon he hadn't yet explored. His finger hovered over it, and with a thoughtful tone, he muttered to himself. Seems like that's the only place I haven't gone so far. With a sharp inhale, Suho's voice hardened with determination. If there's no exit there, he muttered, it means there's no way of finishing the class change quest aside from defeating those two. His eyes burned with a new intensity, a fire stoked by his countless trials. Come to think of it, he thought with a frown. It's strange. I've been running into those two much faster than before. And then it happened. A smirk crept across Suho's face as his eyes narrowed. Just look at this, he thought, a dark amusement curling at the edges of his mind. Here he is again. The baby version of him appeared before him once more, floating serenely in the air, surrounded by his toys like an unsettling puppet master. Suho took in the sight, his eyes sharp, his mind working quickly. It looks like he's trying to stop me from going this way. But Suho had already made up his mind. He died too many times, suffered too much to give up now. The thought of retreating was nothing more than a fleeting notion. He charged forward, his body moving with the raw urgency of someone who had nothing left to lose. The ruler's authority uses an invisible hand, he thought quickly. If I surround myself with it as well, will it work as a shield? Drawing on every shred of his willpower, Suho summoned the ruler's authority, surrounding himself with the invisible power. As he closed the distance between him and baby Suho, he felt the clash. His ruler's authority met the baby's in a fierce confrontation. It was a clash of wills, an invisible battle for control. And in that brief moment, Suho saw the raw potential of his power against the infant's overwhelming force. Not wasting a second, Suho darted to the side, narrowly evading a deadly strike that whooshed past him by the thinnest margin. Seizing the opening, he launched himself into the air, soaring over the baby's head, avoiding a direct confrontation. Baby Suho, clearly annoyed by the move, pivoted quickly, his eyes narrowing in irritation. Before he could summon another attack, whether it be with his ruler's authority or his floating toys, Suho acted. With a swift motion, he threw his jacket at the baby. The fabric flew through the air, landing squarely on baby Suho's face, momentarily blinding him and giving Suho the precious seconds he needed to escape. Without hesitation, Suho tore off in the direction of his goal, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. As he raced through the hallways, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. There, ahead of him, was the passage he had been searching for, the one place he hadn't yet explored. His heart surged with excitement as he thought. Yes, that's the left passage. The only place I haven't gone so far. Every step felt like a victory, a step closer to the end of this relentless nightmare. Suho sprinted toward the passage, his heart pounding in his chest with a fierce hope. Please let there be something different here. He silently prayed, his every step carrying the weight of his desperation. And as though the universe had heard his plea, there it was, a gate. A third gate, hidden deep within the dungeon, the very one he had been searching for all this time. For a moment, Suho was frozen in disbelief, his eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat as he stared at the gate, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a surge of victory rushing through him. Just as I thought, he thought. There was another being besides those two. But as the thrill of discovery flickered inside him, a sense of dread began to creep into his chest. Something wasn't right. He could feel it, a cold, foreboding presence that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The Soul Striker. He could sense him heading toward him with terrifying speed. Suho muttered under his breath, his voice tight with anxiety. Damn it, he's coming! The very air around him seemed to tremble as the Soul Striker raced toward him, his speed blinding, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The ground cracked and shattered with every step the Soul Striker took, each footfall sending vibrations through the walls of the dungeon. Suho reached the gate, and without hesitation, he threw himself at the doors, his hands grasping at the cold metal. I have to get through, he thought desperately. If those guys were really stopping me from reaching this gate, then once the Soul Striker arrives, it'll be over. His heart hammered in his chest, and the sound of his frantic breath echoed in his ears. Just as his fingers gripped the door handles, the Soul Striker's aura hit him like a physical force, the pressure suffocating. Suho glanced over his shoulder, meeting the bloodlust radiating from the Soul Striker's eyes. Damn it, he's here already! With a chilling, emotionless calm, the Soul Striker began to close the distance between them, each step deliberate, each movement calculated. Suho could feel the weight of the Soul Striker's presence bearing down on him. And then, with a flash of speed, the Soul Striker lunged toward him, an unstoppable force determined to keep him from entering the gate. Suho's mind raced, his every thought scrambling to find a way to escape. The Soul Striker stretched out his arm, his reach growing longer with each step. Suho's heart dropped as the distance between them closed. He could feel the cold fingers of fate reaching for him. But just as panic began to rise in his chest, an idea sparked in his mind. The Soul Striker can't get through the gate, right? With a surge of energy, Suho pushed the gates open with all his strength. His muscles screamed in protest, but he refused to stop. As the door creaked open, he gasped for air, his mind racing with a frantic plan. The gate will protect me, he thought. Just as the Soul Striker's hand reached the threshold, the cold aura of death almost tangible, in the final instant, Suho slammed the door shut with a force that echoed through the hallways. He stumbled back, breathless, his heart still racing from the near miss. Sweat dripped from his brow as exhaustion overtook him, but there was a flicker of triumph in his eyes. He lowered his head in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper as he said, Finally, I escaped from those bastards. But even as he exhaled in relief, doubt began to creep back into his mind. It's not over yet. His thought flickered to the other two versions of himself, considering them. It's highly likely that the being here is a past version of me. The possibilities flashed through his mind. Maybe it's when I first started the tutorial or when I carried all of the high-grade weapons. His brow furrowed in thought. But if it's either of those, then who could it be? Before he could settle his mind, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Suho instinctively turned, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a presence behind him. From the shadows, another figure emerged, slow but deliberate. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the shape, a version of himself, yet different. This version of him was more terrifying, colder. His face was as hard and unyielding as the Soul Striker's, his eyes gleaming in unnatural blue, reflecting nothing but pure bloodlust. There was no flicker of emotion, no hints of humanity. Just the chilling, empty gaze of a killer. The figure stepped fully out of the shadows, revealing two high-grade swords clenched in its hands. Power radiated from this version of Suho, overwhelming and suffocating. This was no mere reflection. This was Suho's next challenge, a twisted mirror of his own self. And it was ready for battle. Suho stood face to face with his version from the light novel, an intense aura radiating from the novel's Suho's form. His eyes gleamed a piercing blue, a stark reminder of the strength this version wielded. Our Suho narrowed his eyes, tension mounting within him. It's a version of me using twin swords this time. His gaze traveled over the novel Suho, who stood there with an expression so serious it could freeze the air itself. The tutorial Sung Suho and the baby Sung Suho are versions of me that existed, but this one's holding Rakken's Fang. His focus shifted to the second sword, and the system notification flashed in front of him. Vulcan's sword, Suho's thoughts sharpened. His other sword is Vulcan's horn. The realization sent a cold shiver down his spine. Was he created due to an error? Suho's fingers twitched as he instinctively checked the status of the novel Suho. His eyes widened in disbelief as the stats appeared before him. What is this? He lowered his head slightly, his lips curling into a smile as he absorbed the information. This is it. I can do this. Without wasting another second, Suho surged forward, charging at the novel Suho with everything he had. He lunged, his kick landing with incredible force, but the novel Suho blocked it effortlessly with his twin swords. Finally, a worthy opponent, Suho said with a thrilled voice, the challenge igniting something deep inside him. The novel Suho was pushed back, but he didn't lose his footing. Suho grinned, feeling the rush of battle. My level and stats are way higher than his. The system displayed the novel Suho's stats: level 32, strength 75, health 41, agility 41, intelligence 41, sense 41 plus 5. Suho's confidence grew. My strength is especially higher than his, which gives me an advantage. The system then displayed Suho's stats: level 40, strength 128, health 60, agility 49, intelligence 49, sense 54 plus 5. Before he could act on his advantage, the novel Suho's eyes gleamed blue again, and his body shifted into a combat stance. In the blink of an eye, he activated several buffs, his power surging like an unstoppable wave. The system flashed the details: skill, iron body reinforcement, skill, grassland gale, skill, giant's armor. Suho's eyes widened in shock. Iron body reinforcement? Isn't that Amit's skill? And why does he have so many buffs? Before Suho could make sense of it, the novel Suho closed the distance between them, swords drawn, and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Suho's agility kicked in, allowing him to dodge each of the attacks, but the force behind them was undeniable. He's getting stronger. Then, the novel Suho lunged at him with an emotionless expression, pulling back Rocken's Fang for a devastating attack. The system flashed again, skill, storm/activated. Suho's eyes flared with anger. This guy even has storm slash? What the hell? Both versions of Suho activated storm slash simultaneously, their weapons colliding in a clash that sent shockwaves through the entire boss room. The impact was so fierce that the air around them seemed to tremble. In that moment, it felt as though they were equally matched. Suho's focus was razor-sharp, determination burning in his chest as he prepared for another swing. Good thing I saved my weapon in case my original broke. But what Suho didn't realize was that the novel Suho's attack had grazed him. It wasn't just any grazing wound, it was something far more sinister. In that moment, a memory surfaced. Suho recalled a time when the novel Suho had mercilessly slashed Broi with his weapon, leaving brutal marks. It was a memory eerily similar to his own, but with a chilling twist. The connection hit Suho with the force of a freight train. This battle wasn't just about winning. Suho's mind raced with confusion as his eyes widened in shock. A sense of dread gnawed at him as he thought. What are these memories? They're not the same as when I defeated Broi. Is this some kind of mental attack? For a brief moment, his focus wavered, lost in the turmoil of unfamiliar memories. The novel Suho saw the opening and struck again. Suho managed to block the attack, but not completely. His hand was cut, and the shock of the blow sent a new memory flashing before his eyes. He saw himself riding on Miho's back. Another memory that doesn't belong to me. Suho's thoughts spiraled. Am I getting hit by more mental attacks the more he injures me? Frustration and confusion clouded his mind. Suho quickly stepped back, creating distance between himself and the novel Suho, trying to compose himself for the battle that was far from over. But the novel Suho was relentless. His expression darkened, and for the first time, he spoke. Arise. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the shadow beneath the novel Suho began to stretch and expand. From it, a figure emerged, a shadow knight. The knight wasted no time, charging straight at Suho. The battle shifted into a chaotic frenzy as the two blades clashed violently. Even when Suho attempted to create more distance, the knight, relentless as a predator, kept pursuing him. No matter where Suho went, the shadow knight was right behind him, pressing on with unyielding attacks. Suho blocked each strike, his teeth gritted and his expression tense, his gaze locked onto the shadow knight, whose sinister grin only added to the pressure. The system's notification flashed, Quay, Knight rank. Suho parried one of Quay's attacks, his mind racing. Knight rank shadow. Before he could think further, the pressure on him doubled. The novel Suho joined the fight, leaping into the air with swords drawn. He attacked with the Vulcan sword, and Suho barely dodged the blow in time. Quay didn't stop his assault, unrelenting as he kept Suho on the defensive. Suho moved in a blur of agility, blocking and dodging attacks from both the novel Suho and Quay. Inside, his thoughts were tight with focus. The fact that he summoned a shadow soldier out of thin air means his shadow storage is at level 32. Gritting his teeth, Suho met the cold gaze of the novel Suho. The longer we fight, the clearer it becomes, Suho thought, frustration creeping in. The memories I saw as I fought this version of me were the experiences of another me in a different world. In that world, there was even another version of Baru, and Essel, Gray and Amit. His thoughts rushed on, the weight of the realization pressing down on him. There was another me, managing things smoothly while the system gave me appropriate trials, and I grew stronger each time I passed them. I don't know what glitch caused this version of him to appear here. While Suho wrestled with these thoughts, the Shadow Knight found an opening. With a swift strike, it knocked Suho's weapon from his hands, sending it flying across the room. The knight, seeing his chance, charged at Suho with a sinister smile, blade aimed for his chest. But as the knight attacked, the grin on its face faltered. Suho had blocked the blade, with his bare hands. The edge pierced his palm. With a frustrated growl, Suho shouted, "Why do you always give me these incredibly difficult trials?" Suho's palm clenched around the Shadow Knight's fist, holding it in place. Despite the pain, he continued, his voice a mixture of anger and exhaustion. "Why do you always push me to my limits?" At that moment, the novel Suho saw an opening. With a swift movement, he moved behind Suho, swords at the ready. Suho remained still, his pierced hands still clutching Quay's fist. He continued to speak, his voice strained but resolute. "You never give me trials I can easily clear, and now, you even make me face an inexplicable enemy, forcing me to die hundreds of times." As the novel Suho charged at Suho, his sword pulled back to slash, something extraordinary started to happen. The Shadow Knight standing beside him shifted uneasily, its teeth gritted in disbelief. Something was off. The clash was felt throughout the entire boss room, a crackling energy filling the space as the novel Suho's blade met Suho's hand. A hand that had absorbed the Shadow Knight. The hand transformed, taking on the Shadow Knight's essence, becoming a formidable shadow gauntlet. Suho's voice broke the silence, his words heavy with conviction. "But what I've learned from those countless deaths and moments of despair." His expression darkened, his eyes gleaming a ferocious blue with bloodlust. For the first time, a crack appeared in the novel Suho's cold demeanor. His eyes widened in shock. Suho continued, his voice unwavering. "Is that the situation won't improve if I sit down, complain, and give up?" With that, Suho launched a powerful punch, his shadow gauntlet cutting through the air toward the novel Suho. The impact collided with the novel Suho's swords, but Suho didn't stop. He pressed on, delivering a relentless barrage of punches that forced the novel Suho to block, unable to do anything else. It doesn't matter whether the system is glitched or not, Suho thought, adrenaline pumping as the novel Suho adjusted his stance, rotating his sword. Suho's thoughts sharpened. "In fact, I've been using the system all wrong. The system isn't training me, I'm using the system to train myself." Suddenly, the novel Suho swung his swords down in a devastating slash, the force behind it shattering the ground. But Suho was ready. With lightning reflexes, he performed a reverse handstand, narrowly avoiding the attack. Still in the same position, he shifted the shadow weapon from his hand to his leg and pulled it back, preparing for the next strike. "I won't blindly follow the path the system laid out for me anymore," Suho thought, his resolve hardening. The novel Suho's eyes widened as he saw Suho transferring the shadow from his hand to his leg. Suho's mind roared with determination. "I will change my future with my own choices." In a burst of power, Suho brought his leg down with all his might, crashing it into the novel Suho. The impact sent him flying backward, stumbling to regain his footing. But Suho was no longer playing defense. He had control of the fight now. Without hesitation, he charged in with speed unmatched, lunging straight at the novel Suho with everything he had. Suho punched the novel Suho square in the gut. The force of the punch rippled through the room, and a spray of blood shot from the novel Suho's mouth as his sword slipped from his hands. But Suho wasn't done. Without a second's hesitation, he pulled the shadow back into his hand, clenched his fist, and with a roar of raw power, punched the novel Suho again. This time, the force sent him crashing into the wall, the impact so violent that the wall shattered behind him, debris flying in all directions. Shockwaves from the blow rippled throughout the boss room, the air thick with dust and debris. When the chaos settled, the novel Suho lay defeated on the ground, motionless. Suho, panting heavily, held his shoulder, the shadow from his hand beginning to fade. Just then, a system notification flashed in front of him. You have defeated the being beyond the gate. Another system notification appeared before Suho, its words flashing across the screen. A title granted to one who splendidly overcame adversity. Your stats increase in proportion to the amount of health lost. Suho stood tall, staring at the fading form of the novel Suho, his body slowly dissolving into the air like some vanishing nightmare. He exhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling with relief. Finally, it's over, he muttered under his breath. His eyes shifted down to his hand, still covered with the fading shadow, the darkness lingering despite the battle being over. It's not gone yet, Suho thought. But before he could linger on it, another notification flashed before him. Analyzing the player's achievements to grant a suitable class, the player faced an extremely powerful opponent and did not yield. Suho's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Another notification appeared. The player's mind did not break down despite dying hundreds of times. In a situation that did not allow for physical growth, the player achieved mental growth. A third notification followed. Your creativity leads to a positive solution in moments of crisis. No matter how bad it is, your straightforward heart that never gives up influences your surroundings, ensuring the goal is achieved. The final notification popped up. The player is granted the option to choose from 3 classes. Suddenly, 3 orbs appeared in front of him, each radiating a different aura of energy. The tension in the room thickened, and Suho narrowed his eyes as he studied the 3 orbs carefully, his mind racing with thoughts of what this could mean. 3 classes? He thought, his pulse quickening. Let's see what they have in store for me now. The first orb displayed the class, Successor of Shadows. Upon selecting this class, the system would guide him on the best path to become the Successor of Shadows, a solid path, one that would not change his course. The second orb revealed, Soul Striker. This would bestow a hidden class based on the player's past data. However, past stats would not be recovered, and the Shadow skill would disappear. Going back to the past, huh? Suho's mind flared with frustration. The third orb didn't have a name. Instead, it displayed, this is the recommended class based on your traits. It will change into a hidden class depending on your achievements in the class change quest, but the Shadow skill will disappear. Suho stared at the orbs, his emotions bubbling to the surface. The first one, it changes nothing. The second, it's about going back in time. The last one, it's about losing everything and wandering into the unknown. His expression grew darker. The weight of the moment hit him, and for a brief second, his eyes flashed with pure fury. Is this a joke? His anger flared, the tension radiating off him. Are you messing with me? Suho's voice shook with rage. You made me die hundreds of times, put me through hell, and this is the reward you give me, 3 choices. He gritted his teeth so hard it felt like his jaw would break. Suho could feel the heat of frustration burning in his chest. I'm done being pushed around. Without hesitation, he gathered all 3 orbs in one place, the energy swirling and crackling around them. I don't want just one. I want everything. His voice was like a roar as he slammed his hand down on the orbs, merging them into a singular, blinding flash of light. Give it all to me, now! Suho's command rang out as the orbs slowly fused, the light growing brighter and brighter with each passing second. The intensity of the flash became unbearable, filling the entire boss room with an explosive force. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in a searing light, and Suho stood at its center, resolute. And rang through the air. The class change has been completed.
We got plenty more where that came from. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for even more amazing content.